Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2279 to Chapter 2332. The black-robed man had dark brown eyes and a head of light green hair. His figure was tall and slender, and he exuded a domineering aura as he sat there casually. Wu Fadian, he was one of the young masters of the Black Tortoise lineage. He was a perfected quasi-emperor and was regarded as a peerless genius of the Black Tortoise lineage. Wu Fadian did not hide his desire to possess Luo Jia, who was sitting in the middle of the hall. His eyes burned with desire as he brazenly sized up Luo Jia's beautiful body. When Luo Jia's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, Wu Fadian smiled and said, "Don't worry, your younger brother is safe and sound. He didn't even lose a single hair on his head. However, what do you plan to give me as compensation?" "As far as I know, the treasure that my younger brother accidentally broke was a jade pendant made from glazed cicada wings. Although it's expensive, it's only worth 30,000 immortal phoenix stones at most," Luo Jia said as she took out a storage bag. As Luo Jia spoke, he took out a storage bag. "There are 60,000 immortal phoenix stones inside, which is twice the value of that treasure. I believe it's enough to compensate you." 60,000 immortal phoenix stones, to any quasi-emperor, this could be considered a considerable amount of wealth. A young man with snow-white hair and a cold expression sat on the seat next to Luo Jia. His entire body exuded a violent and icy aura. When he saw this, he scoffed coldly and said, "That glazed cicada wings jade pendant is Wu Fadian's precious treasure. It's not something that can be measured by a few immortal phoenix stones. Do you really think that people like us would care about a mere 60,000 immortal phoenix stones?" The White Fiend Lord. He was an outstanding figure of the younger generation of the White Tiger lineage. He was fierce and murderous, and he was a dazzling existence that was only one step away from becoming a martial emperor. Luo Jia sighed inwardly. She knew that things would not be so simple. Her eyes were cold as she said directly, "Tell me, what do you want?" Wu Fadian smiled faintly and stood up. He walked over to Luo Jia and said playfully, "What do you think?" Luo Jia said expressionlessly, "Don't tell me that you've spent so much effort just to possess me. How can a person like you be so easily blinded by a woman's beauty?" Wu Fadian was startled, the greed and passion in his eyes instantly disappeared, and he praised, "You are a smart woman." As he spoke, he returned to his seat. After pondering for a moment, he said, "You're different from the rest of the immortal phoenix bloodline. A part of the Luo family's bloodline flows in your body. This is also the reason why I found you. As long as you promise to be loyal to me in the future, you can leave with your brother right now." Luo Jia was startled. "Loyalty?" Wu Fadian nodded, "Yes, unconditional loyalty. I don't mind telling you that by doing this, I'm also saving your life. Otherwise, when the immortal phoenix bloodline meets with a great calamity, even if you want to surrender to me, it would be impossible." Loka's heart trembled and his eyes suddenly turned cold. "What do you mean? My immortal phoenix bloodline has been standing since ancient times, how could we possibly encounter such a great disaster? I'm afraid that even if your Black Tortoise and White Tiger clans were to attack together, you wouldn't be able to cause much damage to my immortal phoenix bloodline." This was the immortal phoenix world, controlled by the immortal phoenix bloodline. In this place, they were existences akin to rulers. Wu Fadian smiled, his eyes playful. "Miss, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Now is the time for you to make a decision." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a red insect egg flew out and floated in front of Luo Jia. "This is the egg of the spirit-locked divine insect. If you promise to be loyal to me, swallow it into your body." Spirit-locked divine insect, Luo Jia's expression suddenly changed. This kind of divine insect was known to be able to parasitize an emperor's divine soul. There was no way to get rid of it. It was incomparably vicious and terrifying. If this insect parasitized one's divine soul, one's life or death would be beyond one's control, Wu Fadian said with a smile. "This kind of divine insect is a first-class treasure in the world. It's rare and precious. Ordinary people are not qualified to be controlled by this insect. It's such a waste. Only a peerless talent like you, miss, would make me willing to do this." Luo Jia's expression was uncertain. "What if I don't agree?" Wu Fadian's smile disappeared, and he said indifferently, "From the moment you entered this hall, you have no choice but to agree to this. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely oppressive. On the seat next to Luo Jia, a trace of mockery and disdain appeared on the cold face of the White Devil Lord. Luo Jia already realized that something was wrong. He said coldly, "Can I see my younger brother?" Wu Fatian couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, you're still thinking about your useless younger brother at a time like this. To tell you the truth, on the first day I captured him, he was already scared out of his wits. He took the initiative to surrender." "What?" Luo Jia's expression changed slightly. "That's impossible. If that's true, he must have been forced by you using despicable means." Wu Fatian didn't explain. He just clapped his hands. Instantly, a young man in a white robe walked out of the hall. His face was pale, and he looked terrified. After he walked out, he knelt on the ground respectfully and kowtowed 3 times to Wu Fatian. Then he stood up and looked at Luo Jia. At this moment, Luo Jia was stunned. Was this still his high-spirited younger brother? How did he become so servile and shameless? "Sister, Lord Wu Fatian is right. Only by pledging loyalty can you live. If you trust me, then, hurry up and surrender," the young man in the white robe said seriously. "Luo Xing. You." Luo Jia was so angry that her entire body was shaking. She came here to save her younger brother. Who would have thought that her younger brother would betray the clan and surrender to an outsider like Wu Fatian? Moreover, he was trying to persuade her to surrender as well. Luo Jia's pretty face turned green. She was extremely angry. "Wu Fatian, what did you do to my younger brother?" "You can leave first." Wu Fatian glanced at Luo Xing and said calmly. "Yes, Lord." Luo Xing turned around and was about to leave. "Stop right there!" Luo Jia shouted. However, Luo Xing ignored his sister and turned around to leave. Luo Jia's heart turned cold. She immediately ordered, "Uncle Rong, hurry up and capture Luo Xing. I want to bring him back to the clan." However, to her surprise, Uncle Rong, who had accompanied her all the way here, did not move. "Uncle Rong?" She turned around and looked at him angrily. The purple-robed Uncle Rong had been standing at the entrance of the hall the entire time. When he saw Luo Jia turn her head, he revealed a strange smile and said, "Young miss, young master Luo Xing's choice is not wrong. In this old man's opinion, young miss should follow young master Luo Xing's example and pledge loyalty to the Black Tortoise Branch's young master Wu Fatian." Luo Jia felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her pupils dilated and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She suddenly realized that Uncle Rong had betrayed the clan as well. "Aren't you worried that the clan will kill you if they find out?" Luo Jia was furious and panicked. Hearing this, Uncle Rong gave her a fake smile and said, "Miss, when I brought you out this time, I erased all traces. Even if you disappear for no reason for a period of time, the clan will not suspect me." Luo Jia's limbs turned cold. She realized that this was a trap that had been planned for a long time. Luo Xing had betrayed her, and Uncle Rong had also betrayed her. Now, it was her turn to make a choice. Luo Jia's hands and feet turned cold. She finally realized that this was a trap that had been planned for a long time. It was a trap that was specially prepared for her. Luo Jia looked at Wu Fatian and the White Devil Lord. "What are you trying to do?" Wu Fatian and the White Devil Lord exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. "Miss, I've told you that you still have a chance to surrender now. When the Immortal Phoenix clan is in trouble, it will be too late," Wu Fatian said slowly. Wu Fatian spoke slowly, and he seemed to possess the pearl of wisdom in his grasp, and victory was within his grasp. "Moreover, you can't leave now. If you don't obediently swallow that spirit-locked divine worm, then we can only lend you a hand." As he spoke, he glanced at Uncle Rong who was standing in the distance. Uncle Rong immediately walked forward and said coldly, "Miss, you should do it yourself." "If I really do it, I'm worried that I might hurt you." "Is that so?" Luo Jia suddenly moved to destroy the egg floating in front of her. However, before she could do it, Uncle Rong stopped her and pressed his palm on Luo Jia's shoulder. Boom, a terrifying force spread and Luo Jia's cultivation was sealed. She could no longer move. "Miss, it seems like I have to help you." Uncle Rong smiled insincerely. He held the egg and was about to shove it into Luo Jia's mouth. When Luo Jia saw this, her eyes dimmed and she was filled with despair. At the same time, Wu Fadian and the White Devil Lord's eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. If a fairy-like person like Luo Jia was controlled, she would be played and humiliated by them. Many unbearable scenes flashed through their minds. Their breathing became rapid and heavy. However, at this moment, swoosh, an illusory Dao sword flashed in the air. Uncle Rong's right hand that was holding the egg was cut off and blood spurted out like a waterfall. Caught off guard, Uncle Rong screamed in pain. His expression changed and he instinctively dodged to the side. Luo Jia was stunned and her eyes were dazed. She had already lost all hope, and when this happened, she could not help but find it hard to believe. She couldn't help but turn her head, and she saw a familiar tall figure had suddenly appeared by her side. His handsome face was calm and composed as always, and it gave others a sense of security. Lin Sun, I didn't expect you to save me again. Luo Jia's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Sun had saved her more than once in the Nine-region battlefield and Kunlun ruins. However, she did not expect that Lin Sun would still be the one who saved her when Uncle Rong and her brother betrayed her in the territory of the deity Phoenix bloodline. At the same time, the excitement on Wu Fadian and the White Devil Lord's faces froze. They looked at Lin Sun, who came uninvited, and their faces darkened. With me here, everything will be fine. Lin Sun's voice was gentle as he patted Luo Jia's shoulder. He was glad that he had followed them. Otherwise, Luo Jia might not have the chance to escape this time. It's you. Not far away, Uncle Rong, whose hand was cut off, said angrily. P.S. Thank you to my old brother, Silence, filthy young master, Hui, and other friends for their gifts. Next Tuesday, which is the day after tomorrow, the goldfish will explode. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Lin Sun glanced at Uncle Rong coldly. No wonder you kept stopping me from being with Loka when we were in the chariot. It turns out that you've been harboring evil intentions. If so, what's the use of keeping you alive? Whoosh, an illusory Taoist sword swept up and cut towards Uncle Rong. Formless sword. The most terrible thing about this sword was that it was illusory and invisible, but its killing power was unparalleled. Even if an ordinary Emperor realm figure could sense the danger of this sword, it was impossible for him to lock the sword's trajectory. Uncle Rong's face suddenly changed. He roared and ran all his strength. A layer of burning red Emperor armor emerged on his body. Red light Emperor armor. Uncle Rong's life Emperor weapon had amazing defensive power. With this treasure, Uncle Rong had resolved many fatal dangers in the past. But how could the power of Formless sword be compared to an ordinary sword? Then, under the slash of Formless sword, the red light Emperor armor suddenly cracked like a spider web, and then it exploded with a bang, bursting into an endless rain of flame-like light. Puff, at the same time, Uncle Rong's body was sliced into two. The vast and unparalleled sword chi had completely obliterated his soul. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Rong, a third-level emperor, was killed with a single strike. The bloody and shocking scene shocked Wu Fadian and the White Evil Spirit. They stood up immediately, unable to sit still any longer. They were only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Who would have thought that an emperor realm figure who could look down on the world could be killed on the spot like a piece of paper? This was too terrifying. Loka couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes, her red lips slightly parted, and her heart trembled. After so many years, it turned out that the guy beside her had already become an emperor realm figure. Who are you? You actually dare spoil my plans? Wu Fadian shouted. Only, his expression was flustered, full of a strong front while cowardly inside. Young lord, don't panic. I'm here. Accompanied by an old voice, a white-haired old man holding a walking stick appeared. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a terrifying divine fire flowing. When he saw this old man, Wu Fadian was immediately relieved. The panic on his face was swept away, and he became cold and gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, Tell me, who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter? Lin Sun couldn't even be bothered to look at a small fry like Wu Fadian. He looked straight at the white-haired elder and said, No wonder you're so arrogant. You have a 7th-level Emperor realm old dog protecting you from the shadows. In the immortal Phoenix realm, a 7th-level Emperor realm expert could be said to be a great figure that could prop up the heavens. They were high above and were revered by all. but in Lin Sun's words, it became an old dog. This made Loka's eyes become strange, and his heart surged. What kind of amazing transformation had Lin Sun undergone in just a few decades? The old man's expression darkened. You're just a third-level Emperor Realm cultivator. How dare you act so presumptuously? Do you believe that I can kill you on the spot with a flip of my hand? Lin Sun sneered with disdain in his eyes. Come on, kill them for me to see. How could the white-haired old man tolerate such provocation? He immediately struck out with his palm. How terrifying was the power of a 7th-level emperor. He could casually kill an arrogant 3rd-level Emperor Realm cultivator. This was the reason why the white-haired old man dared to speak in such a domineering tone. In fact, if it was any other 3rd-level Emperor Realm cultivator, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was not an ordinary 3rd-level Emperor Realm cultivator. Lin Sun struck out with his palm as well. It was a casual and natural move. A deafening explosion sounded. Under the horrified gazes of Wu Fadian and the white evil spirit, Lin Sun was unscathed, but the white-haired old man was slapped to the ground. His body was smashed into a bloody mess, and his tendons and bones were broken. The entire hall shook violently. If Lin Sun had not controlled the situation with his own power, this attack alone would have been enough to flatten the entire hall. Wu Fadian and the white evil spirit were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They slumped to the ground, and their minds went blank. A 7th-level Emperor Realm cultivator was severely injured by a single slap. What kind of terrifying existence was this guy? Loka was completely dumbfounded. Lin Sun had killed Uncle Rong with a single strike. Now, a 7th-level Emperor Realm cultivator was so weak in front of Lin Sun. This had completely overturned her knowledge. She did not even dare to imagine it. Lin Sun looked down at the white-haired old man and said calmly, "Didn't you say that you would kill me with a flip of your hand? Why did you fall to the ground first?" The white-haired old man raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with fear. "I did not recognize your real body. Please forgive me." "It's too late." Lin Sun flicked his finger, and the white-haired old man's body vanished into thin air. Swoosh, almost at the same time, a blurry figure appeared in the air. It grabbed the white evil spirit, who was paralyzed with fear, and was about to teleport away. This sudden scene did not surprise Lin Sun. On the contrary, he seemed to have expected it. He said calmly, "Do you think I did not notice your existence before?" Whoosh, countless strands of sword chi surged into appearance in a dense mass, and they blotted out the sky as they smashed down, cutting off the path of escape of the blurry figure. The blurry figure retreated quickly and returned to the original place. She said in a low voice, "My friend, forgive people wherever possible. If you go too far, my white tiger bloodline will not let you go." This figure was a woman in a gray robe. She looked cold and stern. Her body was flowing with silver killing intent like starlight. Her power was extremely terrifying. The 8th level of Emperor Realm? Lin Sun's eyes showed surprise. In the white tiger bloodline, with your cultivation, your status should not be low. The woman in a gray robe looked indifferent. "So, my friend, you should know what is the wisest choice to make." Lin Sun laughed. "My choice is very simple. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. There is no need to be polite or afraid." The woman in a gray robe narrowed her eyes. Lin Sun had already launched an attack. With a flash of non-phase sword, he performed the mystery of Tao cutting instant with all his strength. The figure of the woman in a gray robe flickered. She came to the door of the hall in a flash. She turned her head and sneered, "This sword is just SOSO. I will remember this." Lin Sun looked at her with pity in his eyes. "Can you still walk?" The woman in a gray robe was stunned. She seemed to notice something. She looked down and saw her upper and lower body separated silently as if they had been cut in half. Then, blood poured out like a waterfall. The strange bloody scene made the woman in a gray robe change her expression. She was about to scream when she felt everything went black in front of her. Her divine soul also exploded in an instant. White evil spirit, who was originally held in the hand of the woman in a gray robe, fell into a pool of blood. His face was covered with hot blood. His whole body was trembling because of fear. The remaining reason in his heart had completely collapsed. A person in the 8th level of Emperor realm was also a powerful person in the White Tiger bloodline. But now, he was caught off guard and killed. White Evil Spirit felt like he was going to go crazy. This made White Evil Spirit feel like he was going to go crazy. In the distance, Wu Fadian, who'd witnessed all of this, was terrified out of his wits, and he'd lost his composure. Clang, Lin Sun put away the formless sword. He glanced at Loka, who was also in a daze and couldn't help but laugh. Is it that scary? Loka seemed to have woken up from a dream. He said blankly, what do you think? Lin Sun touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He said, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave this place first. As he spoke, he started to take action. He knocked out Wu Fadian, White Evil Spirit and Luo Xing, who was hiding in the side hall, and stuffed them into the Tower of Endless. After cleaning up the main hall, he left with Loka quietly. 2 hours later. In an inn. It is indeed a premeditated action, Lin Sun said thoughtfully. Previously, he had searched the souls of Wu Fadian and the White Evil Spirit, and he had obtained some shocking information. Not long ago, the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan each sent a team to the deity Phoenix realm. On the surface, they were here to visit the deity Phoenix bloodline and discuss some cooperation between the clans. But in reality, they wanted to take advantage of this visit to harm the deity Phoenix bloodline. The reason was simple. The White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan were following orders, and the one who gave the orders was the Nirvana Luo clan. However, even Wu Fadian and White Evil Spirit did not know why the Luo clan chose to deal with the deity Phoenix bloodline at this time. They were just following orders. In the end, they were just pawns of the Nirvana Luo clan. But in the memory of their souls, Lin Sun found an extremely valuable clue. In about 3 months, the Nirvana Luo clan would send a big shot to the Nirvana Luo clan. The actions of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan were just to make preparations for this big shot from the Nirvana Luo clan. However, Lin Sun was still surprised. What was the reason that the Nirvana Luo clan would not hesitate to send a big shot to deal with the deity Phoenix bloodline? After knowing the news, Loka's pretty face turned pale. She said, no wonder they dared to act so fearlessly. It turns out that the Nirvana Luo clan is behind this. Lin Sun asked, do you know why the Nirvana Luo clan wants to deal with your clan? Loka frowned and thought for a long time. She shook her head and said, I don't know. But I know that the deity Phoenix bloodline broke off relations with the Nirvana Luo clan a long time ago. It was said that the Nirvana Luo clan was extremely angry at that time, but it was left unsettled in the end. It has been so many years. Do you think the Nirvana Luo clan is still thinking about this matter? Lin Sun knew that among the 4 great innate spirit clans, the true dragon ancestor chose to save his mother Luo Xianxia without hesitation. As a result, he was suppressed by the Nirvana Luo clan. Although the deity Phoenix bloodline did not take action, they also broke off relations with the Nirvana Luo clan because Luo Xianxia was hunted down. Only the true martial clan and the White Tiger clan had been under the command of the Nirvana Luo clan since ancient times. Now that the deity Phoenix bloodline was suddenly attacked by the Nirvana Luo clan, and the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan were acting as the vanguard, this might have something to do with the Nirvana Luo clan. No, I must tell the clan about this immediately. Loka could no longer sit still. She stood up worriedly. Wait, Lin Sun called out to her. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Lorca looked at Lin Sun in confusion until Lin Sun pointed at the unconscious Luo Xing. She suddenly realized that she had forgotten about this little traitor just now because she was worried about the safety of the clan. I just checked and found that his divine soul was also implanted with a spirit-locking divine insect. Lin Sun said, however, I have found a way to break it from Wu Fadian. As he spoke, he handed a jade slip to Lorga. Brother Lin, thank you very much. Lorga's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and even moved. She knew very well that if Lin Sun hadn't saved her this time, she would have ended up in a miserable state. You're just too concerned, Lin Sun said warmly. Lin Sun said gently, from today on, I'll stay in this inn for the time being. If you encounter anything else, you must come to me immediately. Lorga's heart rippled and she felt an unprecedented warmth. This kind of care and concern from a friend made her feel especially warm at this moment. Lin Sun patted Lorga's shoulder and smiled, don't be afraid of troubling me like last time. Don't forget that even someone at the 8th level of the Emperor realm can't resist my sword. Lorga bit her moist lips and suddenly stretched out her arms to hug Lin Sun tightly as if she had gathered her courage. In an instant, Lin Sun's body couldn't help but stiffen as he felt the softness and elasticity of her skin. He could have avoided it, but he didn't because he didn't expect Lorga to suddenly give him a big hug, but Lorga quickly let go of him. Her beautiful and fair face was flushed and her watery eyes were lowered, making her look particularly charming. She pretended to be calm and teased, "If I didn't know that you already have Xianxia in your heart, I couldn't help but fall in love with you. Of course, don't think too much. I just want to hug you. I won't have any other thoughts about you." As she spoke, she seemed to feel a little embarrassed. She turned around and hurried away, carrying the fainted Luoxing. Lin Sun was startled, a wisp of orchid-like fragrance still lingering on the tip of his nose. He smiled and said to himself, "Since I know I'm a father, I don't dare to think too much." There was a hint of sadness in his voice. As an outsider, it was impossible for Lin Sun to intervene in the danger that deity Phoenix was facing. However, if it was possible, he would like to meet the great figure from the Permitha Luo clan who would be arriving in 3 months. Forget it. I'll just stay here for a while longer. Finally, Lin Sun made a decision. Then, he stood up and walked out of the inn. Before he came to the immortal Phoenix realm, Ao Xingtong had once said that the Divine Craftsman Emperor clan could be said to be the best under the heavens in the path of smithing, and their founder even had the title of Weapon Sovereign. Lin Sun also wanted to see if he could take this opportunity to refine his life weapon. The 10,000 Fire Emperor city was extremely vast and was the largest city in the immortal Phoenix realm. It was incomparably prosperous and rich. The Divine Craftsman Imperial clan, which was subordinate to the immortal Phoenix bloodline, was the ruler of this city. On the different streets of the city, one could almost see the signboard of Divine Workshop hanging all over the city. The Divine Workshop was a unique business of the Divine Workshop Imperial clan. Soon, Lin Sun walked into a spiritual workshop marked with C79 at random. The antique, elegant, and grand shop was extremely large, and there were all sorts of treasures on display within the rows of counters. It was a dazzling lineup, and it filled the entire room with brilliance. A maidservant came up to Ben Bignoli introduced to Lin Sun. The Divine Workshop not only sold all kinds of treasures, but it also accepted custom-made treasures. If one spent a lot of money, they could even ask a master refiner to forge a weapon for them. "Senior, the order for our Divine Workshop C79 has already been placed beyond 900. If you want to order a treasure, you'll have to wait for some time." The maid said, "Of course, you can also spend some immortal phoenix stones to hire a specialized tool forging master to serve you." According to the maidservant, the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan had 3 Grandmaster weaponsmiths overseeing the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. They couldn't be bothered to accept ordinary orders. They only accepted orders that were willing to pay a high price. Hearing this, Lin Sun asked with interest, "If I want to refine a sovereign weapon, how much will it cost?" The maidservant was stunned, and the way she looked at Lin Sun suddenly changed. She said respectfully, "Senior, are you sure you want to refine a sovereign weapon?" Lin Sun nodded. The maidservant thought for a while and said, "To tell you the truth, those who can refine sovereign weapons are all great masters in the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. If you really need it, you might as well go to the Divine Workshop ranked in the top 10. As long as you can afford it, I believe those masters will not let you down with their extraordinary means." It suddenly dawned on Lin Sun that the number 79 magical workshop was far from being able to refine a sovereign weapon. However, Lin Sun didn't intend to let others refine his life weapon at all. He came to the Divine Workshop just to see the attainments of this clan in refining weapons. It turned out that the foundation of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan was indeed extraordinarily strong. It was just a Divine Workshop C79, but the order list for refining weapons was more than 900. It could be imagined how many treasures were refined every day in all the Divine Workshops in the Emperor City of Fire. For countless years, if the people of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan had been refining weapons in this way, it was equivalent to refining weapons every day. It was hard for them not to be strong. It seems that I can have a deeper understanding of the foundation of the Divine Workshop. Lin Sun thought for a moment and left the Divine Workshop. Up to now, He had some ideas for refining life weapons in his mind, but he still needed to make further improvements. After all, life weapons were closely related to his cultivation. Once there was any mistake in the refining, he was doomed to be unable to give full play to his combat power. On the other hand, the Divine Workshop was able to create countless treasures every day. These treasures came in all shapes and sizes, and perhaps they could give him a lot of inspiration. A quarter of an hour later. The Divine Workshop C10. Any Divine Workshop marked with the symbol A was already the core place of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. Only some special guests were received. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter at all. Lin Sun's identity was not special, but his cultivation was very special. As soon as he showed the aura belonging to the Emperor realm, he immediately entered the Divine Workshop without any hindrance. And there was a special attendant accompanying him one by one. "Senior, are you going to refine weapons?" The attendant was a top-notch beauty in both temperament and appearance. She was dressed in a well-tailored crimson dress. Her black hair was in a bun, her red lips were slightly pursed, and her pearly teeth were slightly exposed. Her manners were impeccable. She called herself Yao Tao. Lin Sun said, "Let me have a look first." He browsed along the way. Almost all the treasures displayed on the counter were Emperor weapons, all of which were covered by obscure restrictive power. Emperor weapons were divided into 3 grades: mysterious grade, spiritual grade, and divine grade. Each grade was further divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. This was the 3 grades and 9 levels. The most common ones were mysterious grade Emperor weapons. Spirit grade Emperor armaments were related to artifact spirits, so they were extremely precious and could often be called precious treasures of heaven and earth. As for divine grade Emperor weapons, also known as Emperor's Extreme Weapon, they were incredibly powerful and had the supreme power to collapse the sky and destroy a world, just like a legend. This kind of Emperor weapon was extremely rare, just like a legend. Lin Sun had seen many magical Emperor weapons since he started his cultivation, but few of them could be classified as divine-grade Emperor weapons. These Imperial armaments were all forged by your Divine Craftsman Imperial clan's weapon refinement grandmasters? Lin Sun browsed as he walked and found that all the Emperor weapons on the counter were mysterious grade, and there were no more powerful treasures. However, Lin Sun found that the refining methods of each sovereign weapon were marvelous and extraordinary. Some of the marvelous ideas greatly broadened his horizons. "Yes," Yao Tao said respectfully. "Not bad," Lin Sun commented. When he was about to continue browsing, a cold snort sounded. "According to your comments, do you also know how to refine weapons?" His voice carried faint displeasure. A black-robed woman had suddenly walked over from afar. She had fiery red long hair, a snow-white skin, and a graceful figure. Moreover, her entire body flowed with strands of divine radiance from the starfire divine radiance. Yao Tao quickly introduced her to Lin Sun respectfully. As it turned out, this black-robed woman was one of the 3 great weaponsmiths of the Divine Workshop, the owner of Divine Workshop A10. Her name was Xianxia, and she was also an elder of the Divine Workshop Imperial clan. "It's just a slip of the tongue. Don't take it seriously. If I offended you, please forgive me," Lin Sun said with a smile. He knew best that generally speaking, the characters of groups such as divine craftsmen and alchemists were extremely proud and conceited. Xianxia frowned and said, "I just want to know what not bad means. Are the Emperor weapons on the counter just barely acceptable to you?" Obviously, Lin Sun's comment of not bad made her quite unhappy. She was a weapon refinement grandmaster of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. In the entire immortal Phoenix realm, she was admired and respected by countless experts. Even if some of the clan's important figures saw her, they would also have to be courteous. This was the status of a Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. Xianxia was not an ordinary Divine Craftsman. Over the years, she had refined nearly 100 Emperor weapons. Her superb attainments in refining had already conquered the hearts of many Emperor realm figures. Many Emperor realm figures even specially invited Xianxia to refine weapons for them when they came to Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. They were willing to wait for many years for her. "Do you really want to hear the truth?" Lin Sun originally planned to laugh it off. Seeing that Xianxia was serious, he suddenly realized that this matter couldn't be perfunctory. Speak. Lian Hongxiu's words were stiff, and her eyes were full of anger. It seemed that she didn't expect that Lin Sun really wanted to compete with her in refining weapons. Lin Sun didn't get angry. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "You must have encountered a bottleneck in refining weapons that you can't break through." Lian Hongxiu was stunned. P.S. Thank you, Bandit Bro and other children for your monthly tickets. In addition, tomorrow it will explode. At noon tomorrow, there will be 2 consecutive chapters. As for how many will explode, it depends on the state of the goldfish itself. It can only be said that 4 is the lowest. You can wait until tomorrow to see the explosive chapters and then buy the monthly tickets. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Immediately, Lian Hongxiu snorted coldly. This matter has long been spread in the City of Fire. Anyone can know it if they want to inquire about it. Lin Sun smiled indifferently and said, "But I also know that the bottleneck you've encountered has been bothering you for about 1,500 years, and you haven't found a way to break through it until now." Lian Hongxiu was shocked and blurted out, "How do you know?" She couldn't calm down. Even in the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan, few people could accurately tell when she had encountered the bottleneck. But now, it was revealed by an outsider. Lin Sun smiled and pointed to a flying sword on the counter. The refining time of this imperial weapon is 3,500 years ago. It is also from this imperial weapon that you began to make some new attempts, trying to break through the attainments of refining weapons. Lian Hongxiu suddenly understood, and her eyes became different when she looked at Lin Sun. Even if he was a great cultivator, if he didn't know how to refine weapons, it was impossible to find such subtle clues from a treasure. Even a grandmaster of refining weapons would find it difficult to find out if he didn't screen carefully. But the young man in front of her did it. Lin Sun said to himself, "After refining this flying sword, all the treasures you have refined can be called high quality, unique, but there are faint signs of unconventional swords. The reason is that there is no substantial breakthrough in the core attainments of refining weapons, but it can be seen that you have spent a lot of effort in order to break through. This is also the reason why I judge that you have not broken through the bottleneck you have encountered so far." After hearing Lin Sun's words, Lian Hongxiu was stunned, and her expression was uncertain. Lin Sun's words made her heart roll and even tremble. Because what Lin Sun said was right. Every word accurately dissected the predicament she was currently facing on the path of refining weapons. Yao Tao, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. This guest. Could it be that he was an extraordinary expert? Lian Hongxiu's high status in the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan and her profound attainments in refining weapons, she knew better than anyone else. But now, an outsider had pointed out Lian Hongxiu's bottleneck just by observing those treasures. It was unbelievable. After a while, Lian Hongxiu woke up as if she had just woken up from a dream. When she treated Lin Sun, she was full of respect. "May I know your name?" "Lin Daoyuan." Lin Sun said casually, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." With that, he prepared to leave. He had seen all of the treasures in the Divine Workshop, and had learned a lot from them, which had given him a lot of inspiration. Next, he planned to go to other Divine Workshops to broaden his horizons. "Wait." Lian Hongxiu hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist, I was blind before and neglected you. Can you stay for a moment and allow me to apologize?" As he said, he bowed slightly to Lin Sun with a hopeful look. There was an uncontrollable thought rising in her heart. Would a person who could point out the bottleneck she had encountered in such a short time be able to give her pointers and give her a chance to break through this bottleneck? Yao Tao opened her mouth wide and was dumbfounded. She dared to swear that this was the first time she had seen Lian Hongxiu treat a guest so respectfully. In the past, Lian Hongxiu had never been so respectful even to the martial emperors who could summon the wind and summon the rain. "Do you want me to give you pointers?" Lin Sun's words broke Lian Hongxiu's thought. Lian Hongxiu looked a little embarrassed, but she still nodded calmly. "If you can give me pointers and help me break through the bottleneck, I can promise you everything unconditionally as long as I can pay the price." Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Well, take me to other Divine Workshops first." Did this mean that he had promised her? Lian Hongxiu was a little uncertain, but she still readily agreed and said, "I'd love to." "Let's go." Lin Sun smiled and walked out. Lian Hongxiu hurriedly followed him step by step. Seeing this scene, Mei Jiao Tao's eyes became infatuated, and her heart beat wildly. The demeanor of that senior was so charming. Number 9 Divine Workshop. When Lian Yuntian heard that Lian Hongxiu came with a young emperor, he almost thought that it was a big shot from Deity Phoenix clan, so he hurriedly came out to greet them. But when he saw Lin Sun, he couldn't help wondering who this guy was. How could Lian Hongxiu, who was incomparably proud, accompany him all the way? And when he heard what Lian Hongxiu had just experienced, Lian Yuntian's first reaction was, this guy was very likely to be a liar, who didn't know that in the whole Deity Phoenix realm, if the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan admitted that they were the second best. But now, Lian Hongxiu actually pinned the hope of breaking through the bottleneck on an outsider. This was simply ridiculous. However, Lian Yuntian did not expose Lin Sun in person. Instead, he quietly looked at Lin Sun and decided to test Lin Sun's ability himself. Only by proving it with facts could Lian Hongxiu come to her senses. Until Lin Sun appraised the treasures in number 9 Divine Workshop one by one, Lian Yuntian said with a smile, in your opinion, what do you think of these imperial weapons I have refined? Lin Sun glanced at him indifferently and nodded, not bad. Just not bad. Hearing this evaluation, Lian Yuntian was also stunned. His eyes were almost the same as Lian Hongxiu's at that time, and a trace of provocation surged in his heart. Lian Yuntian took a deep breath, suppressed his displeasure, and said, then can you please comment in detail? Lian Hongxiu also showed curiosity. But Lin Sun smiled and said, do you really want to hear it? Of course. Lian Yuntian said without hesitation. He couldn't wait to expose Lin Sun's deceptive routine. Your attainments in refining weapons are superb, and the imperial weapons you have refined are all very good, Lin Sun said carefully. Lian Yuntian sneered in his heart. No matter how much you praise me, it's useless. If you don't say something this time, I'll expose your trick in person. What a pity. Lin Sun sighed softly, if you don't break the karma in your heart as soon as possible, I'm afraid your attainments in refining weapons in this life will stop here. Karma? Lian Yuntian frowned, what do you mean? Lin Sun pointed to the counter and said, look at these treasures, they are all made by you. The appearance and charm of each sample are the same, without any breakthrough or change, and they all show a sense of uniformity. This can only mean that you have been stuck in the old ways in refining weapons, and the deeper you go, the harder it will be for you to break through and make progress in the future. Hearing these words, Lian Yuntian couldn't help but become angry. Nonsense. How can I be stuck in the old ways? Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly, then let me ask you, in the past 8,000 years, have you ever refined a high-grade imperial weapon? In other words, have you ever refined a treasure that is superior to the emperor weapons in these counters? Lian Yuntian suddenly became speechless. 8,000 years, it's not a short time, but you can only refine such a level of imperial weapons. Isn't that, not stuck in the old ways? Lin Sun sighed softly, if I don't get rid of the karma in my heart, there is no hope for me to break through in this life. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left, and Lian Hongxiu hurriedly followed him. She had seen all the previous scenes and completely agreed with Lin Sun's evaluation. It could be said that Lin Sun was absolutely to the point and analyzed all the predicament of Lian Yuntian. Lian Yuntian stood still. Originally, he regarded Lin Sun as a liar and planned to expose him without leaving any trace. But now, he was in a cold sweat all over, feeling that he was stripped naked and all his secrets were exposed. After a while, he suddenly let out a strange cry, Taoism pure Lin, wait, and hurriedly caught up with Lin Sun. Seeing Lian Yuntian catching up, Lian Hongxiu couldn't help but smile knowingly. This old guy was still suspicious and skeptical before, but now he also obediently caught up with Lin Sun. At the same time, she became more and more curious about Lin Sun's origin. In the past, she had never heard of such a person in the immortal Phoenix world. Who was he? Why did he have such unfathomable attainments? Thinking like this, they came to the Magic Workshop 8. With Lian Hongxiu and Lian Yuntian accompanying them, it was naturally unimpeded. Once again, Lin Sun began to browse through the sovereign weapons displayed on the counter. Only by seeing more could one know more. Along the way, Lin Sun was deeply inspired by the refining methods of those sovereign weapons and the magical effects they produced. In his mind, he gradually had a more specific idea of the design of his life imperial weapon. This made Lin Sun feel that the trip was worthwhile and rewarding. When he was about to leave contentedly and go to the next magic workshop, Lian Hongxiu suddenly said, Taoism pure, Lian Feijia, who is in charge of this place, is an old guru of our magic workshop. He is now refining an imperial weapon. Are you interested in watching him? Lin Sun was stunned. Can I? As far as he knew, the biggest taboo when refining imperial weapons was to be disturbed by the outside world. Of course. Lian Yuntian laughed. Taoism pure, please come with me. Then, he led the way to the back of the magic workshop. At the end of the winding corridor, there was a small secret realm. As Lian Yuntian took out a token and waved it gently, a door was opened silently, and a group of people filed in. Boom, in this secret realm, it was as red as fire, and a long river of molten lava was surging, rolling up thousands of waves of fire, and the sound of the surging was like thunder. An ancient bronze furnace was suspended above the river of molten lava, emitting amazing fluctuations of power. In front of the bronze furnace, an old man with scraggly hair and beard was sitting cross-legged. He seemed to have encountered a great problem. His eyes were dull, his brows were tightly knitted, and his mouth was still babbling something. From beginning to end, he didn't notice that Lin Sun and the others had come in. The old man with scraggly hair and beard was Lian Feijia. Seeing this, Lian Yuntian and Lian Hongxiu all knew that Lian Feijia, who was refining a royal weapon, was in trouble. Lian Yuntian coughed. Lian Feijia, who seemed to be trapped in endless troubles, suddenly shivered all over. He suddenly turned his head and roared, "Who let you in?" His voice was flustered and exasperated. "Brother Feijia, why are you so angry? Let me guess, is it because you encountered difficulties in refining? Tell us, maybe we can help you think of a solution." Lian Yuntian walked up with a smile. Lian Feijia snorted angrily and said angrily, "What are you talking about? I think you are here to laugh at me. Hey, who is this man? Why did you bring an outsider into my forbidden area?" His voice became more and more displeased. Lian Yuntian quickly sent a voice transmission, recounting everything that had happened. Lian Feijia was also suspicious, but looking at Lian Hongxiu and Lian Yuntian, he could only suppress his doubts at the bottom of his heart. Even if he was a swindler, he couldn't be compared with ordinary swindlers. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to these. As soon as he entered the secret realm, his eyes were attracted by the bronze furnace floating above the river of molten lava. Gradually, his eyes couldn't help showing a strange expression. At this time, Lian Feijia stood up and said, "I heard from them that you have superb attainments in refining weapons. I wonder if you can give me some advice?" Lin Sun withdrew his eyes and said, "Sure." Lian Yuntian and Lian Hongxiu were stunned. They were worried that Lian Feijia's action would offend Lin Sun and make Lin Sun unhappy. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would agree so readily? Lian Feijia laughed out loud. He just asked Lin Sun to give him some advice, but he didn't expect that Lin Sun would agree so readily. It felt like they were just exchanging pleasantries, but Lin Sun took it seriously, which made him a little uncomfortable. "Alright, fellow Lin, please take a look. How should I perfect this incomplete monarch weapon embryo so that it has more than 59 monarch path treasure patterns?" Lian Feijia pointed at the bronze cauldron. The prototype of a tool with flowing Dao light was floating in the cauldron, shining with a dazzling light. Profound rank emperor armaments were divided into the high, mid, and low ranks. Only those that possessed 59 or more emperor Dao treasures could be considered as high-rank profound rank emperor armaments. Clearly, the flying armor was going to be a mysterious high-tier monarch artifact. "Bring me the divine materials, Dao pattern formation, and other materials needed to refine this treasure," Lin Sun said as he looked at the prototype. Lian Feijia hesitated for a moment before handing over a jade slip. The refinement of a monarch armament involved many aspects. For example, the treasure he was refining this time was an armor that was refined from over 1,000 types of divine materials and covered in 9 large-scale Daoist marking formations. Every single Daoist marking formation required over 10,000 independent Daoist marking diagrams to be arranged. But the problem was that Lian Feijia could refine this treasure in the past, but its grade could only be maintained at the middle rank of mysterious rank. If he wanted to raise it to a higher level, it would become tricky. He promised to refine this treasure for an old friend, and promised to refine it into a mysterious high-tier emperor armor. but now, if he couldn't solve the problem in front of him, he was doomed to fail this time. For any spiritual refiner, failure in refining was a very common thing. When accepting orders, the customers would prepare more divine materials, and they were worried about the possibility of failure. Even if it was a grand master of refining, it was not guaranteed that he would succeed every time. Especially when refining a monarch weapon, the probability of failure would be greater. Sometimes, there was even an element of luck in refining an excellent monarch weapon. Lin Sun took the jade slip, stared at it for a moment, and suddenly understood. Taoism Pure Lin, what do you think? Lian Feijia asked with a look of interest. He wanted to see what this young man, who dared to guide him, had to say. Lian Hongxiu and Lian Yuntian also looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought for a moment and asked, how many emperor treasure patterns do you think such an armor can bear at most? Lian Feijia sneered. Lin Sun dared to test him. He said without hesitation, based on the divine materials and Dao rune formation diagrams required for this armor, if it can be refined into a high-grade profound-grade monarch artifact, the most ideal result would be 60 monarch Dao runes. Any more and the artifact will collapse before it can be formed. Lin Sun said, let me ask you again. How long did it take you to refine a mysterious high-tier emperor weapon in the past? A hint of conceit flashed between Lian Feijia's brows. If I don't lack divine materials, formation diagrams, and furnace fire, I have an 80% chance of successfully refining it within a month with my skills. Lian Hongxiu and Lian Yuntian nodded. They knew Lian Feijia's attainments in refining weapons very well, so they knew he was not exaggerating. Lin Sun said oh again and went straight to the bronze stove. Taoism Pure Lin, what are you going to do? Lian Feijia was nervous. The prototype of the bronze stove was still in the incubation stage, so it couldn't be damaged. He was worried that Lin Sun would make trouble. Don't you want me to guide you? Then stand aside and watch. Lin Sun said indifferently without looking back. Then, he waved his sleeve. Boom, endless flames rushed out from the boiling lava river and poured into the bottom of the bronze cauldron. Instantly, the bronze cauldron rumbled and began to circulate. A mysterious formation appeared on the cauldron's walls and flowed with light. Seeing this, Lian Feijia was anxious and rushed to stop Lin Sun, but he was stopped by Lian Yuntian and Lian Hongxiu. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's see what Taoism Pure Lin can do. Even if he fails, I'll compensate you for the furnace of divine materials, Lian Yuntian said quickly. He had been eager to see Lin Sun's refining skills for a long time. After all, it was unreliable to talk without practice. Lian Hongxiu also said, this Taoist Lin is not a reckless and arrogant person. Yun Tian and I are very curious to see just how profound his attainments in the path of tool forging are. Lian Feijia's expression changed. Finally, he said angrily, fine, I'll listen to you. But let's make it clear that if he fails, you have to compensate me for the furnace of divine materials. Lian Hongxiu and Lian Feijia agreed without hesitation. As a grandmaster of refining weapons, which one of them wasn't rich enough to rival a country? Boom, Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered and his 10 fingers pinched together. Suddenly, numerous complex and mysterious Taoist patterns emerged from the bronze furnace. As if they were alive, they were imprinted on the embryonic form of the imperial weapon. For a time, the Taoist light was like rain, shining with a kind of soul-stirring beauty. Merely this inadvertent method of setting up the formation had already caused Lian Hongxiu and the others to feel suffocated, and they couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock. In an instant, nearly 1,000 kinds of Taoist patterns were deduced. Moreover, each kind of Taoist pattern also formed a wonderful echo with each other, as if they had spirituality and life. They looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Then they looked at Lin Sun in unison. Their minds had become completely different from before. If they still had some doubts about Lin Sun before, at this moment, as Lin Sun showed his Taoist patterns, they were unconsciously attracted and convinced. Boom, the flame was steaming, the stove was roaring, and countless Taoist patterns were shining, reflecting all kinds of strange phenomena. It was as if they were accurately controlled by an invisible big hand, and then drew a mysterious and indescribable trajectory and perfectly integrated into the embryonic imperial weapon. Looking at Lin Sun again, his figure was tall and his sleeves were fluttering. His movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, as if the invisible trajectory of the Great Way was flowing out of his palms and fingers. At this moment, he was like a god, deducing the supreme essence of Taoist patterns. Lian Hongxiu, Lian Yuntian and Lian Feijia's eyes were getting bigger and bigger, and they gradually showed a look of obsession. If this scene was seen by the big shots in the deity Phoenix realm, they would be shocked. After all, these three people weren't ordinary people, and every single one of them was an equipment refinement grandmaster whose name shook the world. No matter where they went, they would receive the respect and adoration of others. But now, like apprentices who had just begun to set foot in refining weapons, they were immersed in Lin Sun's means with a kind of shock, intoxication and fanaticism. In fact, only they, the grandmasters of refining weapons, knew how wonderful and incredible the means Lin Sun was displaying at this moment. After a long time, there was a buzzing sound, and a strange rhythm resounded through the world. Lian Hongxiu and others, who fell into a state of obsession, suddenly woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. In their field of vision, they saw a red armor above the bronze stove. It was as brilliant as the rising morning glow, dazzling and releasing terrible waves of divinity. The nearby void was in disorder, as if it could not bear the power of the armor. Lian Hongxiu and others were directly stunned, as if a miracle had happened in front of them. Their minds and bodies trembled uncontrollably. Succeeded. It seems that it has only been less than 4 hours? Lian Yuntian said with a dull look. Whoosh, with a wave of his sleeve, Lin Sun put away the red armor, and the bronze furnace fell into silence. To be precise, it should be 1.5 hours. Lin Sun corrected and threw the armor to Lian Feijia. Come and have a look. What do you think of this treasure? 1.5 hours. Lian Hongxiu only felt dizzy and thirsty. It was too fast, wasn't it? Lian Feijia hurriedly took the armor with both hands. After a brief look, he trembled all over and cried out involuntarily, This is a total of 69 Emperor Tao treasure tattoos. All of a sudden, Lian Hongxiu and Lian Yuntian also completely lost control and rushed forward to have a look. When they saw the 69 Emperor Tao treasure markings on the armor that were like enormous dragons, their hands started to tremble uncontrollably. It was not that they were ignorant, but that they knew too well what it meant to have 69 Emperor Tao treasure tattoos on an armor. This was already a peerless black-grade upper-rank Emperor weapon. P.S. Let's update 2 times in a row first. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, let's update 2 times in a row. Today is the last day of the double monthly votes. Brothers, please spend as much as you can. Goldfish will certainly not let you down with explosive updates. When a treasure's might far exceeded the might of a treasure of the same grade and became like a variant, then it could be said to be absolute. Peerless often meant that it was rare and could only be found by chance. Now, the armor Lin Sun refined in 1.5 hours was covered with 69 Emperor Tao treasure tattoos, which could be called the peerless among the upper-grade mysterious weapons. After a long time, Lian Hongxiu, Lian Yuntian and Lian Feijia calmed down from the shock little by little. Taoism Pure Lin's skills are so ingenious that we are ashamed of our inferiority. Lian Feijia showed a look of shame and bowed deeply to Lin Sun. Taoism Pure Lin, I'm totally convinced. Today, I know that there is such a genius like Taoism Pure Lin in the world besides our divine craftsman Imperial clan. Lian Hongxiu and Lian Yuntian also spoke with admiration and respect from the bottom of their hearts. No one expected that Lin Sun would solve the problem they encountered in refining the flying armor so easily. No one could imagine that a sovereign weapon that would take Lian Feijia a month to refine with only 80% success could be successfully refined in 1.5 hours. Moreover, it was a peerless one among the same grade. When they recalled the methods Lin Sun used in refining, the more they thought about it, the more amazed they were. It was enough for them to ponder over it for a long time in the future. In fact, strictly speaking, Lin Sun was not a spiritual refiner, but a Taoism tattooist. But this was the horror of a Taoism tattooist. In this world, anyone who could become a Taoism tattooist was an impeccable spiritual refiner, but a spiritual refiner was not necessarily a qualified Taoism tattooist. The reason was that a spiritual refiner did not necessarily need to understand the mystery of every Taoism formation to refine according to the formation. A Taoism tattooist, on the other hand, needed to understand the essence of every Taoism formation. Therefore, when a spiritual refiner played the role of a spiritual refiner, he would know better than a real spiritual refiner how to integrate the formation and the treasure perfectly. In short, there was an essential difference between the two. Can you tell me the origin of this furnace? Lin Sun pointed to the distance. This was not a secret. How could Lian Feijia hide it? He immediately said respectfully, this cauldron is one of the 9 weapon refining cauldrons forged by my clan's ancestor, the Weapon Emperor. It said that in the beginning, the Weapon Emperor had once headed to the Kunlun ruins and coincidentally saw the legendary treasure refining source cauldron. Thus, he was deeply inspired. After returning from the Kunlun ruins, he refined 9 such cauldrons according to the form of the treasure refining source cauldron. Lin Sun's eyes flashed with understanding. Sure enough, from the moment he entered this place and saw the bronze furnace for the first time, Lin Sun almost suspected that he had seen the mother furnace of treasure refining, but after looking at it carefully, he noticed that it was different. Only now did he find out that it was a replica created by the divine craftsman imperial clan's first ancestor, the Equipment Emperor. Speaking of this, I do know some secrets. Lian Yintian said, back then, my clan's Lord Artifact Emperor had tried to take away the source furnace, but he discovered that the true source furnace had long since collapsed. What the Lord Artifact Emperor saw was a strand of will energy from the source furnace. However, Lord Weapon Sovereign didn't come out empty-handed. What harvest? Lin Sun asked. Lian Yintian, Lian Feijia, and Lian Hongxiu couldn't help laughing with pride. A furnace of congenital Taoism fire left by the source furnace of treasure refining. Immediately, they all understood and said in surprise, Taoist fellow Lin, haven't you heard of this before? I come from the outside world. Lin Sun said. Lian Yuntian and the others completely understood that no wonder they hadn't heard of this Lin Daoyuan before. It turned out that, as they guessed, he was not from the immortal Phoenix realm. Next, Lin Sun knew that the vast sea of fire under the city of fire was transformed by the congenital Taoism fire left by the source furnace of treasure refining. In the immortal Phoenix realm, almost everyone knew about it. What was embarrassing was that Lin Sun had just come to the city of fire for less than a day. How could he know these rumors? How precious this kind of congenital Taoism fire is. Aren't you worried about being robbed? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. After listening to the explanation, he realized that the congenital Taoism fire left by the source furnace of treasure refining had already possessed wisdom and life. It was regarded as the Emperor of Fire by the divine craftsman imperial clan. Lin Sun's heart moved, and an uncontrollable idea came to his mind. He said, everyone, I wonder if I can see this Emperor of Fire. Lian Yintian and others looked at each other and hesitated. Taoist fellow Lin, you probably don't know that the Emperor of Fire has been silent for a long time. For countless years, even the old antiques in our clan have never seen the Emperor of Fire. Lian Hongxiu explained, however, we can take you to the place where the Emperor of Fire practices in seclusion. Lin Sun said, thank you. Lian Hongxiu said with a smile, in fact, the place where the Emperor of Fire practices in seclusion is in the secret realm of the Magic Workshop A1, which is the deepest part of the Sea of Fire under the City of Fire. Even if we don't take you there, I'm afraid you will go to the Magic Workshop A1 to have a look. Lin Sun suddenly understood. After thinking for a while, he said, it's not urgent. Let's go to the Magic Workshop A7, number 6, and number 5 one by one. Along the way, he received a lot of inspiration, and the idea of the life weapon in his mind became clearer and clearer. He wanted to take a few more looks and finally come up with the perfect plan. Lian Hongxiu and others readily agreed. After following Lin Sun for less than half a day, they were deeply touched and shocked. Especially after seeing Lin Sun's skillful refining skills, they regarded Lin Sun as a god and had the feeling of looking up at a high mountain. When mortals looked up at the sky, they would be shocked by the vastness of the starry sky and feel their own insignificance. This was the mentality they had when facing Lin Sun now. The Magic Workshop A7. It was an old antique of the divine craftsman imperial clan who was in charge here. After learning about Lin Sun's deeds and being repeatedly confirmed by Lian Hongxiu, Lian Yintian and Lian Feijia, the old antique was greatly moved. He regarded Lin Sun as a distinguished guest and personally accompanied Lin Sun to explain the various royal weapons displayed in the Magic Workshop A7. On the other hand, Lin Sun understood the old man's intention. During their conversation, he inadvertently pointed out some minor flaws in the old man's refining skills, causing the old man to be shocked. He finally dared to believe that Lin Sun was an extraordinary expert. When Lin Sun went to the magic workshop A6, another old antique accompanied him. In this way, the group of people entered the magic workshops A6, A5, A4, and so on. Every time they arrived at a place, they would disturb the big shots of the divine craftsman imperial clan. After learning about Lin Sun's previous deeds, every big shot couldn't help but be surprised and skeptical. However, there was no need for Lin Sun to explain himself at all. Lian Hongxiu, Lian Yuntian, Lian Feijia, and other old monsters had already carried out brainwashing propaganda and proved it with their personal experiences. Their fanatical and admiring attitude towards Lin Sun made all the old antiques along the way stunned and gasped. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, they could only suppress them. Lin Sun was happy to see all this. The reason why he did this was also intentional. Everything was to prepare for his own royal weapon. If he didn't show his skills and win the recognition and admiration of these old antiques of the divine craftsman imperial clan, how could he have the chance to meet the Emperor of all fires? What was more, this time he might need the help of the divine craftsman imperial clan. The strategy Lin Sun adopted at the moment was very simple. He would prove his ability and give them advice. When he made some requests, would they have the heart to help him? Of course, this was a matter of mutual benefit, not exploitation. Even Lian Hongxiu, Lian Yuntian, and others should be grateful to Lin Sun for his guidance. This was like the practice of Tao. When you encountered a bottleneck, someone helped you to break through the confusion, which was equivalent to the grace of rebirth. When Lin Sun walked out of the No. 2 magical workshop, he was surrounded by a group of old antiques, all of whom were the pillars of the divine craftsman imperial clan. Their attainments in refining weapons were more vigorous than the other. Any one of them was a famous great master in the immortal phoenix world with countless dazzling halos. But now, they followed Lin Sun step by step. When they walked on the street, it caused a lot of uproar and shock. In fact, from the moment Lin Sun entered the magic workshop A10 to the present, he had caused a great stir in the City of Fire and received a lot of attention. After all, although he looked strange, the old monsters of the divine craftsman imperial clan who followed him were too famous. In the past, these old monsters were very proud and conceited. Even great emperors would have a hard time meeting them. Yet now, they were following by the side of a young man like followers. Moreover, their expressions were filled with modesty, reverence, and zeal. It was difficult for such a strange group to not attract attention. The City of All Fires was the first city in the immortal Phoenix world. Every day, countless creatures of all races came from all over the world. It was extremely prosperous. The movement caused by Lin Sun and his party was spread out almost immediately. For a time, many strong people were curious. It was even to the extent that many of the great powers that were deeply rooted in the city were alarmed, and they started to investigate. Who was that young man? What kind of confidence did he have to make those arrogant old monsters of the divine craftsman imperial clan flock around him like stars around the moon? The news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Imperceptibly, it had set off a great disturbance in the City of All Fires. Therefore, when Lin Sun walked out of the No. 2 magical workshop, he immediately noticed that the nearby streets were surrounded by many onlookers. Each of them looked curious, puzzled and so on. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version. The crowd was densely packed, and it could be said to be an unprecedentedly grand occasion. Tens of thousands of people turned out. Seeing this scene, Lian Hongxiu and others also realized that this matter had caused a lot of noise. However, they didn't care. The City of Fire was the territory of the Shingang imperial clan, but to their surprise, Lin Sun decided to stop here today and go to No. 1 workshop of magic tomorrow. They were all stunned and wanted more. They had followed Lin Sun to appreciate the treasures and talked with him, so they more or less got some advice. Some old antiques still had a lot of doubts and didn't have time to ask Lin Sun. Under such circumstances, how could they let Lin Sun leave? But Lin Sun had made up his mind, so he had to give up. Lin Sun hurried back to the inn. Some people wanted to follow him, but they found that in the blink of an eye, Lin Sun seemed to have evaporated. What happened today will definitely alarm the Shingang imperial clan. Maybe they will calm down when I go to the A1 workshop tomorrow. In the inn, Lin Sun sat casually. He had to give the Shingang Imperial clan some time to think about what had happened today. In this way, when they met again, it would be more convenient to talk about things of mutual benefit. I just don't know what's going on with Luo Jia, Lin Sun frowned. With the help of the Nirvana Luo family, this conspiracy against the Immortal Phoenix clan was bound to be a big deal. And he still needed to return to the Starry Sky Ancient Road with the help of the Immortal Phoenix clan. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to the Immortal Phoenix clan. In the end, Lin Sun shook his head. It was useless to think too much. He had only been in the City of Fire for a day and didn't know the specific news at all. Even if he wanted to help the Immortal Phoenix clan, he didn't know how to start. Now, he could only wait for more news. Swish, the next moment, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a figure of 7 or 8 years old appeared. He was wearing a starry feather coat and a starry rainbow crown. His little face was innocent, and his eyes were as deep, clear, and clean as a vortex of stars. It was the formation spirit born in the formation of Tao Fall and Heaven Death. The formation spirit was a life form that seized the power of creation. It used the power of heaven and earth as the source, and the essence of all things as the guide. It could only be born after the formation was developed to the extreme. Therefore, the existence of a formation spirit was extremely rare. And the boy in front of him was the formation spirit of the 5th killing formation of the All Heavens. Let's have a chat. Lin Sun sized up the boy. The boy was unconvinced. What's there to talk about? What's there to talk about? Lin Sun raised his hand and knocked on the boy's forehead, which made the boy grimace and said angrily, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. It's nothing more than to subdue me and make me take you as my master. But I tell you, it's impossible." Lin Sun was stunned and said in surprise, "You have quite a character, kid. But you can rest assured that I don't want you to follow me." The boy was enraged. "Who are you calling a brat? In terms of age, I can be your ancestor." Bang, the boy's forehead was knocked again, and it hurt so much that tears almost flowed out. Lin Sun said with a smile, "If you speak without thinking, I'll let Big Yellow eat you. Big Yellow has been thinking about you for a long time, a chubby little guy like you." The boy shuddered. He thought of the time when he was suppressed in the Tower of Endless, and the big yellow dog that stared at him all day and drooled. He felt a chill in his heart. "What on earth do you want to do?" The boy couldn't help asking. "It's very simple. After a period of time, I may need to set up a formation to refine weapons. How about you help me?" Lin Sun said casually. The boy was stunned and blinked his innocent eyes. "Refine weapons? I don't understand." Bang, he was hit on the forehead again and screamed in pain. Lin Sun said, "I'll refine weapons and you set up a formation. If you dare to play dumb with me again, I promise to let you know how hungry Yellow is." If a formation spirit who had lived for so many years really treated him as an innocent child, he was absolutely an idiot. Suddenly, the boy became honest and nodded obediently. "From today on, your name is..." Lin Sun planned to give him a name. "Don't, I have a name," the boy said quickly. "Here, you have to listen to me." Lin Sun said seriously, "From now on, you will be called Little 5. After saying that, he felt very satisfied. As the 5th killing formation spirit in all heavens, it was most appropriate to call it Little 5. The boy, what kind of name was this? He had lived for countless years, protected the true dragon bloodline until now, operated the Tao Falling Heaven Perishing formation, and even killed emperors and ancestors. How impressive was that? How could he be called Little 5? The boy's little face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Immortal Phoenix Mystic Realm. The dwelling place of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline was the same as the world of Dragon Palace. It was a mysterious and beautiful mystic realm. At the peak of Misty Cloud Mountain stood an ancient temple. It was filled with chaotic air and looked incomparably sacred. At this time, the high-level figures of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline gathered together. After a while, our ancestor, who has been silent for countless years, will awaken from nirvana. I hope that nothing goes wrong during this period so that it doesn't affect the time of our ancestors' awakening. The leader of the Immortal Phoenix clan, Huang Tsangtian, spoke from the throne in the center. His voice was like a morning bell that resounded throughout the hall. He was extraordinarily handsome. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Just by sitting there, he exuded the majesty of a ruler. The old antiques present were overwhelmed with emotions and nodded in unison. No one knew that the progenitor of their immortal phoenix bloodline had undergone an unprecedented nirvana a long time ago in order to break through her cultivation realm. This was the core secret of their clan. And now, this nirvana that had lasted for countless years was finally coming to an end. When they thought about how the Lord founding ancestor was about to awaken once more and descend upon the world, all of them felt their hearts begin to boil. "Keep an eye on the divine craftsman imperial clan," Huang Xianxia said from the throne. An old antique said without hesitation, "Don't worry, clan leader. For countless years, our ancestors' nirvana has been guarded by the myriad fire spiritual emperor. There won't be any accidents." Huang Xianxia pondered, "Keep an eye on them. I've been feeling uneasy lately. Please don't let anything bad happen." The old antiques were stunned. Uneasy? It seemed that the clan leader had been quite nervous recently because of their ancestors' imminent awakening. "Clan leader, the immortal phoenix realm is our territory. How could anything bad happen?" "Don't worry." Someone laughed heartily, and the others echoed him. Huang Xianxia couldn't help but laugh at himself. "It can't be helped. When I think of being able to see our ancestor again after thousands of years, I can't help but feel excited." At this moment, clan leader. Something bad has happened. A voice sounded from outside the hall. Then, a figure rushed in. Everyone was shocked. They recognized the newcomer as Luo Changfeng, a clansman with the Luo family's blood running through his veins. A long time ago, the immortal phoenix bloodline and the Permitha Luo family had been very close. For countless years, there had been countless marriages between the two clansmen. There were even many clansmen with the surname Luo in the immortal phoenix bloodline. But ever since the incident with Luo Qingshuan, the relationship between the two clans had changed. However, the Luo clansmen of the immortal phoenix bloodline weren't affected. They had lived with the immortal phoenix bloodline since they were young, so they didn't have a good impression of the Permitha Luo family. Moreover, the immortal phoenix bloodline had broken off with the Permitha Luo family because of Luo Qingshuan. To the clansmen with the Luo family's blood running through their veins, they only acknowledged the Skirich master and his descendants, not the current Permitha Luo family. There was a fundamental difference. Luo Changfeng was such a clansman, and he held some power in the clan. He could be considered an elder. What happened? Seated on the throne, Huang Xianxia frowned. Luo Changfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in his heart. "My daughter, Luo Jia, experienced this personally. It's most appropriate for her to explain it to us." Huang Xianxia nodded and said, "Then summon Luo Jia into the palace." Soon, Luo Jia walked in and bowed. Then, she told them everything that had happened. Especially when they found out that the Permitha Luo family stood behind the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans. The important figures in the palace were furious. "A conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy," someone said angrily. "So you're saying that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans are already secretly invading the immortal phoenix bloodline's territory?" Someone was shocked. "In 3 months, the Permitha Luo family will send another important figure. What are they trying to do? Why must they choose this time to harm the immortal phoenix bloodline? Could it be, someone leaked the news that our ancestor is about to awaken?" For a moment, the palace was in an uproar. The old antiques of the immortal phoenix bloodline all looked livid. On the emperor's throne, Huang Xianxia's expression flickered. After a long time, he murmured, "No wonder I've been feeling uneasy lately." "So, a storm is coming," then, his expression suddenly became dignified and calm. His eyes swept across the palace like lightning, and finally landed on Luo Jia. "Girl, who is Lin Sun?" Luo Jia did not dare to hide anything. She told him everything about Lin Sun. However, Luo Jia did not know that Lin Sun's mother was Luo Qingshuan. However, when they learned that Lin Sun had killed an 8th-level Emperor realm cultivator of the White Tiger bloodline with a single strike, they could not help but gasp. So he came from the true dragon bloodline. Huang Songtian thought for a moment and said to Luo Jia, "Girl, you can represent me and tell this friend that after this storm is over, I will open the path and personally send him back to the starry ancient path." P.S. Third and fourth chapters are here. Goldfish first ate a mouthful of rice, then continued writing, seeking monthly votes. The double monthly votes ended at midnight. Luo Jia immediately accepted the order. He was quite happy that he could report to Brother Lin now. On the throne, Huang Songtian displayed the decisiveness of a clan leader. He didn't hesitate to issue 3 orders. From now on, investigate every member of the clan. No matter who is controlled by the spirit-locking god insect, capture them immediately. Grand Elder, bring people to the city of Myriad Fire and mobilize all the strength of our clan. Kill anyone from the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans. From today onwards, the Immortal Phoenix Mystic Realm will be under martial law. No one is allowed to leave without orders. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished. The 3 orders were powerful and resonant, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become somber. Some old antiques immediately left to carry out the orders. Everyone had a premonition that a storm was about to sweep through the Immortal Phoenix Mystic Realm today. Luo Jia and his father, Luo Changfeng, also left, leaving only some elders of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Huang Songtian in the hall. Huang Songtian finally revealed a worried expression. The Permethal Luo family just had to send such a big shot at this time. Everyone, what do you think their intentions are? Someone must have leaked the news that our ancestor is about to awaken from nirvana and provoked this disaster. One of the old-timers said with a gloomy expression. Everyone, don't forget that the founding ancestor of the True Dragon clan was brutally suppressed in order to save Luo Qingxuan. The founding ancestors of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan chose to surrender, and long ago went to the Permethal Luo clan to cultivate. Only our ancestor didn't make a decision because of the matter of nirvana. This time, I'm afraid the Permethal Luo family wants to take advantage of our ancestor's awakening to force her to make a decision. The other old antiques nodded. This was the only explanation that made sense. Suddenly, someone said, "There's another possibility. Could it be that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans are fanning the flames and trying to kill us with a borrowed knife?" "What do you mean?" Huang Songtian asked. Currently, among the 4 great Khanate spirit clans, the True Dragon ancestor has been suppressed, and my clan's ancestor has fallen into a deep slumber. The White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan's ancestors are serving the Luo clan in the Permethal world. It can be said that they are evenly matched. That person said, however, if my clan's first ancestor awakens from rebirth, he will definitely break this balance. The True Dragon clan has a good relationship with my clan, so they naturally don't have to worry about being threatened by my clan. However, the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan probably won't think like this. His words caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Everyone knew that the Immortal Phoenix bloodline had severed ties with the Permethal Luo family because of Luo Qingxuan. This was obviously the will of the Immortal Phoenix ancestor. If the Immortal Phoenix ancestor were to awaken and find out that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans had been serving the Permethal Luo clan, how could she not feel enmity towards them? With the power of the first ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix after awakening, it was indeed enough to threaten the current White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans. If that's the case, I'm afraid this plot won't be that simple. Huang Songtian nodded, his expression solemn. From tomorrow onwards, I will head to the Xianxia Imperial clan to personally guard the awakening of the first ancestor. The first ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix had been sleeping in the deepest part of the Sea of Fire under the City of 10,000 Flames. For countless years, she had been guarded by the Xianxia Imperial clan's 10,000 Flame spiritual emperor. This matter was only known to the core members of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and a few old antiques of the Xianxia Imperial clan. But now, Huang Songtian was a little worried that the news had already been leaked. At the same time, in the Xianxia Imperial clan, clan leader Lian Jiuxiao and a group of important figures were also in a discussion. However, the topic of discussion was related to one person. Lin Daoyuan, Lian Jiuxiao and the other emperors of the Godly Craftsman royal family had all learned about what happened in the Godly Craftsman workshop A10 to A2. After the initial shock and surprise, they all had the same question. Could it be that Lin Daoyuan had come to the Divine Workshop just to appraise the treasures? Hongxiu, you said that this Lin Daoyuan wants to meet the 10,000 Flame Spiritual Emperor? Lian Jiuxiao suddenly asked. Lian Hongxiu nodded, yes, but I believe that Daoist Lin has no other intentions. Yuntian and Feijia can prove this. Lian Yuntian and Lian Feijia nodded. Clan leader, no matter what Daoist Lin is here for, he will come to our divine workshop A1 tomorrow. At that time, we can ask him. Someone suggested. That's right. I also want to see just how impressive fellow Lin's methods are. A few old antiques chimed in, all of them were very interested. After thinking for a long time, Lian Jiuxiao nodded, all right, but everyone should still be vigilant. If Lin Daoyuan really has some ulterior motives, we cannot be fooled. Everyone agreed happily. This day was destined to not be a peaceful day. It was already late at night. In a remote palace, there were many layers of mysterious seals. There were no lights in the palace, it was dark and silent. However, there was a group of people sitting inside, it was extremely mysterious. Today, our clan's young master, Wu Fatian, and the fourth elder, who was a level 7 Emperor Realm cultivator, were both killed. A low and cold voice sounded. Humph. Our clan's young master, the White Devil Lord, and a level 8 Emperor Realm cultivator were also killed. Someone snorted. Someone said in a low voice, could it be that the immortal Phoenix bloodline is already aware of this and has taken action? Impossible. Our clan spy in the immortal Phoenix bloodline did not notice anything strange. But there is no doubt that today's incident has alerted the immortal Phoenix bloodline. If nothing goes wrong, Huang Songtian will definitely take action. The immortal Phoenix bloodline is doomed. Even if they take action now, there is nothing they can do. Once the Luo family cultivator arrives, it will be time for both our clans to attack. For the time being, everyone should keep a low profile. Try not to reveal your presence. Of course. The voices of the people chatting slowly faded until they disappeared. The palace was still dark, but the figures were gone. Early the next morning, the sky was bright. But when Lin Sun walked out of the inn, he found that although the streets were still bustling, the air was full of tension and murderous atmosphere. After a little inquiry, Lin Sun learned that since last night, the immortal Phoenix bloodline had mobilized a lot of forces to search the whole city of fire. It was said that they wanted to capture and kill some thieves. How could Lin Sun not understand that the so-called thieves should be targeting the strong people of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan? Their reaction is quite fast. Lin Sun felt a little relieved. This proved that Loka had sent the news back to the clan and had been valued by the high-level figures. That was good. As long as he was not kept in the dark, he would not be passive. While thinking, Lin Sun strolled towards the number 1 spiritual workshop. Brother Lin. Just halfway there, he saw Loka coming from afar. She was dressed in a lavender dress, and her beautiful face was picturesque. She attracted the attention of many people along the way. It seems that you are in a good mood. Lin Sun smiled. He had a jade token given by Loka in his hand. It was within his expectation that Loka could find him. Loka nodded and said, my patriarch has promised that after this disaster is solved, he will open the way for you and send you back to the Starry Sky Ancient Road. This was indeed good news, but Lin Sun heard something different and couldn't help joking, that is to say, I can't leave before this disaster is eliminated? Loka didn't know how to answer for a while. Lin Sun said, don't take it seriously. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to leave now. Loka asked, by the way, where are you going? The magic workshop A1, Lin Sun said casually. Loka was stunned and then asked curiously, what are you going to do there? Lin Sun didn't answer, but said with a smile, would you like to go and have a look together? As the host, how can I not accompany you to the end? Loka smiled brightly and said in a soft and clear voice. Until he saw the magic workshop A1 from afar, Loka couldn't help but be stunned. So many people, the densely packed figures had actually surrounded that area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. What was going on? What surprised Loka even more was that Lian Jiuxiao, the patriarch of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan, and a group of big shots were standing in front of the gate of the magic workshop at the moment, which was extremely spectacular. Such a scene was extremely rare in the past. Brother Lin, it seems that we can't go to the magic workshop A1 today. As soon as Locust said this, there was a commotion in the crowd in the distance, and there was an uproar. Here he comes. Lin Daoyuan is here. Look, that's Lin Daoyuan, the master who caused a sensation in the whole city yesterday. He looks so young. Along with the voice, countless eyes fell on Lin Sun. This unexpected scene made Loka couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? She came to Lin Sun as soon as she came out of the clan. She didn't know that Lin Sun had already caused a stir in the City of Fire yesterday. At this moment, Lian Jiuxiao, the patriarch of the Divine Craftsman Imperial Clan, Lian Hongxiu, Lian Yuntian, Lian Feijia, and a group of old monsters came together from afar. Although they were still far away, those old monsters showed enthusiasm and respect and greeted him one after another. Taoist Lin, you're finally here. This is my clan's clan leader. After he heard about what happened to you, he immediately decided to come and see for himself what you're capable of. By the way, these are all old guys of my clan. I'll introduce them to you one by one later. The scene was very lively. Those arrogant craftsmen in the past all came up to Lin Sun warmly and greeted him politely. This caused Loka to be in a trance. These old guys from the Divine Palace Imperial Clan were very reserved and conceited even in the face of the big shots of the immortal Phoenix bloodline. But now, they were actually so enthusiastic and respectful to an outsider like Lin Sun. What was going on? Before he could figure it out, Loka was led by Lin Sun into the magic workshop A1 under the crowd of big shots of the Divine Craftsman Imperial Clan and the gaze of countless onlookers. P.S. Here's the 5th update. Goldfish originally planned to continue writing, but considering her health problems, she decided to take a break. Her friends knew that Goldfish had not completely recovered from her cold. There was still a long way to go. There would definitely be more breakouts in the future. Finally, asking for monthly votes. There are only a few hours left for the double monthly votes. Please everyone today. The Holy Workshop A1 was particularly lively. It even attracted the attention of many people in the City of Fire. The reason was that everyone was curious about the identity of the young man so respected by the elders of the Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was the only guest in the Holy Workshop A1 today. Loka was brought in along with him. However, this made people even more curious. Who was Lin Daoyuan? The Holy Workshop A1 was completely different from what Lin Sun had seen before. Entering it was like entering a small secret realm. Each monarch weapon was placed in a different Dao rune or forbidden formation, giving them a mysterious appearance. Of course, they were also extremely precious. Lian Jiuxiao personally explained the origin of each monarch weapon to Lin Sun, as well as the Grandmaster who made them. Lin Sun was calm and unaffected by Lian Jiuxiao's identity. His calm and composed attitude made many elders who saw Lin Sun for the first time secretly nod their heads. During this process, Loka finally learned about Lin Sun's achievements yesterday. He was both surprised and proud of Lin Sun. Ever since he met Lin Sun, it seemed that no matter where he went, he would cause a sensation. His elegance could not be concealed at all. After appreciating all the monarch weapons in the Holy Workshop, Lian Jiuxiao smiled and asked, Taoism Pure Lin, what do you think of these monarch weapons made by the Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan? All of a sudden, the conversations nearby stopped. All the elders looked over at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was not in a hurry. He casually said, your attainments in the art of craftsmanship are indeed the best in the world. This statement was from the bottom of his heart. A single clan was able to produce so many incomparably dazzling weapon crafting grandmasters. Moreover, the number of imperial armaments that they forged were so high in quality that they could be said to be rare and spectacular. This by itself was sufficient to prove how extraordinary the Divine Crafting Imperial Clan's attainments in weapon crafting was. But obviously, Lian Jiuxiao and the others did not want to hear such compliments. Immediately, an elder said, Taoism Pure Lin, may I ask you a question? Everyone was interested. This elder's identity was not simple. His name was Lian Qingqi, one of the 4 remaining Grandmasters of Dao in the Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan. There was an essential difference between a Grandmaster of Dao and a Grandmaster of Dao. The title of Dao Pattern Great Grandmaster wasn't something that could be casually received. Even in the Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan, Lian Qingqi's status could be regarded as transcendent. Everyone knew that Lian Qingqi's words were actually a kind of test. Go ahead, Lin Sun said. He had heard Lian Hongxiu's introduction of Lian Qingqi's identity, so he knew how high this elder's status was. However, there were specializations in every field. Lin Sun had never been afraid when it came to the attainments of Tao patterns. Lian Qingqi took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. This jade slip records a large-scale Taoist forbidden formation that I have been studying in the past 1,000 years. But I still haven't perfected it completely. Please have a look. Many old freaks revealed surprised expressions. They seemed to have never expected that Lian Qingqi would give them such an enormous problem as soon as the test had just begun. They all knew how difficult and complicated the formation of Tao that Lian Qingqi had been studying in the past 1,000 years was. It was even to the extent that they'd once participated in it, and they'd analyzed and deduced it together in an attempt to help perfect this formation. But without exception, they all failed. If it were not for Lian Qingqi's transcendent status and his attainments in spiritual tattoos, they would have suspected that this formation was wrong from the beginning. Lin Sun saw everyone's expression, but he did not think much about it. He directly read the jade slip. As time went by, everyone was waiting patiently. After 10 minutes, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze. How is it? Lian Qingqi asked with burning eyes, as if he wanted to find some clues from Lin Sun's expression. Lin Sun was silent. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other with different thoughts. Lin Daoyuan was baffled at the beginning. However, upon thinking about it, how could a problem that all of the people from their divine craftsman imperial clan be able to solve so easily? Ninth granduncle, your question is a bit difficult. Even we can't deduce it. It's normal that Taoism pure Lin can't deduce it. Lian Jiuxiao said with a smile, how about another question? In the first round, Lin Sun was trapped, which was an invisible blow to the Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan, lest they underestimate the Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan. The problem that your Holy Craftsman Imperial Clan can't deduce is not difficult, but more like deliberately making things difficult for us. Luo Jia couldn't help saying. She was from the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, so she was not worried about offending anyone. Everyone's expression was a little uneasy. Lian Qingqi said with a wry smile, I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have taken out this difficult problem in such a hurry. As he said, he cupped his hands and apologized to Lin Sun. Lin Sun was surprised that such an old man with a high status could treat an outsider like him so politely, which was really admirable. After thinking about it, Lin Sun said, Taoism pure, don't be so polite. Although this problem is a little difficult, it is not unsolvable. As soon as Lin Sun said this, everyone was stunned. Did he really come up with a solution? Lian Jiuxiao was stunned and couldn't help but look at Lin Sun again. Did this young man really have such great ability? Taoism pure, please enlighten me. Lian Qingqi's eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun engraved the method of deducing the forbidden formation on a jade slip, and then handed it to Lian Qingqi. Lian Qingqi took the jade slip and took a look, and then his pupils instantly constricted as if he'd been struck by lightning. His face turned ghastly pale, and he revealed a dejected expression. Everyone was restless. What was going on? Do I have to change the core of the formation? Lian Qingqi murmured. Lin Sun said, if we don't change it fundamentally, the formation is doomed to be unable to deduce the complete form you desire. He hesitated before because he was worried that Lian Qingqi couldn't bear the blow. Such an answer undoubtedly proved that there was a major flaw in the formation he designed from the very beginning. This was simply like a slap to the face to a supreme Dao marking grandmaster that was renowned for a long time. However, Lian Qingqi didn't get angry because of this. Instead, after a moment of silence, he continued to read the jade slip. When he finished reading, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Lin Sun. With a tone of amazement, he said, Taoism pure Lin, your attainments in Taoism are much better than mine. After that, he bowed to Lin Sun like a disciple bowing to his teacher. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Lian Jiuxiao, Lian Hongxiu, and other old monsters of the Shingang Imperial clan were all caught off guard and even couldn't believe it. What on earth was the answer in the jade slip? Why did it make Lian Qingqi lose control like this? What made them tremble the most was the meaning of Lian Qingqi's words. His attainments in Taoism were much better than mine? Then exactly what sort of inconceivable state has Lin Daoyuan's attainments in Dao markings attained? Even Loka didn't expect that the situation would change in such a way. A strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Lian Qingqi didn't let them be confused for too long. He handed the jade slip to the old monsters present to read one by one. After they saw it, every single one of them had a different reaction. Some cried out involuntarily, some were intoxicated, some exclaimed repeatedly with admiration, some gasped with shock. For a time, the Xingong workshop became as lively as a market. After reading the jade slip, Lian Jiuxiao was silent for a long time. Then he suppressed his surprise and said, "Taoism Pure Lin's attainments. I am ashamed of my inferiority." Lin Sun smiled calmly without being modest. If he continued to be modest, he would be hypocritical and arrogant. "Taoism Pure Lin, can I ask you a question?" Suddenly, an old monster stood out, his eyes full of thirst for knowledge. Seeing this, the other old monsters were also anxious and came forward to talk at once. "Taoism Pure Lin, I also have a question, and I hope you can give me some advice." Taoism Pure Lin, For a time, Lin Sun was surrounded by a group of old monsters who had lived for many years. He was a little unprepared. They were too enthusiastic, they didn't care about their manners at all. Loka was amused and couldn't help but chuckle. Her starry eyes were bright and sparkling. In the end, Lian Jiuxiao stopped all this. He looked at Lin Sun and said, "Taoism Pure Lin, I wonder why you came to the Xingong workshop." As the head of a clan, how could Lian Jiuxiao not see that Lin Sun definitely didn't come to the Xingong workshop just to show off his ability? Lin Sun didn't hide it and said, "I want to refine a life imperial weapon, but I need some time and preparation. So, I want to ask for your help." Hearing this, the old monster's eyes lit up. Refine a life imperial weapon, didn't this mean that they could directly observe fellow Daoist Lin's attainments in the Dao of smithing? Good news, great news, Lian Jiuxiao couldn't help but laugh. So that was it. How could he refuse such a thing? He said heroically, divine materials, furnaces, cauldrons, manpower. What else does fellow Daoist Lin lack? Feel free to tell me. As long as my divine craftsman imperial clan is able to help, we won't hesitate to help. As soon as he finished speaking, an old monster hurriedly stood out, "I am willing to be your assistant. I hope you can help me." "Me too. Count me in. Don't fight. I haven't said anything yet. How can you touch such a precious opportunity? Hey, Taoism Pure Lin, can you count me in?" The scene was a mess. These old monsters were not stupid. They knew very well that if they could help Lin Sun refine a life imperial weapon, they would definitely gain immeasurable benefits on the path of Taoism. Lian Jiuxiao's lips twitched. These old guys used to be very arrogant. It took a lot of effort to ask them for help. Now, they were all scrambling to be his assistant. What was this? If this spread out, how would the world view the Xingong imperial clan? Thinking of this, Lian Jiuxiao first glared at everyone. Then, he coughed and looked at Lin Sun. "Taoism Pure Lin, if you don't mind, please take me with you." His eyes were full of hope and his face was full of desire. Everyone. Lian Jiuxiao shouted, "That smells so good. Master Lin, please take me with you. Also, I want to thank all the people who threw their monthly votes yesterday. There are too many names to list." The second one was even later. In this lively atmosphere, Lin Sun said, "This time, I will not refuse your help and observation, but I need to make some preparations before I start." Lian Jiuxiao said without hesitation, "Taoism Pure Lin, please speak your mind. I need to practice, so I hope that if there is a task, it's better to refine a royal weapon. Please give me some convenience." Lin Sun pondered. He had never refined a royal weapon before. If he didn't practice, it was very likely that something would go wrong. Moreover, the process of practice was also a process of accumulating power. For example, before a duel between masters, they would often go into closed-door training to adjust their state to the best. The same was true for refining weapons. Hearing Lin Sun's request, the old monsters present became more and more excited, and agreed on behalf of Lian Jiuxiao without hesitation. The process of Lin Sun's practice was also an opportunity for them to observe. As for the task of refining weapons, in this city of fire, how could it be lacking? one had to know that the crafting tasks that the Divine Workshop had accepted had been queued up for many years. In addition, I need some divine materials. As soon as Lin Sun put forward his request, he got Lian Jiuxiao's reply, Taoism Pure Lin, just write down the divine materials you need, we will satisfy all of them. Even if we don't have them, we will buy them for you. Overbearing. After Lin Sun thanked him with a smile, he made a third request, if possible, I hope to see the Emperor of all Fires. The originally lively atmosphere immediately quietened down with this sentence. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Lian Jiuxiao sighed, Taoism Pure Lin, the Emperor of all Fires has been in closed-door training for many years, I'm afraid this request, Lin Sun nodded and said, I'm clear about this. However, please allow me to refine weapons in the secret realm of Magic Workshop A1. This secret realm was the core of the Divine Workshop, leading to the depths of the Sea of Fire under the City of Fire, and could communicate with the power of congenital Taoist fire. Of course, as far as Lin Sun knew, the Emperor of all Fires was also in closed-door training in the depths of the Sea of Fire. As long as he could refine weapons in the secret realm, Lin Sun believed that the Emperor of all Fires would show up. However, to Lin's surprise, Lian Jiuxiao was still hesitant about his request, as if he had encountered a huge problem. Only a few old geezers knew what the secret realm represented. Since time immemorial, not a single outsider had entered it. However, Lian Jiuxiao and the other old men couldn't tell Lin the reason. Therefore, they were all hesitant. For a time, the atmosphere in the surroundings became silent and oppressive. I can promise you that, fellow Taoist Lin. Suddenly, a voice resounded out from the entrance of the hall. Everyone turned around and saw a dignified man that wore a violet robe and was extraordinarily handsome had suddenly walked in. Clan leader. Loka was stunned. This person was the clan leader of the immortal phoenix bloodline, Huang Tsangtian. Lian Jiuxiao and the other important figures of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan were shocked as well. They quickly greeted him. The immortal phoenix lineage was the ruler of the immortal phoenix realm. For countless years, their Divine Craftsman Imperial clan had always been under the command of the immortal phoenix lineage. However, no one would have thought that Huang Tsangtian, a figure that was rarely seen, would come to the Divine Workshop today. For a moment, everyone was shocked and uncertain. Huang Tsangtian looked straight at Lin Sun and said with a smile, You must be the Lin Sun mentioned by Lorga. Thank you for your help yesterday and bringing some important news to our clan. Lin Sun cupped his hands, it was nothing. Don't mention it. As he spoke, Lin Sun took out the token that Ao Xingtong gave him and handed it to Huang Tsangtian. This is the token that I brought with me today. Please check it. Speaking of which, Huang Tsangtian was Loka's elder. It was reasonable for him to call Lin Sun senior. Loka has already told me about you. It doesn't matter if you have the token or not. Huang Tsangtian said with a smile. However, when he took a look at the token, his expression suddenly changed and he froze. Because in the sealed letter, Ao Xingtong had personally written down Lin Sun's background, seeing Huang Tsangtian's abnormal expression, Lian Jiuxiao and the others became even more suspicious. Was there something wrong with Lin Daoyuan's identity? Lin Sun vaguely guessed that the letter left by Ao Xingtong had already revealed his identity. After a while, Huang Tsangtian put away the token with a complicated expression and said, Little friend, I understand. From today onwards, no matter what you need, as long as the immortal phoenix bloodline can do it, we will satisfy you. He didn't reveal Lin Sun's identity because it was too sensitive. Who knew how many white tiger and black tortoise cultivators were hiding in the city of 10,000 fire now? If they knew Lin Sun's identity, it was bound to cause an unpredictable storm. Lin Sun thought for a moment and understood Huang Tsangtian's intention. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, senior. At this time, Lian Jiuxiao and the other big shots of the Shingang Imperial clan also realized that Lin Sun's identity was far more complicated than they had imagined. Fellow Taoist, can you really allow Taoist Lin to enter the secret realm to forge weapons? Lian Jiuxiao couldn't help but ask again. Yes. Huang Tsangtian smiled, if you need anything during the process, the immortal phoenix bloodline will provide it. Lian Jiuxiao and the others were excited. If the immortal phoenix bloodline needs it, I can also help to forge some treasures, Lin Sun added. It was just practice anyway, it didn't matter who he helped. Huang Songtian laughed, then I thank you in advance. Before, he had already seen the attitude of Lian Jiuxiao and the others towards Lin Sun. How could he not know that a person who could be subdued by the Shingang imperial clan could not be ordinary? Taoist Lin, when do you plan to start? Lian Jiuxiao looked at Lin Sun. There's no time like the present. Lin Sun said. Everyone was excited and delighted. They couldn't wait to see Lin's means for a long time. Lian Jiuxiao immediately led the way and the group entered the secret realm of the Divine Workshop A1. Huang Songtian didn't join in the fun. Watching Lin Sun being crowded away, he sighed with emotion. Back then, because of Luo Qingxuan, the Immortal Phoenix clan and the Nirvana Luo clan broke off relations. Now, Luo Qingxuan's son had come and uncovered a conspiracy against the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. It was like karma was being repaid today. White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Luo family. Huang Songtian's eyes darkened as he fell into deep thought. Rolling waves of fire rose into the sky, rolling up countless dazzling fire dragons. They surged between the heavens and the earth, emitting scorching airflow that could burn mountains and rivers. Sometimes, one could see red, green, black, silver, gold, all kinds of rare heavenly fires flickering between the heavens and the earth, appearing and disappearing from time to time. This place was like a kingdom of fire. If it wasn't for the layers of restrictive power, ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to set foot in here. This place was naturally the core forbidden area of the #1 Divine Workshop. The Secret Realm. In the center, there was a Taoist field that covered an area of tens of thousands of meters. In the center of the field stood an ancient bronze cauldron, glowing with a jade-like luster. The mouth of the cauldron was enshrouded in light, giving off an ancient aura. After Lian Jiuxiao explained briefly, Lin Sun knew that the deepest part of the Sea of Fire under the city of 10,000 Fire Emperor was beneath the dojo. The cauldron in the center of the dojo was the first crafting furnace that the founder of the Divine Craftsman Imperial Clan, the Equipment Emperor, had refined after returning from the Kunlun ruins. Although it was a replica, it was now an important weapon of the clan, and it was regarded as the best crafting furnace in the Divine Craftsman Imperial Clan. Fellow Lin, please take a look. There are more than 1,300 types of divine fires in this world, and there are a total of 19 of them that can be ranked as the best in the world. Lian Jiuxiao introduced to Lin Sun with pride. These have been found by my clan from all over the world for countless years. It's no exaggeration to say that there's probably no place in the entire world that can possess so many divine fires. The nearby old antiques nodded their heads. It's spectacular indeed. Lin Sun was extremely shocked. What he saw before him was an eye-opener, and he felt that it was enough for him to refine his natal imperial weapon here. Suddenly, a trace of strangeness flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. The copper piece of the source furnace that he had hidden on his body actually produced a trace of strange fluctuation at this moment, as if it had sensed something. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun was keenly aware that there seemed to be a wisp of consciousness sweeping over him in the dark of this secret realm. Although it disappeared in a flash, Lin Sun was sure that it was not an illusion. Is that you? The name of the Emperor of all Fires came to Lin Sun's mind. However, when he tried to sense it carefully, the copper piece of the source furnace fell into silence again, as if it had been cut off. Lin Sun smiled and didn't take it seriously. He was sure that as long as he refined here, the Emperor of all Fires would come out to meet him sooner or later. Fellow Lin, this is a task to refine a low-grade imperial weapon of mysterious grade. It was customized by an elder of the Green Python Imperial Clan. An old antique walked out and handed a jade slip to Lin Sun. Do you think it's feasible? Lin Sun looked at it and nodded, yes. Immediately, someone sent 3 sets of divine materials needed for refining. This was because they were afraid of failure, so they prepared more divine materials. If these divine materials can't be used up, will they be returned to the customer? Lin Sun couldn't help asking curiously. Impossible. The old antiques said in unison, and then they all laughed. This was a rule that had existed since ancient times. Even if the refining was successful in the first time, the remaining divine materials would belong to the refiner. Why were all the refiners in the world so rich? The reason was that they not only received rewards for refining weapons, but also made a lot of money from the divine materials for refining weapons. It was no exaggeration to say that if you had a refiner as a friend, you wouldn't have to worry about the lack of cultivation resources for the rest of your life. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. He remembered a sentence that Master Lu once said when he was young: spiritual tattooists' fingertips flowed with unimaginable wealth. The reward for refining a monarch weapon could not be measured with money. Most of the time, refining a monarch weapon not only gave one an extraordinary reward, but also an unimaginable favor. Most of the users of monarch weapons were at the Emperor realm. It was imaginable how valuable it was to get a favor from an Emperor realm expert. Over the years, the Xianxia imperial clan had refined countless monarch weapons for the thousands of races in the deity Phoenix realm. It was imaginable how much favor they had accumulated. Everyone knew that the Xianxia imperial clan was under the command of the deity Phoenix bloodline. Therefore, the favor they had accumulated over the years would definitely be remembered by the deity Phoenix bloodline. It could be said that the Xianxia imperial clan had been able to dominate the thousands of races and become a dominating existence. The contributions of the Xianxia imperial clan could not be ignored. The task of practicing, divine materials, furnace fire, they were all there. The group of old antiques looked at Lin Sun expectantly. Lin Sun thought for a while and started to act. He waved his sleeve. Boom, a divine fire that was flickering in the depths of the sky was guided down and fell into the furnace at the center of the Taoist sanctum. In an instant, the flame was boiling and the furnace was shaking. Purple sun true flame? Some old antiques were surprised because it was not a top-notch divine fire. Many people began to ponder. The task this time was to refine a snake spear for an elder of the Green Python Imperial clan. It only needed to be at the lower grade of black grade. Whoosh! Before the old monsters could figure it out, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and dozens of divine materials poured into the furnace like a tide. Instantly, the violet sun true flames surged as they fused the divine materials into the furnace, causing them to erupt with strands of resplendent divine radiance that were multicolored and resplendent. He was smelting the divine materials until they were melted into one furnace. Then, the embryo of the weapon could be condensed. Lin Sun's performance was not noteworthy. The only commendable thing was that his movements were smooth, full of a mysterious sense of rhythm. The old antiques present were confident that they could also do this. If these divine materials are smelted with the purple sun true flame, I'm afraid it will take several days. Someone pondered and analyzed. Until now, they were still wondering why Lin Sun chose the purple sun true flame instead of other divine fires of better quality. But soon, they understood. Lin Sun's fingers moved, and a black divine fire rushed into the furnace like a long river above the sky. Profoundine cold flame. Some people were astonished. Boom, in the cauldron, the purple sun true flame and the profoundine cold flame intertwined, as if yin and yang were incompatible, producing a terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and earth like thunder. This caused those seniors to be unable to help but break out in cold sweat, and they almost thought Lin Sun had gone mad. These two divine flames were like water and fire, and they repelled each other and were utterly impossible to fuse. In the past, no artificer dared to attempt to coexist these two types of divine flames in the same furnace. But soon, the crowd was stunned. Within the cauldron, as the two divine flames clashed and collided with each other, the dozens of divine materials enveloped within the cauldron melted and disintegrated at an unbelievable speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, these divine materials had turned into a ball of pure, magnificent, and colorful liquid that emitted a brilliant light. Lin Sun threw the remaining divine materials into the cauldron unhurriedly to smelt them. The crowd suddenly became restless, and the seniors looked at each other with a look of understanding. It turns out that the divine materials that need to be smelted for several days can be melted in such a short time by relying on the collision of divine flames. Why haven't we thought of such a method before? Some seniors murmured. No, we've all thought of it before, but most of our attempts ended in failure. After all, there are more than 1,000 types of divine flames, and they all have different characteristics and powers. Furthermore, the divine materials needed to refine a monarch armament are not the same. During the smelting process, the slightest mistake could lead to failure. Someone sighed with emotion. In my opinion, fellow Taoism Lin must have thoroughly understood the nature and essence of those divine materials, and that's why he adopted such a unique smelting method. Yes, that's right. These seniors observed and conversed with each other, and all of them felt that they'd benefited greatly. Lien Jiuxiao had been listening from the side, and he couldn't help but take out a jade slip and start to record it attentively. His serious appearance made him seem like a scholar that was seriously taking notes in class. This caused one of the seniors to be puzzled. "Patriarch, it's only a method of smelting, and it can't be considered to be world-shaking. Why do we have to record it down?" Lien Jiuxiao didn't even raise his head as he said, "It's only the beginning, yet all of you were already surprised by the ability fellow Taoist Lin revealed. Isn't this worthy of being taken seriously?" Just these words alone caused everyone to be unable to help but feel ashamed. Lien Jiuxiao finished recording everything on the jade slip, and then he said with a solemn expression, "This opportunity is extremely precious. Don't just observe, all of you should seriously commit it to memory and ponder deeply about it. Only in this way would my divine craftsman imperial clan have a chance to break through in the Tao of equipment refinement." All the seniors restrained their thoughts and nodded seriously. Luo Jia, who'd noticed this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. Based on the attitudes of Lien Jiuxiao and the others, they clearly seemed like a group of students that were hungry for knowledge, and they were so sincere and serious. If this was spread out, what would the whole world think of it? Looking at the distance, Lin Sun stood alone in front of the furnace. His figure was tall and straight, and when he occasionally moved, his sleeves fluttered in the wind, showing an indescribable elegance and calmness. Even Luo Jia had to admit that Lin Sun, who was serious and focused, had an indescribable style that attracted people unconsciously. Even watching from a distance, people didn't feel bored at all. Boom, 2 hours later, nearly 500 kinds of divine materials were smelted one by one, turning into a magnificent and colorful liquid, which was boiling and rolling in the fiery furnace. At this time, Lin Sun began to inscribe Taoist formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a command of his mind, countless Tao pattern symbols whistled out like a school of fish, and they interweaved with each other to form Tao pattern diagrams one after another. They enveloped the cauldron and embedded themselves into the liquid divine materials in a miraculous way. Setting up Taoist formation before the embryo of the weapon is formed? Many old monsters were surprised, and their eyes were fixed on Lin Sun's every move. Generally speaking, after smelting the divine materials, the embryo of the weapon would be refined, and then the Taoist formation would be inscribed on it. But at this time, Lin Sun was setting up Taoist formation in the divine materials that had been smelted into liquid before he refined the embryo of the weapon, which surprised many old monsters. Many people were thoughtful and tasted some different mysteries. Liquid divine materials were invisible, so it was the most difficult to set up Taoist formation in them. For example, on a still scroll, it was very easy to sketch out a landscape painting. However, if the painting was dynamic and constantly changing, one could imagine how difficult it would be to draw out a complete landscape painting. In the past, these old monsters had also refined weapons in this way, but they were all aimed at treasures below the Emperor weapon, because it was easy to get started and not difficult. But if this kind of refining method was used on the Emperor weapon, it would be different, and the difficulty would be doubled. Generally speaking, even a Taoist formation grandmaster like Lian Xingqi would never use this kind of refining method, because it was too easy to fail and make mistakes. Although this method is extremely difficult and it is very easy to make mistakes, as long as it succeeds, the quality of the Emperor weapon will be extraordinary. Lien Jiuxiao's words won the approval of all the people present. But, would Lin Sun succeed? When this thought came to people's mind, they immediately saw that a total of 81 large Taoist formation patterns had been completely integrated into the divine materials in the stove, and at this moment, an earth-shaking change occurred. Boom! Divine rainbows suddenly erupted like rain, and billions of divine lights were released. In the stove, a strong and unparalleled murderous spirit spread quietly, and then, a ray of light burst out like a waterfall. At this moment, all the old monsters felt a stinging pain in their eyes. When their vision became clear, they saw a snake spear floating above the stove. The black body of the spear was suffused with tide-like Taoist light, and the sharp tip of the spear was emitting frightening cold light. The void around the snake spear collapsed and wailed, as if it could not bear the terrible power released by this treasure. It was done. Lien Jiuxiao and the old monsters of the Divine Craftsman clan all widened their eyes, and their faces were full of shock. With their eyesight, how could they not see that this treasure was not only successful, but also extraordinarily terrible. Only an emperor weapon with at least 9 emperor treasure tattoos could be called low rank of mysterious grade. The emperor weapon Lin Sun refined had 48 emperor treasure tattoos, and only 1 more emperor treasure tattoos could be listed as middle rank of mysterious grade, and such a low-rank emperor weapon was often regarded as peerless grade among the same rank. It's only been less than 6 hours, isn't it? An old monster's heart trembled. In such a short time, Lin Sun not only succeeded, but also made a peerless grade emperor weapon, which was completely beyond their expectation. Before, Lin Sun had helped Lian Fei Jia refine a peerless grade emperor weapon of mysterious grade, but it was only a semi-finished product. What Lin Sun did was nothing more than solving a problem of setting up a formation. But now it was different. From smelting to inscribing Taoist formation patterns, to refining the emperor weapon, it only took less than 6 hours. This speed could be regarded as shocking. What a pity. Suddenly, Lin Sun's sigh sounded from afar, and it caused all the old monsters who were shocked and sighing with emotion to be stunned. What a pity, what did he mean? Why did you sigh, Daoist Lin? Lian Jiuxiao couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun stared at the snake spear that had just been refined, and his voice carried a trace of helplessness. Originally, with my ability, even if I didn't add any divine materials, it would be sufficient to refine this emperor weapon to the middle rank of mysterious grade. But the task required me to only refine it to the low rank, so I restrained myself at the last moment. The corners of Lian Jiuxiao and the others' mouths twitched fiercely when they heard this, and their expressions were extremely interesting. Restrain himself a little? Why restrain himself? Who would complain about the power of a monarch weapon exceeding 1 grade? But Lin Sun's words were reasonable, and Lian Jiuxiao and the others couldn't refute him. Yes, this was the guest's request. Moreover, Lin Sun had already forged a peerless monarch weapon, which was enough to make the guest secretly happy. What happened just now? Do you all remember it? Lian Jiuxiao asked. The old monsters beside him nodded. Lian Jiuxiao was satisfied. That's good. He looked at Lin Sun. Daoist Lin, do you want to take a rest? He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and ask Lin Sun some questions he had while observing the process. Forget it, let's continue. Lin Sun felt his strength. Previously, he had only used less than 20% of his strength, so he could still continue. Moreover, the weapon forging just now could only be considered as a small test, a warm-up. Lian Jiuxiao uttered and immediately issued an order to give Lin another task of refining weapons. At the same time, the city of 10,000 Fire Emperor was in an uproar. A mysterious Daoist Grandmaster has arrived at the Divine Workshop A1. His magnificence has won the hearts of the Divine Craftsman Emperor clan. The latest news, this mysterious refiner is called Lin Daoyuan, and he has unimaginable attainments in Daoist inscriptions. This time, he has come to forge a life monarch weapon. Since ancient times, Lin Daoyuan has become the first outsider to enter the A1 secret realm. The news was like thunder, resounding through the city of 10,000 Fire Emperor clan, causing an unprecedented uproar. In the deity Phoenix realm, who didn't know that the Divine Craftsman Emperor clan was the best in the world in the art of forging, but now, this Lin Daoyuan could actually convince the old monsters of the Divine Craftsman Emperor clan. This was too unbelievable. The Divine Craftsman Emperor clan is so proud of the art of forging, but they were actually convinced by an outsider. This Lin Daoyuan, who is he? Many major forces were alarmed and sent people to investigate. For a time, the vicinity of the A1 workshop was simply filled with a sea of people, and it was completely blocked off. Even Huang Sangtian, who had decided to oversee this place from today onwards, could not help but be surprised by such a grand occasion. He immediately ordered many experts of the immortal Phoenix bloodline to come forward and oversee this place from the shadows. He suspected that the elites of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan would also be attracted here. After all, this matter was too sensational, and anyone with some intentions would probably come over to investigate. If he could seize this opportunity to drag them out and kill them one by one, why not? Thinking of this, Huang Sangtian couldn't help thinking that it was better this way. The ancestor was originally in the deepest part of the Sea of Fire under the number 1 spiritual workshop. The greater the sensation caused by Lin Sun, the more powerhouses would be attracted, and it could also play a role in covering people's eyes and ears. At the very least, if the forces of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans were to charge over, the experts that were distributed in the vicinity would be a natural line of defense. That evening, the Azure Python Imperial clan's elder Meng Tong rushed over with a puzzled expression. He had just received the news that the custom-made sovereign weapon in the Divine Workshop had been successfully refined, which surprised him greatly. The reason for that was because when he had ordered his Imperial armament, he had used a lot of connections and favors to obtain a promise from the Divine Workshop that they would be able to forge his Imperial armament within 3 months. Meng Tong was very satisfied with this result, because as far as he knew, some orders for custom-made sovereign weapons were even waiting for 10 years, but Meng Tong had never thought that in less than half a month, he would receive the news that the sovereign weapon had been successfully refined. Of course, this was a pleasant surprise. When he arrived outside the Divine Workshop A1, Meng Tong was surprised to find that the surrounding area was bustling with people even though it was already late. He even recognized many of the Sovereign Realm existences from the major forces at a glance. After a little inquiry, Meng Tong learned that it was a mysterious figure named Lin Daoyuan who had caused such a big commotion. "Brother Meng Tong, quickly go to the Divine Workshop to get your sovereign weapon. I heard that Lin Daoyuan spent less than 6 hours to refine a sovereign weapon for you." A Sovereign Realm cultivator who knew Meng Tong spoke curiously. "Remember to let us have a look after you take out the sovereign weapon." "That's right, we are all very curious to see how capable this Lin Daoyuan is, to be able to impress the Divine Workshop Imperial clan." Many people voiced their opinions. Meng Tong hurriedly responded and entered the Divine Workshop. Not long after, the crowd gathered around the Divine Workshop saw Meng Tong walking out of the workshop. However, he seemed to be in a trance, as if he had lost his soul. It was very unusual. "Brother Meng Tong, how did it go?" someone asked. Countless gazes turned to Meng Tong, filled with curiosity. Meng Tong was startled for a moment, before he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this trip was not in vain. As for my sovereign weapon, I can only say that it has completely surpassed my expectations." With that, he swaggered off. His excited, proud, and excited demeanor was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. There were also many people who cursed. "This old man was too hateful, he dared to keep us in suspense." However, Meng Tong's performance still caused a commotion. There was no doubt that Lin Daoyuan's smithing skills were extraordinary, but no one knew exactly how extraordinary he was. This made everyone even more curious. It could be said that their hearts were itching. Seeing this, Huang Songtian, who was overseeing in the dark, had an idea. He passed down an order: "Spread the news of today's matter. I want the entire Immortal Phoenix realm to know that a godlike refiner, Lin Daoyuan, has arrived in the A1 Divine Workshop. Remember, you must spread the news of Meng Tong's achievements. This is a living example, it cannot be wasted." Yes. On that day, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline mobilized their power to spread the news. With unbelievable speed, it spread to all the territories of the Immortal Phoenix realm. Overnight, Lin Daoyuan's name resounded in the skies of the Immortal Phoenix realm, and because the Immortal Phoenix bloodline added fuel to the fire, countless Emperor realm monsters from all over the realm were alarmed and began to make their way to the city of 10,000 flames. To any old monster, a sovereign weapon was an unparalleled attraction. And a weapon refiner who could subdue the Divine Palace Monarch clan and forge a sovereign weapon in just over 4 hours was enough to attract the attention of any emperor. Therefore, in just a few days, the number of emperors that appeared in the city of 10,000 flames multiplied, and as time passed, the number of emperors continued to increase, and the place where the Divine Workshop A1 was located became the most popular area in the city of 10,000 flames. Emperors that were rarely seen in the past were now everywhere. This was unprecedented. Huang Songtian couldn't help but be satisfied. A great disaster was coming for the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. The White Tiger clan, the Black Tortoise clan, and the Permitha Luo clan were enough to make the Immortal Phoenix bloodline feel great pressure. But now, emperors from all over the Immortal Phoenix realm gathered in the city of 10,000 flames, especially the Divine Workshop A1, which had become the focus of all the emperors. Under such circumstances, even if the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan wanted to invade, they would have to consider the consequences. "Lin Sun is really the lucky star of our clan." Huang Songtian sighed in his heart. Before, he didn't expect that Lin Sun's appearance could cause such a big movement. Lin Sun was unaware of all this. He was currently practicing. Many years had passed since he stepped into the Emperor realm and decided to refine a life Emperor weapon. Over the years, he had been wondering what kind of shape a life weapon that could match his cultivation should take. Until he entered the city of 10,000 flames and saw the shape and mystery of the divine craftsman clan's sovereign weapons, Lin Sun gradually conceived some ideas in his heart. The reason why he was practicing right now was because he was preparing to refine his life imperial armament. Boom! The ancient bronze furnace rumbled while divine flames flowed with multicolored light and surged as they burned. Countless miraculous markings of the Tao surged and flowed within the furnace, and they revealed all sorts of miraculous phenomena. Lin Sun stood there, his sleeves fluttering, his expression focused and calm. In the distance, Lian Jiuxiao and the other old monsters were also concentrating, their eyes unblinking, their faces full of thirst for knowledge. It had been 4 days. Under their attention, Lin Sun had successfully forged 9 black-grade lower-rank sovereign weapons and 3 black-grade middle-rank sovereign weapons. On average, he forged 3 sovereign weapons every day. None failed. None of them weren't peerless. None of them didn't exceed the expectations of everyone present. For Lian Jiuxiao and the others, in the past 4 days, they had suffered too much shock and surprise, and lost their composure again and again. If they were subdued by Lin Sun's means before, then at this moment, they treated Lin Sun with a kind of fanatical admiration and respect. They finally realized what it meant to surpass nature, what it meant to be wonderful, and what it meant to have a godlike attainment in Tao runes. It was utterly impossible to describe the feelings in their hearts with words. At this moment, they seemed to have transformed into the most pious and studious scholars, and they were concentrated, firm, and painstaking. They didn't dare be distracted in the slightest, as they were deeply afraid that they would miss some rare and precious profundities of equipment refinement because of this. Even Lian Qingqi, a great Tao rune grandmaster, was no exception. For Loka, she only had one feeling, that those old guys from the Xianxia imperial clan were completely obsessed with Lin Sun's attainment in refining weapons. When she looked at Lin Sun again, for the first time, she felt that the gap between her and her good friend had become incomparably huge in just a few decades. She even felt that Lin Sun was so far away that she could only look up to him. In the past 4 days, in the darkness of the secret realm, there was a mysterious thought that occasionally couldn't help appearing and looking at Lin Sun, who was refining weapons from afar. But it would disappear soon, and almost no one could notice it. Even Lin Sun, who was immersed in refining weapons, didn't notice this scene again. At the same time, in the Emperor's City of Fire, because of Lin Sun's refining of sovereign weapons, a tsunami-like uproar was set off again. Outside the divine workshop, emperors could be seen everywhere. Ordinary cultivators had almost no place to stand and could only stand and watch from a very far distance. There were too many emperors, and the aura they exuded inadvertently made people breathless. Who dared to approach? Some people secretly counted that in just 4 days, the number of emperors who had gathered here had reached an astonishing 45. Among them, there were even 5 9th-level emperors who hadn't shown up for a long time. This was a number that was enough to make the world look askance and tremble. It reflected the amazing scene of the gathering of emperors. At this time, these emperors seemed very patient, waiting quietly, and no one showed a trace of impatience. In the past 4 days, the news that Lin Daoyuan had refined 12 emperor weapons had shocked the whole city and set off a monstrous storm. The most shocking thing was that all 12 emperor weapons could be called peerless. This also made people finally understand why the arrogant divine workshop imperial clan would be subdued by Lin Daoyuan alone. With such unfathomable attainments in the Tao of spiritual runes, who wouldn't be shocked and convinced by him? For all the cultivators in the city of 10,000 fire, what happened in recent days was like an unprecedented legend. And this Lin Daoyuan was the legend of the legend. At present, the emperors who gathered outside the divine workshop were not just there to watch the fun. They were all tempted and decided to ask Lin Sun to refine weapons. Moreover, they were already waiting in line to customize emperor weapons. When he learned all this, Huang Santian, the patriarch of Deity Phoenix clan, who had been sitting in the dark, couldn't sit still and personally came out to take charge of the affairs here. With his transcendent status, even the emperor ancestors had to be courteous to him and didn't dare to act recklessly. Therefore, although there were many big shots gathered near the divine workshop, they were in good order and there was no chaos or disturbance. For such a situation, Huang Songtian was naturally happy to see it happen. Patriarch, in recent days, we have captured and killed 37 experts of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan in the city. Unfortunately, they are all small fries and there is no one above the emperor realm. A black-robed old man came to meet and reported to Huang Songtian. In addition, within our clan, we found 39 clansmen who were controlled by the spirit-locking divine insect. Among them, for our elders, another 16 have mysteriously disappeared, and there are 9 people who are suspicious. Then he handed a jade slip to Huang Songtian. This is the list, please have a look. Huang Songtian opened the jade slip and looked at it. His expression didn't change as he sent a voice transmission. Imprison all the clansmen on this list. Have the disciplinary elder interrogate them personally. We must torture them to find out who the culprit is and where they are now. The black-robed old man nodded and immediately said, Patriarch, should we also conduct an investigation of the emperor realm in the clan? Huang Songtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he fell silent for a moment before a wisp of resolution flashed through his eyes. Leave this matter to the Grand Supreme Elder. Remember, don't leak anything during the investigation. The black-robed old man solemnly took the order. If we really find that there is something wrong with the Emperor Realm elders in the clan, taking a deep breath, Huang Songtian's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. Please arrest them immediately, the highest elder. If they resist, kill them. The black-robed old man trembled and left. If we don't get rid of the internal trouble, if we let you work together, our immortal phoenix bloodline will fall into eternal damnation. I only hope there won't be so many traitors. Huang Songtian's eyes were deep. At present, the city of 10,000 Fire was still bustling and even attracted the attention of the whole world because of Lin Sun's appearance. But Huang Songtian knew that behind this hustle and bustle, there was actually a storm coming. The White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had not really revealed their sharp fangs, but they must have been planning for this for a long time. Perhaps, as long as the great figure of the Nirvana Luo clan came, all the hidden forces of the two clans would launch a thunderous attack. What Huang Songtian was most afraid of now was not these, but what would happen when the ancestors awakened. This was the fundamental reason why he had to stay here in person. Time flew, and before he knew it, 2 months had passed. On the top floor of a restaurant that was thousands of feet tall, extremely far away from the A1 Divine Workshop. On this day, a red-robed man and a white-haired old man arrived at the city of 10,000 Fire and appeared here. The red-robed man was called Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu and came from the White Tiger clan. He had great power and status. The white-haired old man was called Emperor Ancestor Qianyin and was an old antique of the Black Tortoise clan. This time, the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan planned to attack the immortal Phoenix bloodline with these two antiques. Have you found out the origin of Lin Daoyuan? Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu asked. He looked like a young man, but his eyes reflected a terrible vision of heaven and earth collapsing and all things withering. A gray-robed old man stood on one side and said respectfully, Ancestor, the only thing we can conclude now is that Lin Daoyuan came from a place outside the immortal Phoenix domain. So, it is very likely that he came from the starry ancient path? Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu's eyes flashed. No one answered. This Huang Songtian is quite a schemer. He used Lin Daoyuan's fame to attract almost all the Emperor Realm cultivators in the immortal Phoenix realm to gather in front of the A1 Divine Workshop. It's like he's acting as a barrier. The white-haired Emperor Ancestor Qianyin said in an old voice, Daoist Wan Lu, what do you think we should do next? Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu frowned and fell into deep thought. Originally, the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had planned to act in secret and control as many of the Immortal Phoenix clan's core members as possible. That way, when the big shot from the Permitha Luo clan arrived, they could coordinate with the Immortal Phoenix clan's powerhouses and destroy the Immortal Phoenix clan in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that something unexpected would happen? 2 months ago, the Immortal Phoenix clan suddenly launched an operation to capture and kill the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan in the entire city of 10,000 Fire. Moreover, the pawns of the Immortal Phoenix clan that they controlled were eliminated one by one. This was tantamount to ruining their previous plan. If that was all, it would have been fine. This time, the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had mobilized the entire clan's power and had been waiting for a long time. Once the battle started, they would march straight in and suppress the Immortal Phoenix clan with absolute power. In other words, even if it was a head-on battle, the two clans were confident that they could destroy the Immortal Phoenix clan. But now, they had encountered a thorny problem: Lin Daoyuan, a Dao pattern grandmaster who appeared out of nowhere, and his attainments in Dao patterns made even the Divine Craftsman Emperor clan admire him. In these 2 months, as he started refining weapons, the entire Immortal Phoenix realm was in an uproar, and an unprecedented uproar was set off. When Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu and Emperor Ancestor Qianyin heard about this, they couldn't help but be moved, shocked, and even trembled. A Dao pattern grandmaster who could refine 3 Emperor weapons every day, and all the Emperor weapons he refined were at the peerless grade level. It was definitely enough to shock the world, and it was rare to see one in 10,000 years. However, the problem that Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu and the others felt was also caused by Lin Daoyuan. Because in the past 2 months, the number of emperors who came from all over the Immortal Phoenix realm had reached a mind-numbing number of hundreds. In the past, emperors were elusive, and it was difficult to even catch a glimpse of them. But now, hundreds of emperors were gathered in front of the A1 Divine Workshop. That scene could be said to be a rare sight in all the realms. All of this was caused by Lin Daoyuan alone. But this time, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans' real target was the area where the A1 Divine Workshop was located. Even a fool knew that as long as Lin Daoyuan was there, anyone who dared to invade the A1 Divine Workshop would have to go through the hundreds of emperors. This was also the problem that Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu and the others felt was troublesome. Hundreds of emperors, that was a serious threat to Xianxia clans like the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans. What we can be sure of is that Huang Santian has already seen through our plans, and has made sufficient preparations. Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu spoke after a long while. This also means that no matter what we do, they will respond immediately. After pausing for a while, a cold look flashed across his eyes. However, I don't think that the group of Emperor stage figures who have gathered here would have the guts to choose to stay after knowing the situation of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Emperor Ancestor Qianyin said thoughtfully, so we have to make our intentions of attacking the Immortal Phoenix clan clear now? That's the only way. If we wait until the big shot from the Permitha Luo family arrives, it will be too late. Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu's voice was low and cold. Emperor Ancestor Qianyin nodded. On that day, a piece of news spread: the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans have received orders from the Permitha Luo family to come to the city of 10,000 Fire Emperor soon to attack the Immortal Phoenix clan. The news was earth-shattering, and the entire city of 10,000 Fire Emperor fell into turmoil. Before people could confirm the authenticity of the news, all sorts of news quickly spread. On the day of the attack, anyone who colludes with the Immortal Phoenix clan will be exterminated. Anyone who does not leave the city of 10,000 Fire Emperor before the arrival of the army will be exterminated. Anyone who is willing to serve the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans will be rewarded handsomely after the Immortal Phoenix clan is exterminated. When news of this spread like a tsunami, the entire myriad flame imperial city fell into boundless upheaval. Countless cultivators were horrified, and shocked by this news. Everyone realized that an unprecedented disaster was about to sweep through the city of 10,000 Fire Emperor like a storm. In less than 3 days, the myriad Fire Emperor city, which used to be the most prosperous city in the world, had become deserted and bleak. The streets were densely packed like cobwebs. Clansmen from the major forces were leaving in groups. As the news spread by the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans continued to ferment, the city of 10,000 Fire Imperial City became a place of turmoil and disaster. No one cared if the Immortal Phoenix bloodline would be exterminated. To the ordinary people, the reason for leaving was simple. They were afraid of being dragged into this catastrophe. A fire at the city gates would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Moreover, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans had already made their stance clear. Anyone who stayed in the city of 10,000 Fire Imperial City with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline would become their target. The cold wind rustled and people hurried. Even the owner of the city, the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan, was powerless to stop them. They could not use forceful methods to keep everyone in the city. The area in front of the Divine Workshop A1 had become much more deserted. There was no longer a sea of people in front of it. There were more than 100 Emperor-old monsters gathered here. Now, there were less than 30 people left. Their numbers had been reduced by more than half. In the end, the emperors who left were not from the immortal phoenix bloodline. Why would they choose to stay at a time like this? Huang Xantian did not stop them. He just committed the names of these emperors to memory. Why haven't you left? Huang Xantian asked indifferently as he looked at the remaining emperors. There was not a trace of panic in his eyes. If it wasn't for the divine workshop, we would not have been able to obtain a supreme emperor weapon in such a short period of time. Now that the divine craftsman imperial clan is in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? An old monster said. The emperors present nodded in agreement. The divine craftsman imperial clan was a subordinate of the immortal phoenix bloodline. Their base was in 10,000 Fire Imperial City. If the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans invaded, the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan would definitely be in trouble. Huang Xantian's gaze swept across them one by one. Finally, he threw his head back and laughed. Adversity reveals one's true abilities. I will remember everyone's kindness today on behalf of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan. It had to be said that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans' threat strategy was very successful. Just by relying on intimidation, the entire city was shaken, and the situation changed drastically. This caused Huang Xantian to feel extremely pressured, and he was even more aware that the calamity that descended was bound to be extraordinary. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. On the contrary, this ignited Huang Xantian's desire to fight. He immediately issued an order, announced to the whole city that 3 days later, the city of 10,000 Fire Imperial City's Grand Array will be fully activated. Whoever wants to leave, take advantage of these 3 days to get lost. Yes. Someone hurriedly accepted the order and left. When the storm comes, everyone is in danger. There aren't many who are willing to live and die with the immortal phoenix bloodline. The myriad flow ancestor spoke slowly in a restaurant with a wisp of satisfaction on his face. Everything that had happened in the past few days had been witnessed by him. Huang Xantian is going to lock down the entire city in 3 days. It's time for us to leave, Qianin said as he stood up. Alright, let's wait for a while more. Myriad Flow Emperor Ancestor agreed with a smile. Not long after, once the White Tiger and Black Tortoise armies finished gathering, it would be the day they set off for battle, in the secret realm. Lin Sun woke up from meditation and breathed a long sigh of satisfaction. It had been 2 months, and he was almost practicing. Apart from forging weapons, he spent his time recovering his physical strength. He worked day and night without rest. Up to now, his mind had accumulated countless inspirations and ideas, like constantly fermenting lava, and he felt that it would erupt at any time. Lin Sun knew that the purpose of practicing had been achieved. Next, it might be time to refine his own Life Emperor weapon. But at this time, Huang Xantian came to find Lin Sun. His expression was uncharacteristically solemn, and he briefly told Lin Sun what had happened recently. After that, Huang Xantian stared into Lin Sun's eyes and said, "If you want to leave, it's still not too late. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." At this time, Lian Jiuxiao and other old antiques of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan were also changing their expressions. They didn't expect that in just 2 months, the outside world had changed so much. Finally, all eyes turned to Lin Sun at the same time. Lin Sun was silent for a moment before he said, "Back then, it was because of my mother that you and the bloodline of the immortal phoenix behind you completely broke off relations with the Nirvana Luo family. Now that such a disaster has occurred, how can I leave just like that?" Lian Jiuxiao and others were dumbfounded. Suddenly, they realized that Lin Daoyuan's mother was Luo Qingxuan. Luo Jia was also stunned and felt it was incredible. But Lin Sun said with a smile, "What's more, I haven't refined my Life Emperor weapon yet. How can I leave like this? Even if I leave, I can't return to the starry ancient road without the help of the bloodline of Immortal Phoenix." Huang Xantian stared at Lin Sun for a moment and finally said, "If you have made up your mind, I don't need to hide it from you anymore." Then, he told Lin Sun all the secrets of the Phoenix clan's ancestor in this secret realm. In other words, they came for the ancestor of Immortal Phoenix? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Huang Xantian nodded. "If my clan's progenitor awakens, he will be a threat to the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans. The Permethal Luo clan has sent such a powerful figure to force my clan's progenitor to submit. Only then did Lin realize how serious the crisis faced by the immortal Phoenix clan was, and the #1 workshop had become the eye of the storm. If so, I can't leave. Lin Sun's eyes were calm. Senior, if you have any orders, just tell me. I will do my best. Huang Songtian was speechless and said with a smile, the disaster has not come yet. Before that, you can just stay here and refine your weapon. He looked at Lian Jiuxiao and others, but they can't stay here to help you anymore. Lin Sun shook his head, it's okay. With his attainments, there was no need for others to help him anymore. Luo Jia, you stay here with Lin Sun, Huang Songtian said. Luo Jia understood the seriousness of the situation and couldn't help saying, Patriarch, I also want to serve the clan. Huang Songtian smiled and said, you stay here and you will serve the clan. Then, he left with Lian Jiuxiao and the others. The City of Fire was built by the Divine Craftsman clan. For countless years, this city was like a large imperial weapon, covered with countless forbidden formations. Now that a great disaster was coming, the City of Fire could not be without Lian Jiuxiao and the other old antiques. Soon, only Lin Sun and Luo Jia were left in the secret realm. Looking at Luo Jia's distracted and worried expression, Lin Sun comforted him softly, don't worry, as long as I am here, the immortal Phoenix clan will not suffer a disaster. But Luo Jia obviously didn't listen and nodded absent-mindedly. Head. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. The urgent matter now was, naturally, to refine the imperial weapon. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boom, the fire of Tao swept out and turned into a cauldron with 3 feet and 2 handles. It had an immortal charm. This was the true form of the fire of Tao. When he subdued this fire, there was a shocking phenomenon. Between heaven and earth, all things returned to silence, only a fire cauldron was burning. The sky, the earth, the latitude, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all melted away. The traces of time and the orbit of space seemed to be non-existent. Only this cauldron-like fire of Tao became the eternal one and immortal. Lin Sun still clearly remembered that a flame general who guarded this fire once said, if you want to get this fire, you must be stained with karma. If you want to uncover karma, you must understand the wonders of nature. No matter who you are, dare I ask you, are you willing to take this fire to the ruins of Tao? At that time, Lin Sun judged that the fire of Tao was very likely to have some connection with the ruins of Tao, one of the 4 ruins of Tao, but over the years, the fire of Tao had been useless. At most, it could only help Lin Sun roast some delicious food. Today, I will use you as the cauldron, smelt the imperial weapon as the divine material, and refine a personal imperial weapon of my own. Lin Sun took a deep breath and flipped his sleeves. Dozens of imperial weapons whizzed out, all of which were brilliant and colorful, emitting different magic and power. There were the treasure-binding golden rope, the starry sky map, the Yuan-Tu sword, the Avicii sword, the origin spirit gourd, and so on. These were the spoils of war that Lin Sun had obtained from the enemies over the years, and all of them were magical and precious imperial weapons. Now, Lin Sun intended to refine them completely and use them as auxiliary materials for refining weapons. Of course, this was not the end. As Lin Sun waved his sleeves, 9 imperial weapons of Kunlun, including the formless sword, the lawless saber, the skyless spear, the lifeless seal, the directionless flag, the infinite bottle, the infinite plate, the innocent lamp, and the flawless armor, also appeared. In addition, there was also the piece of ancient copper left by the mother furnace of treasure. In the distance, Loka was stunned. He probably didn't expect that Lin Sun had collected so many treasures of the world. It seemed incredible. But for Lin Sun, these were nothing. His Tao contained the Tao of all heavens and developed all kinds of laws in the world, which had never been seen before. It was different from the world. His natal imperial weapons should be the same, only in this way could they be perfectly compatible with his own Tao, so as to exert the most extreme and unprecedented combat power. I should use my Tao as the formation map and my law as the grain to melt the imperial weapons and refine the embryos. Lin Sun took a deep breath. But at this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in this huge Taoist field. Then, a fiery red figure appeared out of thin air. This was a woman who seemed to be transformed by divine flames. She was extremely beautiful and dazzling, and the aura she exuded could burn the sky. It was incomparably domineering. At this moment, the over 1,000 types of divine flames that were scattered throughout the secret realm were actually trembling, and they were like subjects that were piously worshipping their emperor. Only the wonderful Tao fire seemed to be unaffected. They were calm and flowing with an immortal aura. The woman first looked at the 9 imperial weapons of Kunlun and the copper piece, and then glanced at the wonderful Tao fire. Finally, she looked at Lin Sun and said, "Young man, you have successfully attracted my attention. P.S. Some children who look at the talents are fans of the postgraduate entrance examination. Goldfish wishes you all a good result in tomorrow's examination. Genius 1 second to remember this website." Mobile version. Fire Spirit Emperor. After determining the identity of this flame-like beautiful woman at the first time, Lin Sun smiled at once. He was not surprised. In the past 2 months, he had noticed her attention many times in secret, but he had never paid attention to her. Because he knew that when the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun and the copper block of the source furnace appeared, she would show up sooner or later. Since ancient times, you are the first person to collect all the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun, and the only lucky one to get the source relic of the source furnace. Wang Hualing Emperor looked at Lin Sun up and down. Of course, you are also a great emperor who has set foot on the peak and has extraordinary cultivation. Lin Sun cupped his hands. Senior, you flatter me. Fire Spirit Emperor said thoughtfully, "Are you sure you want to smelt all the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun?" Lin Sun said, "I need your help." The body of Fire Spirit Emperor was the congenital fire of the source furnace. It could be said that it was with her help that the source furnace was able to refine the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun. Lin Sun was very clear that it would not be easy to refine the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun with the power of the fire of Tao alone. "Humph, you have already calculated it." Fire Spirit Emperor glanced at Lin Sun, "But, are you sure that I will help you?" Lin Sun bowed seriously and said, "I hope you can help me. Can you tell me what kind of life weapon you are going to refine?" Fire Spirit Emperor asked. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "When I refine it successfully, you will know it at a glance. If I fail, it's useless to tell you." Fire Spirit Emperor raised his eyebrows and did not continue to ask. She was silent for a moment and said, "Since you can get the source relic of the source furnace, I will not refuse to help you. But, are you sure you want to melt the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun?" Each of the 9 Emperor's weapons of Kunlun had its own magic, and all of them could be called Emperor treasures. It was like a saber that could ignore all Taoism. It was like a flawless armor with a strong defense. It was like a lamp that could guide the soul back. It was like an empty plate that could deduce the mystery of the Great Way. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any one of them would be extremely beneficial to an emperor. But now, Lin Sun intended to smelt the 9 Emperor weapons of Kunlun together. If this spread out, it would definitely drive people crazy. Lin Sun said without hesitation, "Their magic can be integrated into my life weapon." Wan Hualing Huang frowned and said, "Your appetite is not small. I would like to see what kind of treasure you can make." As she spoke, she pointed at the Profundity Dao flame. "Where did you get this flame?" Lin Sun told her what he had experienced in the graveyard world in the domain of death without concealing anything. So it was left by them at that time. Wan Hualing Emperor seemed to think of something and sighed. No wonder. Who were they? Lin Sun immediately thought of Taishan Sword Emperor, Battle Emperor Wuyong, Xianxia Buddhist Lord, and other legendary figures from the beginning of ancient times. Because the apex domain was formed from the world quintessence they'd obtained from the world of darkness all those years ago. However, Lin Sun didn't know who left the Profundity Dao flame. The myriad Fire Spirit Emperor said, "The profundity of this fire is far above mine. It's a pity that it lacks a fire spirit like me. Perhaps when you have the chance to go to the ruins of Myriad Dao, you'll be able to find the lost spirit of this fire." Lin Sun was shocked. "Senior, have you been to the ruins of Profundity Dao?" Wan Hualing Huang shook his head. "I have heard the willpower of the treasure refining Mother Furnace talk about this. As for where the ruins of Profundity Dao is, I don't know." Speaking of this, Myriad Flame Spirit Emperor thought of something. "Now you should be clear that the first ancestor of the immortal phoenix is sleeping under the secret realm world, and according to my deduction, in less than a month, the first ancestor of the immortal phoenix will wake up from nirvana." Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Senior, please speak frankly." Wan Hualing Huang said, "I hope that when the ancestor of immortal phoenix wakes up, if there is any danger, you can help." Lin Sun nodded, this is what I should do. Wanhua Ling Huang took a deep look at Lin Sun and said, let's start refining. Whoosh, she stretched out her hand and the copper pieces of the treasure refining mother furnace and the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun fell into her palm one by one like a group of flowing lights. Boom, in her palm, dazzling divine flame swallowed and spat out, turning into a torrent of flames like a whirlpool, smelting the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun and the copper pieces. Lin Sun didn't delay any longer. He took a long breath, his eyes were clear, and his heart was as calm as an ancient well, without any distractions. What he had was a kind of instinctive desire to refine weapons from his heart. Tut! Lin Sun's mind moved. With a clanging sound, dozens of emperor weapons whistled up and poured into the furnace formed by the wonderful flames of Tao one by one. Then, Lin Sun focused on controlling the wonderful flames of Tao to keep rolling and smelting these emperor weapons. His technique was skillful like moving clouds and flowing water. Nearly 2 months of practice had allowed him to accumulate extremely rich experience. However, at this moment, Lin Sun still appeared to be extremely careful. The reason for that was because every single monarch weapon was branded with a different Tao pattern formation diagram, and each of them possessed different miraculous powers. If one wanted to smelt them one by one while preserving their miraculous effects, it would be a great test of the refiner's skills. In short, it was easy to refine a new emperor weapon, but it was too difficult to refine an emperor weapon into a divine material and retain its magical powers. For Lin Sun, it could be regarded as a great challenge. Fortunately, the power of the wonderful flames of Tao didn't let Lin Sun down. With his manipulation, the dozens of emperor weapons gradually showed signs of being melted. According to Lin Sun's estimation, this process would last at least about 10 days. During this period, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Lin Sun divided a strand of his mind and called out Shi, Big Yellow, and Xia Ji hiding in the Tower of Endless one by one. Okay. Shi and the others also knew that Lin Sun couldn't be disturbed while refining his life weapon. Lin Sun nodded and completely immersed himself in refining weapons. In the distance, Wanhua Ling Emperor also noticed Shi, Big Yellow, and Xia Ji, but he didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere in the secret realm became quiet and solemn. 3 days later. Under the command of Huang Xantian, Lian Jiuxiao and other big shots of the Shingang imperial clan set out together to completely block the entire city of Wanhua, and then activated the city protection formation. Looking down from the sky, one could see the majestic city of Wanhua above the vast sea of fire. As the power of the forbidden formation was activated, it immediately released a divine brilliance, illuminating the sky, which was quite spectacular. At this time, the streets of the city were empty and deserted. Except for the strong cultivators of the deity Phoenix bloodline, the Shingang imperial clan, and some other forces attached to the deity Phoenix bloodline, there was almost no other figure in the city. From this day on, a murderous and depressing atmosphere covered the whole city like a tide. 7 days later. In a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the city of Wanhua Ling Emperor. Boom, the void shook, and suddenly, figures appeared out of thin air like a tide. It was just like the arrival of heavenly soldiers and generals. Their aura was so strong that it shocked the heavens. This scene lasted for a full quarter of an hour. When the shaking void calmed down, there was already an army of 800,000 cultivators gathered in this mountain range. Not bad, you're not too late. Emperor Ancestor Qianyin, who had been waiting for a long time, nodded. This mighty army was led by the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan. It was made up of the strong cultivators attached to the two clans. Just the number of Emperor Realm cultivators that were sent out added up to 50. Other than that, the strong cultivators of other realms were also carefully selected warriors who had experienced many battles and killings. Of course, in the minds of Emperor Ancestor Qianyin and Emperor Ancestor Qianyin, the emperors were the real main force of the battle. As for those below the Emperor realm, they were merely there to do odd jobs. For example, after conquering the city of Wanhua Ling Emperor and destroying the deity Phoenix bloodline, they had to rely on those below the Emperor realm to clean up the mess, maintain order, clean up the battlefield, control the territory, and so on. Therefore, although it was said to be an army of 800,000 cultivators, the ones who could really decide the outcome of the battle were those in the Emperor realm. 50 martial emperors was a shocking number. But if they wanted to destroy the Xiantian spiritual clan that had reigned supreme for countless years, it was obviously not enough. In reality, this army was only the vanguard. In the plan of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan, the arrival of the Permitha Luo clan was the time to use all their strength. Let's go, it's time to attack the city. Emperor Ancestor Qian Lu waved his sleeve and led the way. On this day, the 800,000-strong army arrived outside the city of Wanhualing Emperor and surrounded the city like a tide. Everyone who had been paying attention to the city of Wanhualing Emperor's movements couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They were finally sure that the news that spread throughout the world was not wrong. The White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had really come to attack the deity Phoenix bloodline. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if the deity Phoenix bloodline could withstand such a blow. However, although the 800,000-strong army had arrived, they did not launch a real attack. Instead, they set up camp as if they were waiting for something. Even so, the atmosphere in the city of Wanhualing Emperor was extremely oppressive. The deity Phoenix bloodline and the divine craftsman Emperor clan's hearts were heavy. At this time, how could they not understand that the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan dared to set up such a huge formation? This disaster was destined to not be resolved so easily. After this war, as long as the deity Phoenix bloodline survives, I will return it tenfold, 100-fold in the future. Huang Songtian stood on the towering city tower and looked at the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan's army in the distance. His eyes were filled with coldness. Around him, a group of deity Phoenix bloodline's old antiques looked murderous and murderous. The deity Phoenix realm was their clan's territory. Now that the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had come to attack them, it was obvious that they did not care about them at all. Is there still no sign of Lord Progenitor awakening? Huang Songtian suddenly asked. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Huang Songtian frowned, an imperceptible trace of worry flashing across his eyes. 10 days later, accompanied by a wave of light and shadows that revolved within the secret realm, a few tens of fist-sized balls of multicolored liquid light floated up and down within the profound Tao flames, and they rained down a myriad of misty rain of light. At this point, Lin Sun felt relieved. The smelting was successful. Dozens of Emperor weapons had been melted into liquid divine materials. When Lin Sun looked up at Allfire Emperor in the distance, the latter waved his sleeve and 10 light balls whizzed over. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun was refreshed and put away the divine materials one by one. Next, Lin Sun took out a lot of divine medicine and sat cross-legged on the ground to restore his exhausted physical strength. Until one day later, Lin Sun stood up and felt the surging and abundant power in his body. Finally, he no longer hesitated and began to refine the weapon. Boom, the profound Tao flames transformed into a furnace that rumbled without end, and it emanated an aura that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun's black eyes were like lightning. He released a calm and transcendent charm. With a wave of his sleeve, a group of divine materials that had been smelted flew out and merged into the fire of Tao. Rise. A world of light and shadow appeared behind Lin Sun's figure. It was vast, brilliant, and boundless, and there were various great Taoists deduced within it. It reflected the sun, moon, stars, the sky, the earth, mountains, rivers, everything, the cycle of the 4 seasons. This was the extreme manifestation of his cultivation. Upon seeing this scene, the myriad flame spiritual emperor, Shi, and Yellow in the distance were all astonished. They were all amazed by this scene. This was the first time they saw Lin Sun's real cultivation. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a young emperor in the 3rd level of the emperor realm could have the foundation of the Great Way. It was too strong, it completely subverted their cognition. Only Xiaxia and Loka were indifferent. Xiaxia never cared about these things, while Loka couldn't understand how heaven-defying and terrifying such cultivation was due to the limitation of her cultivation. Boom, Lin Sun's cultivation roared and suddenly evolved into many Taoist formation diagrams, and in the formation diagrams, various Taoist techniques evolved into Taoist runes that intertwined with each other, showing their wonders. Using his own Taoist laws as the formation and his laws as the patterns. So it turns out that this kid's attainments in Tao markings. His attainments have attained an unfathomable state, and he seized all fortune. Wanhua Ling Huang's eyes flickered. Her original body was the Khanate Dao fire, and she had accompanied the mother furnace for countless years. How could she not know the wonders of the Dao pattern? It was precisely because she understood that she was shocked at first sight. She and Big Yellow were also staring at it, and their thoughts were almost the same as 10,000 fire spirit emperors. Dao markings, striations of the Grand Dao. They appeared in the world, and they described the most essential profundities of the Grand Dao. From the small veins on a blade of grass to the large veins that formed a world, all of them revealed the most primitive traces of the Grand Dao. Since ancient times, there has been an irrefutable truth: those who had the passage marks in their hearts could grasp the mysteries of the heavens. Obviously, Lin Sun's attainments in Taoist tattoos far exceeded those of Taoist tattoos masters in the secular sense and reached an incredible level. Little 5. Lin Sun called out suddenly. Whoosh, the childlike formation spirit rushed out, glanced around, and immediately understood. Without hesitation, it began to control and deduce the Taoist tattoos that Lin Sun had just set up, and integrated them into the divine materials in the wonderful Dao fire. It had to be said that Little 5 was indeed the formation spirit of the fifth killing formation of all heavens. He was naturally able to control all kinds of Dao pattern formation diagrams. At this moment, the method of setting up the formation was controlled by him, and there was not a single flaw. Seeing this, Lin Sun was relieved and began to concentrate on refining the weapon embryo. Time flew, and another half a month passed unknowingly. On this day, 10,000 Fire Spirit Emperor seemed to sense something. She glanced at Lin Sun, who was still concentrating on refining in the distance, and finally did not disturb him. She turned and disappeared from the Taoist field, entering the deepest part of the Sea of Fire world below the secret realm. In the boiling lava, a fiery red crystal egg lay quietly, with wisps of purple phoenix flames burning on its surface, releasing an aura like the rhythm of life. Is it finally going to awaken? Seeing this, 10,000 Fire Spirit Emperor was rarely excited. For countless years, she had been guarding here, and had long been looking forward to the legendary ancestor of the deity Phoenix from Nirvana in the egg. Don't worry, as long as I am here, no one will interfere with your path of Nirvana transformation, 10,000 Fire Spirit Emperor murmured. At the same time, in the secret realm, Lian Jiuxiao looked solemn, and he hurried over, as if there was an urgent matter. But when he saw Lin Sun, who was focused on refining, he hesitated. At the same time, when he saw Shi, Yellow, and Xia, he was also a little confused. You are? Lian Jiuxiao said. Yellow raised his paw and pointed at Lin Sun, with a touch of reservation on his face. He coughed and said, "We are his elders." She looked indifferent, and did not say anything. Xia glanced at Yellow, and said, "Your master is Lin Sun's senior brother, so you are also Lin Sun's junior." Yellow rolled his eyes, and was too lazy to argue. He squinted at Lian Jiuxiao, and said, "Is there an urgent matter that you came here for?" Lian Jiuxiao hesitated, and said quickly, "The White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans launched an attack not long ago. The leader of the deity Phoenix tribe asked me to inform you to be careful from now on. But don't worry, as long as we don't fight to the last moment, there will be no danger here." Yellow nodded, and said, "Got it. You can go back and tell Huang Santian that with us here, we will definitely not let anything happen to this kid." But at this moment, Lin Sun, who was refining, suddenly said, "Yellow, go outside with Shi and Xia to help. You don't need to guard this place." Yellow was surprised, she was stunned, and Xia frowned. "That's not necessary. The battle has just begun," Lian Jiuxiao said. He did not think that only 2 women and a dog could change anything. "Let's go." As she spoke, he headed straight for the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Sun was at the critical moment of refining, so he could not be distracted. Xia followed closely behind. She obviously obeyed Lin Sun's orders. Only Yellow was annoyed, and he muttered, "He said he doesn't need help, but he still went. Isn't he looking for trouble?" Wait. The White Tiger tribe and the Black Tortoise tribe. Suddenly, Yellow's eyes lit up, as if he thought of a tempting picture, and his saliva dripped down. The next moment, he hurriedly chased after Lin Sun. This? Lian Jiuxiao was startled, and he hurriedly left. "Little 5, don't be distracted." At the same time, Lin Sun reminded. It took 10 days to smelt the divine materials, and now it took another half a month to set up the formation and refine the prototype. Now was the critical moment of refining, and there was no room for error. Even though he knew that the outside world was already in a war, Lin Sun could only abandon all distractions and concentrate on refining. Little Five also realized this, and did not dare to be distracted anymore. He concentrated on controlling the formation. Boom! The profound Tao flames rumbled like thunder, and they sprayed out a boundless rain of flames. An indistinct emperor armament was gradually condensing into form within the flames, and countless Tao markings flickered, causing it to seem mysterious and dazzling. This was definitely the most strenuous time since Lin Sun started refining. His nose was soaked with sweat, and his face was slightly pale. The physical consumption was one thing, and the mental consumption was even more, but at this critical moment, in this secret realm, a breath of catastrophe suddenly emerged, like a chilly wind, and began to evaporate and gather. No. This is a taboo catastrophe for royal weapons. In the deepest part of the sea of fire below the secret realm, Wanhua Ling Huang's face suddenly changed. She suddenly raised her head. She sensed it at the first time. She couldn't be more familiar with this kind of breath. A long time ago, when the mother furnace of treasure was casting the 9 Kunlun emperors, it had encountered such a taboo catastrophe. In the end, it could only sacrifice itself to save the 9 Kunlun emperors from the catastrophe. The mother furnace of treasure was also completely destroyed at that time, leaving only a piece of origin copper block. Wanhua Ling Huang never expected that when Lin Sun was refining his life weapon, he would also attract such a taboo catastrophe, which made her worried. But now, she couldn't leave, because the silent immortal phoenix ancestor beside her had signs of waking up, and she couldn't leave at this moment. Young man, you must hold on. Wanhua Ling Huang could only pray silently in her heart. The tribulation clouds were deep and pitch black like ink. They appeared out of thin air and completely disregarded the restrictive power that enveloped this mystic realm. Lin Sun's expression suddenly became extremely dignified. He was also a little unprepared, but he soon calmed down and transmitted his voice to Little Five. Little Five, you step aside. I'll handle it myself. Little Five hesitated, and his face was full of worry, but, hurry up. Lin Sun's words were decisive and unquestionable. Little Five flashed away. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and the 5 Taoist bodies appeared together. Red Fire Taoist body assisted Lin Sun to control the fire of Tao, Greenwood Taoist body and Blackwater Taoist body manipulated the Taoist formation, and Platinum Taoist body and Yellow Taoist body refined the embryo. At this moment, Lin Sun had also pushed all of his strength to the limit. His abyss-like black eyes faintly flashed with a crazed expression. This time, the refining must not fail, otherwise, all the previous efforts, the 9 Kunlun emperors, dozens of magical emperor weapons, and the piece of origin copper block would be completely destroyed. Lin Sun took a deep breath. I'd like to see whether my unformed life weapon is stronger, or the power of your catastrophe is stronger. Boom, the tribulation cloud roiled, and then a spear formed from tribulation surged out abruptly, and it swiftly slashed towards the artifact embryo within the flames of the Tao. In just a moment, the fire of Tao tumbled violently and was almost smashed. The embryo, which had not yet formed, suddenly wailed. Lin Sun, who was controlled by Lin Sun and his 5 doppelgangers, was also affected, and almost coughed up blood. There was a look of surprise on his face. The power of the catastrophe was too strong. P.S. Happy winter solstice, the goldfish sends blessings from home. The tribulation cloud was surging, and the taboo tribulation aura was extremely strange. Before Lin Sun could react, a series of dazzling tribulation thunder turned into divine swords and fell down. Each sword slashed at the prototype of the weapon that was about to be condensed in the wonderful Tao fire. Boom! 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 In a flash, the wonderful Tao fire, which was like a furnace, was about to collapse. The power of the tribulation thunder swords was beyond Lin Sun's imagination. The most terrible thing was that Lin Sun used his own Tao as the formation diagram and his own method as the Tao mark. The prototype that was about to be condensed was equivalent to casting his whole cultivation. Now that Lin Sun had encountered the tribulation, he also suffered a backlash. The minds of his body and the 5 Tao forms were hit by the power of landslide and tsunami. In a moment, Lin Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood. but he seemed to be unaware of it. He kept controlling the wonderful Tau fire, constantly deducing the formation diagram and refining the prototype. That was all he could do at the moment. Boom, the power of the tribulation cloud became more and more terrible. It turned into dazzling arcs and lightning, flashing with a taboo aura, and constantly bombarded. This was simply despairing. A life imperial armament that had yet to take form had actually provoked such a rarely seen calamity. If news of this were to spread, no one would dare to believe it. Lin Sun had no time to think about it. His eyes were firm and crazy. He devoted himself to the refining to resist the increasingly terrible tribulation thunder. In any case, he couldn't tolerate the failure of this refining, but as time went by, the power of the tribulation thunder became stronger and stronger, as if there was no end. Suffering such a bombardment, not only the wonderful Tau fire and the unformed prototype showed signs of collapse, but even Lin Sun's face became paler, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Help him. In the deepest part of the sea of fire under the secret realm, a low and ethereal voice came from the giant egg surrounded by endless phoenix flames. Myriad Fire Spirit Emperor next to him was startled. Without my power, at the last moment of your nirvana awakening, it is very likely that, help him. In the giant egg, the low and ethereal voice sounded again, revealing a tone that could not be refused. Myriad Flame Spirit Emperor took a deep breath and said, is it because his mother is Luo Qingxuan? Forget it, since you've already made up your mind, then I'll throw caution to the wind and forge for you. In the next moment, her fiery red figure transformed into an expanse of flames that revealed the divine aura of chaos, and it whistled through the air. Boom, another bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, turning into a lightning hammer that flickered with blinding gray lightning. At this point, the furnace formed from the flames of the Tao had already cracked apart, and it would collapse at any moment. So, everyone couldn't help but be worried about whether it would be able to resist this strike. In fact, Lin Sun was at a loss of what to do at this point. He could only hold on. At this moment, an expanse of gorgeous and dazzling divine flames appeared out of thin air, and they surged into the cauldron formed from the myriad Tao flames before the tribulation lightning hammer could. Boom, divine flames surged, and the lightning hammer that was emitting a strange and terrifying aura was instantly incinerated. Lin Sun's black pupils shrank, and the voice of All Fire Spirit Emperor rang in his ears, just concentrate on refining. I'll help you resist this disaster. The myriad Tao flames, as if they had been helped by God, steamed out endless waves of fire, dazzling and brilliant. It should be known that the body of All Fire Spirit Emperor was originally the congenital Taoism fire of the mother furnace of refining treasure. Now that he was assisting the myriad Tao flames in refining, how could its power be ordinary? Lin Sun's spirit was refreshed. Without hesitation, he concentrated on setting up the formation and refining the embryo. Boom, the tribulation cloud rolled and released rolling tribulation lightning. But as soon as it fell, it was resisted by the power of All Fire Spirit Emperor. After the tribulation power was dissolved, all of it was integrated into the myriad Tao flames, which made Lin Sun's refining speed suddenly improve a lot. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a tool embryo was successfully refined. It was shaped like a furnace with 3 feet and 2 ears, which was almost the same as the furnace formed by the will in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness. On the wall of the furnace, there were various Taoist formations, and inside the furnace, there were various Taoist symbols formed by various methods. Although it was still a prototype, it gave people the feeling that it had existed since the beginning of time, full of wonderful and indescribable immortal breath. Of course, at present, it was only a prototype. The real form could not be revealed until the refining was successful. At this moment, Lin Sun did not dare to have any carelessness. His mind was completely immersed in refining, and there was no longer a trace of distraction. With the passage of time, the prototype was constantly transformed and perfected, showing all kinds of magic. In the Emperor City of All Fires, the Taoist restriction formation roared. This vast ancient city of the immortal Phoenix realm was suffering a serious attack at this moment. Outside the city, 50 emperors of White Tiger and Black Tortoise launched a full-scale attack under the command of Emperor Ancestor Qian Yin and Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu. For a time, Taoist magic was like a tide, and emperor treasures were like rain, dragging gorgeous and unparalleled divine brilliance, hitting the Emperor City of All Fires with overwhelming momentum. Boom! The restriction formation that covered the Emperor's city of all fires roared like thunder, and the destructive torrent swept across, setting off monstrous divine light. This scene was undoubtedly terrifying. It should be known that any emperor could burn mountains and boil seas with a flick of their fingers, and destroy mountains and rivers. But now, 50 emperors were working together, using their Taoist skills and monarch weapons to attack a city. There was no doubt that if it were not for the ancient restriction formation that the divine craftsman imperial clan had set up in the Emperor's city of all fires, it would have been impossible to resist such an attack. At present, the Emperor's city of all fires was surrounded by a light shield. Although it offset and dissolved the attacks coming from all directions, it was trembling violently. People could not help but worry about how long this light shield formation could last under such attacks. In the city, Huang Songtian frowned, his expression solemn. Near him, the old antiques of the immortal phoenix bloodline were also gloomy, and their hearts were already covered with a layer of haze. How long can this city formation last? Huang Songtian asked. At most, 3 days. The supreme elder of the divine craftsman imperial clan, Xianxia, hesitated, and said, Lord, in my opinion, if it's just a forceful attack, there's nothing to worry about. But I'm worried that they will send a Dao pattern grandmaster to break the formation. Huang Songtian frowned even more. This time, the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had obviously come prepared. How could they not know how powerful the Emperor's city of all fires restriction formation was? Maybe they had already secretly gathered Dao pattern grandmasters to deduce and crack the flaws of the restriction formation of the city of 10,000 Fire Imperial City. Clan leader, according to the news, only the Black Tortoise clan and the White Tiger clan are attacking the city now. When the big shot from the Permitha Luo clan arrives, the two clans will attack with all their strength, someone said worriedly. If we continue to defend passively like this, the longer we delay, the more serious the situation will be. Everyone was aware of this situation, but there was no good solution. For a moment, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive and heavy. What made them the most depressed and angry was that while the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan were attacking the city with all their strength, they were constantly making threats and taunts. Their words were full of disdain. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Why don't we fight our way out? In the distance, under Lian Jiuxiao's lead, Xia, and Goldie were already walking over. The one who spoke was Shi. Huang Songtian and the other Immortal Phoenix clan elders were stunned, their eyes filled with doubt. When they learned from Lian Jiuxiao that Shi and the others had come with Lin Sun, they couldn't help but reveal a look of understanding. The White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan have already sealed off the outside of the city. If we rush out now, it's very likely that we will be heavily surrounded, Huang Songtian explained. And right now, it's not the time to go all out with them. He was waiting for the immortal phoenix ancestor to awaken from nirvana. In this way, they might be able to completely reverse the situation. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble came from the restriction formation near the distant city wall. It actually showed signs of breaking. Not good, they're breaking the formation. An old monster from the Divine Craftsman Emperor clan who was in charge of operating the formation cried out in alarm. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Breaking the formation, the scene that they were most unwilling to see had still happened. Just kill those who are breaking the formation, Goldie said with a faint look in his eyes. Big Yellow spoke with a gloomy look in its eyes. It could not wait to taste the White Tiger and Black Tortoise. No, if we fight outside the city, it will only be more dangerous. Many people tried to dissuade him. Dangerous? Goldie sneered. I think you're all too cautious. Forget it, I'll just go and kill the enemies myself. Shi's reaction was even more direct. Without saying a word, he flew towards the city wall that was about to be broken through. When Xia and Goldie saw this, they chased after him without hesitation. Nonsense. Do they really think we're cowards? We're doing this for their own good, an old Immortal Phoenix clan elder said angrily. Clan leader, hurry up and stop them. If anything happens to them, it'll be hard to explain to Lin Sun. Someone anxiously reminded. However, before Huang Songtian could say anything, Xia and Goldie had already rushed out of the city. When everyone saw this, they were both anxious and angry. What kind of situation was this? If something happened, wouldn't the immortal Phoenix clan have to risk their lives to rescue them? At the same time, thunderous cheers came from outside the city. They're out. Those cowards finally can't sit still anymore. Quick, kill them. Ha ha ha, is everyone from the immortal Phoenix clan dead? They actually sent 2 women and a dog to their deaths? When they saw this scene, Emperor Ancestor Wan Lu and Emperor Ancestor Qian couldn't help but smile mockingly. When people were forced into a corner, they would do anything stupid. When they saw this scene, Huang Songtian and the others' expressions changed. Huang Songtian took a deep breath and ordered, "Forget it, let's get ready to rescue them. No matter what, these 3 are fighting for the immortal Phoenix clan. We can't let them suffer like this." However, before he could finish speaking, a shocking change occurred outside the city. Outside the city. When she and the others appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of 3 great emperors. They attacked immediately. The 2 experts from the White Tiger bloodline were at the 5th and 7th level emperor realm respectively. The other expert from the true martial bloodline was at the 6th level emperor realm. Previously, these 3 great emperors were protecting a group of Dao Rune grandmasters from the 2 clans to deduce and break the grand formation of the City of 10,000 Flames. However, no one had expected that before the grand formation was broken, people would rush out first. Moreover, it was 2 women and a dog. Die. One of the great emperors from the White Tiger bloodline roared. His murderous intent filled the sky. The murderous aura he exuded could kill an ordinary cultivator. He brandished his halberd and charged at she. "Let me." Big Yellow was so excited that he rushed out first. With a swipe of his paw, the surging Dao light turned into a giant net that covered the sky. Instantly, the old man and the heavenly halberd were caught in the net like prey. The old man felt a chill run down his spine, and his soul almost left his body. Only now did he suddenly realize that this fellow that looked like a dog was actually a formidable figure that was unimaginably formidable. When he wanted to struggle and resist, it was already a step too late. Whoosh, the net shrank. In the blink of an eye, the great emperor had knocked the great emperor out. If he could roast and eat a great emperor white tiger that had cultivated for an unknown period of time, Big Yellow drooled at the thought of this. No. At the same time, a terrified scream rang out. On the other side, Xi's figure flashed. Her slender hand crushed the neck of another great emperor from the White Tiger bloodline. "Don't throw it away. Keep it." Big Yellow quickly reminded. How could such a precious ingredient be thrown away? "Oh," she replied before tossing the corpse in his hand to Goldie. Boom, not far away, Xiaxia was fighting with a level 6 great emperor from the Black Tortoise clan. Her spear cleanly destroyed the opponent's armor and pierced through his body. Blood splattered everywhere. As Xiaxia shook her wrist, the Black Tortoise's body was split open. Before it could fall to the ground, Big Yellow quickly put it away. "This is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. Stewing it into soup will definitely be very nutritious." Big Yellow was so excited that his eyes were shining. Outside the city, all the powerhouses of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans felt dizzy. The originally incomparably intense siege operation became much quieter at this moment. Many people were dumbfounded. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 3 emperors were defeated like chickens and dogs. One was captured alive, and the other 2 were killed. This was simply like a staggering blow that caused the experts of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans to be taken by surprise, and their hearts trembled. The 2 women and the dog had originally been mocked by them, but now they realized what it meant to be strong and terrifying. Inside the city, Huang Songtian, who had already issued the order to immediately rush out to rescue Ruashi and the others if they were in danger, sucked in a breath of cold air. The nearby Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Divine Craftsman Imperial Clan's elders were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this too ferocious? Many people felt ashamed. Earlier, none of them had imagined that she and the others would actually possess such powerful battle power. Boom, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. She's illusory figure interweaved with the power of laws, and the surrounding heaven and earth trembled and collapsed with each step she took. From afar, she was like a god descending to the mortal world, her divine might boundless. Not good. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise Dao pattern grandmasters paled. Just as they were about to flee, they saw she wave her hand. Boundless Tao light appeared in the void and spread across the sky. The figures of the Tao pattern grandmasters were drowned in it, and in an instant their souls dispersed. Quick, go and kill them. In the distance, Myriad Flow Imperial Ancestor and Xianxia Imperial Ancestor shouted in unison, their faces ashen. Before they finished speaking, they had already rushed towards she. They had already sensed that she was the greatest threat. If they didn't stop and suppress her, this siege operation would most likely encounter unforeseen events. Leave these two old fellows to me. The two of you go and kill the others. She's voice was cold, and her face was calm. Even though she was targeted by two Imperial Ancestor-level characters, she didn't panic at all. Kill. Myriad Flow Imperial Ancestor roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. A blood-red sword slashed out, giving birth to boundless phenomena of laws that possessed the power to annihilate all living things. At the same time, Xianxia Imperial Ancestor activated a purple palace lantern, and a rain of fire swept towards she. As soon as the two of them attacked, they used their true power. Boom, when the battle erupted, the sky and earth shook, and the place became chaotic. What shocked everyone was that even though she was being attacked by two Imperial Ancestor-level characters, she didn't show any signs of being suppressed. Instead, as she attacked, she destroyed the attacks of the two Imperial Ancestor-level characters, causing them to reveal extremely solemn expressions. Even Xianxia and the others felt their hearts tremble and couldn't calm down. A woman was able to stop the attacks of two Imperial Ancestor-level characters. Just how terrifying was her strength. If they knew what had happened in the true dragon bloodline a while ago, perhaps they wouldn't have made such a fuss. One must know that Lin Sun, she, and the others had fought their way into the Great Tao Myriad Dragon Palace. If it wasn't for the Spirit Killer Ancestor who controlled the Dragon Palace's world origin order, the true dragon bloodline probably wouldn't have been able to stop Lin Sun's group. Now, outside the Myriad Fire Imperial City, they were only fighting against two Imperial Ancestor-level characters. To she, it wasn't a serious threat at all. Kill. Big Yellow spread his 4 legs and shifted in the void. He let out a roar, and his fur was flowing with a brilliant Tao light. Bang! Before a black tortoise Imperial Ancestor could react, he was knocked out by Big Yellow's claw and kept away. That domineering and crushing attitude caused a wave of exclamations to resound in the surroundings. This time, the Black Tortoise and White Tiger clans had sent out 50 Imperial Ancestors. At least in terms of numbers, they had the absolute advantage. Soon, a group of Imperial Ancestors rushed over to deal with Big Yellow. However, Big Yellow wasn't shocked. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth and salivating. This can be braised, this can be steamed, this can be stir-fried, this can be deep-fried. As he commented, Big Yellow didn't slow down at all. He began his hunting. With his combat strength, he could chase after Imperial Ancestor-level characters. Why would he care about the encirclement of these Imperial Ancestor-level characters? Bang! In the blink of an eye, a white tiger with a voluptuous figure and as beautiful as a young lady was knocked unconscious by Big Yellow. You? Boiled bone soup. Bang! Before long, a fierce Black Tortoise clan Imperial Ancestor's chest was smashed to pieces. It's just a dog. How can it be so terrifying? Quick, let's attack together. All sorts of angry voices reverberated in the sky. Countless Imperial Ancestor-level characters rushed forward, trying to suppress Big Yellow with their advantage in numbers. But what terrified everyone was that Big Yellow didn't even wait for them to surround him. He killed one Imperial Ancestor after another. Those bloody scenes simply made the powerhouses of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans feel despair. They couldn't surround him at all. Every time they swarmed over, Big Yellow would charge out of their encirclement in an extremely domineering manner and destroy them one by one. It was extremely ferocious. This was even more shocking than the battle on Xi's side. After all, those that died were all Imperial Ancestor-level existences. The one that attracted the least attention on the battlefield was Xi. She was alone, her figure bathed in darkness. She carried a white bone spear and moved like an illusory ray of light. But wherever she appeared, she would use the simplest and most direct method to kill her opponents with fierce and precise attacks. She would kill them in one strike and then disappear in a flash without any hesitation. In the city, Xianxia, Lian Jiuxiao, and the other immortal phoenix and divine craftsman imperial clan experts all had an interesting look on their faces. Shock, confusion, disbelief, shock, all sorts of expressions appeared on their faces. No matter what, they never imagined that Xianxia, and Big Yellow would create such a bloody storm outside the city. The White Tiger and Black Tortoise armies that could suffocate and make any tribe feel despair were now in a state of chaos and unrest. This time, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise armies claimed to have 800,000 soldiers, but only the 50 Imperial Ancestor-level existences could be used. Of course, this was already a hopeless number. But now, Emperor Ancestor Myriad Flo and Emperor Ancestor Qianyin, these two leaders, were being held back by Xi alone. The other emperors were being attacked by Big Yellow and Xianxia, and there were emperors dying from time to time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the White Tiger and Black Tortoise armies had been completely disrupted by Xi and the others. Their casualties continued to rise. Clan leader, let's take this opportunity to kill our way out. Someone suggested excitedly, and the nearby seniors of the immortal Phoenix bloodline shot their gazes towards Huang Songtian in unison. If they left the city to kill the enemy now, they would undoubtedly seize the best opportunity to completely defeat the enemy. Huang Songtian was also moved and nodded. Indeed, we can't let the three fellow Taoists fight alone. It's time to show the power of the immortal Phoenix bloodline. However, just as he was about to give the order, his expression suddenly changed and he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were many terrifying auras rushing over at an unbelievable speed. Could it be that the true strength of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans had arrived? Thinking of this, Huang Songtian's heart tightened and he immediately sent a voice transmission. Fellow Taoists, something has happened. Please return quickly. In reality, there was no need to remind them. When Huang Songtian sensed that something had happened, Xi, Big Yellow, and Xianxia had also sensed it. Let's go. She frowned and made a decision without any hesitation. Big Yellow had fallen into a frenzy of hunting and was still a little unsatisfied. However, seeing that Xianxia and she had already left, he could only leave helplessly. The reluctance in his eyes made his opponents feel ashamed and resentful. P.S. From next week on, there will be a wave of explosive updates. Let's wait and see. Xianxia, and Big Yellow's sudden withdrawal from the battlefield surprised Myriad Flo and Qianyin. In fact, they'd already sensed something was wrong when they were fighting Xi. Especially when they noticed Big Yellow and Xianxia killing the martial emperors, their faces were livid with anger. They were shocked, afraid, and even in disbelief. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they deduced that if this situation continued, the Black Tortoise and White Tiger armies would be defeated in less than a quarter of an hour. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The retreat of Xianxia, and Big Yellow surprised them. However, they quickly understood what was going on, and they all looked into the distance. At this moment, the entire battlefield was alarmed. Whether it was the Black Tortoise and White Tiger armies outside the city or Huang Songtian and the others inside the city, they all looked in the same direction. The setting sun was like blood. It was dusk. The fiery sunset enveloped the myriad Fire Emperor city, emitting a solemn and sacred aura. Towering ancient buildings, beautiful mountains, and rivers flowed with a golden luster under the setting sun. It was dreamlike, grand, and vast. Boom, the tranquility was soon broken. The earth shook and the void was filled with a murderous aura. A group of people teleported over from afar, like dark clouds pressing down on the city. Every one of them had a supreme divine aura. Their bodies were enveloped in martial emperor divine radiance. They were like sovereigns that had descended, patrolling the mountains and rivers, sweeping away all obstacles. Behind them were rows of cultivators. When they gathered together, they were like dragons emerging from the abyss. Just the aura they emitted was enough to throw the winds and clouds into disorder. There were dozens of figures at the front. There were men and women, old and young. All of their auras were peerlessly powerful. They were a group of martial emperor existences. At the front were two men. One wore a white robe and had cold eyes. His thin figure was like a lonely mountain that shot into the sky. He emitted a monstrous and terrifying killing intent. By Lingzhen, his title was Killer Emperor Lingzhen, the patriarch of the White Tiger bloodline. Beside him stood an emaciated old man with sparse hair who seemed to have one foot in the grave, wrinkles crisscrossed on his face, and his pair of glossy jade-green pupils were deep and terrifying. Martial Cultivator Punishment, known as the Xianxia Martial Emperor, he was the clan leader of the Black Tortoise lineage. The two of them were like overlords in their respective worlds, and they were leading a group of old-timers from their respective sects and clans. This scene caused the faces of Xianxia and the others to turn extremely dark and solemn. Are they going to launch an all-out attack? The world fell into a deathly silence. It was a shocking scene. Whether it was the members of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline or the elites of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan, all of them felt their hearts palpitate. The enemy's lineup was too terrifying, the disparity between their strengths was too great. The arrival of a martial emperor was extremely majestic and rare. Moreover, there were hundreds of martial emperors gathered together. That kind of power could make any ancient orthodoxy feel hopeless. When an emperor realm expert was enraged, the sun and moon would dim, the earth would sink, and all things would fall into great terror. This was their might. Even though it was shapeless, it was sufficient to decide the fate of most living beings in the world. Normally, emperor realm experts couldn't be seen at all. They were mysterious and supreme existences that oversaw an area. Even though they didn't appear in the world, they intimidated everyone, making it so that enemies didn't dare invade. But now, the martial emperors of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans had come out in full force. This scene was like the collapse of the sky. It was uncontrollable fear. A great war was about to break out. Today, the city of Myriad Fire Emperor, and even the entire Immortal Phoenix realm was destined to undergo a great change. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan leader. Emperor Wan Lu and the other experts of the White Tiger bloodline, as well as Emperor Qianyin and the other experts of the Black Tortoise bloodline, came forward to greet them with excited expressions. Reinforcements had arrived, and the situation was about to be reversed. Bai Lingzhen's gaze swept across the battlefield and couldn't help but frown. How many casualties were there in the previous battle? His words made Emperor Wan Lu and the others' expressions turn unnatural. Reporting to clan leader, 9 of our clan's martial emperors have fallen. On the Black Tortoise bloodline side, 11 martial emperors have fallen. In addition, more than 10 Dao pattern grandmasters have perished. Someone said in a low voice. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the others who had just arrived were stunned. They almost couldn't believe their ears. What's going on? Bai Lingzhen's eyes surged with divine light, his expression icy. Emperor Wan Lu sighed deeply, not daring to hide anything. He could only tell the truth. 2 women and a dog? Bai Lingzhen's face turned ashen when he learned the truth. He wasn't the only one. Wu Xiaoxing and the others' faces were dark as well. 2 women and a dog had nearly defeated the allied army led by Emperor Wan Lu and Qianyin. Who could believe it? The atmosphere outside the city became extremely oppressive. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the others' gazes turned to the Myriad Fire Emperor city in the distance, their eyes filled with cold killing intent. Xianxia, surrender now and I will give your Immortal Phoenix bloodline a chance to live. Otherwise, not only will this city be trampled, your Immortal Phoenix bloodline will be uprooted. Bai Lingzhen's indifferent voice resounded through the sky like a clap of thunder. Inside the city, Xianxia's expression was cold. He said emotionlessly, Bai Lingzhen, my Immortal Phoenix bloodline is not one to be scared of. If we fight to the death, it's not certain who will survive. In 3 days, the 7th elder of the Permitha Luo clan will arrive personally. Your Immortal Phoenix bloodline. Are you really going to resist? Wu Xiaoxing's aged face was filled with mockery. Look outside the city again. The allied army of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger clans is gathered here. With your Immortal Phoenix bloodline strength, it's like an egg hitting a stone, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Old bastard, cut the crap. Come and kill us if you have the guts. Xianxia sneered. Wu Xiaoxing, who was called an old bastard, was not angry at all. His expression was calm. Xianxia, you should know why we're here. I might as well tell you that your clan's progenitor must choose to surrender in order to awaken and live. Otherwise, forget about the Black Tortoise and White Tiger clans, even the Permitha Luo clan will not allow your clan's progenitor to live. Wu Xiaoxing's words resounded clearly in the sky above the Myriad Fire Imperial City. Xianxia and the rest of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline's elders had ugly expressions on their faces. These bastards were here to stop their progenitor from awakening. According to what we know, your clan's progenitor had already refined the immortal Phoenix Realm's source of order into a divine flame of order in order to undergo a complete transformation. It's impossible for you, Huang Songtian, to control it anymore. Bai Lingzhen suddenly said coldly, and without such a powerful weapon, what does your immortal Phoenix bloodline have to stop our attack? With this broken city that can't even withstand a single blow? His voice was filled with deep disdain. I can tell that these fellas came prepared, Big Yellow mumbled. In the true dragon world, Ancestor Spirit Slaughter could control the Dragon Palace's source of order with the realm suppression orb. He could kill Shi and Big Yellow and force them to flee with injuries. Clearly, the power that Bai Lingzhen called the Divine Flame of Order was similar to the realm suppression orb. It could control the immortal Phoenix Realm's source of order. But this Divine Flame of Order had already been refined by the immortal Phoenix progenitor. It was destined that Huang Songtian and the rest would not have a chance to control it. This was also one of the reasons why Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing were so fearless. At this time, Huang Songtian and the rest of the immortal Phoenix bloodline's elders were both shocked and angry. What Bai Lingzhen had said was the immortal Phoenix bloodline's core secrets. Obviously, there was a traitor who had already leaked these core secrets. Then I might as well tell you this. Today, even if the entire immortal Phoenix bloodline dies in battle, we will definitely not let you get what you want. Huang Songtian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it for myself. Bai Lingzhen sneered. He suddenly waved his hand and said something inexplicable. Everyone, it's time for you to perform well and claim credit. Before he finished speaking, he saw a shocking change suddenly occurred next to Huang Songtian. An elder of the immortal Phoenix bloodline suddenly charged forward and slapped his palm towards Huang Songtian's back at an inconceivably fast speed. This sudden turn of events had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would have dared to imagine that someone from the immortal Phoenix bloodline would actually betray Huang Songtian at this moment? Bang! In an instant, Huang Songtian was slapped flying, and he coughed up blood. Just as he was about to be captured alive by the elder, Shi's figure suddenly flashed, and divine light spread out with a wave of her slender hand. Boom! The old antique staggered backward, but before he could regain his footing, Big Yellow slapped him to the ground with its paw and suppressed him. Third Elder, you actually betrayed the clan. Damn it! How dare you be so ruthless? Exclamations resounded in the surroundings as they recognized that the person who'd launched a sneak attack on Huang Songtian was the Third Elder, Huang Yudao, an 8th-level Emperor Realm Senior. Huang Songtian finally came to his senses. His face was livid, and his eyes were about to spit fire. Third Elder, why did you do this? Huang Yudao roared hoarsely. Even now, you still don't understand that only by surrendering to the Permitha Luo family will our clan have a chance of survival. I'm doing this for the sake of the clan. There was an uproar, and everyone's faces were ashen and ugly. Even Shi, Big Yellow, and Xianxia hadn't expected that an elder of the immortal Phoenix bloodline would become a traitor at such a critical moment, but that wasn't all. Whoosh! Amidst the chaos, a flying sword suddenly shot out and beheaded Xianxia before anyone could react. Huang Songtian and the others felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Only now did they realize that there was another traitor in the clan besides the Third Elder, Huang Yudao. At this moment, Shi and Big Yellow attacked together and captured the traitor with the force of a thunderbolt. They weren't members of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so they were the calmest. As soon as the situation changed, they attacked without hesitation. When they recognized the traitor's identity, the expressions of Huang Songtian and the others became even more unsightly. They felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives, and they were about to go mad with rage. Fifth Elder, you betrayed us too. The Fifth Elder's name was Huang Songhai. The reason why everyone was shocked and enraged was because Huang Songhai was Patriarch Huang Songtian's younger brother. However, Huang Songhai had betrayed them and beheaded Xianxia right away. Xianxia was not only a world-renowned Dao pattern grandmaster, but he was also in charge of controlling and operating the restriction array of the Myriad Fire Imperial City. If he died, the city would be in danger. Bastard! Huang Songtian's veins bulged on his forehead. He unsheathed his sword and was about to behead Huang Songhai when he was stopped by the old antiques nearby. Clan leader, you can't. the fifth elder might be under the enemy's control. Huang Songtian was firmly blocked, but Huang Songhai seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. He laughed hoarsely and said, "Big brother, just kill me. In your hands, our immortal phoenix bloodline will be destroyed anyway. What's the difference between dying sooner or later?" You. Huang Songtian's murderous intent flared up. His eyes were bloodshot. The enemy's army was already at the city gates and the situation was already precarious. But at this time, their internal strife was the first to occur. This was undoubtedly adding hail to snow. Outside the city, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Shouxing, and the others laughed mockingly and disdainfully. The white tiger and black tortoise armies behind them also laughed. Their laughter reverberated through the sky like a tidal wave. Inside the city, the immortal phoenix bloodline and the divine craftsman imperial clan's experts looked gloomy and trembled with anger. Traitors and spies are often more detestable than the enemy. Big Yellow sighed, "If what I said is true, and they dared to help the enemy without any regard for their lives, why not kill them?" No. Many people objected, thinking that Huang Yudao and Huang Songhai's betrayal must be because they had their own reasons. Huang Songtian was also hesitant. Big Yellow snorted, "The enemy is right in front of us. If we don't kill the two of them, how will we have the morale to stop the enemy's attack?" Many people glared at Big Yellow. This was their immortal phoenix bloodline's matter. How could outsiders interfere? Swoosh, suddenly, Huang Songtian swung his sword, and before anyone could react, Huang Songhai's head was chopped off. Blood splattered all over him. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the patriarch's younger brother, yet he was personally executed by the patriarch. No matter who it is, the traitor should die. Huang Songtian was expressionless, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He looked at third elder Huang Yu and said, "This seat is too lazy to ask for the reason. From the moment you betrayed us, you deserved to die. You, how dare you?" Huang Yudao was dumbfounded. He had thought that the worst outcome would be him being imprisoned. Who would have thought that Huang Songtian would be so ruthless? Whoosh, with a flash of light, Huang Yudao was killed on the spot before he could even finish speaking. Before he died, his face was filled with panic and disbelief. "In a moment of life and death, I do not wish to use the sword in my hand to slash at my own clansmen." Huang Songtian's expression was indifferent. At this moment, the immortal phoenix lineage and the divine craftsman imperial clan were all stunned. Boom, all of a sudden, the restrictive formation around the city of 10,000 flames shook. It turned out that the white tiger and black tortoise armies outside the city had launched a new round of attacks. Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing led the old monsters of their respective clans to attack together. There were more than 100 martial emperors, and the power they unleashed was like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. The earth collapsed, and all things were destroyed. The restrictive formation around the city of 10,000 flames shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Without Lian Qingqi, Lian Jiuxiao and the other old monsters of the divine craftsman imperial clan could only maintain the restrictive formation's operation. They all looked anxious and said, "Lord, we can't hold on much longer." Huang Songtian's expression flickered. After a while, he asked, "Have the younger generation of the clan settled down?" Everyone nodded. "Then it doesn't matter." At this moment, Huang Songtian seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. He said calmly, "Our only hope lies with the founding ancestor. Is everyone willing to fight with this seat until the end?" Yes. Everyone agreed loudly, and their expressions were resolute. Huang Songtian laughed, "Good. Today, we old bones will fight with vigor. We'd rather die standing than live kneeling." His voice was full of heroism. However, the sounds of the people attacking the city grew more and more rapid. They rumbled like thunderclaps, and they were like notes that pressed for death, causing them to feel an oppressive feeling that caused them to feel despair. Huang Songtian looked at Shi and the others, "My 3 friends, please return to the divine workshop. The last line of defense is in your hands." Due to the betrayal, Huang Songtian didn't even dare to trust the clansmen around him. "Are we really going to fight to the death?" she asked. Huang Songtian smiled, "Why not?" Shi Qing glanced outside the city and said, "Although there are more than 100 martial emperors outside the city, there are only 19 martial emperors at the martial emperor realm. As long as we deal with these 19, they are destined to lose this battle. Everyone was stunned. Of course, they knew that she was right, but the key was, there were 19 martial emperors, just one of them could unleash destructive power, let alone 19 of them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that among martial emperors were definitely at the top of the pyramid. They could look down on all other martial emperors, looking at the deity Phoenix bloodline and the divine workshop imperial clan, they only had 6 martial emperors. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Of course, even if they added Xi and Big Yellow, it wouldn't be enough. Just when everyone thought that she had spouted a bunch of nonsense, she spoke again. If I go all out, I can restrain 5 to 7 martial emperors. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, their hearts pounding. The meaning behind Xi's words was too frightening. However, when they recalled the battle between Xi, Wanlu, and Qianyin, the 2 emperor ancestors, they vaguely felt that Xi was not someone who boasted. Big Yellow hesitated for a while, then said hesitantly, at most, maybe. I should be able to restrain 3? It seemed to have no confidence at all, which made everyone doubt it. Big Yellow was infuriated by their doubtful gazes. It snorted and said, 2 is definitely not a problem, and 3 is definitely not a problem. Even if there's a problem, I can help you, Xianxia said. Regardless of whether Xi, Big Yellow, and Xianxia could do it, their attitude still moved Huang Songtian and the others. At the moment of life and death, outsiders like them stood up to fight the enemy with them. Compared to the betrayal of the 3rd elder and the 5th elder, how could they not be moved? Thank you. Huang Songtian bowed. Huang Songtian bowed. The other elders of the deity Phoenix bloodline and the divine workshop imperial clan also bowed. This made Big Yellow a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, don't think too much. We're doing this to help Lin Sun. Now that Lin Sun was refining his life imperial weapon in the divine workshop, there would definitely be an accident if the enemy attacked him. From this point of view, Big Yellow was right. Boom, the enemy's attack became more and more fierce, and the Prohibition formation of the City of Fire was on the verge of collapse. If you don't want the enemy to take advantage of the chaos and attack the divine workshop when the city is breached, you'd better kill your way out of the city now. As he spoke, she was the first to move. He rushed out of the city in a graceful manner, as if he didn't feel a trace of panic at all. Xianxia and Big Yellow followed closely. His calm and indifferent attitude made everyone's blood boil. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the city together. Kill. At this point, we can't care about anything else. Let's kill to our heart's content first. Let's go. Huang Songtian also rushed out of the city with a group of elders of the deity Phoenix bloodline. Lian Jiuxiao of the Divine Workshop Imperial Clan and a group of elders stayed behind to operate and maintain the Prohibition formation in the city. They actually killed their way out. Bai Ling was surprised. Even a dog will jump over a wall when it's cornered. I can only say that they know they're going to lose and are making their last struggle. Wu Shouxing smiled indifferently. Although they said that, their reactions were not slow. In fact, the moment she and the others appeared, they were already targeted by them. Boom, a great battle erupted without any suspense, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into unrest. Surging torrents of the Tao carried all sorts of imperial weapons as they swept through the heavens and the earth, and dazzling and blazing divine radiance exploded incessantly. Such a scene simply seemed like the end of the world had arrived. At the same time, in the secret realm of the divine workshop A1, the tribulation lightning rumbled and poured down like a waterfall of the Milky Way. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop until the imperial weapon that hadn't been refined was destroyed. The Emperor of Fire, whose body was integrated into the fire of Tao, also felt great pressure at this time. He even suffered injuries while helping Lin Sun to refine weapons and fight against the divine punishment. How could this tribulation be so terrible? At this time, the Emperor of Fire couldn't calm down. At the beginning, she had witnessed the tribulation suffered by the Mother Furnace when it was refining the 9 Emperor weapons of Kunlun. At that time, the Mother Furnace had to sacrifice itself to protect the 9 Emperor weapons of Kunlun. But the power of that great tribulation was far less terrible than the tribulation Lin Sun encountered at this time. Not only was it more powerful, but it was also extremely strange. It seemed that the tribulation would not end until this treasure was destroyed. At this time, Lin Sun looked unprecedentedly dignified, and his face was pale and almost transparent. The refining had reached the last critical moment, but because of the constant obstruction of the thunder, the weapon embryo that had been refined in the fire of Tao could not complete the last step of transformation. Boom! Suddenly, an unusual roar sounded in the depths of the tribulation cloud. A grey tribulation light, shining with a strange taboo luster, was gradually condensing and taking shape. At first glance, the Emperor of Fire was so shocked that his scalp was numb. He cried out involuntarily, "Is this the legendary tribulation light of annihilation? P.S. It will start to break out tomorrow and last for 3 days, with 4 updates a day, Genius 1 second remember website." Mobile version. It was rumored that at the beginning of the birth of chaos, there were 3 great calamity lights. They were Tao annihilation, spirit severing, and God forbidding. The 3 great calamity lights had incredible power, like the Tao annihilation tribulation light. Once it appeared, everything that was touched by this light, whether it was a person or an object, would be completely erased. As far as the 10,000 Flames Emperor knew, the Tao annihilation tribulation light was a peerless calamity that targeted the Emperor weapon, which was rare since ancient times. Lin Sun also felt a chill in his heart. The great calamity light that was constantly condensing in the depths of the tribulation cloud was flashing with an incomparably strange aura, which was obviously completely different from the previous tribulation thunder. And now, it was the most critical moment of his weapon refining. Once he crossed it, the weapon embryo would be completely formed, and the final transformation would occur. He stepped over, all the previous efforts would be erased. Swish, the grey thunder that was suspected to be the Tao annihilation tribulation light finally took shape, like a wisp of ethereal flowing light, falling from the depths of the tribulation cloud. The myriad wonderful Tao fire surged, and the 10,000 Flames Emperor went all out, steaming an extremely dazzling and magnificent flame. But the strange thing was that it didn't block the slightest bit, and the grey calamity light silently passed through the power released by the 10,000 Flames Emperor. Not good. The 10,000 Flames Emperor's expression changed completely. Seeing that the grey calamity light was about to fall into the furnace formed by the myriad wonderful Tao fire, at this extremely dangerous moment, a chain of order suddenly appeared out of thin air. This divine chain of order was condensed from purple flames. It was sparkling and translucent, overflowing with the primordial light of order and natural order. As it gently twirled, the grey calamity light was heavily bound and imprisoned, and then it was smelted by the chain of order, burning and breaking inch by inch, turning into a misty rain of light, drifting into the myriad wonderful Tao fire. The 10,000 Flames Emperor was completely stunned. The Order Phoenix Flame. How could the 10,000 Flames Emperor not recognize this power that was refined by the original order of the deity Phoenix realm? However, she didn't expect that at this last moment, the ancestor of the deity Phoenix, who had not yet completely awakened and transformed from nirvana, would choose to take action. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to use the Order Phoenix Flame. Are you crazy? I've been protecting you for countless years. I won't let you fail at the last moment of your awakening. Spirit Emperor of all fires sent a voice transmission, almost hysterical. In the deepest depths of the sea of flames beneath the secret realm, a low and indistinct voice sounded out from within the enormous egg that was fiery red. My rebirth should be accomplished by myself. These external forces are the final shackles to me instead. Instead of that, why don't I fulfill his wish? The myriad flame spiritual emperor wanted to say something, but with a boom, she felt a sharp pain in her consciousness. She saw that the phoenix flame of order was disintegrating inch by inch, melting into drops of crystal clear liquid, and pouring into the cauldron formed by the fire of wonders. Every single drop of liquid that descended was like a lifelike immortal phoenix flapping its wings and fluttering about, and its clear cry resounded through the 9 heavens. You. Myriad Fire Spirit Emperor was incoherent, completely dumbfounded. Previously, when the immortal Phoenix first ancestor used the Order Phoenix Flame to dissolve the Tao Annihilation Calamity Light, she was unable to remain calm and was about to go crazy. But now, when she saw the power of the Order Phoenix Flame pouring into the fire of wonders, she was about to go crazy. This was the original power that the immortal Phoenix first ancestor needed for the last step of transformation. If there was no Order Phoenix Flame, how could she talk about nirvana and transformation? Boom. the fire of wonders roared completely, releasing endless flames, soaring into the sky, and actually incinerating the tribulation clouds all over the sky. That kind of aura was too terrifying, completely beyond Lin Sun's imagination, and he couldn't help but be stunned. In fact, at this moment, he could no longer control the fire of wonders, and could only watch all these incredible scenes unfold. Boom, until later, the myriad fire spirit emperor turned into a flame and whistled out, standing on one side and watching. Her expression was uncertain, and her mood was turbulent, unable to calm down. This crafting was definitely unprecedented. First, he smelted the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun and dozens of magical emperor weapons as divine materials. Then, he used Lin Sun's power of the Great Way as the formation map, and his own method as the Tao pattern, and integrated it into the tool embryo, until later, it caused an unprecedented disaster, and even forced the myriad fire spirit emperor to take action, so that he could hold on until now. Until the legendary light of calamity appeared, which made the myriad fire spirit emperor helpless. He thought that this refining was too heaven-defying and violated some taboo, and was doomed to fail. Who would have thought that at the last moment, the immortal Phoenix first ancestor resolved the light of calamity with the power of the Order Phoenix flame? In the end, not only the power of the light of calamity was integrated into Lin Sun's life weapon, but also the Order Phoenix flame turned into an original power and became a part of the original Emperor weapon. This series of changes could be said to be hair-raising and unimaginable. It had also caused the crafting process to be completely different. At the very least, in the past years, there had never been a life monarch weapon being forged that could cause so many shocking changes. There was only one thought left in the myriad fire spirit emperor's mind: under such an incredible series of changes, what will the final refined life weapon look like? At the same time, Lin Sun's mood was also fluctuating like a surging tide. He never expected that there would be so many changes at the end of a refining operation. Especially the scenes that happened at the end, which completely caught him off guard and he could only watch. But he could still judge that this refining was successful. Boom, at this moment, a heart-shaking roar of the Great Way resounded, like the birth of chaos, vast and heavy as the creation of the world. Then, the wonderful Tao fire tumbled as if it was under absolute suppression, producing a violent buzzing sound. A dazzling treasure light emerged from the wonderful Tao fire inch by inch. Every inch it appeared caused this secret realm world to tremble and sway once, and the glow of treasures that suffused the sky grew slightly stronger. Later, the sound was like thunder, and the treasure light was like a tide, which made the secret realm world tremble, and a heart-palpitating aura spread. Finally, the All-Fire Spirit Emperor saw the natal Emperor weapon that was born among the many variables. At first glance, she was shocked. At the same time, in the deepest part of the sky above the number 1 divine workshop, all kinds of incomparably wonderful phenomena emerged. There were flowers of the Great Way blooming, billions of divine lights pouring down like waterfalls, auspicious and sacred sounds ringing, and the images of the starry sky floating and sinking, and the inconceivable scenes seemed to be describing the supreme profundities of the Grand Tao. In the end, the phenomenon turned into a cauldron, surrounded by billions of divine lights, endless flowers of the Tao, and ethereal sounds of nature. And this cauldron suppressed the ancient starry sky and became the only immortal and eternal thing in the endless years. Such a scene had even alarmed all the terrifying existences that were engaged in intense battle far away outside the city. No matter if it was Xia, Huang Tsangtian, or the seniors of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans, all of them acutely noticed this scene. Has Lin Sun succeeded in refining his life sovereign weapon? Xia, and Goldie had the same thought. Could it be that our ancestor has awakened? Huang Tsangtian and the others trembled, thinking that such an earth-shattering phenomenon was very likely a sign of the awakening of the ancestor of immortal Phoenix. This is definitely not a good thing. On the other hand, the eyes of Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the other old fellows of White Tiger and Black Tortoise flickered, and they were slightly surprised and bewildered in their hearts. They similarly wondered if the ancestor of immortal Phoenix that had been silent since time immemorial was about to undergo nirvana and awaken. However, before the two sides of the battle could sense it carefully, the phenomenon of the cauldron that appeared in the depths of the sky suddenly transformed into a Taoist sword. What kind of Taoist sword was it? It was simply like the incarnation of order, peerlessly sharp. Chaotic and eternal chi flowed on the blade of the sword, and it crushed the starry sky, threw the void into disorder, and seemed to be able to break through the shackles of boundless space and sever everything that had existed since time immemorial. Bang! Everyone felt a piercing pain in their eyes while their souls felt as if they were being sliced, and a wave of palpitation and coldness surged in their hearts. When they sobered up, the phenomenon in the sky had already vanished. It seemed as if everything they'd seen earlier was an illusion. But everyone was clearly aware that all of it was real. Kill. Quickly kill your way into the city. Bai Lingzhen's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Originally, Xi's group and Huang Songtian's group were in a situation of being besieged. Although it wasn't fatal, they still felt great pressure. After all, their opponents were a total of 19 emperor ancestors. How could such a siege be ordinary? If Xi hadn't taken on the attacks of so many emperor ancestors by himself, their situation would have become extremely serious. At this moment, along with Bai Lingzhen's order, the attacks of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan became even more frenzied. Under the all-out attacks of over 100 Emperor Realm experts, the restrictive formation that covered the surroundings of the 10,000 Fire Imperial City finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. For a time, a rain of light flew and whistled like a tide. The huge 10,000 Fire Imperial City was no longer obstructed. The expressions of Huang Songtian and the others changed. Once the formation was broken, the Divine Workshop was in danger. Since things have come to this, we'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Don't let your state of mind be affected. Big Yellow shouted. He was worried that Huang Songtian and the others' fighting spirit would be shaken and they would fall into disorder. Huang Songtian took a deep breath and realized the seriousness of the problem. His eyes turned red and he roared hoarsely, "Kill! Fight them to the death!" Rumble *, the battle became more and more intense. It could even be described as tragic. Without the protection of the Grand Formation, the vast, majestic, and magnificent myriad Fire Imperial City was like a piece of rotten wood that couldn't withstand a single blow. It rumbled and collapsed, and countless streets and buildings were instantly turned into ashes. No one cared about the destruction of the city. Because at this moment, the armies of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan rushed into the 10,000 Fire Imperial City like a tide and started a massacre against the Immortal Phoenix clan and the Divine Workshop Imperial clan. It was impossible to stop them. Whether it was Xi, Xia, Big Yellow, or Huang Songtian, they were firmly pinned down by Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and other terrifying characters. They were destined to be unable to free themselves to stop all of this. What was more worrying was that after the city was breached, many Emperor Realm experts from the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan had already taken the opportunity to rush into the Divine Workshop A1. At this moment, the situation had reached an extremely perilous state. P.S. The first update is here. There will be another 2 updates before 7 p.m. In addition, Goldfish is playing a game of adding updates. If you follow Goldfish's WeChat, you will add one more update on top of the previous 4 updates. Currently, Goldfish, if you want Goldfish to add updates but don't have an official account, please open it. Remember to search for the official account option, then enter Xiaojinyu233 and follow me. The above nonsense is free. Lin Sun didn't know how great a sensation the phenomenon caused by the refining had caused outside the City of Fire. At this time, he stared at the natal emperor weapon that emerged from the fire of Tao and revealed a touch of shock. It was a tripod with 3 feet and 2 ears, and it was suffused with eternal, immortal, and sacred vast and heavy qi. The wall of the tripod was covered with the power of the great way like a dragon, which interweaved into a light rain of law, flowing and fluttering, and evolved into various wonderful phenomena, such as the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, all living things, the passage of time, the ups and downs of the world, and the changes of all phenomena. It was just a tripod, but it seemed to contain the mysteries of the whole world, which was extremely amazing. In the mouth of the tripod, the light rain was like a waterfall, and a kind of symbol derived from Taoism emerged and flickered in it, as if it was deducing all the laws in the world. This cauldron was too inconceivable. When looked at from afar, it didn't seem like an imperial weapon, and it seemed like the embodiment of the Grand Tao instead. It caused one to feel shocked and feel a supreme imposing aura assault the face. It floated in the void, and the whole secret realm trembled and shook. The nearby void buzzed as if it was surrendering. There are other mysteries in this tripod. Wanhua Ling Huang murmured in a dreamy voice, and her white eyebrows were completely filled with shock and amazement. She clearly sensed that an extremely terrifying and fierce aura was hidden within the immortal furnace. It was like a peerless blade that was sealed within the 9 abysses, and so long as it was unsheathed, it would be able to tear the heavens apart. Sure enough, the next moment, a terrible phenomenon appeared in the tripod, and a sword shadow that was misty like chaos appeared. Although it was just a sword shadow, it had unparalleled and sharp chi, which seemed to be able to crush the starry sky and cut off all the things in the world. Wanhua Ling Huang gave a muffled groan, and her eyes were stinging. Her mind seemed to be cut sharply. This caused her to feel even more shocked. It's only a sword image that's revealed itself, yet it possesses such unbelievable might. So, if the sword hidden within the cauldron were to truly emerge into the world, then exactly how terrifying would its might be? At the same time, after staring at it for a while, Lin Sun suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if the furnace in the distance was part of his cultivation. As long as he thought about it, he could control it like his arm and make it perform all kinds of power. Come here. Lin Sun waved. The cauldron in the distance swiftly transformed into a flowing light that descended into his palm. The radiance it emanated was restrained while the glow of the Tao dispersed, and it revealed its original and simple appearance. Only the interior of the furnace seethed with primal chaos and faintly flowed with divine flames, causing it to seem extremely mysterious. However, Lin Sun sensed that a Taoist sword was being nurtured within the furnace. It was hidden deep within the chaos, and it was being nourished by strands of strange purple flames, causing it to seem extremely mysterious. Seeing this, Lin Sun's tense heart was completely relaxed as if relieved of a heavy burden. A cauldron to nurture the Tao sword, this was the refining plan that Lin Sun finally finalized after countless conceptions and deductions at the beginning of refining. His great Tao root was like primal chaos, like a furnace, like a cauldron, unprecedented throughout the ages, the only one in the heavens. The Tao art he created was called the Grand Tao Furnace Scripture, and it was deduced and condensed from his cultivation. It could accommodate a myriad of Taos in the world and develop a myriad of techniques in the world. Even after he became an emperor, his soul and will were condensed into a cauldron, which was like an immortal and eternal weapon, sitting in his sea of consciousness. At the beginning, Lin Sun's first idea was to refine a cauldron as a life emperor weapon, so that it could be most suitable for his cultivation. However, after countless deliberations and considerations, he had a new idea. The cauldron could suppress the myriad of worlds in the world. Although it had the power of both offense and defense, its core was to accommodate a myriad of Taos and control a myriad of techniques. If he could nurture a Taoist sword in the cauldron, it would be completely different. Sword was the sharpest weapon in the world. Swordsmanship was the most murderous way in the world. Nurturing a Taoist sword in the cauldron was undoubtedly equivalent to supplementing the cauldron's offensive and murderous power. In short, the life emperor weapon that Lin Sun had always admired was capable of both offense and defense. Offense was invincible. Defense was unshakable. The cauldron in front of him perfectly deduced this unique power. The cauldron could suppress both ancient and modern times, and the Taoist sword nurtured in the cauldron was unparalleled. This cauldron could be called Sword Cauldron. The most mysterious thing was that the cauldron was like a scabbard, nurturing the Taoist sword in it, and presenting a complementary whole with the Taoist sword. At the same time, Lin Sun noticed that the Taoist sword in the cauldron was being nurtured by wisps of purple divine flame, but it was also sealed. The wisps of purple divine flame were like a layer of chains of order, imprisoning the power of the Taoist sword. If not, the power possessed by the sword would not be as strong as it was now. This made Lin Sun stunned. He remembered that at the last moment of refining, it was the orderly purple divine flame that dissolved the gray light of catastrophe. Now, after the gray light of catastrophe was dissolved, the power had already been integrated into the sword cauldron, and the purple divine flame formed a shackle around the Taoist sword. At this time, Wanhua Ling Huang's eyes became complicated. She had already been reminded by the ancestor of immortal phoenix and understood the mystery of Lin Sun's sword cauldron. After a while, she said, that is the original power of the world of immortal phoenix realm, which was refined into the order phoenix flame by the ancestor of immortal phoenix. It is the order phoenix flame that helped you dissolve the power of the annihilation light of catastrophe at the last moment. Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. Order Phoenix Flame, the original power of Order of the World. Lin Sun was no stranger to this kind of power. At that time, he had personally controlled the original order of the world of Nirvana. Just like the Pearl of Suppression, controlled by Ao Xingtong now, it was also the original power of order of the Dragon Palace world. But Lin Sun did not expect that it was the Order Phoenix Flame that helped him to successfully refine his life imperial weapon, and the original power of the world had been integrated into his imperial weapon, turning into a seal that nourished and nurtured the Taoist sword in the cauldron. According to Wan Hualing Huang, in the future, the more Order Phoenix Flame that the sword cauldron could absorb, the more terrifying its power would be. After all, the Order Phoenix Flame belonged to the original power of the world of Immortal Phoenix Realm. How could its power be ordinary? When Lin Sun calmed down, he realized a problem. Has the ancestor of Immortal Phoenix awakened from Nirvana? Wan Hualing Huang shook his head. There is still one last step. She did not tell Lin Sun that the Order Phoenix Flame was originally a force for the ancestor of Immortal Phoenix to carry out the final transformation. Now, without the help of this force, whether the ancestor of Immortal Phoenix could survive the final transformation. It was the same problem. Now that your life imperial weapon has been successfully refined, take advantage of the time to restore your own strength before the enemy comes. Wan Hualing Huang sighed softly. Enemy, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly. He turned over his palm, and the sword cauldron quietly swept into his body, sitting in the life imperial realm. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Time is pressing, let me give you a hand. Wan Hualing Huang waved his sleeve, and a crystal-clear torrent of chaos, like a waterfall, shrouded Lin Sun's figure. In an instant, the torrent of chaos poured into Lin Sun's limbs and bones, glowing with incomparable vitality. His tired and exhausted body also recovered at an incredible speed. This surprised Lin Sun. What a powerful force of chaos! He could even feel that his cultivation was constantly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Concentrate on cultivation, don't waste the power of the chaotic divine essence. The voice of Wan Hualing Huang sounded, and Lin Sun realized that what he was absorbing and refining at this moment was the chaotic divine essence that was enough to make the ancestors crazy. He didn't dare to think any more and refined it with all his strength. The silence and nirvana of the ages, in the end, helped this boy. What on earth are you thinking? At the same time, Wan Hualing Huang transmitted his voice and expressed his doubts. In the deepest part of the Sea of Fire under the secret realm, the giant egg surrounded by purple phoenix flames, a low and ethereal voice sounded. I've said it before. After experiencing nirvana for countless years, I've completely understood that if I want to take the last step of transformation, I must abandon the help of external objects. In other words, the Order Phoenix Flames are the final barrier that hinders me from carrying out the transformation. Now, I can use this thing to help the legitimate son of Luo Qingxuan. I only feel gratified, and there is no reluctance in my heart. This may be the will of the heavens. After listening, Wan Hualing Huang couldn't help frowning. But if you fail, won't these countless years of nirvana be in vain? Ancestor of Deity Phoenix said, No, I have already felt that this nirvana is far from over, but the way of nirvana will completely change, become more mysterious and unknown. If I succeed, my cultivation will surpass my peers from ancient to modern times. If I fail, it's nothing more than being lost in the unknown nirvana. These words were full of indescribable obscure mystery, which made Wan Hualing Huang stunned. A new road of nirvana, surpass his peers from ancient to modern times. What did this mean? Hualing, can you do me one last favor? The voice of ancestor of Deity Phoenix sounded. Wan Hualing Huang glanced at Lin Sun, and with a flash, he rushed into the deepest part of the Sea of Fire in the secret realm. Looking at the giant egg surrounded by purple flames, he said, no matter what you ask, I will help you. Ancestor of Deity Phoenix said, For countless years, you have been with me, guarding me. Now, I only hope that I can do something for you. Next, don't refuse. Before the voice fell, a magnificent purple flame suddenly emerged from the giant purple egg, shrouding the figure of Wan Hualing Huang. Wan Hualing Huang's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out involuntarily, This is your cultivation. How can you give it all to me? No. I don't want it. But no matter how she struggled, the purple divine fire had been covering her figure, and she couldn't break free. The voice of ancestor of Deity Phoenix sounded with a smile, Only by cutting off the karma of the previous life can there be a new nirvana. Hualing, you and I have known each other since ancient times. In the future, with my cultivation continuing to accompany you and protect you, I can also be completely relieved. Huang's eyes were red, his whole body was trembling, and his emotions were completely out of control. This guy was still as overbearing as before, he didn't even give me a chance to refuse. In a short period of time, Lin Sun's cultivation had soared to the perfected third stage Emperor realm, but he had only refined half of the chaotic divine essence given by the All-Fire Spirit Emperor. It was not without reason that the chaotic divine essence was coveted by the Emperor Ancestor realm. If this situation continued, Lin Sun was sure that it would not take long for him to have a breakthrough. However, at this moment, there was a violent tremor at the entrance of the secret realm, as if it had suffered an extremely terrifying impact. Lin Sun immediately woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. An invisible and supreme pressure emanated from his body. Loka, he looked into the distance. Loka had been standing there for the past few days, witnessing how Lin Sun refined the natal emperor weapon. Needless to say, she was shocked. When she heard Lin Sun's call, she woke up from her chaotic thoughts. Brother Lin, what's the matter? The enemy is here, it's not safe to stay here any longer. I'll have to trouble you for a while. As Lin Sun spoke, he stood up and waved his sleeve. A ray of Tao light appeared and wrapped around Loka's figure, bringing her into the Tower of Endless. Boom, the entrance of the secret realm also cracked at this moment, and a terrifying ray of Tao light poured in like a flood. Accompanying it was a group of figures with terrifying auras. They were all Emperor Realm figures from the Black Tortoise clan and the White Tiger clan. Quick, this is the resting place of the first ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix clan. Destroy this place and the first ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix clan will not be able to succeed in Nirvana. Someone shouted excitedly. You're alone here? Many people looked at Lin Sun, their eyes overflowing with murderous intent. More people were sizing up the secret realm, as if trying to find the hiding place of the first ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix clan. Cut the crap, kill him first. Someone couldn't help but want to attack, but was stopped by a sage-like elder in a Taoist robe. Oh, right, you must be Lin Daoyuan. I've heard of your name before coming here. The elder in a Taoist robe stared at Lin Sun and said. The old man in the Taoist robe stared at Lin Sun and said, now, as you can see, the city of infinite fire has been breached. It won't be long before the Immortal Phoenix bloodline will be removed from the world. If you want to live, it's better to submit to my Black Tortoise bloodline. I promise to give you the best treatment. The other emperors realized Lin Sun's identity as well. They stared at him like he was the most tempting prey in the world. Lin Daoyuan, a legendary armament refiner who had caused a sensation in the Immortal Phoenix realm not long ago. It was said that all the Emperor armaments that he had refined could be said to be peerless grade. The most incredible thing was that his forging speed was extremely fast. On average, he could forge 2 sovereign weapons in a day. Moreover, there was no failure. Such a legendary artificer was definitely a talent that any great force would want to snatch away even if they had to break their heads. I'm going to bring him back to the White Tiger bloodline to refine an imperial weapon for our race. Immediately, a man with a ferocious aura spoke with a burning gaze that revealed a threatening tone. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy him now than allow him to fall into the hands of another power. That's right, that's the way. The emperors of the White Tiger bloodline all nodded. The faces of the emperors of the Black Tortoise bloodline, led by the old man in the Taoist robe, became gloomy. I'm sorry, Lin Daoyuan can only go with us this time. If you, the White Tiger bloodline, want to rob him, you have to think about the consequences. The old man in the Taoist robe was expressionless and said in a tough tone. The ferocious man was furious. He pointed at Lin Sun and said in a grim voice, Lin Daoyuan, now follow me obediently. I promise that no one here dares to hurt your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. How dare you? The old man in the Taoist robe said coldly, if my Black Tortoise bloodline can't get it, no one else can. For a time, the emperors of the White Tiger bloodline and the Black Tortoise bloodline confronted each other. They glared at each other and were at daggers drawn. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and an indescribable absurdity surged in his heart. What did these bastards think of him as? A prey that could be taken and slaughtered at will? Boom. Suddenly, someone from the white tiger bloodline couldn't hold back and attacked first. It was a burly man. His figure flashed and he reached out to grab Lin Sun. Lin, if you dare to struggle, I'll tear you apart. You're courting death. The old man in the Taoist robe's face darkened. How could he let the white tiger bloodline get ahead of him? But just as he was about to make a move, something strange happened. Then, Lin Sun grabbed the burly man from the white tiger bloodline in his hand as if he was picking up a chicken. Then, he gently tore his arms outwards. Crash, the burly man's body was torn apart like a piece of rag. Blood poured down like a waterfall on the ground. Lin Sun casually threw the two torn limbs aside like garbage. Tearing an emperor with his bare hands, this bloody scene caused the Emperor realm experts of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans to shudder. Their faces changed drastically. Quick, let's capture him first. The ferocious man roared. Yes, let's capture him first. The old man in the Taoist robe also realized that something was wrong and shouted. Boom, the emperors of the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise bloodline acted without hesitation. They either took out their sovereign weapons or activated their secret skills. Any one of the emperors could burn mountains and boil seas, and destroy mountains and rivers, let alone a group of emperors. This scene was enough to make other emperors feel desperate. You're courting death. Today, I'll use your lives to refine my sovereign weapon. But at this time, Lin Sun's lips curved into a cold smile. Buzz, suddenly, a surging Taoist light rushed out. A cauldron glowed and released a great power that could suppress the sky. Rumble. As the furnace revolved in midair, the attacks that enveloped down from all directions were crushed, dispersed, and obliterated. Unshakable, all the emperors shrank their pupils. There were 17 emperors who came first this time. The weakest was at the second level of the emperor realm. The strongest, such as the ferocious man and the old man in the Taoist robe, were at the 7th level of the emperor realm. They could be regarded as the top figures in the emperor realm. But now, their attacks were all blocked by a cauldron. Before they could figure it out, Lin Sun attacked without hesitation. Slash! With a clang, a Taoist sword appeared in the cauldron. It set off a ray of Taoist light like the 9 heavens. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sun, the moon and the stars surging in it. What kind of sword was this? It was unimaginably fierce. It seemed to be able to cut the sky and cut through the ages. In an instant, screams resounded in the field. One of the emperors in the front was directly killed by the sword. His body was crushed by the sword chi and turned into ashes. There was a commotion in the field. Cries of horror rose one after another. Quick, let's kill him together. Kill. The ferocious man and the old man in the Taoist robe led the emperors to charge at Lin Sun with all their might. But no matter how strong their sovereign weapons were or how profound their Taoist techniques were, they were all crushed and disintegrated by the cauldron in front of Lin Sun. Along the way, a Taoist sword flickered frequently as Lin Sun wielded it, and it set off an absolutely crushing and murderous battle. Slash! 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 Every time Lin Sun's voice resounded, there would be a great emperor killed on the spot. Their souls would scatter, and no one would be spared. That fierce and domineering slaughter was simply unparalleled, and it was simply all-powerful. Many sovereign weapons whistled up in an attempt to resist the attack of the Taoist sword. But in an instant, they were shattered in the collision and turned into a rain of light that scattered all over the sky. In other words, the imperial weapons of the White Tiger clan and Black Tortoise clan's imperial realm experts couldn't withstand a single blow from that Dao sword. Bang! 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 In the field, sovereign weapons were constantly smashed, and at the same time, there were shrill screams. Those emperors exploded like firecrackers, splashing scarlet blood and dying on the spot. It was a complete massacre. Even if 17 emperors joined forces, even if they were in the 7th level of the emperor realm, they were still no match for them. Lin Sun stood in the same place. The cauldron and the sword were invincible in attack and unshakable in defense. He was harvesting the souls of those emperors. Boom! Before long, the armor and treasures in front of the ferocious man exploded, and his body was cut in half by Lin Sun's Taoist sword. At this time only the old man in the Taoist robe was left in the field. His face was full of horror, and his soul almost flew out of his body. At the moment when the ferocious man was killed, his fighting spirit completely collapsed. He turned around and fled in a panic like a stray dog. However, as the sword light flashed, a scarlet blood light rose, and the old man in the Taoist robe, the 7th level of the Emperor realm, was killed at the waist. At this point, 17 emperors were killed one by one under Lin Sun's sovereign weapon. No one survived. From start to finish, it had only been a moment. Clang, the Taoist sword made a clear sound and returned to the cauldron, being held in Lin Sun's hand. From today on, you are called, the only sword cauldron. Lin Sun's eyes were deep, and he named his life's sovereign weapon. Contain all Tao, develop all laws, never seen since the beginning of time, and the only one in the whole world. Buzz, the only sword cauldron trembled slightly, as if it was cheering for its own name. Lin Sun couldn't help but look forward to the day when the only sword cauldron transformed and gave birth to a spirit. How different it would be. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void, and some figures rushed into the secret realm again. They were all emperors. It was obvious that these emperors were a step behind and had only just arrived. When they saw that there was only Lin Sun in the empty secret realm, the 7 emperors from the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan all had a bad feeling. Before they could figure out the situation, Lin Sun had started to kill without hesitation. Boom, the only sword cauldron roared out, flowing with hundreds of millions of rays of light. Just the power it released made the world tremble. Lin Sun said leisurely in his heart, "Today's battle, I'll let you have a taste of the Emperor's blood." Clang, the only sword cauldron roared out with unparalleled sharpness, and its clear sound resounded through the world, causing the wind and clouds to change color. P.S. First of all, asking for monthly votes. Second, there is still some distance to go for goldfish. Asking for my attention, open or search for Xiao Jinyu and add my attention, finally, before 10 o'clock. The Taoist sword whistled like lightning, and the fierce sword chi tore through the sky. The 7 great Emperor realm cultivators were flustered by the sudden change in the situation. Puff, in a flash, an Emperor realm cultivator was beheaded, and the incomparably vast sword chi covered the sky and earth, destroying his body and turning it into ashes. Bang, before long, a Xian spear was cut in two, and the eyebrow of the owner of the spear was pierced. He let out an unwilling roar and died on the spot. In this completely crushing killing, Lin Sun also felt the real power of the only sword cauldron. One word, strong. When he used this treasure to fight, not only did it allow him to perfectly unleash his cultivation, but his combat strength had also obviously increased greatly. Suddenly, Lin Sun had an idea to use the only sword to deduce the inheritance of Taishan sword scripture. Boom, the only sword of the Tao emanated boundless sword chi that was brilliant and blazing. It transformed into a sword formation that covered the heavens and the earth as it smashed down. In an instant, rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. When the dust and light dispersed, 3 of the 5 emperors that remained on the battlefield had been annihilated on the spot, and only 2 of them were still standing. However, they were heavily injured. As the one Tao sword slashed out, the remaining 2 martial emperors were also slain. If I use the only sword to control the inheritance of sword Tao, the power is enough to double the ordinary attack. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp when he came to this conclusion. Soon, he guessed the reason. The only sword cauldron was made of many divine materials such as the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. This also made the only sword cauldron have different magical functions of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun at the moment of its birth. For example, the infinite bottle could double the power of the attack. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be excited. I don't know whether the City of Fire has completely fallen at this time, and how about Xianxia? Lin Sun didn't dare to delay any more time. After a little thought, he went out of the secret realm. Boom! As soon as he walked out of the secret realm, a deafening roar came, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, and the chaotic and destructive atmosphere raged. With the spread of Lin Sun's spiritual awareness, he saw that the vast city of Wan Fire was already in a state of desolation and ruins everywhere. The spacious streets that were orderly like cobwebs in the past, and the rows upon rows of majestic buildings, had all been destroyed long ago. Billowing smoke filled the air. In such a large city, there was actually no place left intact. Kill! 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 In a place extremely far away, a series of battle cries that sounded like the roars of gods and demons could be heard. Earth-shattering rays of Tao and monarch weapons whistled across the place, stirring up chaos in the sky and shaking the surroundings. Apart from that, there were also many black tortoise and white tiger clans that wreaked havoc in the city like tidewater, pursuing and killing the experts in the city. Such a scene was simply like the end of the world, and it was filled with an aura of destruction, blood, and cruelty. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's heart tightened. Quick, kill them. Leave no one alive. In the distance, a group of strong white tiger clans formed a group and chased after some clansmen of Shingang Imperial clan. Lin Sun even saw the figures of Lian Hongxiu, Lian Feijia, and others. It's really crazy. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and his figure suddenly rose into the air. Endless Taishan sword chi whistled out of his acupoints and covered the area. Boom, the sword chi was vast, like a vast ocean, showing unparalleled power. In merely an instant, the several tens of White Tiger Imperial clan experts were all killed by the boundless sword aura. It was incomparably domineering. Lian Hongxiu, Lian Feijia, and others were stunned for a moment, and then showed ecstasy. Only then did they realize that it was Lin Sun who saved them. For the time being, I'll inconvenience you. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and before Lian Hongxiu and others agreed, he put them into the Tower of Ceaseless one by one. At present, there was no safe place to hide in the City of Fires, so Lin Sun could only settle them in this way for the time being. Then, he swept in the direction of the city. Along the way, he saw strong white tiger and black tortoise clans everywhere, most of whom were below the Emperor realm. They hunted the strong immortal Phoenix and Shingang Imperial clan in the city in groups. In this regard, Lin Sun would not be polite. All the enemies he saw were killed mercilessly at the first time. Looking down from the sky, one would find that wherever Lin Sun passed, the surrounding area was dyed with thick blood. That was the blood of the fallen enemies. There were also some Emperor realm figures who noticed Lin Sun's existence and attacked him from a distance. But it was no different from courting death, and they were killed by Lin Sun. Lin Sun did not delay along the way. He knew very well that no matter how many people below the Emperor realm he killed, it would be of no use. The top priority was to kill the big shots of White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans, outside the city. The battle was fierce. The battlefield affected the territory of tens of thousands of miles, and the world fell into an unprecedented collapse. This was a battle at the level of Emperor Ancestor. When the supreme power swept out, the world changed color and everything was crushed. It was unimaginably terrifying. Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing led a group of Emperor Ancestor characters and had a firm advantage in the battle. As the battle continued, this advantage became more and more obvious. Most importantly, there were only 8 people in the Emperor Ancestor realm, including Shi, Big Yellow, and Huang Songtian. The other side had a total of 19 Emperor Ancestors. In addition, although Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing were not in the 9th level of Emperor realm, they were still extremely powerful 8th level Emperor realm characters. They were also a great deterrent. Even if Shi's combat strength was unparalleled, and he alone could resist the attacks of many Emperor Ancestors, he could not turn the increasingly dangerous situation around. For example, Huang Songtian's body was already stained with blood, and he was seriously injured. In addition, 3 Emperor Ancestors were also seriously injured. At the moment, only Shi, Big Yellow, and the other 3 Emperor Ancestors could continue to fight at the front. On the other hand, although some of the 19 Emperor Ancestors were injured, their injuries were not serious. They seemed to have an absolute advantage. Bai Lingzhen roared with laughter when he saw this. Huang Songtian, I'll give all of you one last chance. Quickly surrender, or don't blame me for flattening this place and killing all of you. His voice was like a bell that reverberated through the surroundings and spread through the heavens and the earth. The expressions of Huang Songtian and the others became extremely unsightly when they heard this. The current situation was indeed showing signs of falling apart. What made them even more worried was that the other side had killed their way into the A1 workshop, and they did not know what the situation was like there. Little kitty, what are you yelling for? I'll pull out your tendons, skin you, and cook you into a pot of meat porridge, Big Yellow sneered. He was being attacked by 3 Emperor Ancestors. Although he was in a passive position and seemed to be in a sorry state, he was still extremely domineering. bastard, how dare you be so rude? You're simply courting death. Bai Lingzhen's face sank, and he berated in a cold voice. At the same time, he ordered the two emperor ancestors, go, kill this bastard first. Big Yellow gasped and said, damn you. Don't you have any shame? It was already strenuous for him to be besieged by 3 emperor ancestors, so what would happen if 2 more of them joined in? Right at this moment, who did you say was courting death? Suddenly, a piercingly cold voice resounded, and it reverberated outside the city like a thunderclap. Lin Sun, Shi, Big Yellow, Xia Ji, Huang Santian, and the others who were fighting intensely were surprised. Why isn't he guarding the secret realm at such a critical moment? Why has he appeared here? Swoosh, the sky surged as a ray of light shot through the sky. Lin Sun arrived on the ray of light, and his deep black eyes seemed like cold bolts of lightning that intended to see through the profundities of the heavens and the earth. Don't worry, all of you. I've annihilated all those old bastards that trespassed into the workshop. As soon as Lin Sun's words were spoken, Huang Santian and the others felt relieved, and the gloominess from before was swept away. On the other hand, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the other old monsters narrowed their eyes in disbelief. How dare a young man of the 3rd-level emperor realm boast like him? But if he was lying, how did he walk out of the city unscathed? For a moment, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Young man, who do you think you are? How dare you speak without thinking? Are you tired of living? Bai Lingzhen said coldly, and his words were full of disdain. Then, he waved his hand, 7th Elder, go and capture him. A grey-robed old man pulled himself out of the battle and stared coldly at Lin Sun, who had just appeared in the distance. The aura of the 8th-level Emperor realm emanated from his body. Lin Sun, stand down. Big Yellow's expression changed. Lin Sun sneered, he's just an old bastard. I can kill him with a flick of my finger. As soon as these words were spoken, the old monsters of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan almost burst out laughing. This kid is too arrogant, he's only a 3rd-level Emperor realm, but he dares to look down on them. He's digging his own grave. Huang Santian and the others were shocked. They were both shocked by Lin Sun's courage and couldn't help but worry for him. After all, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Under these circumstances, only an emperor ancestor would dare to get involved. And Lin Sun was only a 3rd-level emperor realm. Lin Sun didn't seem to notice any of this. His expression was calm and indifferent as he uttered softly, today, I really want to see how strong an emperor ancestor is. Vile spawn. You're only a 3rd-level emperor realm, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Are you insane? Come and die. The face of the 8th-level Emperor realm 7th Elder darkened. He suddenly made his move, and a battle blade surrounded by purple lightning appeared in his hand as he slashed down. Rumble, the blade was like a galaxy of lightning descending, accompanied by a peerless and violent power as it slashed towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun said indifferently, I said, I can kill you with a flick of my finger. Before he could finish his sentence. Clang, a clear howl that shook the heavens resounded as a Dao sword soared through the sky to intercept that ray of violet lightning. Both of them collided like a star exploding apart, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble while space exploded into pieces, and violent waves surged towards the surroundings. Crack, in the blink of an eye, the purple thunder saber exploded like a piece of paper. Subsequently, the 7th Elder's figure didn't even have the time to dodge before he was slashed to death by the Dao sword that slashed down explosively. P.S. Today's 4 chapters are over, please vote. Not good, the expressions of Bai Lingzhen and the others changed drastically. They did not expect the situation to undergo such a shocking change when the battle had just begun. It was unbelievable that a young emperor in the 3rd level could kill a cultivator in the 8th level with one strike. Huang Santian and the others were shocked. They had only seen Lin Sun's unfathomable attainments in refining weapons. Who would have thought that he was so strong? The difference between the 3rd level and the 8th level was more than 1 level. How did he do it? Under the bloody sunset, Lin Sun stood alone, with his thick black hair flying in the air. His momentum was like the abyss of the universe, and he seemed to be able to hold off 10,000 enemies by himself. Clang, the Taoist sword returned to the cauldron in front of Lin Sun. The old monsters also noticed this life emperor weapon. With just a glance, those old monsters couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of cauldron was this? The Taoist light was dense, vast and immortal, as if it could suppress the heavens. It was filled with a heart-palpitating aura. It was too extraordinary. Although it was floating there, it was like the master of the Emperor weapon, spewing out a brilliant power that could shock the world. Coincidentally, people thought of the unparalleled phenomenon that appeared in the depths of the sky not long ago. They thought of the huge cauldron that was protected by billions of rays of light and covered the heavens and the stars. So it was this treasure. People suddenly realized that this was Lin Sun's life Emperor weapon. The phenomenon that appeared in the depths of the sky not long ago was caused by this Emperor weapon. Many old monsters of the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans were moved and their eyes became hot. Such a precious treasure could absolutely be said to be rare since time immemorial. What a treasure! Bai Lingzhen's eyes were suffused with a frightening glow, and his expression was cold. I'm able to discern that it's precisely relying on the might of this treasure that allowed your combat strength to become formidable. But how could a character like you be worthy of such a precious treasure? Third Supreme Elder, please go and capture this kid. Remember, don't take his life. This Lin Daoyuan is an extraordinary weapon refinement grandmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, a green-robed man who had been fighting with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's old antique suddenly pulled himself out of the fight. He looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh. Crafting grandmaster? It just so happens that our White Tiger lineage is indeed lacking such an odd job worker. His voice was like a clap of thunder, and his Emperor Ancestor realm aura covered the heavens and earth, terrifying beyond compare. Boom, the man in cyan had already made his move. As he grasped with his big hand, a giant palm was condensed in the void, covering the sky and the sun, and shrouded Lin Sun. She, Big Yellow, and Xia Ji, who were fighting against the monarch ancestors, narrowed their eyes. The faces of Huang Songtian and the others changed. How could it be normal for an emperor ancestor to take action? Buzz, the sword cauldron in front of Lin Sun rumbled as it emanated a monstrous glow of the way, and it collided with the enormous palm that was approaching him. For a time an explosion resounded like thunder, and a surging divine radiance arose at the point of collision, causing the nearby space to rumble and be obliterated. Inconceivably, that green-clothed man's attack had actually been dispersed by the ultimate sword cauldron. Everyone couldn't help but look over in shock. The power of an emperor ancestor was enough to suppress all existences in the emperor realm, and it could be said to be the peak existence on the road of emperor realm. It could be called a true, supreme overlord. Looking down upon the heavens, the attack of such a figure was blocked by the emperor weapon in the hands of a peak third-level emperor realm great emperor. This was simply shocking. Even the man in cyan was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. In fact, what the ultimate sword cauldron demonstrated before was the essence of the flawless armor. Its defense was unparalleled, unshakable, and extremely marvelous. At this moment, Lin Sun's chi and blood were also surging. In his heart, he had to admit that the Emperor Ancestor realm was indeed incomparably terrifying and difficult to surpass. After all, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the third level of the martial Emperor realm, and he possessed the unique sword cauldron. However, he still felt extremely pressured when facing the martial Emperor realm head-on. It was obvious how monstrous the martial Emperor realm was. The word ancestor seemed to be a huge gap that could not be crossed. However, Lin Sun had no intention of fighting the Emperor Ancestor head-on this time. "Old bastard, take this move of mine." Lin Sun let out a long roar, and the ultimate sword burst out, setting off endless sword chi, demonstrating the inheritance of the sky-destroying sword emperor. Whoosh, the sword chi flashed, and the 3 inches of eternal silence, with the ultimate sword, the power of this sword suddenly doubled, which was due to the magical effect of the infinite bottle. Humph. The man in cyan waved his hand, and the divine law was like a tide, smashing the sword. "Little thing, do you think you're qualified to fight with me? Come over here." He stepped in the void, and his clothes fluttered. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and the void was torn apart. He grasped at Lin Sun through the air, and an unparalleled torrent of palm force burst out like a landslide and a tsunami. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm, and he tried his best to demonstrate his own sword inheritance. For example, the sword drawing, sword commanding, and heart sword of the sky-destroying sword emperor. For example, the Taishan sword sutra. For example, the sword of cutting the way in a flash. As if there was no return. Each kind of sword inheritance had long been integrated into Lin Sun's cultivation. Through Lin Sun's extreme deduction and release, it reflected a completely different power from the past. For a time, brilliant sword intent whistled through the world, causing this expanse of the heavens and the earth to be illuminated by the dazzling sword light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. As the Emperor Ancestor, although the man in Xian was not afraid, he was restrained by this storm-like attack for a while, and could only constantly resolve it. His attack was blocked by the only sword cauldron every time. It was impossible for him to get close to Lin Sun, let alone suppress and capture him. This? Bai Lingzhen's eyes were fixed, and he couldn't believe it. Not only him, but also the old monsters who were fighting fiercely nearby, when they saw such a scene, were surprised. On the other hand, all of this caused the azure-clothed man to feel extremely embarrassed. As the Emperor Ancestor, he couldn't do anything to a third level of the Emperor realm in a short time. If this was spread out, it was destined to be a stain on his life. Lin Sun suddenly waved his sleeves in the battle, took out the insignificant bow, and said in his heart, "I've raised you for so long, it's time to show you a good performance." Boom, on the rough and ferocious bow composed of white bones and skeletons, a terrible and boundless fierce aura emerged. The device spirit Wu Kei, which was silent in the insignificant spiritual bow, woke up at this moment and turned into the appearance of a gray-haired young man, appearing out of thin air. Wu Kei held the insignificant bow in his hand and carried the blue sky arrow, moly arrow, auspicious light arrow and peace feather arrow on his back. His fierce aura was like a real arrow god. Many old antiques couldn't help looking at him. What a fierce aura! Go to help Xianxia, Lin Sun said. Wu Kei glanced around and immediately saw Xianxia and Yellow fighting against 3 old monsters of the Emperor Ancestor realm thousands of miles away. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Before he arrived, the blue sky arrow had been shot by him with the insignificant bow. Boom, the void seemed to be torn apart, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded. Vaguely, there seemed to be the cry of demons echoing. This arrow was extremely swift and fierce, and its momentum was like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Lin Sun waved his sleeve again, and the broken blade emerged. Together with Wu Kei, he rushed towards Xianxia and Yellow. Broken blade, you already have a spirit. It's time for you to fight by yourself. Don't let me down, Lin Sun said in his heart. Boom, the dull broken blade burst into brilliant brilliance, and the fierce spirit raged in the sky. The terrifying figure in the depths of the broken blade also woke up at this moment. Whoosh, in an instant, the broken blade had turned into a stream of light and rushed into the battlefield. Before, Yellow and Xianxia could only resist the attack of the 3 Emperor Ancestors together, and they were in a very passive and embarrassing situation. But with the participation of Wu Kei and Broken Blade, the situation suddenly changed. Wu Kei held the insignificant bow in his hand. He used the 4 arrows of blue sky arrow, moly arrow, auspicious light and peace feather to attack from a long distance, which was unexpected and domineering. His archery had reached a shocking level. The whistling of those arrows immediately disrupted the battle. Although the 3 Emperor Ancestors had infinite spiritual power, they were also disrupted the rhythm of the battle. This made their faces gloomy. One of the Emperor Ancestors was even more furious. He pulled himself out and teleported through the void to kill Wu Quebec. However, before he could get there, he was blocked by the broken blade that shot over explosively. Boom, the broken blade gave off a monstrous killing intent. With one slash, even the Emperor Ancestor couldn't help but be shocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, both Yellow and Xianxia broke free from the passive situation and launched an active attack. A series of scenes happened almost in the blink of an eye. But everyone saw that with the participation of Wu Kei and Broken Blade, the situation of Yellow and Xianxia had been reversed. However, this was not the end. As Lin Sun turned his sleeve, the ancient and vast reincarnation sword case emerged. This time, without Lin Sun's warning, the sword spirit Yi had emerged and said calmly, "Lin Sun, don't worry, I will do my best." Lin Sun nodded and pointed to Huang Songtian and others in the distance. "Yi, go and help them." "Okay." Ye's voice was still drifting, but he had already entered the battle in the distance. Seeing this, Lin Sun's heart became calmer. Over the years, as Lin Sun continued to feed them with various emperor weapons, Wu Kei, the broken blade spirit, and Yi had all undergone many transformations as they refined the essence of the emperor weapons. Now, it was time for them to make a move and show off their abilities. Lin Sun looked at the battle situation on Xi's side and couldn't help but frown. She was currently being besieged by 5 emperor ancestors. The battle was extremely fierce. Although the situation was not dangerous, it was not optimistic. "Little bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Suddenly, an explosive shout that was filled with rage resounded. The cyan-clothed man in the distance had a gloomy face and blue veins on his forehead, as if he was in a violent rage. In fact, he was really angry to the point that his lungs were about to explode. While fighting him, Lin Sun was distracted to pay attention to the battles in other places and sent many reinforcements. This was simply not putting him, the emperor ancestor, in his eyes. What made the cyan-clothed man most exasperated was that no matter how he attacked and suppressed Lin Sun, he still couldn't break the sword cauldron in front of Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly too humiliating. If this spread out, he would become a laughingstock. P.S. I'll send the first update first. Let me clarify 2 things. Many people said that Goldfish had made a mistake, but Goldfish had to say that the Tower of Ceaseless and the rectangular bell were never part of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. The second thing was that the name Unique Sword Cauldron was too lame, so Goldfish decided to change it and gather some domineering names. Everyone can follow Goldfish's follow. Tomorrow, I'll officially start the gathering on the official account. Finally, I'll continue to release more updates today. The above nonsense is free. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing at the exasperated look of the man in green. He said with a playful look, "So what if I ignore you? Come and kill me if you dare." Endless Sword Chi roared. The One Dao sword displayed all kinds of supreme swordsmanship. Although it couldn't hurt the man in green, it forced him to defend himself. The existence of the One Cauldron allowed all of his attacks to be blocked. In short, in this battle, no matter who it was, they couldn't do anything to each other. For Lin Sun, this was already a feat that defied the natural order. After all, he was at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm and fought against an Emperor ancestor. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause countless exclamations. However, to a senior like the azure-clothed man who'd lived for countless years, such a battle was absolutely capable of causing his reputation to be completely destroyed. "I'll kill you." The man in green was furious. He activated his Emperor weapon, which was a fiery red Taoist seal, engraved with 2 words void suppressing, and released a terrible power that could suppress the sky. "Rise." Lin Sun's mind moved, and the Tower of Endless emerged, showing a supreme power that could suppress both ancient and modern times. In a flash, the sky and earth collapsed, and the roar continued. What made the man in green's face pale was that even though he used his life weapon, the void-suppressing Taoist seal, it was blocked. Up to this point, he hadn't made any progress, and Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing and other old monsters who were watching this scene were shocked and angry. Was this the fighting power of a 3rd-level Emperor Realm Emperor? It was simply maddening. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of a peerless emperor who could go against the natural order to this extent, let alone seen it. In the void, Lin Sun alone was fighting against an emperor ancestor. Not only was he not suppressed, but there was a kind of equal situation. This caused Huang Songtian and the others to be astounded, and they were dazzled by this scene. This was too shocking. In the current world, a peerless and heaven-defying existence like this was absolutely capable of shocking others to death. After all, with the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, Lin Sun could fight evenly with an emperor ancestor. This had never happened before. "Bastard! Die now!" Suddenly, an old man roared and joined the battle. Like a water god, he controlled a blue jade bottle and poured out hundreds of millions of tons of mysterious black water. It was like the Milky Way sweeping across the universe to kill Lin Sun. This old man was at the peak of the 8th rank Emperor realm. He had always been by Bai Lingzhen's side as an assistant. He had come to help under Bai Lingzhen's orders. "Old dog, you don't have the qualifications to participate in this battle." Lin Sun sneered. The one-way sword glowed and released a myriad of divine splendors as it slashed forward. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the world changed color and even ghosts and gods were shocked. Rumble, the peerless sword chi seemed all-powerful as it forcefully crushed through space and surged over with a bang. Pooh! It directly chopped off the old man's right arm, dazzling bloody light rushed into the heavens. The old man screamed miserably, his face filled with shock. He had never imagined that he would be injured by a young man just as he rushed over. In reality, if it wasn't for the man in green restraining him, this sword alone could have taken his life. Get lost. The man in green roared and became more and more annoyed. He already felt humiliated, but someone actually jumped out to help him. Did they think that he couldn't suppress a little thing at the third-rank emperor realm with his strength alone? The old man who had lost an arm turned pale and did not dare to participate in the battle. He turned around and retreated from the battlefield. It's time to finish him. The man in green robe took a deep breath and a terrifying torrent of Taoist light surged out of his body, faintly condensing into a vast world. He was already angry and decided to use his true power. Lin Sun's foundation was too heaven-defying. If he didn't get rid of him today, no one in the heavens would be able to suppress him. At this moment, he dared not hold back anymore. Go. The man in green robe made a seal with both hands. His beard and hair fluttered in the wind. The true virtual seal suddenly surged with power, blazing like a scorching sun. The terrifying fluctuation was like the wind of the ninth heaven, raging in all directions. At this moment, Shi, Yellow, Xia Ji, and Huang Songtian could not help but be moved. A trace of worry arose in their hearts. Previously, the third Supreme Elder had been holding back in order to capture this lad alive. Now, he won't. Bai Lingzhen's eyes were cold. A legendary equipment refiner with such heaven-defying combat strength was simply a peerless monster, and it made Bai Lingzhen feel a strong desire to kill. Boom, the true virtual seal rushed out and released power, causing the pressure on Lin Sun to increase. But he was not afraid. On the contrary, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Primitive Tao source surged in his body, adding great power to him. Especially the existence of the single sword cauldron, which allowed him to completely bring out his strength. The more he fought, the fiercer the flames of war burned in his heart, and the fiercer the battle techniques became. Suddenly, Lin Sun let out a long roar like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the 5 Tao forms whistled out at this moment. They activated the Tao swords together with his original body. Swish, a strand of sword chi swept out, displaying the extreme power of one goes without return. The wisp of sword chi contained boundless sword intent, and it cut through the entire sky. It was sharp and dazzling, and in the eyes of everyone, it was like a thick bolt of lightning flashing across the sky. Bang, the void suppression seal was blasted flying, and deafening rumbling resounded. On the other hand, the azure-clothed man staggered, and he was actually pushed back a few steps by the might of the sword strike. In an instant, his expression became extremely colorful. He was shocked, furious, dazed, and filled with disbelief. He seemed to have never imagined that an Imperial Ancestor Realm existence like him would actually be pushed back by a third-level Imperial Emperor Realm cultivator. Rumble, the heavens and the earth seemed as if it was being torn apart. Lin Sun's might was formidable, and his main body and 5 clones attacked together while the Tao swords shot out violently and destroyed everything. In merely a short moment, the azure-clothed man was pushed back for the second time. Waves of exclamations of shock resounded in the surroundings, and the sound of gasping resounded incessantly. In the previous battle, they could be considered to be evenly matched. But now, Lin Sun actually showed signs of turning the tables and repeatedly shaking an Imperial Ancestor Realm expert. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. Sword intent shot out from the battlefield while strands of sword chi shot through the world and revealed boundless profundities of the Grand Tao. They bloomed in the heavens and the earth, and they illuminated the world. These strands of sword chi were violent and swift, and they suppressed the azure-clothed man to the point he had no choice but to dodge, causing him to seem rather embarrassed. You're courting death. Suddenly, an emaciated figure of a grey-robed man among the 5 Imperial ancestors who were besieging she charged out explosively towards Lin Sun. At practically the exact same moment, Lin Sun suddenly shouted loudly, "She." It was only a single word, but she who was fighting fiercely seemed to have understood it, and a wisp of resolution arose in his clear eyes. Slash. Lin Sun didn't even spare a glance at the grey-robed man who was charging at him. He used his main body and 5 clones to activate the only Taoist sword with all their might and slashed out. It was a one-way trip, no one noticed that a strand of strange and obscure Taoist light was released from Lin Sun's body at the instant he slashed out. At this instant, the azure-clothed man thought that Lin Sun intended to put his life on the line, and he revealed a gloomy and savage smile as he intended to crush Lin Sun with the grey-robed man in the distance. But it was also at this instant that the death seal was released. Pooh, the only Taoist sword slashed down, and a vast torrent of sword chi slashed the azure-clothed man into two at the waist. As the sword chi rampaged, the body of the Emperor Ancestor realm existence that was like a heaven-reaching overlord was reduced to ashes. A rain of blood poured down. The death of an Emperor Ancestor shocked everyone present. But at the same time, the figure of the grey-robed old man who was charging at Lin Sun shattered inch by inch in the void, and then he turned into wisps of light smoke and vanished. She was already standing behind him. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the laws interweaved. His figure was graceful and aloof. In other words, Lin Sun and she had each killed an Emperor Ancestor at the same time. This was the first time since the start of the war that an Emperor Ancestor had died on the battlefield. Moreover, two of them had died at the same time. The battlefield that was originally filled with intense fighting became slightly silent at this moment, and the invisible shock drowned the hearts of the Emperor Ancestors present like a tide. Both the enemy and the ally were shocked. How is this possible? Bai Lingzhen's expression changed, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was livid and ugly. The two Emperor Ancestors that had died were from the White Tiger bloodline. Such a loss made his heart bleed. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun had already charged at Bai Lingzhen aggressively, and his entire body was suffused with a shocking domineering aura. At the same time, she launched an extremely powerful counterattack. Her figure flashed, and a spear that looked like order suddenly condensed in her palm. She charged at Wu Shouxing, who was in another area. She and Lin Sun had a tacit understanding. One of them locked onto Bai Lingzhen, and the other locked onto Wu Shouxing. Both of them were very clear that as long as they captured these two patriarchs, the situation of this battle would definitely be rewritten. Boom, the soul sword cauldron flowed with a myriad of divine radiances. As Lin Sun attacked, the Dao sword that was like a waterfall caused surging torrents of sword chi that caused the heavens and the earth to fall into disorder and collapse. Bai Lingzhen was currently in a fierce battle with Huang Santian. When he noticed this scene, he didn't hesitate to dodge and didn't fight head-on at all. The death of the green-robed man who was an Emperor Ancestor made him completely aware of Lin Sun's strength. How could he dare to fight head-on? Lin Sun naturally wouldn't allow Bai Lingzhen to dodge just like that. With a thought in his mind, boundless Taishan sword chi spread out and transformed into an overwhelming momentum that enveloped this area. Bai Lingzhen's expression changed. He let out a loud roar and waved the saber in his hand. He slashed down furiously in an attempt to break through the blockade and kill his way out of the siege. Boom, an earth-shattering collision resounded, and boundless divine light splashed. Bai Lingzhen was shaken by the sword chi to the point that blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, and his figure staggered back. Instantly, he'd suffered an extremely heavy injury. Die. Lin Sun attacked again at an unbelievable speed, and he intended to kill Bai Lingzhen in one go. But at this moment, a palm print suddenly condensed out of thin air, and it suddenly slapped towards Lin Sun like a scorching sun. This was an Emperor Ancestor attacking. At the same time, another Emperor Ancestor appeared by Bai Lingzhen's side and took him far away from the spot. Bang! Lin Sun was shaken by the extremely violent palm print to the point that the blood in his entire body surged, and he had no choice but to dodge. But before Bai Lingzhen, who'd escaped from death, could heave a sigh of relief, an extremely shrill scream resounded in the nearby battlefield. The scream came from a black tortoise Emperor Ancestor. In order to save Wu Shouxing, who had been targeted by Shi, he was killed by Shi instead. Even his primordial spirit was wiped out before it could escape. This was the third Emperor Ancestor that had fallen. Everyone was shocked, especially Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing. They'd just escaped from death, yet they witnessed such a cruel and bloody scene, causing their scalps to go numb. Before Lin Sun's arrival, they had the absolute advantage and thought that it would only be a matter of time before they destroyed the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Who would have thought that after Lin Sun's arrival, a peak third-level Emperor Realm Great Emperor, who they did not take seriously, would change the entire situation with his own strength, just like now, 3 emperor ancestors had fallen one after another in just a short while. Even for innate spirit clans like White Tiger and Black Tortoise, this was an extremely heavy blow. After all, there were only 19 emperor ancestor realm cultivators among them, even though they had mobilized all of their forces. Moreover, some of the emperor ancestors came from the forces that had attached themselves to their clans. On the other hand, Huang Xianxia and the other immortal phoenix bloodline cultivators were already in despair, but now they were invigorated and their blood boiled. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun, who had just endured a palm print, was already charging towards Bai Lingzhen in the distance. He looked disdainful, his pores flowing with blazing Dao light. Even though his cultivation was not enough on the battlefield, who would dare to underestimate him now? An emperor ancestor came forward to stop him, his palm print burning like a heavenly river of fire, boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun used the one and only sword cauldron to resist, displaying the extreme of his cultivation. It had to be said that the one and only sword cauldron's power was extremely heaven-defying. It constantly displayed the infinite bottle, lawless saber, directionless flag, lifeless seal, skyless spear, and other wondrous powers that were integrated into the Dao sword. Even though Lin Sun's qi and blood were still surging in a head-on clash, the emperor ancestor couldn't do anything to him for a while. This ignited Lin Sun's fighting spirit, making him more and more courageous. In the past, he could only flee if he encountered an emperor ancestor. But it was different now. At the very least, he could rely on the soul sword cauldron to go head-on against it. Just achieving this step was already an extremely shocking improvement. Rumble, the slaughter in the entire battlefield grew more and more intense, and the scene of destruction was everywhere. With the myriad fire imperial city as the center, the surrounding area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers had fallen into an unprecedented state of destruction. The mountains and rivers had ceased to exist, and the ground had sunk. Die for me. Before long, Big Yellow roared as if it was going to shatter the sky. In its claws, it was holding a white bone staff that was over 3 meters long, and it was swinging it down fiercely at a powerful black-robed man. The black-robed man was one of the 3 imperial ancestors who were ganging up on Big Yellow and the others. When he saw this, he swung his silver spear at them without any hesitation. Dang, the two collided, and countless rays of light shot out. The silver spear was suddenly bent, and a terrifying force burst forth from the white bone rod, causing the black-robed man to stagger. Boom! At the same time, the blue sky arrow tore through the sky like a stream of light from outer space. The angle and timing of the arrow were extremely shrewd, and it was just at the moment when the black-robed man staggered. Open! The black-robed man roared. The Dharma in front of him interweaved like a tide, and the embryonic form of a world emerged to block the arrow. But before he could heave a sigh of relief, fatal murderous intents rushed at him from both sides. One was the dazzling and fierce broken blade. The other was Summer Solstice, who had seized the opportunity to attack. The black-robed man's expression changed slightly, but as an imperial ancestor, he had fought countless battles, so how could he be trapped by such a situation? Break! His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he roared. He formed a seal with both hands, and 2 strange Dao steels emerged to block the attack of Broken Blade and Summer Solstice. Just SOSO. The black-robed man snorted coldly, and his eyes were full of coldness and arrogance. How could an imperial ancestor be defeated by a sneak attack? But at this moment, someone shouted, "Watch out!" The voice was like a clap of thunder. The black-robed man's pupils contracted, and he immediately felt a fatal sense of danger. He dodged without hesitation. But just as he dodged, Xi's figure suddenly appeared. What was even faster than she was a dazzling and magnificent rain of light. It was as profound and unfathomable as the Dharma order, and it engulfed the black-robed man. Boom! In an instant, the imperial ancestor turned into ashes that scattered into the sky. From Big Yellow's attack to Wu Kei, Broken Blade Spirit, and Summer Solstice's pincer attack, to Xi's appearance at the last moment, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. And when everything ended, the 4th imperial ancestor died. Bai Lingzhen and Wu Xiaoxing Xian trembled, and they were about to go crazy. They roared, "Hurry up and restrain that woman! Hurry!" They realized that the true fatal threat was Xi. Once she escaped, she would be like a trapped dragon rising to the sky. But it was clearly too late. With Xi's ability, How could she allow herself to be trapped by the other party again? Her figure flickered, and she galloped across the battlefield. Although she was blocked repeatedly, she broke through the blockades one by one. Not long after, she suddenly appeared beside Lin Sun. She flipped her jade-like hands, and a dreamy rain of light poured out. Although the imperial ancestor who was fighting fiercely with Lin Sun reacted immediately and tried to block the attack, he was still seriously injured. How could Lin Sun miss such a good opportunity? He directly used the one-sword cauldron to suppress it. Boom, the heavily injured imperial ancestor's body was smashed into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape, and he let out a furious and mournful cry. Lin Sun couldn't help feeling a little regretful. At the end of the day, it was because his cultivation was too low. Otherwise, how could he not kill an imperial ancestor with such a good opportunity? But no matter what, the fifth imperial ancestor was already seriously injured, and even if he could recover in the future, he wouldn't be much of a threat now. Such a scene caused Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the other old monsters to feel a chill in their hearts. The situation had become completely chaotic, and they were losing again and again. If this situation continued, their large-scale attack this time was very likely to be thwarted. No matter what, let's kill the Nirvana place of the immortal Phoenix ancestor first. Bai Lingzhen roared. Previously, they were not in a hurry because they were confident of victory, but now they felt extremely urgent. Immediately, 3 imperial ancestors withdrew and moved towards the location of the divine workshop, one of the 10,000 Fire Emperor city, with all their strength. This made Huang Xantian and the others' hearts skip a beat, and their expressions changed. They did not hesitate to chase after them, but they were blocked by the other old monsters of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan. "I'll go kill them," she said, and his figure flickered, and he chased after them. But halfway, he saw the 3 imperial ancestors in the distance were blocked by a fiery red divine flame. Boom, the divine flame was like the supreme god of fire venting his monstrous anger, wanton and overbearing, interweaving supreme power. In an instant, one of the imperial ancestors let out a shrill scream, and his entire body and soul were incinerated alive. The other 2 martial emperors dodged in time and escaped the calamity. However, when they saw this scene, they broke out in cold sweat from shock. Only then did they see clearly that the surging divine flame had suddenly turned into an incomparably beautiful figure, and her entire body was overflowing with unparalleled power. It was the All-Fire Spiritual Empress, but at this moment, the All-Fire Spiritual Empress was obviously different from before, and there was a great power that could oppress the heavens. Obviously, she had inherited and integrated all the cultivation of the immortal Phoenix ancestor previously. "All of you deserve to die." The All-Fire Spiritual Empress' eyes were filled with extreme hatred. As she spoke, the order of flame swept out like divine chains, and shot out. The 2 imperial ancestors had grave expressions, and they chose to retreat without hesitation. The death of their companion was still fresh in their minds, and they did not dare to continue fighting. But as soon as they turned around, they saw Shi's figure blocking their way. All of a sudden, their hearts sank to the bottom. Boom, the battle broke out unavoidably. The All-Fire Spiritual Empress and she attacked from the front and back. Their combat strength was stronger and more terrifying than the other, and they almost suppressed the other 2 imperial ancestors and killed them in an instant. When they saw this scene from afar, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the other old monsters of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan were completely shocked, and their hearts were filled with coldness. Another 3 imperial ancestors had fallen. Such a loss was like a bolt from the blue, and it was a huge blow to them. The appearance of the All-Fire Spiritual Empress was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing their fighting spirit to waver. Everyone knew that they had lost the upper hand. "Retreat!" With endless unwillingness and anger, Bai Lingzhen hissed out an order. The remaining 12 imperial ancestor realm-old monsters secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and did not dare to hesitate any longer. They all chose to retreat. Want to escape? Not a chance. De Huang had waited for the situation to turn around, so how could he let the enemy escape? He roared and was about to chase after them. But he was stopped by Lin Sun. "There's no need to chase after them." It was almost impossible to stop an imperial ancestor realm existence from escaping. What's more, Huang Santian and the other experts of the Immortal Phoenix clan were almost all injured at this time, so it was unwise to chase after the enemy. At this time, she and the All-Fire Spiritual Empress also arrived at the battlefield, and their eyes swept across the battlefield, and they could not help but sigh. Especially the All-Fire Spiritual Empress, there was a trace of shame in his eyes. Sorry. I'm a step late. Huang Sangtian and the others shook their heads. Being able to survive the slaughter this time made them feel fortunate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the distance, Xia Ji, De Huang, Wu Kei, Sword Spirit Leaf, and Broken Blade Spirit all flew over and gathered around Lin Sun. This made Lin Sun secretly relieved. At least there were no casualties among the people around him, which made him feel relieved. After all, the previous battle of the Imperial Ancestors was simply too terrifying. If it was not for she, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. P.S. The fourth one is a little later. About 10:30 the mountains and rivers were broken, the city collapsed, and thousands of miles of land were in ruins. The air was still filled with the pungent smell of blood and gunpowder. The former prosperity had now turned into a piece of scorched earth. The experts of the Divine Craftsman Imperial clan were cleaning up the mess with a sad and desolate look on their faces. In this battle, the armies of White Tiger and Black Tortoise broke through the City of Infinite Fire, which was equivalent to destroying the home of the Infinite Fire Imperial clan since ancient times. The clansmen of the Immortal Phoenix clan were equally angry and sad. For countless years, their clan had been respected in the Immortal Phoenix realm, and there had never been a disaster like today. The only thing to be thankful for was that the enemy did not get what they wanted, and their clan still had hope. As the patriarch of the Immortal Phoenix clan, even though he was seriously injured, Huang Sangtian did not show any decadent emotions. He looked firm and calm to deal with the post-war affairs. The same was true for the seriously injured old antiques. They had no time to sigh and were all taking the time to heal their wounds. She, Yellow, and Xia Ji were also resting and recovering their strength. They all knew that although the enemy was defeated, it was only temporary. After such a big loss, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans would not let it go easily. And 3 days later, the big shot from the Nirvana Luo clan would come. This was the biggest threat. I have inherited and integrated the cultivation of the ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix clan. If the big shot from the Nirvana Luo clan comes, I will deal with it. Wanhua Ling Emperor talked with Lin Sun calmly. I will not stand idly by. Lin Sun took a deep breath. The disaster suffered by the Immortal Phoenix clan was caused by Luo Qingxuan. As the son of Luo Qingxuan, Lin Sun was duty-bound to face such a thing. Aren't you worried that they will find out your identity and kill you at all costs? Wanhua Ling Emperor asked. Lin Sun smiled. If I am afraid, how can I go to the other side of the starry sky and see the ability of the Nirvana Luo clan? Wanhua Ling Emperor was startled and said, if there is such a day, I am looking forward to how famous you will be. The other side of the starry sky was a place that even the ancestors of the immortal emperors yearned to go to. It was rumored that only there was the Tao of eternal immortality. After pondering for a long time, Lin Sun still couldn't help but ask, Senior, may I be so bold as to ask, is there no chance for the ancestor of the immortal phoenix to awaken from nirvana? From his point of view, the first ancestor of the immortal phoenix gave him the order Phoenix Flame, and the cultivation was passed on to the myriad flame spirit emperor. If it wasn't for something, how could the first ancestor of the immortal phoenix do this? Wanhuoling Emperor shook his head and told Lin Sun that the ancestor of immortal phoenix had decided to carry out a new nirvana. He also told Lin Sun that the way the ancestor of immortal phoenix sought was a way that transcended the peers of all ages. Lin Sun's heart trembled. She cut off her previous cultivation, regarded the order Phoenix Flame as a fetter, and resolutely chose a new nirvana. What kind of courage did she have to make such a decision so decisively? You don't have to think too much. Take advantage of the fact that the big shot from the Permitha Luo clan hasn't arrived yet. As the spirit emperor of all flames spoke, he floated away. Lin Sun stood there alone, looking at the desolate ruins for a long time. Finally, he withdrew his gaze, sat cross-legged, and meditated. Nearly half of the power of chaotic divine essence was still stored in his body, which could be used to restore his strength quickly. In just 2 hours, Lin Sun woke up from meditation, and his physical strength returned to its peak state. He found Huang Sangtian and Lian Jiuxiao and proposed that he needed a batch of divine materials to set up a formation. Both of them readily agreed. Although the City of Fire was destroyed, the heritage of the Immortal Phoenix clan and the Divine Craftsman clan was still there, especially the treasures accumulated over countless years, which had not been looted. Soon, all the divine materials Lin Sun needed were ready. Xiao Wu, I'll leave it to you. Lin Sun decided to set up the Falling Dao formation in front of the number 1 divine workshop, and Xiao Wu was the best at this formation. The earth veins and spiritual sources of tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers have long been broken. Even if the formation is successfully set up, it can only last for less than 2 hours at most. Are you sure you want to waste so many divine materials? Xiao Wu couldn't help but remind him. The value of the divine materials needed to set up a Falling Dao formation was extremely high. Don't talk nonsense and get to work. Lin Sun knocked on the little fellow's head. The latter grimaced in anger, but in the end, he acted obediently. 2 days later, the Falling Dao formation was successfully set up. Lin Sun and others all entered the number 1 divine workshop covered by the formation. On the same day, Xianxia suddenly found Lin Sun and said, "Lin Sun, I may have to practice in extreme silence." Lin Sun was stunned. "Now?" Xianxia nodded and said in a clear voice, "If Sister Jingxian wakes up, remember to ask her to write down the method of giving birth." Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. If Jingxian knew this, how embarrassing it would be. Before Lin Sun could respond, Xianxia had snuggled up to him and fell asleep quietly. The beautiful face under the brim of the hat glowed with quiet and holy luster. Lin Sun reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Thinking of the time when he was with Xianxia in Feiyun village, he couldn't help smiling. After a while, he carefully picked up Xianxia and placed her in his imperial realm. The Tower of Ending might be lost. But unless he died, his life imperial realm might not be destroyed. 2 days later, on the bank of a lake far away from the City of 10,000 Fire. Now, we can only wait for the arrival of the big shot of the Nirvana Luo family. Maybe we can take revenge and wipe out the damn Immortal Phoenix. Bai Lingzhen's face was gloomy. Near him were a group of old monsters of the White Tiger bloodline. Not far away were Wu Shouxing and other old monsters of the Black Tortoise bloodline. As for the 800,000 troops led by the 2 clans, they were now stored in treasures and could come out at any time. Wu Shouxing's face was gloomy. "I'm only worried whether the ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix has awakened from nirvana." "You should be worried that the ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix will take this opportunity to escape." Bai Lingzhen smiled. Wu Shouxing did not deny it. If the ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix escaped, then even if the big shot of the Nirvana Luo family came, it would be too late. For the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise bloodline, the most fatal threat came from the ancestor of the Immortal Phoenix. This was also an important reason why they mobilized such a large force to invade. Didn't they say that the 7th elder of the Nirvana Luo family would come today? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Wu Shouxing was puzzled. Bai Lingzhen's brows were also tightly knitted. According to the information, the other party should have arrived today. At this moment, a warm voice that was like the spring breeze sounded, "You're waiting for me?" Every word was like the reverberating sound of nature, causing the world to glow with a kind of vitality, becoming bright and lively. Before the voice finished, 2 figures, one old and one young, silently appeared out of thin air. They were indistinct and unfathomable. The old man had wide sleeves and a belt, he was thin and refined. His figure was tall, like a teacher in the secular world. The only difference was that a bright red string was tied around his wrist. The young man beside him was dressed in a snow-white robe. His facial features were handsome and elegant. His jet-black hair was tied up in a unique lotus-shaped bun. His thin and elegant figure was outstanding. The old man's gaze was warm and flat, and he seemed as if he stood aloof from the world. However, no matter if it was the imperial ancestor realm existences present here or the great figures like Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing, at this moment, they felt that the old man was like a lofty mountain that they could only look up to, and they felt tiny. On the other hand, the white-clothed young man had an indifferent expression. He was neither happy nor sorrowful, and he didn't have a trace of arrogance or domineering aura. But in his eyes, everyone present here was no different than the myriad of things in this world. Even though everything was within his eyes, they were nothing. This was a form of conceit that was restrained to the extreme. At practically the first possible moment, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiuxing, and all the other existences that could be considered to be extraordinary overlords in the past stood up in unison and bowed respectfully. Their expressions were filled with respect and sincerity. If such a scene were to be seen by others, they would surely be shocked speechless. After all, the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans were natural spirit clans that were born at the very beginning of the primeval times, and their resources and reserves were ancient and terrifying. On the other hand, these people present here were existences that were like overlords of these two clans, and they were sufficient for countless living beings in the world to look up to them. But now, not a single one of them wasn't respectful and humble. The reason was very simple. The old man with wide sleeves and a wide belt was the seventh elder of the Permitha Luo clan, Luo Xingfeng. No matter if it was Luo Xingfeng or the white-clothed young man, both of their expressions remained calm as if they were used to such a scene. In reality, they were indeed used to it. There's no need to be so courteous. Luo Xingfeng waved his hand. At his level of cultivation, he didn't care about such formalities. Only then did Bai Lingzhen and the others dare to straighten their bodies, and the respect and reverence on their faces only increased. Tell me about the situation, Luo Xingfeng said casually. Soon after, Bai Lingzhen told them everything about the battle 3 days ago, and he didn't dare to hide anything. After listening to him, Luo Xingfeng's expression remained calm. He merely acknowledged, then turned to look at the white-clothed young man next to him and said with interest, Chen, in your opinion, what do you think of Lin Daoyuan's battle strength? The white-clothed young man said calmly, Zhu is at the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm, possesses an extraordinary origin imperial weapon, and is able to fight against the emperor ancestor. Just this alone makes him a top-rate genius amongst martial emperors in the Permitha world. Even though he said this, his tone was completely emotionless, and it seemed as if he was merely answering a question. Hearing the white-clothed young man's evaluation, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiuxing, and the other seniors couldn't keep calm. Lin Daoyuan is so heaven-defying, yet he can only be called a top-rate genius in the Permitha world. Luo Xingfeng nodded with a smile and said, in this world, it's rare indeed for Lin Daoyuan to possess such attainments in the Grand Dao. However, if he's compared to those dazzling geniuses in the Permitha world, then he isn't really special. This isn't special, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiuxing, and the others couldn't keep calm, and they felt as if their understanding was about to be overturned. Exactly what sort of place is the Permitha world? P.S. The 4th update is here. We'll continue tomorrow. Just by looking at the expressions of Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiuxing, and the others, Luo Xingfeng knew that they had misunderstood. In the Permitha world, which one of the existences that were capable of being taken seriously by him, Luo Xingfeng, weren't existences that stood at the peak of the world? Among these top-notch existences, how could those who could be called dazzling be peerless existences in the ordinary sense? Compared to them, Lin Daoyuan might not be any special, but it depended on who he was compared to. However, Luo Xingfeng did not explain. With his identity, it was beneath him to explain. Those that had never cultivated in the Permitha world would not understand the profoundness of the world. Is this Lin Daoyuan still in this world? The white-robed young man suddenly asked. Yes. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiuxing, and the others nodded. Chen, do you want to witness this Lin Daoyuan's capabilities? Luo Xingfeng was surprised. In the Permitha Luo clan, Luo Chen was one of the most outstanding peerless martial monarchs among the younger generation. His talents were outstanding, and he was born to cultivate. When he was young, he had awakened the Luo clan's top bloodline talent, the Starfire spiritual spiral. In less than 800 years of cultivation, he had already reached the 4th layer. Martial monarch realm, this shocking speed of advancement had even left many of the elders of the clan in the dust, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. The most praiseworthy thing was that although Luo Chen had extreme arrogance that was branded in his bones, his wisdom and composure were unparalleled. Those that did not understand him would think that he was too arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, those that truly understood him knew that this kind of arrogance was a kind of undefeatable confidence. The cultivators of the Tao should have such boldness. This time, he had brought Luo Chen here to let him experience the world outside of the Permitha world. The Tao of invincibility that I'm pursuing is undergoing a subtle transformation. This time I'm traveling to further perfect my Tao. Luo Chen spoke with a calm expression. If I can undergo a great transformation within 100 years, I will participate in the Seven Tribes Monarch War to obtain a new origin law of order for my clan. Luo Xingfeng's heart shuddered. His eyes were filled with admiration as he said, such courage. In the entire clan, there are people who think highly of the eldest young master, and there are people who think highly of the third young miss, but only seventh uncle thinks highly of you. Seventh uncle believes that with Chen Er's talent, you won't disappoint the clan. Luo Chen had awakened the Starfire spiritual spiral talent, which was a top-notch talent. Luo Chen didn't reveal any complacent or excited expression despite receiving the expectations of his elders. He was terrifyingly calm. Seventh uncle, I only know that our Luo clan has a supreme talent called the Devouring Abyss. Unfortunately, countless years have passed, and ninth uncle has fallen in the Permetha world. I wonder if sixth uncle has captured the traitor, Luo Qingxuan. As he finished speaking, a trace of disappointment appeared between Luo Chen's brows. The abyss devours the sky. That was the reason why the Luo clan was able to stand tall in the Permetha heavens and look down on the world. Luo Xingfeng seemed to have recalled something from the past, and a wisp of coldness appeared in his eyes. He then smiled and said, with the power of order that my Luo clan currently possesses, it won't affect the foundation of my clan even if there's an abyss devouring the sky. Luo Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. The conversation between the two was heard by Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the others, but they were utterly confused. What seven-clan emperor war, what devouring abyss? They couldn't understand the meaning behind it at all. However, they knew what happened to the traitor, Luo Qingxuan. It could be said that because of this woman, the white tiger, the black tortoise, the immortal phoenix, and the true dragon, the four great innate spirit clans, had different fates. Let's go and meet the first ancestor of the immortal phoenix clan, who we don't know if she has awakened. Oh right, and that Lin Daoyuan. Luo Xingfeng made a decision. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the others were excited, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. After today, the immortal Phoenix clan would be uprooted, right? The once prosperous Myriad Fire Emperor city was now a stretch of endless ruins. Only the area near the God's Workshop A1 still had some intact buildings. The fourth level of the Emperor realm is called Metaphysic. When I break through this realm, I will encounter the mysterious realm Tribulation. With my current cultivation, I may be able to break through in less than 3 months. In the God's Workshop covered by the Falling Dao Formation, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and meditated. In the recent period of time, strong signs of breaking through frequently arose in his heart, and it was like a sudden surge of inspiration caused him to sense some secrets of the heavens that belonged to the Grand Dao. This made him conclude that the fourth level of the Emperor realm was not far from him. Not far away, Huang Songtian and other old monsters of the immortal Phoenix clan were talking with Wanhua Ling Emperor, more or less nervous. Only Wanhua Ling Emperor was calm as usual. Lian Jiuxiao and the others of the God's Workshop Emperor clan had already settled down. Their combat power was not enough, and they would be a burden if they joined the battle rashly. Now, Xie had once again fallen into extreme silence to cultivate, and it was impossible for her to wake up in a short time. At present, only she and Yellow could fight with Lin Sun. As for Yi, Wu Kei, and the Broken Blade Spirit, there was still a big gap between them and the Emperor Ancestor realm. Lin Sun had decided not to let them fight unless it was necessary. The atmosphere in the God's Workshop was very dull, even a little depressed. Everyone knew that the big shot of the Permetha Luo family would come today, which was destined to be an immeasurable fatal threat. No one was absolutely sure that they could solve this problem. Huang Songtian. Suddenly, the cold voice of Bai Lingzhen, the patriarch of White Tiger clan, resounded outside the God's Workshop. Lord Luo Xingfeng, the seventh elder of the Permetha Luo family, has come here. Why don't you come out to greet him? If you don't want to be exterminated, come out quickly. At the same time, the voice of Wu Xiaoxing, the patriarch of Black Tortoise clan, also resounded. The threat in his words was completely undisguised. Whoosh, Lin Sun opened his eyes, and his huge spiritual awareness spread out like a tide. At the same time, Wanhua Ling Emperor, Huang Songtian, and others also stopped what they were doing and looked out of the God's Workshop. In the void, Luo Xingfeng and Luo Chen, who were dressed in Confucian robes and had wide sleeves, stood in front of them. Beside them, Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and other old monsters of White Tiger clan and Black Tortoise clan were gathered. But all eyes were focused on Luo Xingfeng and Luo Chen, because everyone knew that they were the biggest threat. At the same time, Lin Sun also saw Luo Xingfeng and Luo Chen, but he directly ignored Luo Chen. Staring at Luo Xingfeng for a moment, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. He couldn't see through this old guy's cultivation. My clan broke off relations with the Luo family a long time ago. No one from the Luo family is worthy of our greeting. Huang Songtian spoke. His voice was deep. How dare you? You're courting death. Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing shouted at the same time, reprimanding Huang Songtian. In fact, both of them were very happy. They couldn't wait for Huang Songtian's attitude to be tougher. In this way, if they annoyed Lord Luo Xingfeng, the deity Phoenix clan would be uprooted, but Luo Xingfeng looked indifferent and said, I'm here to see the ancestor of the deity Phoenix clan. As for you, you should leave. His voice was calm, but his attitude clearly showed that he didn't take Huang Songtian and others seriously. Wan Hualing Emperor said with cold eyes, the ancestor of the deity Phoenix clan has failed in nirvana. His cultivation is now under my control. Just tell me what you're here for. As soon as these words came out, Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing were stunned, and then sneered. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. What evidence do you have to prove that the ancestor of the deity Phoenix clan has failed? What they were most worried about was the threat from the ancestor of the deity Phoenix clan. Naturally, they couldn't be dismissed by Wan Hualing Emperor. What qualifications do you have to ask me to prove that you're just borrowing the tiger's might? Wan Hualing Emperor's eyes flashed with disdain. The person she was most afraid of was Luo Xingfeng. Bai Lingzhen was about to say something, but Luo Xingfeng waved his hand and said calmly, I've come to the deity Phoenix realm personally for only one purpose. I want the ancestor of the deity Phoenix clan to follow me to the Permitha world to cultivate. This is also a great opportunity for him. He paused for a moment before a wisp of deep coldness suffused his eyes, and he said, if you even refuse my good intentions, then don't blame me for being merciless. His meaning was simple. The ancestor of the deity Phoenix clan had to bow his head and serve the Luo family in the Permitha world. Otherwise, there was no need for the deity Phoenix clan to exist anymore. This caused the expressions of Huang Songtian and the others to turn extremely dark and unsightly. That's impossible. Wan Hualing Emperor flatly refused. Luo Xingfeng suddenly smiled, but there was a kind of palpitating coldness in his smile. Among the 4 primordial spirit clans, the ancestor of the true dragon clan has made an unforgivable mistake and is still suppressed in the depths of the sea of sin. But after all, he has preserved the peace of the true dragon clan. I'd like to know how hard the bones of the deity Phoenix clan are. In a casual voice, Luo Xingfeng stretched out a hand. But at this moment, Luo Chen suddenly said, 7th uncle, don't do anything. Ask them which one is Lin Daoyuan. Luo Xingfeng was stunned and said, are you afraid that I will kill him by mistake? Well, let them live a little longer. At this time, Huang Songtian and others were all shocked. They even thought worriedly that the other party had seen through Lin Sun's identity. Child, that boy is Lin Daoyuan. Bai Lingzhen pointed at Lin Sun and said quickly, with deep hatred in his eyes. 3 days ago, the attack of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan was thwarted because of the appearance of Lin Sun. Many of their ancestors died. How could he not hate him? Swish. At the same time, Luo Chen looked at Lin Sun from afar through the formation of fallen Dao. In just an instant, a sharp and terrible light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, it was this person. Just by looking at his aura, he was different from the others. Immediately, his eyes returned to their usual calmness. With his hands behind his back and his white clothes fluttering, he said casually, Lin Daoyuan, do you dare to fight with me? Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. No one had expected that a young great emperor from family Luo of the Permitha continent would challenge Lin Sun at this moment. Bai Lingzhen and the other old guys must have told the young man about Lin Sun's strength, but he still dares to be so fearless. I'm afraid he must be very confident. Huang Songtian's eyes twinkled. They guessed that Luo Chen's strength must be extremely powerful. 3 days ago, Lin Sun killed an emperor ancestor with his own hands. His strength was so powerful that even the old antiques were shocked. Luo Chen dared to challenge Lin Sun at this time. He must be confident that he could suppress Lin Sun. Young man, you can't agree. Once your identity is exposed, the consequences will be serious. Huang Songtian reminded Lin Sun quickly. It doesn't matter. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm. He said, Senior, do you think I can force Luo Xingfeng to retreat if I capture this boy? Huang Songtian was stunned. Before Lin Sun could speak, Luo Xingfeng said, Lin Daoyuan, if you accept the challenge, I will give you a fair chance. I guarantee that no one will dare to intervene. His words were full of arrogance. That was his absolute confidence in Luo Chen. Luo Chen also said, if you perform well, I can give you a chance to live. If I appreciate you, I can even take you to the Nirvana world. There was a sense of condescension in his words. Isn't it too easy for this boy? Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing felt sour in their hearts. They hated Lin Sun to the core. How could they tolerate him to live? Luo Chen glanced at them without saying a word, which made them afraid to say anything more. Kill him. In the distance, Big Yellow felt very unhappy. Whether it was Luo Xingfeng or Luo Chen, they were all high and mighty, which disgusted him. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, but no one is allowed to get close to this area except for the one fighting. This gesture showed that he was very cautious and careful, which made Luo Xingfeng sneer with disdain. But in the end, he waved his hand and retreated with Bai Lingzhen and Wu Shouxing, leaving a large area for Lin Sun. Only then did Lin Sun walk out of the formation of Falling Heaven calmly. There's no need to worry about the others. Let's capture this kid first. If the other party dares to interfere, I will attack immediately. She and the myriad fire sovereign transmitted their voices at almost the same time. Lin Sun nodded secretly. Outside the formation, Luo Chen nodded when he saw Lin Sun walk out. You're courageous to accept the challenge in such a hopeless situation. However, I'm even more aware that the reason you accepted the challenge is probably because you intend to take me hostage. Pausing for a moment, he said in a leisurely manner, however, I advise you to extinguish this thought and prepare to go all out and fight to the death. Otherwise, if your performance disappoints me, I don't mind killing you. She, myriad fire spirit monarch, Huang Songtian, and the others couldn't help but shiver. This young man's perception was very sharp. Really? Lin Sun looked at Luo Chen up and down with his dark eyes. You know the power I showed 3 days ago, but you still dare to provoke me like this. You are really courageous. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said, you and I are both peerless great emperors. I'm in the 4th level of the emperor realm, but if we fight, I won't give in. In the distance, Luo Xingfeng suddenly said, this battle is for the Great Way. You can't use your natal emperor weapon. He recalled what Bai Lingzhen and the others had said. Lin Sun had a terrifying sword cauldron, and its power was beyond imagination. Luo Chen frowned, 7th uncle, please just watch the battle. Obviously, Luo Xingfeng's words made him very unhappy. So what if he used his natal emperor weapon? Didn't he have one? Luo Xingfeng laughed, alright, I'll just watch from the sidelines. Luo Chen nodded. In an instant, the aura around him suddenly changed. He was dressed in snow-white clothes. He was slim and handsome. When he was restrained before, his aura was as calm as a lake, elegant and otherworldly. However, at this moment, he was like a celestial sword piercing through the sky, splitting the void. It was extremely terrifying. The heaven and earth wailed, and the void buzzed and trembled as if it couldn't bear the terrifying pressure from Luo Chen. Great! Child's demeanor is unparalleled in this world. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Shouxing, and the others praised. Half of it was flattery, and the other half was sincere. The power that Luo Chen showed was indeed extraordinary. It was unimaginably powerful. Swish, Luo Chen's eyes opened and closed. 2 golden beams flew out of his pupils and turned into 2 divine swords. With monstrous golden thunder and lightning, they rushed towards Lin Sun in the distance. Everyone was shocked. The battle had already broken out when the 2 of them had not said a word. On the other hand, Luo Chen had merely opened his eyes, yet he'd created such a terrifying scene. The divine ability contained within his eyes revealed the profound and fierce energy of the sword Dao, and it was truly shocking to the extreme. She and the others already knew that this time, Lin Sun might have encountered an extremely terrifying peer. His opponent had cultivated to the level of his eyes, which undoubtedly proved that his great way was extremely unusual. Dong, there seemed to be a thunderbolt in the void, which made everyone cry and their bodies shake violently. Lin Sun flicked his fingers and attacked forward. Two beams of Taishan sword qi were extremely dazzling. They crossed the sky like lightning, and there was a lot of dazzling Taoist light dancing in the air. It was as majestic as a heavy rain with a strong light. In an instant, the two divine swords were smashed, and then they swept towards Luo Chen's eyes. Clang, Luo Chen stretched out his hand and a dense green rain of fire appeared. It turned into a deep and violent whirlpool and crushed the two beams of Taishan sword qi inch by inch. Sparks flew everywhere. Kill him! Many people of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan shouted. Boom, Luo Chen was as indifferent as before. He ran his own cultivation and walked in the void. His whole body was covered with dazzling green divine light. The monstrous divine law swooped down on Lin Sun with unparalleled divine power. At this moment, everyone held their breath and all the noise disappeared. Everyone realized that this attack would be earth-shattering. Because at this moment, Luo Chen was like a divine ruler. At this moment, his figure bloomed with the most brilliant light. His all-out attack could shake the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. On the other side, Lin Sun rushed into the sky and met the attack. His bearing was calm, and his body was covered with a misty light, bringing along the divine power of the Great Path. Boom, the two collided like a tsunami hitting the shore, rocks falling and clouds collapsing. The light of the Great Path and the divine light were everywhere, sweeping everything away like dry weeds and rotten wood. Everyone's eyes stung. The great collision this time was too intense. Two peak-level great emperors, one more powerful than the other, were like monsters that could not be measured by common sense. Luo Chen was fierce and domineering. Every move he made displayed all kinds of mysterious and terrifying Tao. Lin Sun did not give in. For a moment, the heaven and earth rolled as if it had sunk. Terrifying visions appeared, as if they had returned to the primordial chaotic age again. There, gods and demons ran amok, and mighty figures covered the sky with their hands. They tore apart the void and smashed stars one after another. Boom, with a loud noise, the two figures intertwined and separated. They each stood on one side, and their auras became more and more powerful. They were like a great furnace that illuminated the heavens. Luo Xingfeng was surprised. He was very clear about Luo Chen's strength and power, which could be regarded as outstanding in the Nirvana heavens. But Lin Daoyuan could fight against Luo Chen with the cultivation of the third level of the Emperor Realm. This surprised Luo Xingfeng. When did the deity Phoenix Realm have such a nature-defying character? Clang! 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 A monstrous sound of swords rang out. Behind Luo Chen, many divine swords appeared. They were very beautiful, and the brilliance they emitted had a strange power. It was like the gathering of colorful flowing lights, so beautiful that it made people's hearts palpitate. This was formed from the power of the laws condensed from Luo Chen's cultivation. As he circulated it, it transformed the multicolored sword into an extremely green color. It was like an illusory glaze that emitted an ethereal aura. Starfire Azure Dipper Sword, 9 divine swords shot out like rainbows piercing the sky, piercing the void. The fierce aura shocked the universe. Lin Sun's body was surrounded by roaring light, and his Taoist light evolved into complicated and mysterious Taishan sword formations. They lined up together and rushed forward with a loud bang. Kaboom! It was like the beginning of the world. Thunder rumbled, and Taoist light exploded. One could vaguely hear the roars of innate gods, Buddhas chanting, and saints chanting. The scene was strange and terrifying. Between the two of them, all kinds of divine power surged, and the power of law interweaved and collided like a spider web. One of them controlled the green divine swords, like a sword god descending to the world, while the other performed the wonders of the sword formations, like a god setting up the Nirvana heavens. They fought, and flipped. This was a collision between two peerless emperors. The two fought a great battle in the void, and their strength could be said to be unprecedented and rare among their peers. The sound of swords was loud and sonorous, and the green divine swords shot out in the air, carrying with them starlight and flames, and their killing power was monstrous. Lin Sun, on the other hand, countered the attacks with his hands, creating all kinds of mysterious and complicated sword formations that covered the heaven and earth. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the clouds. They were entangled with each other, and they seemed to be evenly matched. She, Goldie, and the others couldn't help but be moved by this. They were very clear about Lin Sun's foundation and strength. Among his peers on the starry ancient path, he was absolutely unparalleled, and he was a heaven-defying existence. Since Luo Chen was able to fight Lin Sun evenly, it was obvious how extraordinary Luo Chen's foundation was. However, she and Goldie still felt a trace of indescribable discomfort in their hearts. They clearly felt that Lin Sun seemed to be much more restrained in the battle than before. At the same time, Luo Xingfeng's eyes flickered incessantly. He couldn't help but be moved by Lin Sun's combat strength, and he restrained some of the contemptuous views and cognition in his heart. However, he was more confident in Luo Chen. Kaboom! Between the heavens and the earth, there was a great battle between the two of them. They were locked in a fierce battle, and blood would splatter from time to time. It was extremely intense and unparalleled. Lin Sun looked as calm as before, but in the battle, there were fine cracks on his body. That was the crack of his flesh. One should know that Lin Sun's emperor's body was as hard as divine gold. Ordinary sovereign weapons would shatter when they hit it. But today, his physique was injured. This scene caused one's heart to palpitate with fear. Needless to say, Luo Chen's swift and fierce attacks were truly too terrifying. Just the azure divine sword alone caused the sky to collapse incessantly, and space itself was as fragile as a piece of paper. Every time the sword light landed, the void would explode. How many people could block such a peerless attack? If an ordinary person of the same generation went up, they would probably be killed on the spot. By Lingjun, Wu Xiaoxing, and the rest gasped, dumbfounded. The scene of Lin Sun fighting against the emperor ancestor 3 days ago was still vivid in their minds. But now, he was injured. Huang Songtian and the rest of the immortal phoenix bloodline looked solemn. They felt that the Permethal Luo clan was unfathomable and had supreme talents. Luo Chen was too terrifying. Of course, people could see that Luo Chen was also injured. His face was pale and his lips were pursed. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was trying his best not to spit out blood, but he was already injured. Luo Xingfeng's expression finally changed. Luo Chen, a 4th-level emperor, was already heaven-defying. But now, he was also injured. This was something he never expected. Boom! Lin Sun's attack suddenly changed. He no longer countered the moves but took the initiative to attack. Each punch was fiercer and more domineering than the last. He met the divine sword head-on. Fine lines appeared on his body and blood flowed out. But he still attacked fiercely. The punches were boundless and vigorous, almost as big as a mountain. The light of Tao surged from the fists and blotted out the sky and earth as they blasted towards the opponent. Puff! Finally, Luo Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body trembled. Kill! Lin Sun shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing the void to buzz. His fists became even more dazzling. They were like 2 divine hammers that were about to smash the heavens and earth. She and Goldie heaved a sigh of relief. This was Lin Sun's true ability. The previous battle was more like an extremely reserved probing. This, by Lingjun, Wu Xiaoxing, and the rest of the old monsters were stunned speechless. In reality, they did not dare to speak again, for fear of angering Luo Xingfeng. Because at this moment, Luo Xingfeng's face was covered with an imperceptible haze. He didn't care about Lin Sun's injury, but Luo Chen's injury made him extremely surprised and even unacceptable. This was the most dazzling great emperor of the Luo clan's younger generation. His cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, so how could he be injured? Pooh! Not long after, Luo Chen could no longer hold it in. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, which dyed the sky red. His body swayed. But at the same time, several sword marks appeared on Lin Sun's body. One of them was so deep that one could almost see the bone. There was a faint trace of white in the blood. It was a bone. Only then did the crowd realize that both of them were heavily injured. It could be said that both of them had suffered heavy injuries. No matter who it was, neither of them had gained the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already fought for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor. Both of them were covered in wounds. Not bad, you're already worthy of my attention. Next, I'll let you experience what a true ultimate technique is. Luo Chen's eyes were terrifyingly cold, but his voice was still calm. On his body, blazing green flames rose, and the power of nirvana emerged. His wounds healed at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered to his original state. There was no visible injury at all. Instead, his power was even stronger than before. This scene stunned the crowd. In just a breath, his state surged again, and he was even more terrifying than when he was in his peak condition. How could he fight with him? How could he fight with him, with such a secret technique? It was almost impossible for Luo Chen to be defeated. Even if he was injured, he could recover quickly and always be in the best state. No matter who became his opponent, it would be a headache and there would be no hope of victory. Clatter, golden waves rippled, and Taoist light rose. In the crowd's surprised eyes, Lin Sun also changed. The wounds on his body were healed in an instant, and the power he released became more terrifying than before. Many people opened their eyes wide in shock. This was the profundities of the laws of immortality. In fact, when Lin Sun grasped this grand Tao all those years ago, the first thing he comprehended was to recover vitality and reveal the characteristics of immortality. However, he'd rarely utilized it in the recent years. Luo Chen was stunned, and then he grunted coldly while unprecedented blazing battle intent erupted from his eyes. He emanated an obscure Tao tune while an expanse of gorgeous and dazzling green starfire floated up into appearance behind him, and it transformed into a world of vortexes. Layer upon layer of starfire sprayed and revolved, and they emanated a terrifying force of incineration and distortion. In an instant, the heavens and the earth warped while the entire world seemed to be on the verge of being turned upside down. It was on the verge of throwing the world into chaos and overturning yin and yang, many people exclaimed with shock. This is the innate talent of the Grand Tao. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying innate talent, many seniors sighed. The Nirvana Luo clan really is extraordinary, and it's truly too shocking. The so-called star flame spirals utilized the flames of the stars and the surroundings as the catalyst to transform into a chaotic vortex that wanted to overturn the heavens and the earth. The might it created was sufficient to crush all living beings that were swept into the vortex and completely annihilate all vitality, and it was peerlessly overbearing. Suddenly, Lin Sun was like a duckweed in a stormy sea. The power and power he exerted were faintly restrained and showed signs of being out of control. She, yellow, and the others' pupils shrank. The change was so fast that they couldn't remain calm. Rumble, Lin Sun's hands continued to resist and impact, and his body surged with dazzling divine brilliance and Taoist light. But the power of the star-fire spiritual spiral was even more terrifying. It distorted the heavens and the earth and made it unstable. The crushing power surged like a surging river, like the roaring of mountains and seas, sweeping high into the sky and drowning the firmament. Everyone's heart trembled. Luo Chen, who was fighting with all his might, was like an invincible god, proudly roaring at Zhou Su. Seeing this, Luo Xingfeng nodded his head. His expression eased and a reserved smile appeared on his face. The Starfire spiritual spiral was indeed a top-notch talent. It's just the beginning. Can't you bear it anymore? Luo Chen said coldly and domineeringly. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his appearance was elegant and elegant. He had an invincible spirit. He exerted all his strength at this moment. It was so strong that it was terrifying. If it was someone else, he would have been crushed into pieces. Lin Sun was also obviously in a passive position. He was like a duckweed in the raging sea, and he would be torn apart at any time. Don't be complacent too early. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun was as calm as before in such a situation. He formed seals with his hands and changed them constantly, demonstrating his own Tao and Dharma. Although he was in a passive position, he couldn't do anything to him for a while. This made Luo Chen frown, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Between them, divine power surged and countless rules turned into the sun, moon, and stars formed by the rules all over the sky. This place had become a world of Tao laws, and they collided without end. It was like numerous stars were collapsing, and it was a shocking scene that shook the heavens and the earth. In next to no time, everyone noticed that even though Lin Sun was in a passive position, Luo Chen was still unable to defeat him, let alone kill him. This kid is extraordinarily tenacious. Luo Xingfeng frowned. He'd originally thought that Luo Chen's victory was within sight. At this point in the battle, Luo Chen seemed to have lost his patience as well, and he wasn't willing to be entangled in a battle like this any longer. He suddenly shouted explosively while his hair stood on end, and his entire body seemed as if it was on fire while a myriad of stars floated up into appearance and illuminated the 9 heavens. His imposing aura was horrifying because the aura he revealed was too terrifying and unbelievable. It was ferocious to the point it caused others to tremble with disbelief, and it was ferocious to the point it was monstrous. Die. He suddenly struck out with his fist. A myriad of stars surged and transformed into a fist that was dazzling like the sun. As soon as it appeared, this expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed as if it was being melted. Countless black holes split open in space while terrifying incineration raged, and it caused the hearts of many seniors to tremble. This fist simply seemed as if it could chisel open the world and incinerate everything in the surroundings. It possessed peerless might that could destroy the world. The hearts of Shi, Goldie, and the others tightened. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Shouxing, and the others were shocked. If they didn't witness it today, they would absolutely not dare believe that a 4th-level great emperor could actually release such heaven-defying might. This fist even caused them to feel a sense of danger. Not bad. Luo Xingfeng's eyes revealed a strange expression, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Bang, the fist rumbled, and when it was a few meters away from Lin Sun, it transformed into a torrent of light that collapsed and dispersed, and it caused Lin Sun's clothes to flutter in the wind, yet he wasn't injured in the slightest. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, and they almost jumped up. Luo Xingfeng was stunned as well, and the smile that had just appeared on his face froze. Even Luo Chen revealed an expression of disbelief, and he seemed as if he was struck by lightning. That's the full force attack that I'm most proud of. How? How can it be so weak? At this time, Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared, and he suddenly appeared in front of Luo Chen. Taking advantage of the moment when Luo Chen's eyes flickered, Lin Sun pressed his palm out. Luo Chen shouted and resisted with all his strength, and his eyes flashed with a terrible divine light. But at this time, the cultivation and strength that he had exerted to the extreme were smashed by Lin Sun's palm like a piece of paper, and a rain of light splashed. Compared with just now, the power of Lin Sun's palm was more than double. Oh no, Luo Chen's heart thumped, and his face changed completely. He realized that he was probably fooled. But when he tried to dodge again, his neck was suddenly grasped by Lin Sun's big hand, and Lin Sun held him hostage like a chicken. This scene happened so quickly and suddenly that even Luo Xingfeng was caught off guard, not to mention Shi and Goldie. When they came to their senses, Luo Chen, the dazzling great emperor of the younger generation of the Nirvana Luo family, had been firmly suppressed by Lin Sun. At the same time, facing Luo Chen's hateful and angry eyes, Lin Sun couldn't help but chuckle. Little idiot, I was just playing with you. The word little idiot made Luo Chen's handsome face ferocious, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. You cheated. Every word was filled with grief and indignation. Luo Chen completely understood that Lin Daoyuan did not use his full strength in the previous fierce battle. Instead, he deliberately pretended to be weak in order to catch Luo Chen off guard and capture him alive. How despicable. How insidious. Everyone was shocked by the scene that had just unfolded. In an instant, Lin Sun was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He captured Luo Chen in an absolutely crushing manner. This scene happened so fast that people could only hear Luo Chen's furious roar before they could react. She, Big Yellow, and the others were startled for a moment before revealing strange expressions. Then, they suddenly realized that Lin Sun had deliberately pretended to be weak during the intense battle just now. That was how he had managed to capture Luo Chen in one fell swoop. You're courting death. Let go of Luo Chen. An explosive shout resounded. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Shouxing, and the others turned pale with fright and shouted out explosively. Luo Chen had actually been captured, and this had caught them off guard. Luo Xingfeng's old face was gloomy, and his whole body exuded a monstrous momentum. He stared at Lin Sun and said, "What a cunning little thing. You pretended to be weak and attacked him unprepared. Even I was wrong about you." Lin Sun firmly imprisoned Luo Chen and said indifferently, "If I weren't afraid of you, I could have killed such a character in the blink of an eye. Why would I waste so much effort? From the very beginning, He had realized that it was almost impossible to capture Luo Chen alive in a fight with Luo Xingfeng watching. Moreover, Luo Chen had already seen through Lin Sun's intention. Under such circumstances, he could only adopt other strategies. Luo Chen's cheeks flushed with shame and indignation. Only now did he realize that Lin Sun's trick was not to numb him, but because he was afraid of Luo Xingfeng. In short, Lin Sun did not take him seriously from the beginning to the end. At this time, Fire Spirit Emperor, Huang Santian and other big shots of deity Phoenix also came to their senses and couldn't help sighing with emotion that Lin Sun's trick was extremely beautiful. No matter how powerful Luo Xingfeng was, he never expected that Lin Sun, who had been suppressed before, would suddenly burst out such a terrifying combat power. Lin Daoyuan. If you dare to lay a finger on young Master Luo Chen, I'll definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Bai Lingzhen hollered. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Luo Xingfeng hadn't said anything yet, but this old bastard was more ferocious than anyone else, completely acting like a watchdog. Crack, Luo Chen's wrist was crushed, and the pain made his forehead break out in cold sweat. His face was ashen. You. Bai Lingzhen's eyes widened. It was as if Bai Lingzhen was telling him that even if he crippled Luo Chen, what could he do to him? If you bark again, I'll continue. Lin Sun spoke casually, but the meaning behind his words was chilling. Enough. Luo Xingfeng had already regained his composure. He looked at Myriad Flame Spirit Emperor, Huang Santian, and the rest. Your immortal phoenix bloodline is indeed bold. Now, I will give you a chance. Ask Lin Daoyuan to release Luo Chen, and I promise that I will only capture your ancestor. No one else will die. His cold voice resounded through the clouds. However, the meaning behind his words was extremely domineering. Huang Santian and the rest wore dark expressions. Only the primogenitor? This old bastard had gone too far. Crack, Luo Chen's other wrist was also crushed. He was going crazy. Lin Daoyuan, kill me if you dare. However, Lin Sun ignored him and said slowly, Old thing, I'll give you a chance too. Kill the old things from the White Tiger race and the Black Tortoise race. I promise I won't humiliate the Luo clan's peak martial emperor anymore. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the others' faces changed, and they gasped. This guy was obviously going to kill them with a borrowed knife. Luo Xingfeng frowned, and his face was cold and full of killing intent. Lin Daoyuan, do you know what price you will pay for doing this? Crack, one of Luo Chen's ankles was shattered, and he convulsed in pain as if he was having an epileptic fit. Lin Sun said calmly, Old bastard, if you think Luo Chen is not important, you can kill him directly. If you think Luo Chen is important, go and kill those old bastards. Luo Xingfeng stared at Lin Sun for a while, as if he was suppressing his killing intent. He took a deep breath and looked at Bai Lingzhen and the others. Your Excellency, don't be fooled by him. Bai Lingzhen and the others were trembling with anger, and said hurriedly, even if he kills us, he will not let child Luo Chen go. In their hearts, they could not wait to eat Lin Sun alive. As long as you swear in front of this talisman that you will never be the enemy of deity Phoenix again, I can guarantee that you can take this person away. Suddenly, Wanhua Ling Emperor came over and took out a strange talisman made of beast bone. At the same time, she also came to the other side of Lin Sun. The natal bone of the Scourge of Heaven? Luo Xingfeng's eyes narrowed, and he recognized the origin of the talisman. Seventh uncle, kill them. A wisp of my natal soul is in the clan. Even if they destroy me now, I can recover in the future. Luo Chen's face was livid and ferocious, and he shouted loudly. This made Lin Sun and the others awestruck. This won't do. After losing this body and soul, it will be extremely difficult for me to recover my previous cultivation with just a strand of my soul. Luo Xingfeng shook his head resolutely. But at this moment, Luo Chen suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a buzz, his imprisoned body produced a surging and terrifying power. Whoosh, above his head, a flying knife suddenly flew out. It was dazzling and extremely sharp, and it chopped at Lin Sun's head. The distance between the two was very close, and it happened so suddenly that all the people present could not help but change their expressions. Boom, but Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. Only a sword cauldron emerged in front of him, blooming with chaotic brilliance, and knocked the flying knife away. This thrilling scene was not over yet. Suddenly, a roar resounded, "Die!" Luo Xingfeng rushed over, and the void directly exploded with a bang. The incomparably terrible power, like a landslide and a tsunami, covered in an instant. Wanhua Ling Huang was the first to make a move. The sky was full of magnificent flames. But in just an instant, she was shaken back and coughed up blood. She could not help but be shocked that this old thing's cultivation was so terrifying. But at the same time, Lin Sun's sword cauldron roared and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Luo Chen's whole body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. His spirit was suppressed by the sword cauldron, and he did not even have a chance to escape. Chen. Luo Xingfeng's eyes were red, and his beard and hair were standing on end. The power released from his body caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble, and the mountains and rivers within 100,000 miles to tremble. He slapped out as if he had gone mad. Lin Sun could not dodge such an attack at all, but at this critical moment, she had already taken action in time and brought him away from the place. Boom! The area where Lin Sun stood before was directly smashed, and a huge crack in the void was torn open. It was dark and extremely horrifying. Many people broke out in a cold sweat. Luo Xingfeng, who was furious, was extremely terrifying. It was obvious that he had already surpassed the scope of the ancestor realm. This series of events happened and ended in the blink of an eye. It was unbelievably fast. No one expected Luo Chen to be so ruthless, attacking without caring about anything else and using flying sabers to kill Lin Sun so that he could break free. Lin Sun's reaction was even faster, and he used the sword cauldron to suppress Luo Chen without holding back. However, the strongest was Luo Xingfeng. He looked refined, but when he attacked, he was extremely horrifying. He had the power to collapse the sky and turn the world around. Even someone as strong as the Myriad Fire Emperor was knocked back by his attack. If not for she making a move at the last moment, Lin Sun might have been killed by Luo Xingfeng. All of you deserve to die. Luo Xingfeng's aura was tyrannical, sweeping through the 9 heavens. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was completely enraged. Boom! Heaven and earth fell into chaos. He took a step forward, and the sun and moon trembled. Mountains and rivers collapsed. An unparalleled divine might spread out like a raging sea. This kind of might could make an emperor ancestor despair. At this moment, Lin Sun was unprecedentedly calm, and determination flashed in his eyes. Senior. She and the Myriad Fire Emperor seemed to have a telepathic connection. They attacked together, releasing all of their power at this moment. It was also at this moment that heaven and earth became strangely still, as if it had frozen. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Boundless divine brilliance burst out, surging through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was too dazzling, and everything was white. Even the Emperor Ancestor Realm existences present felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, and they were horrified. Bang! Lin Sun's figure staggered and fell to the ground. Although he had avoided this calamity, he had suffered from the impact. That extremely horrifying power had injured him, and he coughed up blood. Looking at the battlefield, Xi's figure was like an illusion, interweaving with the rain of light. The Myriad Fire Emperor was like a ray of fire, covering the sky. Their auras also fluctuated, and they both looked in the same direction. There, smoke and dust filled the air. Luo Xingfeng's tall body was broken, and blood flowed continuously. Half of his head was blown off, and he looked hideous. However, the strange thing was that he did not die under such an all-out attack. Lin Sun could not help but gasp. This old fellow was too terrifying. Even she and the Myriad Fire Emperor were shocked. Previously, their all-out attack could kill any emperor ancestor in the world. But now, Luo Xingfeng was only seriously injured. The Devouring Abyss. This is the Devouring Abyss. Luo Xingfeng looked extremely angry at this moment. One eye on half of his head stared at Lin Sun, and he said in a hoarse voice, "You are the descendant of that traitor, Luo Qingxuan, and you have awakened the 2nd stage of the talent power, Forbidden Death." He seemed to have completely understood, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Such an abnormal state made by Lingjun, Wu Xiuxing, and the others tremble. Luo Qingxuan's son? Forbidden Death. It turned out that this was Lin Daoyuan's true identity. Lin Sun was not surprised that his identity was exposed. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Since you know about the forbidden death, how many times do you think you can block such an attack? P.S. Here's the fourth update. The goal of a 3-day explosion is achieved. Welcome to Follow Goldfish." The number of followers has exceeded 46,000, and there will be more updates. The world was shaking, and the atmosphere was depressing. As Lin Sun's voice fell, Xi and Wanhua Ling Emperor were ready, and their eyes locked on Luo Xingfeng in the distance like lightning. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiuxing, and other old monsters of White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans were also very vigilant, and their momentum was rising. Whoosh, with a flow of divine light, Luo Xingfeng's broken body and half of his head were restored in an instant. However, his face was pale and transparent, and it was extremely ugly. Physical injuries could be recovered, but the serious injuries he had suffered before could not be healed in a short time. However, his expression had already recovered its calm, and he said, "The second stage of the divine ability, Oblivion, can only be utilized twice at most. Any more, and it would harm the foundation of the Grand Tao or even destroy one's cultivation. How many chances do you think you have to kill me?" Lin Sun was expressionless. "Since it's a desperate fight, why would I care about the destroyed cultivation? Old man, stalling for time won't save you." Boom! Before Lin Sun finished his words, Xi and Wanhua Ling Emperor rushed out and launched an extreme attack, as if they were desperate and did not hold back. Luo Xingfeng was furious, and his body released a terrifying vortex of Tao light, which rotated crazily, covering the whole world and causing it to distort and collapse. A fist-sized jade cauldron rushed out of his sleeve. It was engraved with the boundless world and the dharma of hundreds of millions of gods and demons. It shone with endless rays of light and was extremely terrifying. This was Luo Xingfeng's natal treasure, called Divine Demon Cauldron, which could easily destroy a world and shatter the void of the starry sky. At this moment, he released his divine power with all his strength, and the power of law of the entire deity Phoenix realm was impacted. The hundreds of millions of creatures in this realm were shocked and fell into panic. The Emperor Ancestor realm existences in the field, whether they were enemies or allies, felt their scalps numb and their hair stood on end. This attack was so terrifying that it was going to destroy this world. However, a strange scene appeared. As a strange white light spread out like ripples of time, everything showed signs of stillness and stagnation. It was as if the scene had suddenly frozen. Boom! The world seemed to explode, the sky collapsed, the earth sank, and the void turned into a long and narrow crack like broken glass. The surging destructive power spread to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even though Lin Sun was prepared, he was still shaken and flew backward. He coughed up blood, his cheeks were pale and transparent, and his skin was cracked like a spider web. But he couldn't care about all this, and as soon as he steadied himself, he looked towards the battlefield. Smoke and dust surged, the aura of destruction circulated, and horrified cries could be heard from time to time. Before Lin Sun could see clearly, Xi and Myriad Fire Emperor had already rushed to him. They grabbed Lin Sun and left together. Boom! This expanse of the heavens and the earth fell into destruction, and the scene of a myriad of stars in the sky was even revealed. It seemed as if the sky that covered the sky of the immortal Phoenix dimension had been destroyed as well. Lin Sun's hair stood on end. If Xi and Myriad Fire Emperor hadn't saved him just now, he wouldn't have survived the destruction. Dead? Lin Sun asked. At this moment, they were standing high up in the sky, extremely far away. Xi and the Myriad Fire Spirit Sovereign shook their heads at the same time. They had grave expressions on their faces. It wasn't until a long time later that Lin Sun saw a broken figure standing there in the smoke and dust in the distance. His bones were exposed, his body was badly broken, and his head was chopped off. If Lin Sun didn't look carefully, he almost couldn't recognize that this was the elegant and calm Luo Xingfeng. It was terrible, he looked neither human nor ghost, like a bloody corpse riddled with holes. But he wasn't dead, this was undoubtedly incredible. A snow-white feathered bird floated up into appearance on his headless body, and it stood there with a wisp of ridicule in its eyes. This scene was very strange. The reason why Xi and the Myriad Fire Spirit Emperor had a grave expression was because of this ordinary-looking snow-white mysterious bird. Previously, no one had discovered when this mysterious mystic bird had appeared. Luo Xingfeng's headless body changed, and his qi and blood evaporated, returning to his previous appearance little by little. However, his aura had become chaotic, and his face was extremely pale. At this moment, he looked at the snow-white bird with fear and even disbelief in his eyes. Xingwan, how dare you escape from the ninth secluded prison? Aren't you afraid that the patriarch will find out and kill you? Luo Xingfeng said in a hoarse voice. If your patriarch could kill me, why didn't he do it for so many years? Why could he only use the power of the ninth secluded prison to suppress me? The bird called Xingwan said with a voice that was full of vicissitudes, this time, it's all thanks to you, old fart, that I took the opportunity to sneak into your treasure and leave the ninth secluded prison. As he spoke, Xianxia began to chuckle, but that laughter was incomparably horrifying. For countless years. In order to eradicate us old fellows, your patriarch has put in a lot of effort and used all sorts of methods. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Without the grand abyss devouring talent, his position as patriarch will never be secure. Luo Xingfeng said in a hoarse voice, you escaped from the ninth secluded prison without permission. Do you know that once you're found, you're doomed to be destroyed? What do you want to do? The bird's eyes showed deep hatred. What do I want to do? Of course, I want to avenge my master, for my master's descendants, to take back what belongs to my master's bloodline. Bang, its snow-white wings flapped, and Luo Xingfeng's body, which had recovered, exploded directly. The rain of blood was evaporated by the white Taoist light. As it opened its mouth and inhaled, Luo Xingfeng's spirit was swallowed. The scene shocked everyone in the distance. Luo Xingfeng was such a great and terrifying existence, but he was killed just like that. Who on earth was the bird called Xingwan? Lin Sun, Shi, and Wanhua Ling Emperor couldn't help but change their expressions. The blackbird suddenly coughed up blood, and a layer of fine bloodstains split open on its snow-white wings. But it didn't seem to care, and its eyes gazed at the distant Lin Sun with a strange and fervent expression as it sighed. The devouring abyss. Ha ha ha, God has eyes, and such a talent finally survives. As it spoke, tears fell from its eyes. They seemed to be crying with joy, but also seemed to be evoked by the scene. There was an indescribable joy in its eyes. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't calm down. Everyone could see that the bird knew everything about the Luo family, and even had a special feeling for the person who possessed the devouring abyss. At the same time, the weathered voice of the bird sounded in Lin Sun's heart, remember, kid, my name is Star Luan. A long time ago, I followed the exalted heavenspan to conquer the world. Someday, if you see your mother again, you must tell her that those old fogies were looking forward to her return. Lin Sun was shocked and his pupils dilated. Followed Lord Tongtian to conquer the world. The shackles of order of the ninth hell are sealed in my body. Now that I'm exposed here, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm discovered. The consequences. Well, I don't want to talk about it. Xingwan said in a low voice, just remember, if you have a chance to go to the Permitha heaven one day, don't expose this talent before you awaken the third stage of the devouring abyss talent. The third stage of the talent? Lin Sun was shocked. He was just about to ask about it when he noticed traces of the profound and obscure glow of the Order of Calamity appear on the Star Luan's wings. It seemed as if it was suffering an extremely terrifying torture and destruction, causing it to let out an extremely shrill cry of pain. Boom, in an instant, Xingwan's body seemed to be burning and turned into ashes that scattered in the air. Little guy, remember, you must erase Luo Chen's spirit as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will chase after you like ghosts. This was the last voice left by Xingwan, and it sounded extremely urgent. Lin Sun was stunned, and his expression was uncertain. Xingwan's appearance was too abrupt. No one had expected that such a mysterious bird would appear at the last moment and kill Luo Xingfeng. Similarly, no one had expected that it would suddenly turn into ashes and disappear as soon as it appeared, as if it had suffered a calamity. Lin Sun couldn't calm down when he thought of what Xingwan had said. The only thing he could be sure of was that a group of old people like Xingwan was imprisoned in the ninth hell of the Permitha heaven Luo family. These old people had been waiting for his mother, Luo Qingxuan, to return for countless years. No. How is this possible? Lord Luo Xingfeng. How could he die like this? There was a cry of anger and unwillingness in the distance. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing and other old monsters of the White Tiger clan and the Black Tortoise clan were all livid, unable to accept such a result. They were not mourning for Luo Xingfeng's death, but after Luo Xingfeng's death, they had no one to rely on, let alone kill the immortal Phoenix clan. Little 5, control the formation and kill them. Lin Sun shouted suddenly. Now that Luo Xingfeng was dead, the biggest threat was completely removed. The only thing left was to deal with Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing and others. Up. Little 5 operated the Dao Falling Heaven killing formation, setting off endless waves of prohibition, like a vast and angry wave, rushing towards Bai Lingzhen and others in the distance. At the same time, Huang Songtian and other old monsters hiding in the formation also acted boldly. They hadn't been of any help before, and now their long-suppressed anger and hatred completely broke out. Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing and others changed their faces. They didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to flee. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With the death of Luo Xingfeng, Bai Lingzhen and others' fighting spirit also collapsed. Even if they were unwilling, they could only choose to retreat at this moment. Lin Sun watched from a distance for a moment, and then returned to the magic workshop. As soon as he sat on the ground, his injuries and exhaustion surged all over his body. In the previous battle, he used the forbidden passing twice and suffered from the impact of the battle. At this moment, even if he wanted to fight, he was powerless. However, before healing, Lin Sun immediately took out the sword cauldron. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he used the last of his strength to drive the sword cauldron. Boom! Luo Chen's spirit, which was suppressed in the sword cauldron, was killed in an instant and completely dissipated in the depths of the sword cauldron. Later in the second period, Khan was very powerful. One day later, Shi, Wan Huoling Emperor, and the others who went to hunt down White Tiger and Black Tortoise returned. The hunt started in a hurry and did not achieve much, but Bai Lingzhen, Wu Xiaoxing, and the others were terrified. They fled the deity Phoenix realm in a panic. 2 days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation, and his qi was restored to its peak state. It was also on this day that the news of the defeat of White Tiger and Black Tortoise swept across the entire deity Phoenix realm like a storm, causing the world to tremble. However, neither Lin Sun nor the deity Phoenix bloodline paid attention to any of this. They all planned to leave this place. At the beginning of the ancient times, our ancestors led our people across the starry sky. After many years of exploration, they finally decided to settle down here. Now that we have encountered such a great disaster, we can no longer stay in this realm. Huang Songtian sighed. He had already issued an order that 7 days later, he would move the entire deity Phoenix bloodline and leave this world. Lin Sun expressed his understanding. The death of Luo Xingfeng and Luo Chen was bound to anger the Nirvana Luo clan. They were bound to come back and take revenge. With the current foundation of the deity Phoenix bloodline, it was impossible to compete with the Nirvana Luo clan. 3 days later, I will personally open the path to the other side of the starry sky to see you off. Huang Songtian made a decision. Lin Sun nodded and thanked him with cupped fists. It had been nearly 3 years since he entered the true dragon world with the help of the Xian clan and arrived at the deity Phoenix realm. He did not know how many major events had happened on the starry sky ancient path. Your sword cauldron has the power of the orderly phoenix flame. Even if you return to the starry sky ancient path, it is enough to avoid the forbidden power of order that covers the heavens. Wan Huoling Emperor found Lin Sun and talked with him. He gave Lin Sun a lot of advice on cultivation. At the end of the conversation, Lin Sun could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" Wan Huoling Emperor thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we will go to explore a new world, but we will definitely not return to the starry sky ancient path." After the explanation, Lin Sun learned that the starry sky was vast. In addition to the starry sky ancient path and the Nirvana heavens, there were many other worlds. Just like in the beginning of the primordial era, the immortal phoenix, white tiger, true dragon, and black tortoise migrated as if they were pioneering a new land. In the end, they found their own worlds and planes. 3 days later, in front of the divine workshop, Xiaowu collected all the divine materials used to set up the Tao perishing heavenly death. These were gifts from the immortal phoenix bloodline. Lin Sun didn't refuse. Boom! Huang Songtian and the other old-timers of the immortal phoenix bloodline activated an ancient Tao altar. As long as they used the teleportation formation on the altar, they would be able to return to the ancient road of stars. Lin Sun stepped on the Taoist altar, turned around and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help." Little friend, take care. Huang Songtian and the others, as well as the Fire Spirit Emperor, all saw Lin off. Brother Lin, I hope that we'll be able to meet again in the future. Loka waved his hand in the distance. Lin Sun smiled and nodded. Accompanied by strange fluctuations, the Taoist altar roared, and the mysterious and obscure power of space emerged. In a flash, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. 10 days later. The Dark World. Lin Sun, who had successfully returned to the ancient Road of Stars, finally arrived at the Dark World after traveling for 10 days under Big Yellow's lead. Come, let's go to the Land of Darkness first. Big Yellow was a little excited. To him, returning to the Dark World was like returning to his homeland. At this moment, they landed in the Baihong domain of the Dark World, a domain that used to belong to the Copper Sparrow Tower. Lin Sun shook his head. It's not too late to go after gathering information first. 3 years ago, with a command from second senior brother Xianxia, all the forces of the Copper Sparrow Tower that covered the Dark World quietly went into hiding. And in these 3 years, no one knew how many things had happened. Immediately, a man and a dog walked into a city in the Baihong domain. After a brief search, they couldn't help but frown, their hearts trembling. Only then did they know that when they went to the True Dragon World 3 years ago, Xianxia had already returned to the ancient Road of Stars. At that time, this matter had caused a stir in the world. Everyone was looking forward to how Xianxia, the ruler of the universe, would react to the Dao Yuan Emperor who had stolen the immortal sovereign's fortune. What sort of punishment would the Copper Sparrow Tower that had once protected the Dao Yuan Emperor suffer? It was also at that time that many great powers suddenly realized that the Copper Sparrow Tower that was reputed to be one of the 3 dark giants had actually vanished completely. It was as if it had evaporated from the world. The most unbelievable thing was that after Xianxia returned, he didn't take action immediately. Instead, he chose to enter into closed-door cultivation. In next to no time, heavy news spread that Xianxia had suffered a severe Dao injury in the ultimate ruin. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and the world trembled because of it. No one had expected that Xianxia, who controlled the forbidden energy of order and was like the ruler of the universe, would actually suffer a loss in the ultimate ruin. This was too unbelievable. When he heard this news, Big Yellow was overjoyed. But very quickly, as he obtained more and more information, Big Yellow couldn't laugh anymore. 2 years ago, the Copper Sparrow Tower's master suddenly appeared and challenged Xianxia. This matter instantly caused an uproar in the Dark World, and it even caused the entire universe to tremble. On the 3rd day after the Copper Sparrow Tower's master declared war, Xianxia, who was recuperating in closed-door cultivation, spoke. Accept the challenge. However, to the surprise of everyone in the starry sky, this unprecedented battle unfolded in the Kunlun ruins of the 4 great Dao ruins. It was said that the location was chosen by the Copper Sparrow Tower's master. A place like the Kunlun ruins was not a place that anyone could go to. It was even to the extent that if one was not fated enough, even an emperor stage-old monster would find it difficult to enter. Therefore, when this great battle that attracted the attention of the entire world took place, there was practically no one who could watch it with their own eyes. What shocked everyone the most was that even until today, 2 years later, no one knew the outcome of this great battle. Whether it was the Copper Sparrow Tower's master or Xianxia, there was no news of them after they entered the Kunlun ruins. Until now, they had not appeared. No one knew the outcome of this battle, and they didn't even know if the 2 of them were dead or alive. In the past 2 years, countless ancient orthodoxies had tried everything they could to gather information, but all of them had come up empty-handed. As a result, this great battle that had caused the heavens to tremble had become the world's greatest mystery. However, the people of the world still noticed that the forbidden power of order that covered the starry sky had not disappeared. Thus, they further determined that Xianxia should not have suffered any mishaps. As for the life and death of the Copper Sparrow Tower's master, it was impossible to speculate. Most of the ancient orthodoxies suspected that the Copper Sparrow Tower's master had probably died. After all, his opponent was Xianxia, an existence that controlled the forbidden power of order and could be said to be the ruler of the starry sky. When he heard this, Big Yellow's expression changed indeterminately, and his heart burned with anxiety. How could Master be so impulsive? Didn't you say that you'll only make a move when we return? He. Lin Sun fell silent for a moment before he said, according to my speculation, second senior brother must have noticed the news that Xianxia was injured, and that's why he chose to make a move. Moreover, Big Yellow, don't you know second senior brother? He's not a reckless person. Since he dared to do this, he must have some confidence. It was impossible for a reckless person to guard the dark world for countless years just to wait for an opportunity to bloom. Moreover, the location Xianxia chose 2 years ago was very thought-provoking. Kunlun Ruins, one of the 4 most mysterious Dao ruins in the world. According to Lin Sun's knowledge, Mount Heart's Path and Kunlun Ruins were inextricably linked. For example, in the area where the pilgrimage platform was located, 9th senior brother Guyupu had suppressed the solitary sky demon saint for countless years. For example, on the pilgrimage platform, the Master of the Heart had even left his mantle on it. For example, in the secret realm of Mount Imperial Dragon, Li Xianwei had obtained the immeasurable bottle from it and was accompanied by the great Dao Lawless Bell. There was even a lady like a purple cloud in the Peach Garden secret realm, and she was still waiting for eldest senior brother's return. It could be said that second senior brother Xianxia had definitely planned for the location of the battle in Kunlun Ruins. Big Yellow was still a little uneasy, and he said worriedly, but it's been 2 years, and there's still no news of Master. Moreover, the forbidden power of order controlled by Xianxia is still covering the starry sky. Doesn't this mean? No, it can only be said that there's no news. It's impossible to conclude that second senior brother is in trouble, Lin Sun said firmly. Lin Sun said firmly, don't forget that Heavenly Emperor sure hasn't returned from the Kunlun Ruins either. Big Yellow was stunned for a while before he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I'll go to Kunlun Ruins to look for Master. As he spoke, he was about to take action. Lin Sun's heart was heavy as well. When he saw this, he could not help but berate, Big Yellow, do you think you can enter Kunlun Ruins with your ability? Big Yellow said, I'll do everything I can to give it a try. Lin Sun took a deep breath in and said, if you listen to me, I promise I'll bring you there to investigate. You probably don't know that I've entered Kunlun Ruins to train back then, so I know the situation better than you. Big Yellow was obviously hesitant. We've just returned, and we only know a little about this information. In my opinion, it won't be too late to make a decision after we understand the ins and outs of the matter. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. Moreover, with second senior brother's intelligence, do you think he didn't leave behind any instructions or arrangements before challenging Xianxia? Big Yellow was stunned for a moment before he nodded repeatedly, you're right. Then let's return to the Hidden Land now. If Master left any arrangements, they'll definitely be in the Hidden Land. Lin Sun nodded. However, at this moment, a hurried shout sounded from afar, quick, the remnants of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion are hiding in the city. We can't let them escape this time. Accompanied by the voice, a group of figures with fierce and powerful auras turned into streaks of light and whistled through the nearby streets. Through the aura emitted by those figures, Lin Sun instantly determined that they were definitely from the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect. Welcome, everyone, to Goldfish. Currently, there are 45,633 followers. There are only a few more to go before it reaches 46,000. 3 years ago, the entire Baihong domain was under the control of the Copper Sparrow Tower. But now, it was completely different. In a city, the cultivators of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect dared to openly issue an order to arrest the people of the Copper Sparrow Tower hiding in the city, treating them as remnants of the evil. One could imagine that in the current dark world, the situation of the Copper Sparrow Tower was most likely not optimistic. Lin Sun and Goldie looked at each other, then they followed them quietly. In the northeastern region of the city, a dilapidated ancient building stood. One of the courtyards was covered with a restrictive power that was difficult to detect. My lord, although the forces of the Copper Sparrow Tower in the dark world have long gone into hiding, the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm clearly have no intention of letting this go. In the past 2 years, the forces that have been hiding like us have all suffered a destructive blow when they were discovered. A beautiful woman in purple said worriedly, and I received news that the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect has already launched an arrest operation in the entire Baihong domain. I'm worried that it won't be long before the enemy comes knocking on our door. There were many cultivators of the Copper Sparrow Tower standing nearby, and their expressions were uncertain at this moment. My lord, why don't we leave? Many people asked as they looked at the same person. It was a dignified, skinny man named Sun Yu, who had a cultivation of the third stage of the quasi-emperor realm. In the past, Sun Yu was the city lord of this city, wielding great power and was famous far and wide. But in the past 2 years, he had been like duckweed without roots and could only hide like a mole. He had been on tenterhooks day and night, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Escape? The vast dark world is now controlled by the forces of the divine illuminating ancient sect and the hidden land realm. Even if we leave this city, where can we escape to? Sun Yu's voice was bitter, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden roar outside the courtyard. The restrictive power that covered the surroundings was severely impacted and tossed and shook. At the same time, a loud shout rang out. Remnants of the Copper Sparrow Tower, you've been surrounded. Come out and die. Charge! The expressions of Sun Yu and the others changed, and they felt as if the sky had collapsed. Never had they imagined that this calamity would arrive so quickly. At this moment, Sun Yu seemed as if he'd made a decision, and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I'll slaughter a path of blood for all of you later. Every single one of you that can escape counts. Everyone could not help but feel grief and indignation. In the past, as one of the 3 dark giants, when had their Copper Sparrow Pavilion ever suffered such treatment? My lord, we've had enough of these days of fear. You're right. Even if we escape now, where can we escape to? This time, we'll fight it out with them. The purple-clothed woman had a crazed look in her eyes, as if she was ready to risk everything. The others nodded in agreement. Since there was nowhere to run, it was better to fight to the death. They had had enough of these days of sleepless nights and hiding from place to place. Sun Yu clenched his fists tightly as an indescribable feeling of depression, grief, and indignation surged in his heart, and he was just about to say something. Boom! The restrictive formation that covered the courtyard had already collapsed. Numerous ferocious figures stood in the sky outside the courtyard, and all of them were the disciples of the Divine Illumination sect. When they saw Sun Yu and the other experts of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, a wave of savage laughter instantly resounded, and their eyes revealed gloominess and cruelty. It was as if they'd captured a group of prey. The robust man in the lead waved his hand and shouted loudly. Remember, don't let a single one of them escape. No matter if they're male or female, behead them all and hang their corpses above the city gates as a warning to others. Sun Yu and the others were furious. Hang their corpses above the city gates after beheading them, that was a complete humiliation to the members of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Kill! The extremely excited experts of the Divine Illumination sect shouted as they took action, and they charged into the courtyard like a net that covered the sky. Fight it out with them. Sun Yu held with bloodshot eyes. However, right when they intended to attack, a cold grunt resounded. After that, the figures of the experts of the Divine Illumination sect that charged over stiffened, and then their figures exploded into pieces in midair while a rain of blood sprayed down like a waterfall. It was a ghastly scarlet color. Sun Yu and the others were horrified, and their eyes widened. It was just a cold grunt, but nearly 30 disciples of the Divine Illumination sect had been killed, regardless of their cultivation. They were all killed on the spot. The bloody scene made Sun Yu and the others feel like they were dreaming, and it was so unreal. Who? The robust man in the black robe seemed to be greatly stimulated, and he screamed in shock, who dares to be the enemy of the Divine Illumination sect? Aren't you afraid of being implicated? He used the name of the Divine Illumination sect to threaten them, but in fact, he was already frightened to the extreme. A large hand silently appeared and grabbed the neck of the black-robed robust man. The owner of the large hand wore moon-white clothes, and his figure was tall, handsome, and otherworldly. He faintly possessed the bearing of a banished immortal. It was Lin Sun. Beside him, Big Yellow's dog face was extremely gloomy and ugly, and his eyes were cold as he said, "Why don't you let me do it?" Lin Sun sighed softly. "They're just small fries. If you make a move, you won't be able to leave any of them alive." Big Yellow was very angry, or it could be said that ever since he heard about second senior brother Xianxia, he was in a state where he could go berserk at any moment. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun did not dare to let Big Yellow do as he pleased. As he spoke, Lin Sun had already begun to search his soul. At the same time, Sun Yu and the others recovered from their shock, and they seemed to recognize Big Yellow's identity. You're Battle Emperor Xiao. Battle Emperor Xiao, They would rather provoke the King of Hell than Big Yellow. In the dark world of the past, Big Yellow's reputation was enough to make any emperor tremble, and he was regarded as the most ferocious being under the command of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master. All of you have been wronged. Big Yellow felt a little sour at the sight of Sunyu and the others' excited expressions. When had the people of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion ever been bullied like this? No, Sunyu and the others were all very excited. It really was Battle Emperor Xiao. To them, this was like finding their pillar of support. Big Yellow spoke in a deep and powerful voice, "Don't worry, with me around in the future, I won't let the people of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion suffer anymore." Big Yellow, ask them about what happened to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion in the past 2 years. The more detailed, the better. At this moment, Lin Sun had already completed the soul search, and the black-robed man in his hand had turned into ashes that scattered. Alright, Big Yellow nodded. 10 minutes later, Lin Sun and Big Yellow obtained what they wanted to know. Ever since Heavenly Emperor Shi and the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master disappeared from the Kunlun ruins, the forces led by the 2 giants of the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm had set off an operation to annihilate the Copper Sparrow Pavilion in the entire Dark World. In the past 2 years, the territories and cities that were originally controlled by the Copper Sparrow Pavilion had all been plundered and occupied. The powerhouses of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion that were in hiding and hibernating had also suffered a destructive blow. Once they were discovered, they would be mercilessly slaughtered and killed. Up until now, in the vast dark world, any mention of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion was related to destruction, blood, and slaughter. On the other hand, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion had been completely removed from the ranks of the 3 giants of the dark world. Currently, the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm were the rulers of the dark world. After understanding all of this, Big Yellow was so angry that his eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He had nowhere to vent his hatred. Lin Sun could not help but frown. A long time ago, he had become enemies with the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect. There was a deep enmity between them. Now that he knew what had happened to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Lin Sun was extremely furious, and he felt even more disgusted. Big Yellow, let's return to the Hidden Land first. In the end, Lin Sun made a decision. He was worried that something might happen to the Hidden Land. Lin Sun had obviously thought of this as well, and he agreed without hesitation. The Western Horizontal Region was one of the 33 regions of the Dark World, and it was controlled by one of the 3 giants of the Dark World, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. At the border of the West Horizontal Region was a blood-red ocean that surged, and it was called the Indefinite Sea of Blood. It was called a place of death by the locals. Since ancient times until now, any expert that entered this sea had practically never returned, and only death awaited them. According to rumor, an extremely terrifying primeval ferocious soul lay dormant in the depths of the Indefinite Sea of Blood. Supposedly, it was a monster formed from the resentment of an Emperor realm figure that had fallen. After experiencing countless years of transformation, all of those primeval ferocious souls had become extremely terrifying. The Hidden Land that was regarded as the primordial ancestral land of the Hidden Mist House was located within a secret realm in the depths of the Indefinite Sea of Blood. 2 days later, Lin Sun and Big Yellow arrived at the banks of the Indefinite Sea of Blood. The surface of the sea surged with layers of blood-red waves, and even the sky was dyed the color of blood, causing it to seem strange and horrifying. The piercingly cold sea breeze blew over, and it was mixed with strands of a ferocious aura. All those years ago when he'd headed to the Hidden Land for the first time, Lin Sun had seen the drunkard, martial Emperor Heavenly Destruction, and Big Yellow who'd arrived on a small boat. As soon as they arrived at the shore of the Indefinite Sea of Blood, Lin Sun and Big Yellow immediately noticed that there were many powerful auras of the Emperor Realm lurking near this coast. These auras of the Emperor Realm were distributed in different areas, like an inescapable net, completely sealing off this area. No matter who appeared here, they would be noticed immediately. It's the old bastards from the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Big Yellow's face darkened, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. The enemy had already stationed near the entrance to the Hidden Land. What kind of attack had happened in the Hidden Land now? Their stationing here only proves that they haven't completely conquered the Hidden Land with their strength. This is not bad news, Lin Sun said quickly. Battle Emperor Xiao. This evil dog has appeared. The man next to the evil dog seems to be Lin Daoyuan? A burst of noise and surprise sounded. Then, the Emperor realm figures who had been dormant in the nearby area rushed out one after another. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were filled with monstrous auras of terror. This piece of heaven and earth trembled, and the atmosphere was oppressive. These old monsters of the Emperor realm from the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient sect all looked at Lin Sun and Big Yellow in surprise. It seemed that they didn't expect that under the current situation of the world, they still had the courage to appear here. Please remember the original domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Big Yellow's eyes suddenly turned cold. Battle Emperor Xiao, how dare you show yourself? Don't you know that your master is in trouble in the Kunlun ruins? A man with a cold expression spoke in a mocking tone. Many people had a playful look in their eyes. The Bronze Sparrow Tower had long fallen into decline without the Bronze Sparrow Tower master. He was just Battle Emperor Xiao. What could he do? Everyone, if we deal with Battle Emperor Xiao now, will it be called beating a dog when it's down? A woman smiled sweetly, causing many people to laugh. However, many people were sizing Lin Sun up, Emperor Dao Yuan, who could forget that this young man had once become an emperor in nirvana of freedom and obtained the greatest opportunity. Only one lotus bloomed during the immemorial tribulation. Over the past 3 years, countless major forces in the starry sky had been frantically searching for the first person to become a martial emperor in 100,000 years. Some wanted revenge, while others wanted to take away his opportunity. Unfortunately, he seemed to have vanished from the world in the past 3 years, never to be seen again. But now, he had appeared in front of the indefinite blood sea. For a moment, many old monsters had strange thoughts. Everyone, please be careful. The Daoyuan Emperor's cultivation base is already at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. With his exceptional cultivation path, I'm afraid he can kill a 5th level Emperor realm existence. An old Emperor stage monk from the Hidden Land realm with a stern expression and a solemn temperament spoke indifferently. Many people's pupils shrank. In the past 100,000 years, Lin Sun was the first person to become an emperor. He was like an anomaly that attracted the attention of the heavens. The battle prowess of an emperor had even caused a heated discussion in the world, but no one could give an accurate answer. After all, there were too few people in this world who had truly witnessed the might of Emperor Juyin. Lin Sun was the only one who could become an emperor in the past 100,000 years. However, everyone was certain that an emperor was terrifying enough to be invincible in the same realm. He could even kill someone stronger than him. Therefore, no one dared to doubt the words of the old emperor stage monk from the Hidden Land realm. Unfortunately, although they no longer regarded Lin Sun as an ordinary person, they were still limited by their own cognition. It was impossible for them to know how terrifying the Daoyuan emperor in front of them was now. How about this? Let's kill that hound first, then deal with Lin Daoyuan? Someone suggested, eager to take action. Sure. That's good too. This Battle Emperor Xiao poses the greatest threat. We cannot underestimate him. Upon hearing that, Big Yellow, which had been quiet all this while, laughed out of exasperation. It revealed its white teeth and said, "Young fella, I'll leave these things to you. I'll rush to the Hidden Land to take a look." His voice was low, and it was obvious that he was trying his best to control the killing intent in his heart. The great emperors were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears. Lin Daoyuan alone was enough to deal with all of them? Is this evil dog crazy? But Lin Sun nodded and said, "Go ahead. Don't waste time." More than a dozen Emperor realm existences could do whatever they wanted in the Dark World. But for Lin Sun and Goldie, who had made a mess in the Dragon Palace and fought against White Tiger and Black Tortoise, this kind of camp, it's really not enough. Swoosh, Goldie turned around and moved through the void, heading towards the depths of the unstable blood sea. You want to leave? Leave your life behind. Loud shouts rang out as several old monsters attacked at the same time. They took out their imperial weapons and charged at Big Yellow, completely igniting the battle. Boom, the heavens and earth turned upside down. The coast within a radius of 3,000 miles exploded, evaporating the seawater. Divine light rolled down like the water of the Milky Way. Lin Sun didn't help. With Goldie's power, this level of power couldn't stop him from leaving. But that didn't mean that Lin Sun didn't do anything. Clang, the sword hummed like a tide, resounding through the universe. The sword cauldron appeared, releasing billions of divine light that illuminated the sky. But what was faster than all of this was a Taoist sword that slashed out. The Taoist sword was vast, surrounded by purple phoenix flames of order. It flashed in the void. Poof, a third-level emperor who was closest to Lin Sun was killed on the spot. The unparalleled torrent of sword chi ravaged the place, evaporating his corpse in an instant. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Everyone was shocked and agitated. Many old monsters in the emperor realm turned pale. In the blink of an eye, an emperor was killed. This bloody scene made them dare not pay attention to Goldie, who had already teleported away. They all summoned their power, summoning their monarch weapons and locking their monarch consciousness on Lin Sun. Emperor Daoyuan, you are the one and only great emperor in the world. If you surrender now and join the Hidden Land realm, I will spare your life this time, an old monk from the Hidden Land realm said in a low voice. Said an old monk from the Hidden Land realm in a deep voice. As he spoke, endless black Buddha's light emerged from his body, condensing into strange black lotuses that hung and floated around him. In his palm, there was a dim alms bowl. There was chaotic power of law enshrouding it, making one's heart palpitate. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Bald donkey, one day I will go to the Hidden Land realm to settle the blood feud." Clang, the Taoist sword hummed and slashed forward, tearing a ghastly crack in the sky. The brilliant sword power made the old monk from the Hidden Land realm shiver. He sensed the danger and did not hesitate to attack. Boom, hundreds and thousands of black lotuses whizzed out, releasing great wisdom and majesty that could suppress Zhou Su and could not be shaken. The Black Lotus world, it was the supreme imperial inheritance of the Hidden Land realm. The Black Lotuses were like karma, condensed into a world, like the Buddha suppressing the Buddha, enough to trap and kill all evil spirits. However, under Lin Sun's sword, the world condensed by thousands of Black Lotuses was directly torn apart, producing a deafening explosion. Endless light rain splashed and swept in all directions. The power of this sword shocked the old monk so much that his face changed completely. His body felt cold, and he activated the alms bowl in his hand as if he was desperate. Go! The alms bowl rose into the air, and a torrent of chaotic Buddha light poured out from it. It was vast and mighty, filling up the mountains and rivers of the universe. However, all of this was obliterated by that slash, and it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Oh no! The old monk was horrified. When he tried to dodge, the Taoist sword had already crushed the void and drowned his figure in a terrible roar. Bang, bang. Bang, the Xitigarbha monk's indestructible body crumbled inch by inch like fragile glass. In the blink of an eye, his soul dissipated. This series of scenes happened in the blink of an eye. A 7th-level Emperor Realm old monk was killed with a single sword strike. That fierce, overbearing, and bloody scene caused a wave of exclamations to resound out in the surroundings, and all of them were astounded while their hearts trembled. Previously, the old monk had warned them not to underestimate Lin Sun. He thought that with Lin Sun's combat strength, it was very possible for him to cross realms and kill a 6th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. But now, people realized that the old monk's warning was right. The only mistake was his understanding of Zhuyin the Great. There was still a huge gap between them. Kill! Attack together! Thunderous roars rang out. More than a dozen emperors from the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient sect attacked with all their strength. They did not dare to hold back. Especially the 2 8th-level emperors. One was the Heaven Constellation Sword Emperor, and the other was the Tiandu Buddhist Lord. A long time ago, they were the terrifying existences of the 3 Grades of Darkness. At this moment, all of them had stern expressions on their faces as they attacked with all their might. Boom, for a time, the light of Taoism rumbled, the Emperor treasures whistled, and the turbulence of destruction spread out wantonly. It caused the heavens and the earth to dim, the void to wail, and all kinds of horrifying phenomena appeared. Even the western horizontal region, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the unstable Blood Sea, and many of the cities there trembled. Countless experts were shocked and shivered. This was an emperor battle after all, how could it be compared to ordinary battles, and in this siege, Lin Sun launched a fierce, bloody, and domineering slaughter. Clang! Clang! Clang, the Taoist sword was like lightning, like fire, like a dream. It displayed the supreme sword way, and the sword intent it released reached the 9 heavens and the 10 directions. It crisscrossed and tore the sky apart. Every single sword strike seemed to carry unparalleled might, and it was so dazzling and resplendent that it shook the heavens. Under such slaughter, one old monster at the Emperor realm after another was simply annihilated on the spot like chickens and dogs. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but the sword chi was too domineering. On the other hand, the Emperor weapons and Taoist techniques that attacked Lin Sun were like bubbles before the sword cauldron, and they collapsed and collapsed successively. That scene was like a natural moat that was impeccable and unshakable, in merely an instant. Blood lit up like firecrackers in the battlefield as a total of 8 people were annihilated on the spot. Every single one of them was mercilessly slaughtered and died miserably within the vast torrent of sword chi. Not even their corpses remained as they perished. This invincible and all-powerful scene caused the Skycluster Sword Emperor and the Sky-Split Buddhist Lord to be unable to help but be horrified. From the beginning, they'd never underestimated Lin Sun, who was a peak great emperor. But when the battle really erupted, they realized that their so-called overestimation was actually a huge mistake, and it could only be said that they'd underestimated Lin Sun by far. At this time, Lin Sun's long hair was flying and his clothes were fluttering. His whole body was surrounded by the dazzling and blazing divine light of the Great Way, and his divine power covered the sky and the sun. He was just like the ruler of the emperors, running amok in the world. Puff! Puff! The bright red emperor blood dyed the sky red. Before long, only a few old monsters were left in the battlefield, struggling to hold on. They seemed to have gone crazy and used all their means, but it was still in vain. They were absolutely crushed by Lin Sun. They also tried to escape, but they were horrified to find that the whole world was firmly enveloped and blocked by Lin Sun's power, making them feel a sense of despair that there was nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Boom, the sword chi was dense and vast like the sea. Soon, the heaven constellation Sword Emperor, who was at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, was slashed by Lin Sun's sword. His natal sword broke in a harsh explosion and fell to the ground. This Sword Emperor, who used to be one of the 3 Masters of Darkness, had once tried to kill Lin Sun in the Dark World before he became an emperor. At that time, Lin Sun was like an ant in his eyes, and he could completely ignore him. But now, in just a moment, he was killed by Lin Sun on the sword that he was best at. At this time, only Tiandu Buddhist Lord was left in the battlefield. P.S. Welcome to Goldfishes. Currently, there are 45,689 followers, and I'll update when the number of followers exceeds 46,000. Genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version. The sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Only Tiandu Buddha was left in the field. He looked extremely solemn, but he didn't panic at all. The descendants of the Hidden Land realm, no matter how high their cultivation was, were not afraid of death, so the whole world was afraid of them. But despair was inevitable after all. And Lin Sun didn't show any mercy. Swish, the sword light blazed like a divine ray of light that furiously swept through the sky, and it carried an all-powerful might as it slashed down. Tiandu Buddha put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His face was resolute, and his body was burning with an earth-shaking Taoist fire. Vaguely, it seemed that the 3,000 purgatory emerged, with a Buddha sitting on it, chanting the Sanskrit Sutra, which resounded through the world. The terrible power of purification spread, trying to stop the sword. But with the roar, the figure of the Buddha collapsed and disappeared, the sound of Sanskrit was cut off, and the scene of the 3,000 purgatory disappeared like a bubble. Tiandu Buddha raised his head and said bitterly, "With you, Lin Daoyuan. Xitigarbha is in danger." Puff, his body turned into ashes inch by inch, drifting in the void. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and swept away all the spoils on the field. Then he turned around and left, soon disappearing above the boundless blood sea. The dark land was like a secret world, full of ancient and quiet atmosphere, isolated from the outside world. Lin Sun once entered this place, learned some of Master Lu's past from Qing, and got some ancient spiritual tattoo books left by Master Lu. It was here that Lin Sun had the opportunity to enter the dark purgatory to practice. Not only his cultivation was transformed to the extreme, but he also got the Empyrean spear, the spiritual root of Kunwa divine tree, and the sword spirit that had followed Taishan Sword Emperor for many years. It was also in the Dark Land that Lin Sun entered the nirvana of freedom and started the road to become an emperor, after half an hour. When Lin Sun entered the dark place, he saw broken fences and dilapidated walls everywhere. It was a scene of ruins, and there was still smoke in the air. This made Lin Sun nervous. There was no doubt that there had been a fierce battle in the Dark Land before. Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness to explore, and soon found the traces left by Big Yellow, and immediately followed. Before long, Lin Sun appeared near the entrance of the Dark Purgatory. "Young fella, quickly come in." At the spur of the moment, Big Yellow communicated through its conception. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. He heard a trace of sadness in Big Yellow's voice. He dared not hesitate and flashed into it. The 18th level of the Hell of Darkness. This place was once the place where a strand of Sword Exalt skysplitters will lay dormant. Now, it was filled with a sorrowful and depressing atmosphere. Divine flames surged. More than 10 tombstones towered on the ground. Big Yellow, Qing Ying, and dozens of figures stood in front of the tombstone. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw that the tombstone was obviously new. Some names and glorious deeds were engraved on it. Qing Ying's eyes were in a trance, and her eyes were red. Her enchanting and beautiful white face was filled with sadness and disappointment. The expressions of the other people nearby were also filled with melancholy and sorrow. These guys are all the old people in the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Each of them was a powerful emperor when they were alive. They have been following our master for many years and made great achievements, Big Yellow said in a low voice, but not long ago, in order to resist the foreign enemies who broke into the Dark Land, they all suffered. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes slightly. Staring at those tombstones, he said, were they all done by the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect? Big Yellow nodded, and his eyes showed deep hatred. This hatred must be washed with 10 times or even 100 times more blood. Child, you are back. At this time, Qing Ying woke up and saw Lin Sun quietly. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inner sadness, and said, before the head of the Bronze Sparrow Tower left, he told me to give this to you if you came back. As she said, she spread out her slender white hand, and a bronze sparrow talisman appeared in her palm, giving off a mysterious and obscure aura. What is this? Lin Sun was stunned. After Qing Ying handed the bronze sparrow talisman to Lin Sun, Big Yellow and the other dozens of figures nearby faced Lin Sun in unison and bowed. Greetings, Tower Master. Greetings, Tower Master. Greetings, Tower Master. Solemn voices sounded in unison, reverberating in the 18 levels of the Dark Purgatory. Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he could not help but feel caught off guard. Big Yellow said in a deep voice, Master set a rule a long time ago. Whoever holds this talisman will be the new master of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Lin Sun, you are Master's junior brother, and Master left this talisman for you. Accept it. Lin Sun frowned. Senior brother is still in the Kunlun ruins, and his fate is unknown. How can I replace him at this time and take charge of the Bronze Sparrow Tower? Qing Ying took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. This was left behind by the Bronze Sparrow Tower Master before he went to the Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun opened it and saw the words on the jade slip. Junior brother, after this battle, I will follow the example of the Venerable Master and cross the starry sky to the Permitha world. I founded the Bronze Sparrow Tower, and I can't bear to have no successor. I hope junior brother can take over for now. If I can find someone who can inherit the position in the future, I can pass the Bronze Sparrow talisman to him. Signed, Xianxia. Lin Sun was stunned, and his expression was uncertain. It was as if an invisible responsibility had quietly been placed on his shoulders. Senior brother didn't leave any other instructions? Lin Sun asked. Qing Ying said in a low voice, 2 years ago, the Bronze Sparrow Tower Master came out of closed-door cultivation and suddenly decided to challenge Heavenly Emperor Shi. He thought that the time had come, and he would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to kill Heavenly Emperor Shi. Otherwise, when Heavenly Emperor Shi recovers, the outcome will be unpredictable. Lin Sun frowned. He could not help but wonder if senior brother had not refined the order power of Nirvana. He had too many doubts in his heart, and he had a feeling that second senior brother's decision 2 years ago was hasty and hurried. Unfortunately, Qing Ying and the others did not know. Xianxia was an extremely conceited and arrogant person. After he had made his decision, it was impossible for him to explain it to others. Lin Sun. Big Yellow suddenly shouted, "You are still hesitating at a time like this. If Master knew your behavior, wouldn't he be very sad?" Lin Sun took a deep breath, glanced at Big Yellow, and then at Qingying and the others, and said, "I will accept this Bronze Sparrow decree, but I will not succeed the position of Bronze Sparrow Tower Master now." Big Yellow said anxiously, "Are you afraid? Are you unwilling to meddle in this mess because of the decline of Bronze Sparrow Tower?" Qingying frowned and said, "Big Yellow, how can you say that? Young Master has just come back, and suddenly encountered so many things. How can he make a decision immediately?" Lin Sun waved his hand and said, "Don't say more, Qingying. Big Yellow is confused because of his concern. I understand his feelings." Big Yellow paced anxiously, as if he had nowhere to vent his frustration. "It has only been 3 years, and so many things have happened. I can't wait to destroy the Hidden Land Realm now and destroy the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect." At the end of his sentence, he was almost roaring. When he returned this time, he first heard that the Bronze Sparrow Tower Master and Heavenly Emperor Sure had arranged to fight in the Kunlun ruins, and their fates were still unknown. Following that, he heard that the situation in the Dark World had changed, and the 2 giants led by the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect had attacked and invaded the Bronze Sparrow Tower. When he returned to this hidden place, he actually encountered a destructive calamity, causing some of the elders of the Bronze Sparrow Tower to perish. Under such circumstances, Big Yellow's emotions were like a fermenting volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Of course, Lin Sun could understand. How could he not be depressed, and resentful? Speaking of which, he, the Hidden Land Realm, and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect had formed a blood feud a long time ago. "Tower Master, I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Right now, the forces of our Bronze Sparrow Tower in the Dark World have suffered an extremely severe blow. Almost all the territories and rivers that we controlled in the past have fallen into the hands of the enemy." Someone cried out in grief and indignation, "If we don't take action, I'm afraid this Bronze Sparrow Tower will be uprooted." "Tower Master, the current situation has reached a critical juncture. We must change it immediately. Otherwise, our Bronze Sparrow Tower will really be finished. Tower Master, I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible." The others spoke one after another. These were all elders of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. In the past, they had guarded different territories of the Dark World and controlled a territory. Their divine might was monstrous. But now, they could only hide here. The bitterness in their hearts could be imagined. At this moment, Qingying and Big Yellow looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was silent for a moment before saying, "Qingying, help me prepare a piece of information about the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. The more detailed, the better." Everyone's spirits were lifted. "All right," Qingying agreed readily. "Also, help me sort out the major events that have happened in the past 3 years." Lin Sun's black eyes were deep, and his tone was calm as he made a decision. "Big Yellow, follow me in 10 days. The rest of you, wait here for news." The elders of the Bronze Sparrow Tower suddenly became anxious and said one after another, "Tower Master, we can also help." Lin Sun refused flatly, "The Bronze Sparrow Tower has already suffered too many casualties. We can't let this kind of thing happen again. If you recognize my identity, this matter will be decided in this way." Everyone's expression changed for a while and finally accepted the order. Big Yellow was puzzled. Why wait until 10 days later? Get the information first. Know yourself and know the enemy. Lin Sun paused, his eyes indifferent. "Besides, I'm about to break through the realm." As early as in the deity Phoenix realm, Lin Sun had many premonitions of breaking through the realm. It had been more than a month since he returned to the Starry Ancient Road. Now that the war was imminent, he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Soon, Qingying prepared a detailed document for him, which recorded the layout of the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, their resources and power, as well as a series of detailed information about the places where the sect was based. After Lin Sun read it carefully, he firmly remembered it in his mind. Then, he left the purgatory of darkness and came to the turbulent, unstable Blood Sea. His clothes fluttered as he looked up at the sky. He stood like this in silence for 3 days. On this day, the sky was oppressive, and all was silent. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who was like a clay statue, moved. He casually dusted his clothes and said softly, "Today, I, Lin Daoyuan, will enter the metaphysic realm." Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. The Daoyuan the Arch had returned to the world of darkness. At the same time when Lin Sun was about to break through the realm, the news resounded over the dark world like a thunder, causing an uproar. No one knew how many strongmen were shocked and in an uproar. Who could forget that when the Nirvanic Freedom Heaven appeared in the world and all the mighty figures gathered in the starry sky, only the Daoyuan Emperor stood out? Who could forget the one and only legendary figure who had become an emperor in the 100,000 years since the ancient times? 3 years ago, countless ancient orthodoxies in the starry sky had been searching for the Daoyuan Thearch's whereabouts, some of them for revenge. Some wanted to forcefully seize the fortune on him. However, it was also at that time that the Daoyuan Emperor vanished without a trace, and no one knew where he'd gone. No one had expected that after 3 years, he would reappear in the dark world. When this news came out, the whole world was paying attention to it. Soon, the bloody massacre on the shore of the unstable Blood Sea spread, making Lin Sun even more famous. 16 emperors from the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunshine ancient sect were all killed by the Daoyuan Emperor alone. Such a piece of news was extremely shocking. Is the Daoyuan Emperor declaring war on the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunlight ancient sect? An uproar broke out. The current dark world seemed to be controlled by the 2 giants of the Divine Sunshine ancient sect and the Hidden Land realm. As for the Bronze Sparrow Tower, it had long since declined with the disappearance of the master of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. It was on the verge of collapse. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun's killing of the emperors from the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Reflection ancient sect was seen as a bloody declaration of war. Rumor has it that the Daoyuan the Arch and Bronze Sparrow Towers battle the Arch shall appeared together. It's highly likely that they're here to avenge Bronze Sparrow Tower. I see. But isn't the Daoyuan Emperor worried about being killed by the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunlight ancient sect? You don't know this. Who has the Daoyuan Emperor been afraid of on this starry sky ancient path? Don't forget, he was the successor of Minuscule Mountain. He has killed countless experts from the 6 orthodoxies and the 10 major war clans. Over the years, there have been many forces that hated the Daoyuan Emperor, but in the end, who could do anything to the Daoyuan Emperor? All kinds of discussions were like boiling tides, resounding in different territories and cities of the dark world. Daoyuan Emperor. In the past 100,000 years, there was only one person who had reached the pinnacle of the martial monarch realm. Such a legendary existence was going to avenge the Bronze Sparrow Tower. He was going to use a bloody massacre to spread the news to the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunshine ancient sect. Who wouldn't pay attention? The Copper Sparrow Tower factions and experts that were still struggling at death's door in various parts of the dark world could not help but become excited when they heard this news. The appearance of the Daoyuan the Arch and Battle the Arch Shao was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, giving them a glimmer of hope. Even if the chances were slim, it was still hope. But on time, Emperor Heaven. The Divine Reflection ancient sect master Yu Kuan-zi asked the Daoyuan Emperor to meet at the Blood Dome Mountain. When the news got out, the entire dark world was in an uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded, boiling over because of this, and some even found it hard to believe. For countless years, Yu Kuan-zi, the headmaster of the Hidden Land realm, Void Wind Buddha Emperor, and the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower, were known as the 3 rulers of the darkness. No one expected that not long after the Daoyuan the Arch appeared, a heavyweight figure like Yu Kuan-zi would personally request to meet the Daoyuan the Arch. Everyone realized that the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunlight ancient sect were about to make a move. The Divine Sunlight ancient sect was unfathomable. The Hidden Land realm was even more frightening. What was most frightening was that these 2 ancient orthodoxies were inextricably linked to Heavenly Emperor Shi, who controlled the forbidden power of order. Many years ago, when Emperor Shi Tiandi came to the Starry Sky ancient path, these 2 sects had been following his lead. How could the Daoyuan the Arch and Battle the Arch Shao possibly contend against these 2 colossi? Over the past 2 years, the forces of Copper Sparrow Pavilion have already suffered a devastating blow, and they are destined to be of no help. Although Daoyuan Emperor is an absolute emperor, the time he has been an emperor is too short. This time, it is very likely that he will encounter great trouble. Many people analyzed the situation calmly and came to this conclusion. The divine sunlight ancient sex Emperor Yu Kuanzi has spoken. He's determined to take down Emperor Dao Yuan. The best thing for Dao Yuan Emperor to do now is to leave the world of darkness immediately. With his terrifying foundation as a peak-grade emperor, who in this world can stop him if he wants to escape? As long as he hibernates for 100 or 1,000 years, he might be able to make a comeback in the future. All kinds of discussions and analyses emerged. People realized that although Emperor Dao Yuan was like a legend, he didn't have much chance of winning against the two giants. But no matter what, as the news fermented and spread, countless eyes gathered from all over the world and looked at the Blood Dome Mountain. This was the place where Emperor Yu Kuanzi was going to meet Emperor Dao Yuan. Would Emperor Dao Yuan dare to keep the appointment after hearing the news? Lin Sun was still unaware of all this. He was in the middle of a tribulation. Boom, in the sky above the indefinite blood sea, black clouds that were like ink covered the sky and roiled ceaselessly while rumbling like thunder resounded. A world condensed from tribulation lightning emerged. The mountains and rivers within it were magnificent and boundless. There were volcanoes erupting with tribulation lightning and torrents of lightning that swept through the heavens and the earth. Countless lightning spirits formed from plants whistled through the heavens and the earth, sprinkling down magnificent and dazzling arcs of lightning. The wind and clouds that raged in the sky were entwined with tribulation lightning. This was the mystic void world tribulation, the largest barrier in the fourth stage of the Emperor realm. It was a world of lightning formed from the Emperor tribulation. Any random flickering arc of lightning could annihilate ordinary Emperor realm existences. It was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble, in the world of lightning, a stalwart figure charged forward. His body was like a great abyss that swallowed the heavens and the earth as he moved horizontally. The roiling thunderstorm poured down like divine chains of order, but they were all shattered by his fists, causing a myriad of dazzling lightning to rain down. From afar, it was like a god was charging forward and shaking the sky of lightning. This figure was Lin Sun. His eyes were deep like cold lightning, and his cultivation was like a chaotic furnace that rumbled and released to the extreme. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a mountain of tribulation lightning and split open a lightning storm. He seemed to be extremely powerful as he charged forward wantonly, and the aura he emanated was like an abyss that seized all creation. In just 10 minutes, the world formed from tribulation lightning showed a scene of desolation that was riddled with holes. However, along with a series of heart-palpitating rumbles, palaces and pavilions formed from tribulation lightning rose from the ground one after another. Those buildings were all covered in tribulation flames, and all kinds of terrifying treasures rushed out, including spears, bronze bells, seals, flying swords, horsetail whisks, treasured bottles. Every one of them flickered with a strange aura of tribulation, and they were unimaginably powerful. A casual attack was even comparable to the power of the 6th level of the Emperor realm. If it was an ordinary practitioner in the 3rd level of the Emperor realm who was undergoing tribulation lightning, he would have been blasted into pieces and his soul destroyed. Lin Sun's incomparably powerful attack was immediately blocked, and he suffered the most fatal blow. In a flash, his skin and flesh were torn and his body was stained with blood. His muscles and bones were all severely injured, and he was in a precarious situation. This was the tribulation of the mystic realm, an unprecedented tribulation for peerless emperors, but Lin Sun didn't seem to feel it. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit, firm and calm as ever. Kill. 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 His momentum was like a demon. Although he was seriously injured, it didn't reduce his power. On the contrary, he became more and more courageous as he fought, and his momentum shook the stars around him. In Lin Sun's life, he rose in the Xiao Empire when he was young. Then he ran amok in the ancient wilderness and fought in the starry sky. Until now, he had passed countless tribulations, such as some strange and unparalleled tribulations. No one knew better than him what nirvana in destruction and transformation between life and death meant, so, even though he'd encountered unfathomable danger and suffered heavy injuries when he broke through the tribulation this time, his state of mind hadn't been shaken or affected at all. Kill. Between heaven and earth, Lin Sun's roar was like thunder, and his long hair was flying like an inextinguishable flame. He broke through fatal tribulations again and again and fought bloody battles. On the other hand, amidst this tribulation and battle, his cultivation, essence, energy, and spirit were rising steadily, rising explosively, and transforming. After entering the threshold of the Emperor realm, each level was several times more difficult than before, and more dangerous and difficult than before. But at the same time, after the breakthrough, his combat power would also be greatly improved, resulting in earth-shaking transformation. It had been less than 10 years since Lin Sun became an emperor at the peak of Nirvana realm. He had broken through the realms one after another, and now he was about to overcome the heaven's retribution of the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Such a speed of advancement was unprecedented and shocking. After a full day, Lin Sun's breath shook violently, and he suddenly released all the potential of his body to deduce the mystery of the Great Way Furnace scripture. Boom! In the world of thunder retribution, there seemed to be a big abyss emerging, swallowing the torrents in all directions with the momentum of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Mountains and rivers, the earth, the void, the light rain, the tribulation thunder, everything was swallowed up by the big abyss. Later, the big abyss became bigger and bigger, swallowing the sky. Above the indefinite blood sea, Big Yellow, Qing and other old monsters had been waiting for a long time. At this time, they were all frightened and shocked. No matter how long they had lived and what kind of cultivation they had, it was the first time for them to see the Xian realm tribulation of Juyin. The destructive aura of the calamity caused them to feel suffocated and oppressed, and it caused their hairs to stand on end while they were unable to control themselves. He was horrible. If they were in Lin Sun's position, they didn't know whether they could hold on until now. The tribulation is getting more and more terrible. I don't know how the boy is now. Big Yellow was a little worried. It had been a day, but the tribulation was not over. Just at this time, boom, the world was shaking, and the sea was rolling. An incredible scene happened in the vision of Big Yellow, Qing, and the others. The world formed by the Xian realm tribulation suddenly produced an earth-shaking explosion, and was torn, crushed, and swallowed by a terrifying big abyss that emerged. The real big abyss swallowed the sky. P.S. Happy New Year. Goldfish will try to keep updating regularly during the holiday. The lightning tribulation that filled the sky was devoured by the abyss. From a distance, it looked like a large part of the sky had been devoured. It was a ghastly sight. Under the shocked gazes of Big Yellow and Qing, the big abyss that swallowed all the thunder tribulations roared and finally turned into Lin Sun's figure. He was standing in the void, his pores were emitting dazzling electric lights. His aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sky, covering the entire area. He was like a supreme god, overlooking the world. Tanshan realm. A few elders from Copper Sparrow Hall sighed with emotion. This type of incomparable great tribulation, just how terrifying was it? It was enough to make the entire world tremble. But now it was engulfed by the abyss transformed by Lin Sun. He's no ordinary 4th level emperor. Big Yellow lamented. The 4th level of the Emperor realm was known as the Profound Understanding realm. At this level, one's natal imperial world would be as profound as the Profound Understanding realm, and would be able to manifest all kinds of mysterious world origin energies. But Lin Sun's 4th level Emperor realm wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Big Yellow couldn't help but suspect that Lin Sun might have more power to fight against Emperor Ancestor realm after breaking through the realm. Rumble, the sound of thunder gradually faded away, and the Taoist light on Lin Sun's body also converged. As if he had been washed clean of lead, he became ethereal and quiet. His figure floated down and began to meditate, consolidating the brand new power that he had just attained. The heavenly tribulation this time had transformed his strength once again, and the power he could control was also incomparable to before. The most obvious change was that his imperial life world contained a magnificent mysterious light, like the original energy of the world, which made the whole world glow with a kind of vitality. Besides that, his soul, will, and the strength of his body had improved a step further. The tendons, bones, apertures, and flesh of his body could be said to be flawless, crystalline, translucent, and seething with the aura of the Tao. It was extremely miraculous. 5 days later. Only then did Lin Sun wake up from his meditation. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a mysterious Taoist light, like the beginning of heaven and earth. Big Yellow and Qing, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, all came forward and told Lin Sun the news about Yu Kuanzi's appointment. Blood Dome Mountain? Lin Sun frowned. What is this place? Qingying replied, a divine mountain 90,000 miles away from the divine illuminating sect's ancestral grounds, the site of the second Oblivion tribulation. According to what she said, Blood Sky Mountain had been tainted with the energy of the tribulation of Oblivion, and it had become extremely strange during these countless years. The mountain was covered in a dense fog all year round that couldn't be dispelled. This mountain was like a forbidden area. Those below the Emperor Realm were unable to ascend this mountain. Even if an Emperor Realm cultivator entered the mountain, it would be difficult for them to destroy even a single blade of grass or tree. Even sovereign armaments would not be able to shake the mountain in the slightest. Apart from that, the mountain was shrouded in mist. Even the will and consciousness of the monarch ancestor would be limited to a range of 1,000 feet. For countless years, many emperors had tried to take this mountain away and refine it, but all of them had failed without exception. Qingying believed that Yukuanzi, the headmaster of Divine Mirror Ancient Sect, was definitely up to no good by choosing to meet Lin Sun at Blood Dome Mountain. Because this mountain was shrouded in fog, divine sense was limited. No matter how many ambushes were hidden, no one would know. After understanding this, Lin Sun smiled and said, an appointment, not a battle. Is this old thing planning to talk to me first? Big Yellow said, even a fool knows this is a trap. Do you really plan to go? Why not? The opponent has set up such a large formation. They must have mobilized the forces that they think they can kill me. But at the same time, this is also a good time for us to eliminate them. We don't have to travel long distances to find the enemy. We can decide the outcome in one battle. Lin Sun said, what's more, now, it's time to make the Divine Mirror Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm pay some price. At this time, whether it was cultivation or the trump cards in his hands, he was already fearless in this dark world. Then I'll go with you, Big Yellow said. Lin Sun shook his head, Big Yellow, take Little 5 to the Divine Mirror Ancestral Mountain now and seal this place with the Fallen Dao formation. In an instant, the expressions of Big Yellow and Qingying became incomparably interesting. The Divine Mirror Ancestral Mountain was where the old nest of the Divine Mirror Ancient Sect was. Lin Sun's arrangement was obviously to take advantage of this opportunity to play a big game. Okay. Big Yellow agreed without hesitation. She was by Lin Sun's side, so Big Yellow was not worried that Lin Sun would encounter much trouble. On the contrary, Big Yellow was excited about Lin Sun's arrangement and rubbed his palms. Child, is this trip too risky? Qingying was a little worried. Lin Sun smiled and shook his head, Miss, and everyone present can just wait here for news. Whether it was for the Bronze Sparrow Tower or for his own revenge, Lin Sun had waited for many years. The bloody vault mountain was filled with mist, steaming and rolling all year round. For countless years, countless powerful figures had tried to disperse the mist on the mountain, but without exception, they all ended in failure. At the peak of the mountain, led by Yukuanzi of the Divine Mirror Ancient Sect, 8 figures stood on the mountain. Even the mist could not hide the divine brilliance released from their bodies. There were men and women, some surrounded by thunder, some with ethereal light, some with monstrous majesty, and some with fire around their bodies. Each of their momentum was earth-shattering, and the majesty of the emperor made people suffocate. Especially the leader, Yukuanzi. His sideburns were white, and he wore a Taoist robe. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, and he attracted everyone's attention. He simply stood there, but the light around him seemed to cover everyone else. This was the might of the Divine Mirror Ancient Sect's leader. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor Realm, and he only needed an opportunity to step into the 9th level and transform into the ancestral state. Sect Master Yukuanzi, Monarch Feng Yun, Grand Monarch Tai Yin, Battle Monarch 9 Treasures. The Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect actually sent out 7 Monarch Realm Elders to accompany Yukuanzi. They are all Supreme Overlords, which shows how much importance they place on the Dao Yuan Monarch. At the foot of the mountain, someone sighed. Countless people looked up, their emotions fluctuating. The 8 existences on the mountain peak could be said to be the most authoritative force in the dark world. Other than the Hidden Land Realm, they could flatten everything. I just don't know how much power this Blood Sky Mountain is hiding in the dark. If it's just to deal with the Dao Yuan Emperor alone, this power is more than enough. But if the Dao Yuan Emperor and some elders from the Bronze Sparrow Tower come together, then it's hard to say. Yu Kuanzi dared to meet here, he must have full confidence and preparation. The only worry now is whether the Daoyuan Emperor dares to come? In the area near the Bloody Vault Mountain, there were all kinds of discussions. Ever since the news of Yu Kuanzi meeting Lin Sun spread, the Bloody Vault Mountain had become the focus of the world's attention. Now in this area, countless experts had already gathered, all waiting and watching. However, as time passed, Lin Sun did not show up, causing many people to suspect that he had already heard of the news and did not have the guts to come. After all, such an appointment could easily turn into a monstrous calamity. If most people were in Lin Sun's position, they would probably not come. But right at this moment, a wave of rumbling sounds of wind and thunder suddenly resounded out from extremely far away in the sky. A divine ray of light that was like a waterfall tore through the sky and whistled towards Blood Sky Mountain with a speed so swift that it shocked the world. Whoosh! As soon as the divine rainbow arrived in front of the Bloody Vault Mountain, it turned straight and turned into a tall and handsome figure. His moon-white clothes fluttered, ethereal like an immortal. Daoyuan Emperor. He really has the guts to come. There was a sudden uproar in the field. Countless eyes looked at the figure standing in the void, some curious, some amazed. Only you? On the top of the mountain, Yu Kuanzi and other big shots of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect also noticed Lin Sun at the first moment, but they couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because Lin Sun came alone. I alone is enough. Lin Sun looked up at the Bloody Vault Mountain with an indifferent expression. His lonely figure was reflected in everyone's eyes, adding a kind of unparalleled elegance. Coming to the meeting alone, just this kind of courage alone could shock the world and make people tremble. Compared with Yu Kuanzi's action this time, just the strength shown on the surface, Lin Sun came alone. His courage was even more extraordinary. Humph. You're quite courageous. Do you dare to come to the top of the mountain for a chat? A dignified man surrounded by thunder said in a deep voice, his voice like thunder, rolling in the sky and earth. Why not? Lin Sun smiled and stepped into the sky, his clothes fluttering as he went up. The Bloody Vault Mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, steep and majestic, piercing straight into the sky. It was covered with a strange taboo power, causing mist to surround it and divine sense to be blocked. It was full of mystery. No one knew if there were other ambushes and murderous tribulations hidden in the dark. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. His figure floated up to the top of the mountain. That casual and calm attitude made countless people admire him. Yu Kuanzi and the others couldn't help but frown. It was the first time for most of them to see this legendary Daoyuan Emperor. Just from the courage Lin Sun showed at this time, it made them realize that this boy was destined to be difficult to deal with. The successor of Mount Heart is fighting for the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Does Daoyuan Emperor think that no one in the dark world can suppress you? A beautiful woman spoke. She was dressed in a purple dress, pure as ice and jade, and her delicate body was surrounded by crimson light that was like divine chains, dazzling and frightening. Lin Sun had already arrived at the top of the mountain and stood at a height of 3,000 meters. He glanced at Yu Kuanzi and the others, and said indifferently, there may be people in this world who can suppress me, but it's absolutely not you. Ha, what big words. Someone snorted. Lin Daoyuan, you shouldn't have come alone. We didn't set up such a formation to wait for you. Someone said coldly. At this moment, the will and aura of Yu Kuanzi and the other 8 great figures were almost all locked on Lin Sun, and their power was extremely oppressive. If it was an ordinary emperor, they would have been scared long ago. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and said, cut the crap. Since it's an appointment, tell me what you want to do. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. That calm and almost disdainful attitude made the great figures of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect frown, and their eyes flickered with a terrifying luster. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Also, the second night will be slightly later. Yu Kuanzi smiled disapprovingly and said, Lin Daoyuan, this meeting is to give you 2 choices. Either you join my Divine Image Ancient Sect and plant a restriction on your soul, never betraying me. Or die. When Yu Kuanzi said the last word, his eyes were calm and indifferent, like a god deciding the life and death of a mortal. You, or the entire Divine Image Ancient Sect, are not qualified. Lin Sun smiled. Stubborn. Yu Kuanzi grunted lightly, and his tone remained tranquil from beginning to end. Everyone in the world thinks that this blood sky mountain has been tainted with the energy of the calamity of oblivion, causing it to become impregnable. But I've searched through ancient books and cultivated for almost 10,000 years on the peak of this mountain, yet I know that it's an invincible weapon that's branded with the profundities of order. Today, perhaps it's time for this weapon to taste the blood of great Emperor Juin. As he spoke, Yu Kuanzi looked at Lin Sun like lightning. Whoosh, 2 bolts of lightning seemed to strike in the void was cut open by his gaze, making a heart-palpitating explosion. I'll give you one last chance, which path will you choose? Yu Kuanzi's long hair fluttered, the lightning in his eyes becoming more and more intense. An earth-shattering aura surged from his body, filling up the heavens and the earth. Even the air on the peak of the bloody sky mountain froze. The surrounding mist couldn't flow at all. Yu Kuanzi stood there, the entire bloody sky mountain was like his domain, all power was under his control. If other emperors were here, they would be shocked to find that they couldn't guide the power of heaven and earth at all, unable to sense the power of Tao, as if they were beaten down from the sky. This was the strange energy possessed by the blood sky mountain itself, branded with the profundities of order. For countless years, not a single emperor realm cultivator had been able to shake a single blade of grass or tree on this mountain. And it was precisely because of the profundities of order branded on this blood sky mountain that it was involved in the second tribulation of oblivion. Headmaster, it's just to deal with Lin Daoyuan, why use the power of the bloody sky mountain? Someone looked disdainful. The other old monsters looked at Lin Sun as if he was a dead man. The Divine Image Ancient Sect had planned this meeting for a long time, and it wasn't just for Lin Sun, but for the remaining elders of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. The only thing that surprised them was that only Lin Sun came to keep the appointment. After all, he is a peak great emperor. Not long ago, he killed more than 10 emperor realm experts by himself at the Indefinite Blood Sea. Among them were 8th stage emperor realm existences like Tian Cluster Sword Emperor and Tian Du Buddhist Lord. We can't underestimate him. Yu Kuanzi said indifferently, Lin Daoyuan, it's time for you to make a decision. My decision is very simple. You all have to die. Lin Sun's eyes were deep and calm. Many people roared with laughter. What kind of time is it now, yet this kid still refuses to realize his errors? Is this any different from courting death? Yu Kuanzi also smiled and said, who is willing to take action and take this child's head? The power around him roared, like a god in charge of life and death. The power of Bloody Sky Mountain was under his control, like a cage of Tao, imprisoning Lin Sun. Allow me. Immediately, a mighty man surrounded by the laws of lightning charged out. The Battle Emperor of the 9 Treasures was a 7th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. He had dominated the Dark World for many years and had killed countless people. Boom, as he charged out, a dazzling thunder saber slashed out furiously, wanting to split Lin Sun in half. The other old monsters of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect felt it was a pity that they were one step ahead of him. Otherwise, the title of killing Emperor Daoyuan would belong to them. But a scene that stunned all of them appeared. A clear and melodious sword hum resounded, and the power of Bloody Sky Mountain that was originally imprisoning Lin Sun's body exploded like a broken shackle. At the same time, a sword light flashed in the sky. Clang, the dazzling thunder saber exploded, and a rain of light splashed everywhere. The Battle Emperor of the 9 Treasures, who was charging over, was cut in half by the sword chi, and exploded a few hundred feet away from Lin Sun. His bloody body was crushed and evaporated by the vast sword chi. Is that all you've got? Lin Sun sneered. The scene was restless. Yu Kuanzi's expression changed, and the other old monsters' hearts trembled. They were completely caught off guard, and their expressions all changed. How was this possible? No one expected Lin Sun to break free from the power of Bloody Sky Mountain so easily. It was very unbelievable. They didn't know that if Lin Sun faced such power before he refined the sword cauldron, he would also be unable to resist. But now, even if Shi Tiandi, who controlled the Forbidden Order, came, he wouldn't be able to use the Forbidden Order to suppress Lin Sun. The reason was that Lin Sun's natal emperor weapon contained the Order Phoenix Flame that could contend against any power of order. However, Yu Kuanzi was a headmaster after all, and he didn't panic at all. He shouted softly, "Condense." Boom, Bloody Sky Mountain radiated a terrifying fluctuation of order. It was strange and boundless, and like a vast torrent, it enveloped Lin Sun's body and suppressed him. Obviously, Yu Kuan-zi still didn't believe that Lin Sun could contend against the power of Order of Bloody Sky Mountain. But Lin Sun's expression didn't change, and he slashed in the air. Break. The sword cauldron rumbled, and the Taoist sword shot out. The power of Bloody Sky Mountain was directly split open in front of Lin Sun. The entire mountain peak suddenly rumbled with thunder, and a strange scene appeared in front of everyone. With Lin Sun as the center, a white line appeared, spanning tens of thousands of feet. And on both sides of the white line, the visible tide of power was roaring like a waterfall, crazily rushing towards the center. Yu Kuan-zi's expression finally changed completely. Lin Sun's sword made him no longer dare to hope for a fluke. He realized that the power of Bloody Sky Mountain, which he regarded as his trump card, was completely useless. Let's attack together. Even at this moment, Yu Kuan-zi was still extremely calm, and he shouted, "Don't hold back, kill this fiend with all your might." After saying that, Yu Kuan-zi waved his big sleeve. Whoosh! A small sword that was green in color, simple and boundless, flew out from his sleeve. Once the small sword reached the sky, it instantly turned into a monstrous sword light. This bright green sword light rose from the top of Yu Kuan-zi's head, but it stretched across the entire mountain peak. It was nearly 3,000 feet long, like the heavenly sword of an ancient god. With a sword in hand, Yu Kuan-zi's temperament immediately changed. He was like an ancient well, without a trace of impatience. He looked down at Lin Sun as if he was looking at an ant. At the same time, the other 6 old monsters nearby all attacked with full force, or took out their trump cards, or displayed their most proud unique skills. Boom! On the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain, the mighty Emperor's power swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fight! There was no fear in Lin Sun's eyes. He took a step forward, and the sword cauldron roared and soared. The void was boiling, and the primordial chi was surging. Lin Sun's whole body was shrouded in bright light, like a god descending to the world. Swish! Yu Kuan-zi's nearly 3,000 feet long sword light slashed down from the sky, pointing directly at Lin Sun. Before the sword chi arrived, there was frost between heaven and earth, all things withered, and the great Tao collapsed. The spectators in the distance were all horrified. Just by this sword, it could be seen how terrifying Yu Kuan-zi's power was. His sword chi was so mighty that even those in the same realm didn't dare to say that they could take this sword head-on. But Lin Sun didn't care at all. From inside to outside, he bloomed bright light, and with a move of his mind, the Taoist sword shot out and slashed the 3,000 feet long sword light. Boom! The sound of a great bell reverberated between heaven and earth. The mighty strength swept through the entire mountain peak, bursting into a cloud of white gas. A shocking scene appeared. The 3,000 feet long sword chi, under Lin Sun's sword, actually exploded inch by inch. Like firecrackers exploding, in the end, even the vast and ancient flying sword itself seemed to be unable to bear it and let out a wail. Bang! The flying sword collapsed and flew out. With a puff, Yu Kuan-zi was implicated. He coughed up blood, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! Meanwhile, the attacks of the other great figures had arrived. However, as the sword cauldron rumbled and revolved, it faintly revealed an eternal and supreme imposing aura that could crush the universe. A wave of explosions resounded as the numerous imperial artifacts that assaulted Xianxia were blasted into dispersal, and the Tao techniques that surged like tidewater vanished like bubbles. The sword cauldron was like the sky, unshakable. The spectators in the distance of the Blood Dome Mountain were all shocked, and even suspected that they were dreaming. In an instant, he injured Yu Kuan-zi of the Divine Reflection ancient sect, and withstood all the attacks of the other 6 old monsters. How could the combat power of the Dao Yuan Emperor be so terrifying? So, this is all you've got? Lin Sun's voice was filled with undisguised disdain. As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory, and the 5 great Taoist bodies appeared. Today, I, Lin, will settle the blood feud at the peak of the Blood Dome Mountain. Boom! His long hair fluttered, and his figure was like the ancient sky. He launched an extreme attack, and the 5 great clones rushed towards different opponents. The expressions of Yu Kuan-zi and the others changed again. They did not dare to hesitate, and attacked with all their strength. A great battle broke out, and the Emperor's power was like a tide, breaking the sky and stirring up the wind and clouds. This place seemed to have fallen into a great disaster and great destruction. However, even though Yu Kuan-zi and the other 6 old monsters of the Emperor realm fought with all their strength, they still seemed weak in front of Lin Sun. 3-finger flicks. Bang, the sword cauldron swept up and smashed the body of a 6th-level Emperor realm woman into pieces. She was drowned in the torrent of Taoist light and finally turned into ashes and dissipated. 7-finger flicks. The sword swept across, destroying the siege of 3 Emperor weapons, and killed an old man of the 7th-level Emperor realm who could not dodge in time. Blood spurted into the sky. 10-finger flicks. The joint attack of the 5 great Taoist bodies killed an existence of the 8th-level Emperor realm. For a moment, miserable cries shook the sky, blood splattered, and Taoist light wreaked havoc. The peak of the Blood Dome mountain was like a purgatory. Emperors fell like rain, Lin Sun galloped among them, and his killing intent was unstoppable. Even though he was only at the peak of the 4th-level Emperor realm, he killed those old monsters like they were chickens. His might was too fierce and overbearing, and his sword cauldron was unstoppable. It was like a heavenly moat was laid out horizontally, and it was completely invulnerable. 19-finger flicks later. Only Yu Kuan-zi was left, and the other 7 emperors were killed on the spot. It was not that they did not dodge, but the series of attacks was too fast, too ferocious, and it was like an extremely fierce massacre. What emperor weapon, what Dao art, what life-saving methods, they were all torn apart like paper, destroyed, and crushed. P.S. I will accompany my wife to celebrate the new year, and I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. Yes, I will update tomorrow. At the foot of the Blood Vault mountain, the crowd trembled in fear. Previously, Yu Kuan-zi, the sect master of the Divine Sunlight sect, had brought a group of Emperor realm antiques to guard the peak of the Blood Vault mountain. That lineup made most people believe that if Emperor Dao Yuan dared to come, he would be destroyed. They even suspected that Emperor Dao Yuan wouldn't dare to come. But now, not only did Emperor Dao Yuan come, but he also came alone. He broke the power of the Blood Vault mountain, killed a group of Emperor realm monsters, and was invincible. This completely subverted everyone's understanding. Yu Kuan-zi, at this time, why don't you call out those helpers? On the mountain peak, only Yu Kuan-zi was left. Lin Sun stepped forward, his eyes cold and frightening, his aura suppressing the sky. Yu Kuan-zi took a deep breath, as you wish. Boom, in an instant, from different areas of the Blood Vault mountain, terrifying figures rushed out one after another, whistling towards the mountain peak. It was a group of monks in black, young and old, all of them released the terrifying aura that belonged to the Emperor realm. Especially the old monk, half of his body was withered and decayed, the other half was full of vitality, showing a strange power that fluctuated between life and death. This was an old antique from the Hidden Land realm with a frighteningly high status, the Bitter Emperor Ancestor. Beside the Bitter Emperor Ancestor, there were a group of Buddhist emperors from the Hidden Land realm. There were a total of 9 people, and each of them had immeasurable power in the dark world. Seeing this, Lin Sun stopped attacking. His eyes were deep and his expression was as usual. When he arrived at the Blood Vault mountain, he sensed that there were other powerful auras lying dormant here in addition to Yu Kuan-zi's group. Therefore, when the Bitter Emperor Ancestors group appeared, Lin Sun wasn't surprised. The Hidden Land realm also sent people to ambush here. In the area near the foot of the mountain, there was a burst of exclamations. Countless people were shocked by this sudden scene and couldn't believe it. If it was just to deal with the Dao Yuan Emperor, of course, they wouldn't have mobilized such a large force. According to my speculation, the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect and the 2 giants of the Hidden Land realm should have already joined forces to completely destroy the Dao Yuan Emperor and the remaining forces of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. However, no one expected the Dao Yuan Emperor to come alone. That should be the case. All sorts of discussions resounded like a frying pan. At the peak of Blood Sky Mountain. After Bitter Life Monarch Ancestor and the others appeared, Yu Kuan-zi's expression was unsightly, and there was even a trace of gloominess that could not be erased. According to the agreement between the Xianxia Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm, the Xianxia Ancient Sect would be the leader of the operation to kill Lin Sun. But now, with the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect's strength, Yu Kuan-zi was the only one left, and his life was in mortal danger. How could Yu Kuan-zi not feel humiliated? In particular, he had to ask for help from the people of the Hidden Land realm at this time. This made him feel even more ashamed and ashamed. Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life glanced at Yu Kuanzi and smiled. Fellow Daoist Yu Kuanzi, you should have released the restriction on this mountain long ago and let us come to help. But now, it's not too late. Yu Kuanzi snorted coldly in silence, and he felt even more displeased in his heart. In this Blood Sky Mountain battle, his greatest reliance was to be able to control the mysteries of Blood Sky Mountain's order. With this power, he even dared to not put Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life in his eyes. But now, it had long been proved that the power of this Blood Sky Mountain was useless to Lin Sun. It's indeed not too late. Besides you, is there anyone else? Lin Sun spoke casually, without any trace of fear. Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life was startled. He pointed at Lin Sun and scolded with a smile, "Haha, little bastard, don't worry. I'm going to save you now." Boom! Before his voice died away, a purple gold alms bowl rose into the air, sprinkling hundreds of millions of strange black Buddha's light towards Lin Sun. 10,000 Calamity Bowl, it was the life treasure of Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life. It was said that the power of misfortune he collected in his life to kill evil spirits and overcome misfortune were all smelted into this life treasure. Not to mention ordinary emperors, even emperors of the same generation would fall into the purgatory of misfortune if they were covered by this alms bowl. They could neither live nor die, and they would be eroded and tortured by misfortune forever. It was the most terrible thing. Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life's attack made everyone feel refreshed. Lin Sun's domineering attitude before made them, who were below the Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life, fear in their hearts. It could be said that Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life was their biggest reliance now. This old thing is really ruthless. He used his trump card as soon as he attacked. Obviously, he doesn't intend to give Lin Daoyuan a chance to survive. Yu Kuanzi's eyes flickered. Originally, the opportunity to kill Lin Sun should belong to their Divine Image ancient sect, but now Yu Kuanzi was reduced to a spectator. If what happened today was spread out, their Divine Image ancient sect's reputation and power would be shamed, and at this incomparably dangerous juncture. Bang! A dreamy figure appeared quietly. With a wave of her hand, the 10,000 Calamity Alms Bowl, which was so terrifying that it made any emperor feel despair, flew out with a buzz as if it was hit by a heavy blow. Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life's pupil suddenly shrank. At the same time, Yu Kuanzi and the other big shots of the Hidden Land realm were shocked. Their faces changed dramatically, and they all looked at the graceful figure who appeared out of nowhere. This person was naturally she. This old bastard is eager to die. Senior, I can only leave him to you. Lin Sun said casually. She nodded. His figure flashed, and a rain of light sprinkled down like a dream. They interweaved into a light shadow that seemed to be in order, and they attacked Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life. Suppress! Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life shouted. Divine light surged on his body, condensing into two colors, black and white. At this moment, his Emperor Ancestor power was released unprecedentedly. The sky shook violently and became chaotic. The 10,000 Calamity Alms Bowl glowed, and a strange purgatory scene appeared, blocking in front of him. But as she pressed his palm down, bang, the purgatory scene exploded like a rag. The 10,000 Calamity Alms Bowl was shaken to the point of letting out an ear-piercing wail. With a rumble, it crashed into the void and shot out. At the same time, Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life coughed up blood. Such a scene made Yu Kuanzi and the others change their expressions. They were extremely shocked. Who would have thought that Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life, whom they regarded as their greatest support, was in a disadvantageous position at the start of the battle? Who was that woman? Swish! Before they could figure it out, Lin Sun had already made his move. The sword cauldron glowed, rumbled, and pressed down on the void. A Taoist sword dragged a dazzling divine rainbow as it slashed out. Attack together! Yu Kuanzi shouted. There was no need for him to remind them. Those Emperor Realm figures of the Hidden Land realm reacted immediately. Boom! Some of them were majestic like Vajra, some were like Skanda subduing demons, some were like Buddha descending to the world, and some were like Bodhisattvas, all kinds of Emperor weapons flowing with black Buddha light whistled up. There were rosary beads, horsetail whisks, green lamps, ancient scrolls, lotus seeds, rulers, wooden fish. There were all kinds of Emperor weapons flowing with black Buddha light. At the same time, there was also a tide of Dharma arts rising into the sky. For a time, the peak of Xianxia mountain was drowned, and the sky and earth changed color. This kind of siege was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. It could make ghosts and gods fear and make all living beings despair. But what kind of person was Lin Sun now? He fought in the true dragon realm and the immortal phoenix realm, killing countless emperor realm figures. As powerful as Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life, he also shed blood under his hands, let alone a group of characters who were far inferior to Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life. Then, the sword roared like thunder, and the Taoist sword slashed horizontally, showing a momentum to crush the whole field. It smashed Emperor weapons, destroyed Taoist arts, and rushed unstoppably. In front of Lin Sun, the sword cauldron flowed with dazzling divine brilliance. The 5 great clones flickered and moved, rushing into the battlefield with Lin Sun. In an instant, the invincible momentum reappeared on the battlefield. Puff! Puff! In an instant, 2 7th-level Emperor realm figures from the Hidden Land realm were killed. One was beheaded by the Taoist sword, and his body and soul were crushed. The other was swept by Lin Sun's fist and was torn into pieces, exploding in the void, and blood rained down. And Lin Sun's offensive momentum was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could destroy everything. He showed his fierce and unparalleled style, and the pressure released by his every move suppressed the opponent to the point of collapse. Not to mention besieging and suppressing, even if they fought against Lin Sun head-on, they couldn't resist a single move. Boom, blood splattered, thunder surged, and the peak of Xianxia mountain showed a violent, turbulent, and chaotic doomsday scene. The powerhouses watching from afar, who had never seen such a scene of bloody words and emperor falling like rain, were shocked to the point that their scalps were numb, and their minds were lost. That scene made people suspect that the Taoist battle of the ancient emperors was reappearing. And Lin Sun, who was sweeping through the battlefield, undoubtedly became the most eye-catching character. Puff, 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 as time passed, the emperor realm fell one after another, and their blood splashed all over the sky. They also tried to fight with their lives, but in the end, it was in vain. They also tried to run for their lives, but they were killed on the spot the moment they turned around. Lin Sun did not intend to give them a chance to escape alive. Not long after, only Yu Kuan-zi and an 8th-level Emperor realm figure from the Hidden Land realm were left, but at this time, their expressions were livid, full of panic and horror. Up to this point in the battle, more than 10 emperors had fallen in Lin Sun's hands, but from beginning to end, no one could hurt Lin Sun at all. On the contrary, the opponent's momentum was even stronger than before. Boom! The sword cauldron moved horizontally, suppressing the Emperor realm figure from the Hidden Land realm. Seeing this, the latter couldn't help but cry out, "Ancestor, save me!" His voice was filled with hysteria. Boom! At the same time, there was an explosion in the depths of the clouds in the sky. Blood rained down from the sky, and a broken treasure fell like a falling meteor. Looking closely, it was the 10,000 Calamity alms bowl. But it had already been smashed, and it was dim, and in the field, there was no sign of the bitter ancestor. In the midst of the haze, only the graceful and dreamy figure of she walked down from the sky, and said in a cold voice, "Your ancestor can't save you anymore." The 8th-level Emperor realm cultivator from the Hidden Land realm saw this scene, and he couldn't help but be furious, and despair rose in his heart. How long had it been, and the ancestor was killed? At the same time, such a thought emerged in his mind. Boom! The dazzling sword cauldron pressed down like the sun, smashing his indestructible body into pieces, and blood splattered high. Damn, I was delayed by a traffic jam for 2 hours, but no matter what, I will definitely add more chapters today. On the first day of the 19th year, brothers and sisters, please guarantee the monthly tickets. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Only Yu Kuan-zi was left at the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain. The atmosphere was solemn and silent. Lin Sun didn't continue. "Now, I'll give you 2 choices." Yu Kuan-zi's countenance alternated between a livid and pale expression, and indescribable sorrow, shame, and indignation surged in his heart. The dignified sect master of the Divine Illumination ancient sect, an existence that was like the ruler of the underworld, had fallen into a hopeless situation, and his fate was beyond his control. "Speak." His voice was hoarse and low. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd sighed in their hearts. A massacre. Emperors were slaughtered mercilessly. Who didn't see it with their own eyes? Who would dare to believe that the Daoyuan Emperor, who was only at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, possessed such monstrous power? Now, even a high and mighty figure like Yu Kuan-zi had to lower his head. First, tell me the secret of controlling the power of this mountain. I can leave you a complete corpse for you to live on in this world. As soon as Lin Sun said this, Yu Kuan-zi laughed out of extreme anger. Sure enough, he finally understood why Lin Sun had many opportunities to kill him in the previous battle, but he stopped in the end. So it was for the mystery of the Order of Bloody Sky Mountain. Lin Sun's expression was calm as he continued. Second, I'll kill you and take everything I want from your soul. Either of the two choices was death. It was just a matter of dignity. Yu Kuan-zi's chest heaved up and down. His heart was filled with an indescribable sense of loss. For countless years, he had been in charge of Divine Image Ancient sect like a god in the sky. Who would have thought that one day he would be beaten down to the mortal world and suffer such treatment? After a while, he suddenly raised his head with bloodshot eyes and hissed, "Even if I die, Divine Image Ancient sect will still exist. You, Lin Daoyuan, will suffer one day." His voice was filled with deep hatred. Lin Sun said, "The Divine Image Ancestral Mountain is 100,000 miles away from here. At this time, I might as well tell you that the mountain has been sealed and besieged." What? Yu Kuan-zi's eyes widened. This is impossible. Who can besiege my Divine Image Ancient sect in this dark world? Lin Sun said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Now it's time for you to make a decision." Yu Kuan-zi stared at Lin Sun with a livid face. "Lin Daoyuan, you will be punished." Whoosh, she suddenly made a move and arrived before Yu Kuan-zi. She stretched out her jade-like hand and grabbed his throat. However, he was a step too late. Yu Kuan-zi's vitality receded like tidewater, and his flesh and blood withered and dimmed. In just a few breaths of time, he'd turned into ashes that drifted down from Xi's palm. "He committed suicide," she said. Lin Sun was stunned and said, "This old guy has some backbone, but he doesn't know that even without him, I can still peep into the mystery of this mountain." As he spoke, he first cleaned up the battlefield and collected the spoils of war one by one. Only then did he size up the sky blood mountain beneath his feet and take out the sword cauldron. Buzz, the Dao sword was like lightning as it flew out of the sword cauldron. The purple phoenix flames of order that coiled around the sword emitted an obscure and mysterious energy fluctuation. Lin Sun covered the sword with his divine sense and followed the breath of the order phoenix flame, covering the entire bloody sky mountain. After a moment, Lin Sun's divine sense sensed a strange and horrifying fluctuation of the order energy lingering in the heart of the mountain. The aura of the tribulation of oblivion. In an instant, Lin Sun recognized that the strange power of order was exactly the same as the tribulation of oblivion that was produced when Nirvana Ishvara descended into the world. However, the power of order in this bloody sky mountain was obviously much weaker and was far from being able to compare with the power of order in Nirvana Ishvara. Lin Sun couldn't help but be lost in thought. The first tribulation of oblivion caused the dark purgatory to condense in the land of darkness. The second tribulation of oblivion erupted near the bloody sky mountain, causing the bloody sky mountain to undergo a strange change. Those below the Emperor realm were unable to enter, and it was shrouded in mist all year round. Every blade of grass and tree was indestructible and no one could destroy it. The third tribulation of oblivion caused Nirvana Ishvara to descend into the world. Such a comparison made Lin Sun realize that the power of order in the bloody sky mountain was very likely the power of the tribulation of oblivion. Moreover, it was very likely to be the same as Nirvana Ishvara, a source energy of the starry sky world. When he thought of this, Lin Sun recalled his miraculous experience of comprehending and controlling the power of order when he was in Nirvana Ishvara, and he instantly had an idea. Whoosh, his divine sense entered the abdomen of the bloody sky mountain and started to touch and comprehend the power of order. If it was any other Emperor realm figure, even if it was an Emperor ancestor, not to mention comprehending it, it would be difficult for them to even notice this power of order. The reason was that the entire bloody sky mountain was covered in the aura that belonged to this power of order, and it blocked all probing of divine sense. Lin Sun had relied on the power of the order phoenix flame within the sword cauldron to resolve the blocking aura and had the opportunity to touch all of this. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Sun withdrew his divine sense and was silent for a moment before he suddenly raised his hand. Boom! The 30 kilometers tall bloody sky mountain beneath his feet instantly exploded inch by inch. transforming into a turbulent flow of earth and rocks that collapsed with a rumble. A wave of exclamations sounded out in the nearby area, and many figures could be seen hurriedly dodging. "You're still not leaving after watching the show? Do you want to die?" Lin Sun's indifferent voice resounded between heaven and earth. For a moment, many powerhouses hiding in the nearby area hurriedly fled and rushed into the distance, not daring to stay at all. At the same time, as Lin Sun clenched his palm, a gray shadow of order swept out from the void and fell into his palm. "Senior, this is the power of order left in the world after the second Oblivion tribulation descended, and it contains the mysteries of Oblivion." As Lin Sun spoke, he casually handed the power of order that was enough to make an emperor ancestor go crazy to Xi next to him. She seemed very surprised. "For me?" Lin Sun smiled and said, "All these years, it's fortunate that Senior has always been by my side and protected me all the way, allowing me to resolve many disasters. Now that I finally have a chance to repay you, I hope Senior won't refuse." Every word came from the bottom of his heart. When he was still a young boy temporarily living in Feiyun village, he obtained the heaven-accessing realm, and it was also from then on that she had always been by his side. Xiao Empire, Ultimate, Bloodthirsty Battlefield, Ancient Desolation, Starry Ancient Path, Dark World, True Dragon World, Deity Phoenix World, she was the only one who had always been by his side all the way. Perhaps it was because of the heaven-accessing realm, but how could Lin Sun not be grateful for such kindness? Unfortunately, the treasures and fortuitous encounters he'd gathered over the years were practically unable to be used to repay Xi. This time, he finally had a chance, so of course he would not be stingy at all. To outsiders, controlling the power of order was simply equivalent to controlling a kind of foundation to dominate the world, and it was unimaginably powerful. Nameless Supreme Emperor and Shirtiandi were all like this. However, to Lin Sun, the power of order left behind by the second Oblivion tribulation was far inferior to Xi's kindness of accompanying him all the way. She was clearly very hesitant because she knew better than Lin Sun how rare and precious the power of order was. Although the starry sky could be said to be boundless, the power of order was extremely rare. Since ancient times, those who were fortunate enough to obtain such a fortuitous encounter were definitely as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. "Take it," Lin Sun said with a smile. Without any explanation, he stuffed the ball of power of order into Xi's hand. When the fingertips of the two touched, Lin Sun only felt that it was as warm as jade, smooth and soft, and he did not feel any other difference. However, she seemed to have been electrocuted, and she withdrew her hand with a swoosh. Her graceful figure trembled, and this startled Lin Sun and made him feel puzzled. She also immediately realized that she had overreacted. She steadied her mind and said, "Then, thank you." Her cold voice carried a trace of rare gentleness, like a moist and warm spring breeze blowing on a cold surface of ice. It was refreshing and soul-stirring. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Given our relationship, there is no need to thank me. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, I will not hesitate to do so." She glanced at Lin Sun and suddenly teased, "Little fellow, don't think that a ball of power of order can make me risk my life for you. This is far from enough." After a pause, she seemed to be knocking on his head and said, "Also, I watched you grow up. Don't have any other thoughts about me." After saying that, she turned into a ray of light and entered the heaven-accessing place. Lin Sun was stunned. What other thoughts? Xi's words. It was really thought-provoking. Lin Sun shook his head and left with a smile. It was time to meet up with Goldie, Xinjiao Ancestral Mountain, the place where the dark giant Xinjiao ancient sect resided. Since ancient times, this mountain had long been regarded as a sacred place by all living beings in the dark world. In the evening, Buzz, accompanied by a wave of obscure restriction, Xiaowu collapsed on the ground as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He panted and said, "It's done." The Xinjiao Ancestral Mountain was extremely majestic and stretched across the land. However, the mountain gate was located on a beautiful and steep spiritual mountain called Tianjiao Peak. Through the mountain gate of Tianjiao Peak, one could enter the secret realm created by the Xinjiao ancient sect. All the descendants of the Xinjiao ancient sect lived and cultivated in it. In the early morning, Goldie and Xiaowu arrived at the area where Tianjiao Peak was located without anyone noticing. The heavy defense and sentry posts were completely useless to Goldie and Xiaowu. One of them could withstand the siege of 3 emperors alone. His combat strength was astonishing. The other was a natural formation spirit that could break the restriction as easily as eating and drinking. The two worked together and did not attract any attention from the beginning to the end. However, the formation of fallen Tao and fallen heaven was too complicated and vast, and it had to completely seal off the mountain gate of the Xinjiao ancient sect. Xiaowu had exhausted all his efforts and energy to complete the formation. Goldie rushed over and said anxiously, "Then what are you waiting for? Start the formation and start killing the enemies." Xiaowu was so tired that his eyes rolled back. He lay on the ground and groaned weakly, "Don't talk about killing the enemies. Just tire me to death first." The second update was delivered. The last update was at around 11 p.m. Big Yellow was anxious, but he could only wait. It couldn't be helped. Without Little Five's manipulation of the Fallen Tao formation, it would be almost impossible to defeat an ancient force like Xinjiao ancient sect. A wave of void fluctuation suddenly sounded quietly, and then Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air and floated over. "Done?" Big Yellow asked immediately. Lin Sun nodded and briefly explained what happened on the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain. Big Yellow sighed, "This Yu Kuan-zi is a great character. Master once said that if he stepped into the realm of Emperor Ancestor, his future achievements would be immeasurable. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you before he stepped into the realm of Emperor Ancestor. Are you feeling sorry for him?" Lin Sun said casually. He glanced around and finally looked at Tenjiao Peak in the distance. He immediately judged that this should be the entrance to Xinjiao ancient sect. "How is that possible? Can't you see that I'm gloating?" Big Yellow said grumpily. Lin Sun looked at Little Five and asked, "When can you recover?" Little Five, who was panting from exhaustion, immediately became extremely docile and obedient in front of Lin Sun. He said without hesitation, 3 hours. Lin Sun thought for a moment and nodded, "This time, even if we can't uproot the Xinjiao ancient sect, we will make them pay an unbearable price." Big Yellow was overwhelmed with emotions and murderous intent. "Yes, that's it." Time passed and night fell. Bad news. Bad news. Suddenly, a wave of rapid and sharp cries resounded from extremely far away. He saw a group of figures moving towards Tianjiao Peak. The successors of Xinjiao ancient sect who were stationed in the nearby area were immediately alarmed and walked out. They recognized the group of figures that were rushing over. They were the powerhouses of the sect stationed in the Dark World. However, the powerhouses who came to report at this moment, regardless of their cultivation level, all looked panicked and uneasy. After a brief inquiry, the successors of Xinjiao ancient sect who were stationed at the mountain gate turned pale with fright and hurriedly spread the news. Emperor Daoyuan went to the appointment alone. Headmaster Yu Kuan-zi died on the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain. The 7 great emperors who accompanied them were all killed. The grievous news was like a bolt out of the blue. Not long after, the news reached the divine illuminating ancient sect and caused an uproar. "What's the situation? Speak quickly. Quick, invite the Grand Elder out." The godly illuminating ancient sect was in chaos. Everyone was panicking and looking at each other in shock, like a group of dragons without a leader. Everyone was shocked by the bad news. Only when the Grand Supreme Elder, Imperial Ancestor Yu Chong, emerged from his many years of closed-door cultivation did the extremely chaotic atmosphere in the clan calm down. That night. Divine Illumination Ancient Palace. First Supreme Elder Monarch Yu Zhong gathered all the big shots of the sect to discuss the matter of Yu Kuan-zi and the others' deaths. "I can be sure that Lin Daoyuan definitely has a secret treasure that can resist the power of order. That's why he doesn't fear the power of the Blood Sky Mountain." Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong looked like a handsome young man. He wore a black robe and sat on the main seat. His eyes were cold and indifferent. His voice rumbled like thunder and resounded throughout the hall. Similarly, there's a woman by his side who has the ability to kill the Emperor Ancestor. This is the reason why Yu Kuan-zi and the others, as well as the Bitter Life Emperor Ancestor and the others from the Hidden Land realm, met with disaster. The atmosphere in the hall was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The big shots of the divine illuminating ancient sect all had gloomy expressions. A battle had caused the death of the headmaster. This was too heavy a blow. "What do you think we should do?" Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong asked in a deep voice. Of course it's revenge. Yes, we must kill Lin Daoyuan. If we don't take revenge, wouldn't you Kuan Zi and the others have died in vain? How will the people of the dark world view our divine illuminating ancient sect? The old monsters all spoke at once. All of them were murderous and didn't hide their hatred at all. In the countless years that their divine illuminating ancient sect had stood towering in the dark world, when had they ever suffered such a loss? Imperial ancestor Yu Zhong's gaze was dark and cold as he said, Lin Daoyuan and that woman are traveling together. What forces do all of you think our divine illuminating ancient sect should dispatch in order to kill them? All of them were speechless, and they glanced at each other while their expressions changed indeterminately. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit a fact. Lin Daoyuan possessed the ability to threaten their divine illuminating ancient sect. This was very difficult for them to accept. After all, he was still a nobody in their hearts in the past. But now, he was an Emperor Daoyuan whose name resounded throughout the universe. He was the first peak emperor in the last 100,000 years. All of you've realized that unless I personally make a move and lead at least 2 Emperor Ancestor Realm existences, only then would we have a chance to kill Lin Daoyuan and that woman. Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong's voice was heavy while his face that was handsome like a youth was covered in coldness. But have all of you thought about it? If they're determined to flee, then who in the universe can stop them? The expressions of all of them changed indeterminately while they were speechless, and it caused the atmosphere in the hall to become even more oppressive to the point it was suffocating. Not to mention that those seniors of Copper Sparrow Pavilion and the number 1 general under the command of the master of Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Battle Emperor Xiao, haven't made a move yet. Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong sighed. The severity of this matter caused him to feel that it was rather troublesome. Supreme Elder, our sect has suffered such a calamity, and even our sect master perished at the hands of our enemies. Could it be that we're just going to do nothing? Someone spoke with a muffled voice and broke the silence. Of course not. Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong spoke resolutely while his eyes flickered with shocking divine light. Lin Daoyuan stood up for Copper Sparrow Pavilion, so we'll start by taking revenge on Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Everyone was first stunned, and then they came to an understanding. Presently, no one knew exactly where Lin Daoyuan was, so if they took the initiative to look for him, then it would probably be no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Then how should they force him to show himself? The answer was very simple: deal with Copper Sparrow Pavilion. As long as we force him to show himself, we'll be able to set up an inescapable net and cut off his path of retreat. At that time, the Imperial Ancestor Realm existences of the sect and I will be able to put an end to this enmity. Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong's eyes were cold. However, we can't just rely on our sect to take action. Yes, we have to join forces with the Hidden Land Realm. Someone said excitedly. Imperial Ancestor Ku Xing and the others have all perished on Blood Vault Mountain. How can those old fellows from the Hidden Land Realm remain indifferent? Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong immediately gave an order. Qiheng, Fei Ling, 2 Imperial Emperors stood out immediately. They were Battle Emperor Qiheng, who was in the 7th level of the Imperial Ancestor Realm, and Battle Emperor Fei Ling, who was in the 5th level of the Imperial Ancestor Realm. Head to the territory controlled by the Divine Illumination Sect and give the order to do everything in our power to annihilate the forces of Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Also, spread the news that if Lin Daoyuan doesn't come to the Divine Illumination Sect to apologize within 10 days, then we'll definitely uproot Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Yes. The 2 Battle Emperors accepted the order. Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong looked at the other 2 and said, Jingxiu, Jingbua, the 2 of you will head to the Hidden Land Realm together and pass on my order. Tell them to send Imperial Ancestor Realm existences to the Divine Illumination Sect within 10 days to kill Lin Daoyuan. Yes. The others will wait here for the news. Once there's any movement, you must move at once. Whoever dares to be negligent will be punished. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall was swept away, and everyone's spirits were lifted as if they had found their backbone. Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong saw all of this and sighed in his heart. If a real battle broke out, it would be extremely difficult to kill Lin Daoyuan and the woman. The current Lin Daoyuan was the most eye-catching character in the world. The weight of Great Emperor Zhu Yin was enough to make any ancient orthodoxy fear him. However, Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong could not say these words. Otherwise, it would boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. It would affect and shake the hearts of the entire sect. Hurry up and take action. Imperial ancestor Yu Zhong waved his hand. He had begun to think about how much he should pay to completely get rid of such a big trouble. The night was as dark as ink. Little Five had recovered and was in high spirits. He looked at Lin Sun and said, "When do we take action?" Lin Sun knocked on his forehead. "Remember to call me Big Brother when you talk to me in the future." Big Brother? Little Five was stunned. Surprisingly, he did not resist or struggle. Instead, he showed a bright smile. "Lin Sun, are you really willing to let me take you as my big brother?" Lin Sun answered without hesitation, "Of course." "Is there a problem?" "No." Little Five shook his head quickly and smiled more brightly. Big Yellow snorted, "Don't you think it's shameful to take someone as your big brother after living for so many years?" Little Five rolled his eyes. "What do you know? This is between me and Big Brother." Little Five was a formation spirit. When he was suppressed by Lin Sun at first, he resisted and was most worried that Lin Sun would force him to recognize him as his master. But to his surprise, Lin Sun treated him as a brother. This was completely beyond his expectation. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised and moved. At this moment, Little Five's worries and resistance were swept away, and he no longer rejected to follow Lin Sun and do things together. "Big Brother, when do we take action?" Little Five raised his little face and rubbed his palms. He decided to take this opportunity to show off his ability. "Let's wait a little longer. It's not the time to activate the formation yet." Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep as he looked at Tenjiao Peak under the night sky. He had already seen those who had returned to the Divine Image Ancient sect to report the news. According to his estimation, when the old antiques in the Divine Image Ancient sect knew the news of Yukuan's death, they would definitely not sit still. "How long do we have to wait?" Big Yellow was anxious before Little Five was. Lin Sun was about to say something, but he suddenly seemed to notice something. He smiled and said, "How can we reveal our trump cards at once in such a big battle? We can take it slow." "Big Yellow, some fish have come out of the water." With that, his figure flashed and he quietly rose into the air. Big Yellow was startled, and then his eyes lit up. He jumped up and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Damn it, if you don't come out, I'm really going to die. Let me tell you first, these prey are all mine. Don't take any of them. P.S. Send more updates, please keep the monthly tickets." The night was as dark as ink. After Qi Heng and Fei Ling left the sect, Qi Heng suddenly let out a long sigh. "Fei Ling, the headmaster is dead, and the other 7 Emperor Realm Elders are also in trouble. Just this incident alone has caused us to lose 40% of our Emperor Realm existences." Fei Ling's eyes flickered. "What are you trying to say, Brother Qi Heng?" Qi Heng pondered and said, "The Divine Illumination Ancient Sect is leaderless right now. Although the first Supreme Elder is holding down the fort, it's only a matter of time before another sect master is appointed after we deal with Lin Daoyuan." "You want to be the Patriarch?" Fei Ling narrowed his eyes. Qi Heng smiled, "I don't have the qualifications." "Never mind, we can discuss this after we deal with Lin Daoyuan." Fei Ling sighed. "Right now is not the time to worry about who will become the Patriarch, but what? The battle at Blood Dome Mountain caused the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect to suffer heavy losses. Brother Qi Heng, do you really think that Lin Daoyuan is so easy to deal with? With the first Supreme Elder strategy, how can we not kill him?" "Maybe, we can. But to kill such a peerless great emperor, the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect will have to pay an unbearable price." Qi Heng's expression flickered for a while before he forced a smile. "Don't worry. No matter how strong Lin Daoyuan is, can he really destroy the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect?" As he spoke, he took a deep breath and glanced at the surroundings before he said, "Even if we take 10,000 steps back and are truly at the end of our rope, we only have to hide in the sect, and we'll be able to guarantee our safety." "Is that so?" A cold voice suddenly rang out. Qi Heng and Fei Ling stiffened and their hair stood on end. They wanted to react immediately, but it was too late. When the sound rang out, a dog's paw had already silently slapped down. Bang! Bang! Qi Heng and Fei Ling fainted after 2 muffled sounds. Just as their bodies were about to fall from the sky, they were picked up by De Huang's paw and brought away. What is that? In the mountain gate, there was a sudden exclamation. Two figures rushed out, accompanied by a dazzling light, like torches burning in the dark night. Big Yellow squinted its eyes, then it shifted sideways and charged forward. However, there was another figure in the darkness who reacted faster than him. He had already made his move the moment the two figures walked out. Bang! Bang! Another two muffled sounds rang out, and the two emperors who had just walked out were knocked unconscious as well. It was Lin Sun who did it. He casually stuffed the captive into the Tower of Terminus, then glared at Big Yellow. How can you make a sound when you're waiting for a hare? Big Yellow was embarrassed. I promise it won't happen again. However, the commotion still alarmed the heirs of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect who were stationed nearby, and they all asked, which lord is it? This was a restricted area of the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect, and it was covered in layers of restrictions and sentry posts that could be said to be an inescapable net. For countless years, no enemy had dared to invade this place. Therefore, the first reaction of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect's inheritors was not panic, but confusion. Do I need to report to you when I go out? Lin Sun's appearance quietly changed, and he had already turned into the appearance of one of the captured emperors. Even his voice was vivid and full of majesty. Oh, it's Elder Xianxia. We didn't know, please forgive us. The heirs of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect who had just arrived saw Lin Sun's appearance and immediately showed respect. You may leave. Lin Sun waved his hand and left. From beginning to end, he did not arouse any suspicion. When they returned to the fallen Dao formation that Little Five had set up, Lin Sun and Big Yellow released the captives they had captured. With Big Yellow personally interrogating them, they soon got some information from Qi Heng, Fei Ling, and the other two. They wanted to use the method of destroying the Bronze Sparrow Tower to force you to show yourself. Emperor Yucheng is really ruthless. Big Yellow's eyes were cold. Boy, what do you think we should do next? Lin Sun pondered for a moment and said, continue to wait for a hare. In addition, we might as well send the news to the Hidden Land realm. Just as Emperor Yucheng said, it would be best if they could send some emperors here. Okay. Big Yellow's eyes lit up. This attack on the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect, no matter what the result was bound to alarm the Hidden Land realm immediately and make them fully alert. But if they could take advantage of this opportunity to lure more big shots from the Hidden Land realm to the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect, they could completely wipe them out. Big Yellow, you do this. Remember, don't expose your identity. Lin Sun reminded. Big Yellow readily agreed and started the operation that night. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed. In these 2 days, the battle that took place at the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain had already spread to every corner of the Dark World, causing a great sensation. Since the decline of the Bronze Sparrow Tower, the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm were like the supreme rulers, their power suppressing the entire sky of the Dark World. After the battle at Bloody Sky Mountain, it was like a hole had been pierced in the sky, shocking the world. Emperor Daoyuan, a legendary existence, had shaken the two giants with his own strength. The death of Yu Kuan-zi, the headmaster of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect, added a great power to Lin Sun, causing many cultivators to tremble. As the world was in turmoil, countless eyes turned to the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect. After suffering such a heavy blow, how could these two giants not take revenge? Soon, there was news. The first Supreme Elder of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect has issued an order. If Emperor Daoyuan does not go to the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect to atone for his crimes within 10 days, he will completely destroy the Bronze Sparrow Tower. The Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect invites the Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators of the Hidden Land Realm to the Divine Illuminating Ancestral Mountain to discuss how to deal with Emperor Daoyuan. These two pieces of news were earth-shattering and caused an even greater sensation in the world. 10 days. Was this an ultimatum to Emperor Daoyuan? Everyone had a hunch that a great battle against Emperor Daoyuan would probably take place in front of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect in 10 days. Not long after, the Hidden Land Realm also sent out news that they would send 3 Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators to the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect as guests. Although they said they were guests, everyone knew that they were going to help. Soon, the identities of the 3 Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators from the Hidden Land Realm were also confirmed. They were Great Void Emperor Ancestor, Ku Ming Emperor Ancestor, and Duchen Emperor Ancestor. Each of them could be described as a living fossil. They had been in the Hidden Land realm since ancient times. Although countless years had passed, the rumors about them still carried a supreme power that was enough to make all living beings revere them. In these 2 days, Lin's son, who had been hiding near Tianjiao Mountain, also saw many descendants of the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect returning to the sect from all directions with all kinds of news. He also saw many cultivators of the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect coming out of the mountain gate. However, he did not see a single Emperor Realm cultivator. This made Lin's son, who had been waiting for a chance, feel a little disappointed. Right now, the only ones that he really cared about were those Emperor Realm cultivators. They're here. It was also on this day that Big Yellow hurried back with the latest news. The 3 Emperor Ancestors of the Hidden Land realm, Desu, Ku Ming, and Du Chen, would come to the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect today. Only 3? Lin Sun frowned. Big Yellow said, "That's quite a lot. Among the 3 magnates of the Dark World, there are only a few Emperor Ancestors. This time, the Hidden Land realm has sent 3 Emperor Ancestors. It's already a big move." Lin Sun nodded. It made sense. Ancient orthodoxies such as the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect and the Hidden Land realm might be able to dominate the Dark World. However, compared to the 4 great Khanate spirit clans, the deity Phoenix, the dragon, the white tiger, and the black tortoise, they were still lacking. This gap could be seen from the number of Emperor Ancestors they had. What should we do next? Big Yellow rubbed his palms together. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. He said, "Big Yellow, what do you think about killing these 3 Emperor Ancestors on the way?" Big Yellow said, "If it's just me, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop the 3 old donkeys. Let she accompany you," Lin Sun interrupted. Big Yellow suddenly grinned and patted his thigh with his paw. "Then there's no problem." "Alright, let's do that." Lin Sun made a decision. Immediately, Big Yellow and she left quietly. The Divine Illuminating Ancient sect. Why haven't Qi Heng and Fei Ling sent back any news after 2 days? In the main hall of the sect, Emperor Yu Chong, who looked like a teenager, frowned and asked. In the main hall, the big shots looked at each other in confusion. Perhaps the 2 elders are busy dealing with Copper Sparrow Tower with all their strength? But now, there's still no news about dealing with the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Emperor Yu Chong's eyes were cold. Send someone to find out what's going on. Immediately, someone took the order and left. Emperor Yu Chong continued, "If nothing goes wrong, the 3 Emperor Ancestors of the Hidden Land realm, Desu, Ku Ming, and Du Chen, will arrive today. In this way, we'll have more confidence in dealing with Lin Daoyuan." At the end, he couldn't help but laugh. The great figures present were also extremely excited. Emperor Yu Chong also laughed. But he knew in his heart that the only problem now was whether Lin Daoyuan would come after receiving the news. This meant that even if they made sufficient preparations, so long as the enemy didn't come, all their preparations would be in vain. Until late at night, the 3 Emperor Ancestors of the Hidden Land realm, Desu, Ku Ming, and Du Chen, still hadn't arrived. This caused Emperor Yu Chong and the others who'd been waiting all this time to frown. The 3 Emperor Ancestors had appeared together. According to their speed, they should have arrived a long time ago. Could something have happened on the way? Time passed bit by bit. When the light of dawn tore through the night sky and a new day arrived, a wisp of gloominess had appeared between the brows of Emperor Yu Chong and the others. A bad premonition arose in their hearts. As expected, on the same day, a piece of bad news arrived. The 3 Emperor Ancestors, Desu, Ku Ming, and Du Chen, were intercepted on the way to the ancient Divine Illumination sect, and none of them were lucky enough to survive. They perished on the spot. The Dark World was in an uproar. The 3 Emperor Ancestors had been guarding the Hidden Land realm since ancient times, but they were killed before they even arrived at the Divine Illuminating Ancient sect. Countless voices of shock rang out. 3 days ago, the battle on the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain had just ended. 3 days later, the news of the death of the 3 Emperor Ancestors, Daxu, Ku Ming, and Du Chen was undoubtedly too shocking. Who did it? It must be related to Emperor Daoyuan. God, is the Dark World going to change? Emperor Daoyuan, what does he want to do? All kinds of discussions and voices resounded in different territories of the dark world. They were all shocked by such bloody news. When they heard the news, the big shots of the divine illuminating ancient sect, led by Emperor Ancestor Yuchong, were also shocked and turned pale. How is this possible? Many people found it hard to believe. 3 Emperor Ancestors, such a terrifying lineup that was enough to roam the heavens and look down on the starry sky. But now they were all killed together. Who dared to believe it? On this day, the entire divine illuminating ancient sect was in a state of shock and panic. 3 days ago, their sect master and 7 Emperor realm elders died on the peak of Bloody Sky Mountain. 3 days later, the 3 Emperor Ancestors of the Earth Bodhisattva realm that they'd invited to assist them had met with misfortune and perished on the way. There was no need to think about it at all. Even if it wasn't done by Lin Daoyuan, it was definitely related to him, and not long ago, Emperor Ancestor Yuchong had just issued an order for Lin Daoyuan to come to the divine illuminating ancient sect within 10 days to atone for his crimes. Now that such a bloody event had happened, how could people not suspect that this was Lin Daoyuan's revenge? In the face of such a sudden tragedy, even someone as powerful as Emperor Ancestor Yuchong fell into a long silence. Indescribable grief and indignation surged in his heart. Lin Daoyuan, he wanted to overturn the structure of the dark world. This was too much. Someone, mobilize all the forces of the divine illuminating ancient sect to find out Lin Daoyuan's whereabouts. I want to know where he is hiding as soon as possible. Emperor Ancestor Yuchong, who had been silent for a long time, erupted like a volcano. His voice was filled with boundless rage and ruthlessness. If it was possible, he wished he could personally kill Lin Sun right now. And you guys. As he spoke, Imperial Ancestor Yuchong's gaze swept past all the great figures present in the hall. We can't wait passively for news any longer. All of you, head out and patrol the world. So long as you discover any traces of Lin Daoyuan, report to me at the first possible moment. Yes. Everyone in the hall agreed and left one after another. After seeing them off, the furious Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He knew very well that if he did not kill Lin Daoyuan this time, the situation would only worsen, and it might even shake the foundation of the divine illuminating ancient sect. Think about it, a top-tier martial emperor was already extremely heaven-defying, and there was a woman with the power to kill martial emperors. If such a combination hid, who would be able to find them? If they were determined to take revenge, which sect would be able to withstand the torment? The divine illuminating ancient sect had many factions in the underworld. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be attacked and eradicated? It could be said that as long as they could not locate Lin Sun's whereabouts, the divine sunshine ancient sect would not be at peace. Lin Daoyuan. Lin Daoyuan. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll surely make you wish you were dead. Imperial Ancestor Yuchong's handsome face revealed a ghastly and savage expression. Outside the mountain gate of Tianzhou Peak. Big Yellow, you're injured? Lin Sun was surprised as he looked at Big Yellow, who had just returned. He was limping as if his leg had been broken. Big Yellow bared his teeth and said angrily, "Those bald donkeys are too sinister. They fought back before they died, but I was bitten alive by that old thing called Kuming." As he spoke, he let out a hiss. A piece of his right leg was missing, and a large piece of his tendons and bones had been bitten off. Lin Sun laughed unsympathetically. It was common for dogs to bite humans, but humans biting dogs was too rare. However, he could also see that Big Yellow's injury was not serious, so he was instantly relieved. Xi's figure was graceful, and he looked like a deity or a god. He had not been injured at all. It made sense. With Xi's battle prowess and Big Yellow's, it would be strange if they could not kill 3 martial emperors from the Hidden Land realm. What do we do next? Big Yellow asked as he healed his wound. Lin Sun said, if word of this gets out, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land realm will definitely be shocked. If I'm not wrong, they will definitely not be so passive anymore. Let's wait and see if there are any rabbits coming out before we make a decision. Waiting for rabbits was naturally waiting for rabbits. Now that the gate of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was sealed by the Fallen Dao formation, the more rabbits that came out, the greater the harvest. Lin Sun and the others did not wait for too long. Soon, there was a fluctuation of restriction in the mountain gate of Tianzhou Peak, and the figures of martial emperors came out one after another. The scene was so spectacular that it even alarmed the successors of the Divine Sunshine Ancient sect who were stationed nearby. These old rabbits finally came out in groups. Big Yellow's eyes lit up. A scene of a dog chasing rabbits flashed across Lin Sun's mind, and his eyes became strange. He coughed and stood up, saying, "Big Yellow, can you still fight?" "Of course," Big Yellow said grumpily. He lifted his injured dog leg, which had already healed. Lin Sun turned his head, "Remember to wear more clothes next time." Big Yellow's body was covered with a layer of emperor armor, but when he lifted his leg, the scene was somewhat unsightly. Big Yellow was ashamed and angry. If it were not for the situation, he would have rushed up and bitten Lin Sun. This kid was becoming more and more disrespectful to him. "Let's do it." When he saw the group of 19 martial emperors coming out, Lin Sun did not hesitate to take action. Boom, the sword cauldron rushed out and soared into the sky, splashing hundreds of millions of rays of divine light, breaking the peaceful atmosphere of the world. Oh no! The cultivators of the Divine Sunshine Ancient sect who came out of the mountain gate all paled, and could not believe their eyes. This was the mountain gate of the Divine Sunshine Ancient sect, but the enemy had come out of nowhere. It was too sudden, and no one had expected it. When they saw the figure that came out, the eyes of these martial emperors almost fell out. Lin Daoyuan. The purpose of this operation was to find traces of Lin Sun, but who would have thought that the opponent that they hated so much would directly appear in front of their mountain gate? A series of unexpected events caught these martial emperors completely off guard, as if the pie that they had been yearning for day and night had suddenly fallen from the sky. It was too sudden, but as martial emperors, their reaction was not slow. When Lin Sun came over, these martial emperors did not hesitate to attack. Boom, the world was turned upside down, and the mountains and rivers shook. Darius monarch weapons and Dao techniques were like landslides and tsunamis. They whistled out in an instant, and they filled up this area and blasted the space apart. But these attacks were nothing to Lin Sun. As the sword cauldron rumbled and suppressed, it directly crushed all kinds of attacks, breaking through all obstacles like a hot knife through butter. Clang, the Taoist sword flew across the sky, and the sound of the sword resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, the vast and blazing sword Qi was like a 10,000 feet long rainbow, displaying the profound mysteries of the Grand Tao, and vaguely had the elegance of cutting through the ages. As the sword Qi swept across, several experts below the 5th level of the Emperor realm were killed on the spot, their souls dispersing. Killing the martial emperors with one sword, this horrifying and bloody scene caused the other martial emperors' scalps to go numb. They suddenly remembered the bloody battle at the peak of the Blood Vault Mountain, and the deaths of Yu Kuan-zi and the others. The person in front of him was a legendary peerless great emperor with remarkable abilities. "Hurry up and return to the sect!" Someone yelled and was about to retreat into the mountain gate. Everyone else's expression changed, and they were about to take action. With their combat strength, they did not dare to fight Lin Sun. "Old rabbits, it's too late to leave now." Big Yellow's excited laughter rang out. Boom, a giant claw that covered the sky enveloped with boundless Tao light and laws. It was like a natural moat that blocked all paths of retreat for the martial emperors. Kill. The martial monarchs attacked with all their might as if they had gone mad. The martial monarch aura they unleashed shook the world and swept out in all directions. The power of the seals covering the surrounding mountains and rivers was greatly impacted. They all knew that the only way to survive was to escape into the mountain gate. But it was obvious that Lin Sun and Big Yellow did not intend to give them the chance. Boom, Lin Sun's body glowed, and he activated the sword cauldron to attack. His power was like the ancient sky, and it was invincible. As he attacked, the Taoist sword shot out, and the sword cauldron rumbled. In an instant, a bloody storm was set off on the battlefield. Big Yellow attacked from the other side, and every time he waved his claws, an martial emperor would die on the spot. It was a brutal mess. An existence that could fight against the 3 martial emperors could easily crush these martial emperors. In just a moment, 19 martial emperors were defeated, and they fell like rain. The martial emperor's blood was like a waterfall, watering the battlefield. The descendants of the Divine Sunlight Ancient sect who were guarding the nearby area were about to go crazy, and they screamed in terror and fled. However, as the battle between martial emperors erupted, Merely the aftershock from the battle was like a storm that plundered and devoured their lives one by one. No one under the martial emperor realm survived. However, the massacre and turmoil did not last for long. Who dares to make trouble in my divine sunlight ancient sect? Following a deafening roar, a martial monarch realm cultivator with an imposing aura charged out from the divine illuminating ancient sect. It was a man with gray hair and a dignified appearance. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and he looked like an immortal. His martial emperor aura shook the heavens and stirred up the wind and clouds. But as soon as he appeared, before he could figure out what was going on, a huge dog paw slapped down from the sky. It was dazzling and overbearing. I finally caught a big fish. Big Yellow roared and rushed over, as if he had found the fattest prey. From today onwards, the sword cauldron was called the Abyssal Sword Cauldron. The word Wu was taken from the word Wu in the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. The word Wu represented Lin Sun's Tao, and it complemented his talent and Taoist name. The Abyssal Sword Cauldron also meant that Lin Sun's future Tao would break the boundary between Wu and Wu. The emperor ancestor level figure who had just walked out of the mountain gate was called Ningzhen. He was the 3rd supreme elder of the Divine Reflection ancient sect, a living fossil with unfathomable power. When he sensed the huge dog paw coming towards him, he couldn't help but snort coldly. A sea of Tao light rushed out from his body and collided head-on with the paw. Boom, in front of the mountain gate, the sky and earth seemed to crack. Light rain splashed everywhere. Emperor Ningzhen's figure shook slightly and his pupils shrank. Battle Emperor Xiao, you've entered the threshold of the Emperor Ancestor realm? As he spoke, his sleeves fluttered, and 2 golden dragon-like chains whizzed out. The chains were branded with dense and dazzling Ancestor realm laws, and the aura of destruction was shocking. Golden Prison Lock, Emperor Ningzhen's natal emperor weapon had condensed a weapon spirit. It was rumored that it could bind the universe and turn it into purgatory, imprison all spirits, and abandon the great Tao. Emperor Ancestor? What kind of look is that? I'm about to break through this realm. Big Yellow took out a huge white bone stick and smashed it down. With a loud clang, the golden prison lock shook and rolled, and sparks flew everywhere. Big Yellow attacked aggressively. His whole body was covered with Tao light, and his white bone stick pointed at the sky and hit the earth. He was so fierce and overbearing that Emperor Ningzhen couldn't even lift his head and could only resist passively. He was horrified. Since ancient times, the Bronze Sparrow Tower had been one of the 3 giants in the Dark World. Its core was not because of the number of powerful Emperor realm figures they had, nor because of the great power they had. It was because of the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower. He alone was like an invincible ruler, holding up the sky. According to Emperor Ningzhen's knowledge, there were only 5 real core generals in the Bronze Sparrow Tower, and Battle Emperor Xiao was only one of them. In the world's impression, this big yellow dog, who was adopted by the master of Bronze Sparrow Tower, had always been at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. But now Emperor Ningzhen realized that the rumors of the world couldn't be trusted at all. This domineering, arrogant, and cunning big yellow clearly possessed the terrifying foundation of an emperor ancestor. The battle became more and more intense. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Sun had an absolute advantage. He crushed all the emperors one after another. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. Now, there were only 3 emperors left out of the original 19. Lin Daoyuan, Battle Emperor Xiao, how dare you come to my divine illumination ancient sect and cause trouble? You must be tired of living. Suddenly, an extremely furious and icy cold voice resounded through the sky, and then Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong, who was handsome like a young man, walked out of the sect with 2 Imperial ancestors that had just emerged from closed-door cultivation. Every aura was terrifying and shook the wind. Junior brother Yunjiao, junior brother Lu Rong, help Ningzhen kill Battle Emperor Xiao. Imperial Ancestor Yu Chong ordered. Emperor Xiao, Emperor Yu. Before he finished speaking, the 2 Emperor Ancestor realm bigwigs with the title of Grand Elder had already made their moves. The other was dressed in a Taoist robe with pine patterns. He had an ancient appearance, and he controlled a fire-lightning Tao seal. He was called Imperial Ancestor Cloud Jiao. One had a cold gaze that was like lightning. He wore armor, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He held a black halberd in his hand, and he was like a war god that conquered the heavens. He was called Imperial Ancestor Lei Rong, and he had slaughtered countless people in his life. Both of them were in the ancestor realm. As soon as they entered the battlefield, they brought great pressure to Big Yellow. Emperor Ningzhen, who had been suppressed, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Daoyuan, you must die today. At the same time, Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong appeared in front of Lin Sun. He clawed at Lin Sun's throat. Boom, just the power released from his body was enough to make the void explode and collapse. Even Lin Sun, who was in it, felt suffocated. Right at the same time, Xi's graceful figure suddenly appeared, and a rain of light rained down and easily dealt with Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong's attack. Amid the earth-shattering collision sounds, Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong's figure flickered and appeared thousands of feet away. His eyes were cold as he stared at Xi, who had appeared out of thin air. Are you the woman who killed Emperor Ancestor Bitter Life of the Hidden Land Realm? I also killed Ku Ming and Desu, she said coldly and casually. Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong said expressionlessly, unfortunately, no matter how powerful you are, you'll be in trouble in the territory of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect. Before he could finish speaking, Imperial Ancestor Yu Zhong waved his sleeve. Boom. A jade ruler floated up into appearance out of thin air, and the words Dao Guidance were inscribed on it. Along with its appearance, an expanse of forbidden energy of order suddenly surged into appearance in the sky, and it was like a pitch-black tribulation cloud as it descended and poured into the jade ruler. In an instant, Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong's aura changed. He seemed to have transformed into a supreme god. He controlled the order power and deterred the world. This was the order power. With a jade ruler as a guide, he borrowed the taboo order power that covered the starry sky. Lin Sun and she looked at each other. Although there was surprise in their eyes, they didn't panic. In the past, they would have fled immediately when faced with such a threat. Just like when they first entered the Dragon Palace, they had no choice but to flee when faced with the order power controlled by the ancestor spirit. But now, they had nothing to fear, Lin Sun said indifferently. Emperor Shirtiendi treats the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect well. He's even willing to let you borrow the taboo order power. He's only borrowing it. Judging from his aura, the taboo order power he borrows is limited. It might be able to threaten Emperor Ancestor Realm existences, but it's not enough. She also spoke up casually. Back in the ancient Desolation region, she had appeared to resist the taboo order power. How could she not know how powerful this power was? Lin Sun and Xi's reactions made Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong frown. There was no fear, and not even a trace of panic. Was he bluffing, or was he fearless? Qi, the jade ruler, flowed with an obscure taboo order power aura. It was like a powerful and invincible belief, sweeping away all the doubts in Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong's heart. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he stared at Lin Sun and Xi. Even if the Copper Sparrow House Master was here, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to boast like this. Moreover, the Copper Sparrow House Master has probably already died. What, do you have to resist the forbidden power of order that covers the heavens? His words were filled with disdain. In reality, he had treated Lin Sun and Xi as his greatest enemies from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the taboo order power right at the start of the battle. Resist? No, from today onwards, the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect will no longer exist in this world. Lin Sun smiled with a cold gaze. And the grudge between you and me will end today. How laughable. Emperor Ancestor Yu Chong couldn't help but laugh. He waved the jade ruler in his hand. Instantly, the terrifying taboo order power charged towards Xi like divine chains that whipped the world. It seemed like a simple attack, but any emperor ancestor would not dare to take it head-on. That was because it was the taboo order power that covered the heavens and cut off the path to the other side. How could such power be ordinary? Since ancient times, only the eldest disciple of Mount Heart, the Battle Emperor, had defeated such power. Apart from him, there was no one else in the heavens who could do so. However, at this moment, she did not dodge. A ball of grayish order power appeared in her slender and translucent jade-like hand. It turned into a spear that emitted a strange aura and swept out. Boom! The power of the spear and the jade ruler collided. It was like a battle between two supreme order power. A rain of order power covered the sky, causing the heavens and the earth to wail. Although the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect had set up many restrictions in the surrounding area, they all collapsed at this moment. The mountains collapsed, the plants turned to dust, and all living things were destroyed. the collision of such power was too terrifying. Lin Sun had dodged far away at the first possible moment. Even so, he was still affected by the terrifying order power, and it shook him to the point his vital energy and blood roiled. He had no choice but to take out the Abyssal Sword Cauldron and rely on the Order Phoenix flames within the Abyssal Sword Cauldron to deal with the impact. When he looked up, besides the divine sunlight ancient sect's heavenly sunlight peak, the surrounding mountains had been destroyed and flattened. You actually control order power as well. Emperor Ancestor Yu Cheng's shocked and furious voice resounded amidst the dust. His expression had already become incomparably solemn. Being able to borrow the taboo order power was his greatest reliance. But now, with the appearance of order power controlled by she, his advantage was gone. She was not one who liked to talk nonsense. Her figure flickered, and she charged forward with the spear formed from order power. A dreamy rain of light interweaved around her. It was dazzling and beautiful, and she was like a fairy from the heavens. Moreover, her combat techniques were peerlessly fierce. In an instant, she heavily injured Emperor Ancestor Yu Cheng. Even Lin Sun was impressed by his unparalleled style. "Brat, don't just watch the battle. Come and help." Big Yellow's muffled voice resounded from afar. He was being besieged by 3 Emperor Ancestors and was in a very passive situation. Lin Sun responded with an "oh" and moved his body in a flash, activating the Sword Cauldron to attack. Anyone who saw this scene would think that Lin Sun had gone mad. This was a battle between Emperor Ancestors, and a 4th-stage Emperor Realm Cultivator joining in was no different from courting death. In fact, Ningzhen, Yunjiao, and Le Rong thought the same. Their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain when they saw Lin Sun joining in. However, as Lin Sun released a vast expanse of white light, heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into a moment of stillness. Their movements also became sluggish. Bang! At this moment, Big Yellow smashed down with his white bone rod, and Emperor Ancestor Yunjiao's body instantly exploded. His flesh and soul were crushed and erased. The other 2 Emperor Ancestors shuddered, and their expressions changed drastically. What was going on? Kill. The passive situation was broken, and Big Yellow became extremely ferocious. He was unforgiving, and he chased after the 2 Emperor Ancestors Ningzhen and Le Rong. At this moment, Emperor Ancestor Yu Cheng's muffled groan resounded from afar. His body was already in tatters, and he was completely suppressed by she in the battle. Go. At this moment, Emperor Ancestor Yu Cheng made a decision without hesitation. He would retreat first to preserve his life. Ningzhen and Le Rong also sensed the severity of the situation. The scene of Emperor Ancestor Yunjiao's death had already shocked them and frightened them. At this moment, they did not dare to continue fighting, and they wanted to withdraw. However, at the same time, Lin Sun shouted, "Little Five, it's your turn." Since the rabbit had already come out, how could he possibly allow it to escape? It was time to reel in the net. This was Lin Sun's plan. The existence of the Tao Lord Annihilation Formation was a trump card to annihilate all his enemies. If they were allowed to escape into the sect, then all sorts of unexpected events were bound to occur. Bang! Little Five, who'd been accumulating strength since a long time ago, activated the Tao Lord Annihilation Formation at the first possible moment. Tao markings surged out like a tide in the surroundings, and they seethed and spread out to cover the heavens and the earth. Moreover, countless dense and dazzling talismans flickered and flowed like the embodiment of the Grand Tao. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed. It was like a cage that cut off the Grand Tao and blotted out the sky. The few remaining Emperor Realm experts, as well as the 2 Emperor Ancestors, Ningzhen and Le Rong, who were about to escape, were all trapped within. The most surprising thing to Lin Sun was that Imperial Ancestor Yu Cheng actually seemed to be extremely formidable at such a critical moment. He'd forcefully utilized the forbidden energy of order triggered by the Jade Ruler to break open a path of survival and escape the Tao Lord Annihilation Formation. However, the entrance to the sect had been locked down a long time ago, and she was hot on his tail. "Ha!" Little Five commanded the formation while circulating the full might of the Tao Lord Annihilation Formation. For a time, wind, lightning, and fire surged within the formation, and it revealed an inconceivably terrifying torrent of destruction. At the first possible moment, those Imperial Emperors were the first to be unable to hold on any longer, and they were annihilated within the formation. On the other hand, the two imperial ancestors that were trapped within the formation fought desperately, but they suffered injuries incessantly along with the passage of time. In just a short moment, they were covered in injuries while their bodies were dyed red with blood, and shrill cries, furious roars, and curses rose and fell. Lin Sun and Big Yellow stood outside the formation with piercingly cold gazes that didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Bang! In the end, along with deafening and violent rumbling, Ning Zhan and Imperial Ancestor Lorong's figures were drowned by the boundless torrent of light, and then they collapsed and transformed into ashes that scattered into the surroundings. Little Five wasn't satisfied, and he said, "It's just two old fellows. Isn't that a little too wasteful? Just think about how many peerless divine materials were used to set up such a formation." Big Yellow spoke angrily. Lin Sun looked towards the distance instead. Not long after, an incomparably mournful cry came from afar. "Sure, Tiandi will never let you go, he won't." This was Imperial Ancestor Yu Chang's voice, and it tore through the sky while carrying unwillingness and rage. But soon, it stopped abruptly. On the other hand, Xi's figure flashed over from extremely far away. He was graceful and hazy, and a rain of light interweaved around him. His otherworldly elegance illuminated the devastated landscape. Relieved, Lin Sun smiled. The surroundings were deathly silent, and the scene of devastation filled his eyes. The air was still suffused with the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood. In this battle, he had killed 4 Thearchs and 19 Thearchs of the God-illuminating ancient sect. There were countless other successors of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect stationed nearby as well. According to his understanding, after this battle and the deaths of Yu Kuan-zi and the others on the Blood Sky Mountain a few days ago, the emperors of the Divine Illumination ancient sect were almost all dead. There was no longer any threat. Thinking of this, Lin Sun was overwhelmed with emotions. This hatred originated from Great Emperor Baki. It had lasted for many years, but it had finally come to an end today. "I'm afraid there are many ambushes in this mountain gate," Big Yellow said and laughed. "Unfortunately, those old rabbits are already dead. These ambushes are no longer a threat to us. Let's go in." Big Yellow took the lead. "Xiaowu, you stay here and control the formation. Kill anyone who tries to escape." After saying that, Lin Sun and she followed closely behind Big Yellow and entered the mountain gate. The secret realm of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect was not inferior to the dwelling place of any ancient orthodoxy in the world. It was full of blessed lands and the air was enshrouded with a thick aura of chaos. Spiritual birds and auspicious beasts danced in the air. It was like a sacred pure land. After countless years of continuous improvement, the heritage and wealth accumulated in this secret realm had already reached an unimaginable level. In fact, a blessed land that could support the cultivation of many Thearchs was already rare and precious in the starry sky. When Lin Sun and the others entered, the successors of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect living in the secret realm were all shocked and fell into chaos. For Lin Sun and the others, there was no longer any threat in this place. They were almost invincible. In just 15 minutes, the Divine Sunlight ancient sect was completely suppressed. When they arrived at the supreme forbidden area of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling emotional after confirming that there was no threat. The Divine Sunlight ancient sect, which had dominated the dark world for countless years, was destroyed by Lin Sun today. On this day, the news of the destruction of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect came out, causing a sensation in the dark world. Countless people were shocked and frightened. How could Emperor Daoyuan be so powerful? There was an uproar. A few days ago, the Battle of Bloody Sky Mountain made the name of Emperor Daoyuan shine alone in the sky of the dark world, causing countless heated discussions. Recently, with the destruction of the Divine Sunlight ancient sect, Lin Sun's power also suppressed the sky of the dark world, like a dominator. In the past, the Divine Sunlight ancient sect was like one of the 3 dominators, ruling the dark world for countless years. Its power was so great that some strong people in the starry sky were terrified. Who would have thought that overnight, the monstrous power has become a thing of the past? The voice with shock and emotion resounded in different places of the dark world. Lin Daoyuan. He is a living legend, a living legend. His name is destined to be spread through the ages and shake the world. Everyone realized that from today on, the pattern of the dark world had been rewritten by Lin Sun alone. From today on, the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect was removed from the world, in the dark place. After Qing and other old men of Bronze Sparrow Tower heard the news, they couldn't help falling into shock for a long time. In the Battle of Bloody Sky Mountain, Yu Kuan-zi and others were killed, and Emperor Kushing was killed. This was already a rare achievement in the world. But now, even the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect was destroyed and removed, which was completely beyond the cognition of Qing and others. After a long time, Qing calmed down a little and immediately issued an order. At this time, it's time for our Bronze Sparrow Tower to take some action. Everyone, please go to various places and gather the old subordinates of Bronze Sparrow Tower to take back the territory that originally belonged to us. The Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect was destroyed. The territory and forces under its control were still there, but they were destined to be in a state of disunity, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, when would they take action? On this day, the forces of Bronze Sparrow Tower hidden in all parts of the Dark World were mobilized, like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time, began to erupt. The impact of the destruction of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect was far more than that. It didn't take long for the world to find that the territories and forces controlled by the Hidden Land Realm in the Dark World were all evacuated and disappeared. At the same time, the gate of the Hidden Land Realm was completely closed and isolated from the world. Such a scene drew the attention of the world and caused a mighty uproar. Does this mean that the Hidden Land Realm also realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to hide in order to protect themselves? Many people made such a speculation. This is inevitable. After the destruction of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, the Dao Yuan Emperor's next target will undoubtedly be the Hidden Land Realm. And you have to know that on the Blood Vault Mountain, the Bitter Life Emperor and the other 9 Emperor Realm existences were destroyed. Not long ago, the 3 Emperor Realm ancestors, Daxu, Ku Ming, and Du Chen, were also killed. Think about it, the Hidden Land Realm has already lost 4 Emperor Realm ancestors and many Emperor Realm existences. In addition to the shock caused by the destruction of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, how would they have the courage to fight against the Dao Yuan Emperor? Hiding in a corner is undoubtedly the wisest thing to do. The discussion about the Hidden Land Realm was like a storm, sweeping through the Dark World. Some people looked down on the Hidden Land Realm, thinking that the Hidden Land Realm used to be so strong, and the entire sect was unafraid of death. But now, they were afraid without a fight. Some people sighed, thinking that with the destruction of the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect and the retreat of the Hidden Land Realm, the Dao Yuan Emperor would probably be the ruler of the Dark World from now on. Some people saw further and believed that when Shi Tiandi returned from the Kunlun ruins, the achievements that the Dao Yuan Emperor had made today would be blown away by the wind and rain, and he would undoubtedly die. While the outside world was discussing, Lin Sun had already counted the wealth that the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect had accumulated over the countless years. In short, when faced with the wealth accumulated by such an ancient orthodoxy, Lin Sun was slightly dazed. There was too much. Countless divine materials, elixirs, ancient books, and treasures piled together could form a towering treasure mountain. Just the Taoist crystals alone could be counted in tens of billions, and the other various treasures could be innumerable, their value immeasurable. This God-illuminating ancient sect is so rich. De Huang sighed. It lay among all the treasures, its eyes drifting away. But in the next moment, it suddenly stood up, rubbed its palms, and said, "Let's go to the Hidden Land Realm. The treasures that those old monks have accumulated can only be more than the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect." It seemed very fanatical and full of energy. Lin Sun said impatiently, after learning that the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect was destroyed, how could the Hidden Land Realm not be prepared? Even if we want to kill our way there is no need to rush. He was sizing up and reading the ancient books passed down by the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect. These books were recorded in jade slips, and they were piled up like a small mountain, dazzling and all-encompassing. In Lin Sun's opinion, the Taoist scriptures that such an ancient orthodoxy had accumulated over countless years were more valuable than the other treasures. "Lin Sun, look at this," she suddenly said from not far away. She was holding an inconspicuous gray stone in her hand. Anything that could catch Shi's eye was naturally not ordinary. Lin Sun walked forward and was about to take it in his hand, but she tossed it to Lin Sun with her finger, as if she was afraid that Lin Sun would touch her finger again. Lin Sun was stunned, then he picked up the stone and sized it up carefully. The black stone was extremely heavy, as if it was carrying a mountain. An ordinary person would not be able to bear its weight. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been polished countless times by extremely sharp objects over countless years. It was slightly dented. On the back, there were 4 ancient words carved sharp in the heart like a blade. Welcome, everyone, to follow Goldfish. Just 200 more followers, and Goldfish will update. Sharp in the heart like a blade. Every single word was sharp like a sword, and it was filled with extreme conceit. It wasn't ostentatious, but it was conceited to the extreme. When he looked at it carefully, Lin Sun's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and he actually felt pain from the words. However, when he sensed it with his mind, these words were like stars hidden deep in the abyss, like pearls sealed in a box, and they revealed a strand of an unfathomable and untouchable ethereal and profound feeling. Lin Sun couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. It was merely 4 words, but what he saw and felt in his heart was completely different. In his days, he seemed to have seen a peerless sword emperor that was full of pride, fierce, and conceited. However, his state of mind was leisurely like the clouds, and it was ethereal and unfettered. It carried an unrestrained and broad-minded feeling. "This is a whetstone," said she from the side. "Just by looking at the words on it, we can tell that the owner of this item definitely had unparalleled attainments in the sword Tao. Moreover, his mental state was carefree and unrestrained like the wind. He was in existence like a sword immortal." She's voice carried a trace of admiration. Lin Sun deeply agreed. Sharpen the heart meant to sharpen one's state of mind like sharpening one's sword. A sword whetstone that had been left behind for countless years still possessed such an unparalleled charm, and it was obvious how extraordinary its owner was. But in the end, it was a whetstone in the end. Besides being made of extremely special materials and extremely rare, there was nothing special about it. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun put it away in the end. Sharpen the heart. These words resonated with him, and it was like meeting a bosom friend after being separated by countless years. He was overjoyed. After that, she picked some more treasures and put them away, and he didn't spare another glance at this magnificent wealth. Even though there were many treasures, they were still acceptable. Lin Sun carefully selected for a long time, and he put away some divine materials, medicinal pills, and ancient books that were beneficial to his cultivation. After that, he collected some emperor-rank treasures for Wu Kei, Yi, and the others as food. Little Five and Goldie were choosing their own treasures as well, and they'd obtained a great deal of benefits. After all, this was the wealth that the Divine Illumination ancient sect had accumulated over countless years. Even martial emperors would go crazy over it, let alone ordinary cultivators. In the end, Lin Sun put away all the wealth and planned to give it to Qingying so that she could give it to the successor of Bronze Sparrow Tower. After staying in the Divine Miracle ancient sect for another day, Lin Sun made a decision. He would leave Big Yellow here to deal with the aftermath while he and she would head to the Hidden Land realm to investigate the situation. There were many disciples who had been suppressed in the Divine Sunshine ancient sect. Lin Sun and the others couldn't be bothered to kill them, so they planned to leave them to the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Apart from this, there were many other matters that required Copper Sparrow Tower's help to take care of. After all, when a colossus like the Divine Illumination ancient sect had fallen, the forces, treasures, territories, all sorts of things that were left behind were innumerable and extremely complicated. Lin Sun was not in the mood to deal with these things. The reason why he had Big Yellow stay behind was so that it could contact the experts of Copper Sparrow Pagoda and arrange for people to devour and digest the inheritance left behind by the Divine Illumination ancient sect. 2 days later. Brahma Cloud Domain. A long time ago, the Brahma Cloud Domain was the territory controlled by the Hidden Land realm. It was like a country of Buddhism, with shaved heads and black monk robes everywhere. However, in recent days, as the news of the destruction of the Divine Miracle ancient sect spread, the Brahma Cloud Domain also fell into a great shock. Countless Buddhist cultivators under the command of the Hidden Land realm fled in panic, causing the vast territory to become desolate and desolate. It seems that the Hidden Land realm has indeed sensed the danger and has retreated, just as the outside world said. Lin Sun and she appeared in the Brahma Cloud Domain. Along the way, they saw some small fries who were hiding, but they didn't even meet a single disciple of the Hidden Land realm who was worth looking at. With our strength, if we kill our way into the hidden land realm, as long as there are no unpredictable dangers, it shouldn't be a problem to overturn this force, she said casually. Lin Sun counted on her fingers. Counting on his fingers, there were 4 Imperial Ancestor Realm cultivators who had fallen in the Hidden Land Realm, and 8 other Imperial Emperors had been killed. According to the information she and Lin Sun had, there should be only 1 Emperor Ancestor left in the Hidden Land Realm. As for the headmaster of the Hidden Land Realm, Void Wind Buddhist Emperor, just like Yukuan-Zi of the Divine Miracle Ancient Sect, was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he said calmly, "Let's find out the situation first. This hatred must be settled." He wouldn't forget that as early as in the ancient Desolation Realm, he was regarded as a heretic by the Hidden Land Realm and was frequently targeted and suppressed. The hatred between them had long been irreconcilable, and it was time to settle it. Star Saint Mountain. The entrance to the Hidden Land Realm was also regarded as the sacred mountain of the Hidden Land Realm. In the past years, it was the supreme pure land that countless devout believers worshipped. 10 minutes later, Lin Sun and she appeared in front of Star Saint Mountain. Looking up, they saw that the mountain was like a blooming lotus, propping up the sky. It was majestic and magnificent. Under the investigation of Lin Sun and she's divine senses, they saw that the mountain was covered with countless restrictive powers, like layers of murderous tribulations, revealing a heart-palpitating aura. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. The entrance to the Hidden Land Realm has been completely sealed from the inside. It won't be easy to sneak in. Ordinary Emperor ancestors might not even be able to break in. At the end of his words, he smiled. Of course, for me, it will just take some time to break the restrictive formations. She glanced at him. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Lin Sun touched his nose and smiled bitterly. I have nothing to do, so I was just chatting. As he spoke, he went straight forward and stood in the air, looking up and down at Star Saint Mountain, which was covered with countless restrictive powers. After a long time, he waved his robe sleeve. Boom, the sky was filled with Taoist light, turning into lines of strange and obscure Taoist patterns. They suddenly rushed to different positions on Star Saint Mountain. The entire mountain suddenly started trembling violently while divine radiance roiled, and a myriad of fluctuations of restrictions surged into appearance. Flames of light shot into the heavens and the earth, and the might it emanated was boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun's black eyes shone brightly as he scanned the mountain. At the same time, he made hand seals and condensed all kinds of magical Taoist patterns into Star Saint Mountain. Rumble Star Saint Mountain shook more and more violently, causing the mountains and rivers within thousands of miles to tremble. In Xi's vision, the restrictive powers covering Star Saint Mountain were like layers of shackles that were being broken by Lin Sun one by one. In this regard, she had to admit that in terms of attainment in Taoist patterns, Lin Sun could be said to be unparalleled in the world. Time passed bit by bit. After half an hour, Lin Sun's hands flew up and suddenly pressed down. Boom, the whole Star Saint Mountain seemed to be pressed down by the hand of a god. The layers of restrictive powers covering it immediately collapsed layer by layer, splashing countless light torrents. Even the most gorgeous fireworks in the world were not as spectacular as this scene. Lin Sun squinted for a while and said, "The restrictive formations covering this mountain are not too powerful. The trouble is that there are too many restrictive formations. It is a bit troublesome to break them layer by layer. Let's go." He led the way. The true appearance of Star Saint Mountain had been completely exposed. An ancient altar was being repaired halfway up the mountain. A black Buddha statue stood on the altar. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and there was a big lotus under its feet. Its appearance was blank without any facial features. It was like a faceless Buddha. The only difference was that there was a split eye between his eyebrows. It had an eye, but no pupil. It was extremely strange, and a single glance at it would cause one's hair to stand on end. Lin Sun was stunned. According to the information he knew, this statue standing on the altar of Star Saint Mountain was the founder of the Hidden Land Realm, Xianxia Emperor. However, what Lin Sun saw conflicted with his knowledge. Because he clearly remembered that in the vast territory controlled by Xianxia Emperor, there was a Xianxia temple in every city, in which a statue of a divine beast was enshrined. It was said that the divine beast was the original appearance of Xianxia Emperor, the founder of the Hidden Land Realm. During the period when he first entered the Dark World, Lin Sun also entered a Xitigarbha temple and saw the appearance of Xitigarbha Emperor. It was a tall Buddhist shrine with a height of 300 meters. On both sides of the Buddhist shrine, there were stone statues of lions, tigers, elephants, unicorns, xiezhi, shuelwan, and other beasts. There were as many as 3,000 statues in total. Each stone statue was lifelike, exuding different power and charm, as if it could wake up from silence at any time. In the Buddhist shrine, there was a statue of a deity. It was also in the shape of a beast, but its appearance was extremely strange. Its head was like a lion and tiger, its mouth was like a crocodile, its eyes were like a snake, its ears were like a cow and a horse, its scales were like a fish and snake, its feet were like a phoenix, its horns were like a cow and deer, its beard was like a dragon, and its tail was like a dog. It could be called the nine odd beasts. It sat on the Buddhist shrine with its eyes closed. Its body was like a towering mountain, and its whole body was shrouded in hazy, misty darkness. It was like a god from the darkness, exuding a majestic aura that overlooked the heavens. It was truly too strange and horrifying. No matter who saw it, their minds would be shaken. Even Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart when he first saw this beast-shaped deity statue. He had never expected that this would be the appearance of the founder of the Hidden Land realm. Now, the deity statue standing on the altar on Star Holy Mountain had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had a single eye on its forehead and was faceless. It was also extremely strange and horrifying. One was a beast-shaped deity statue, and the other was a faceless, one-eyed Buddha statue. Between these two images, which was the original appearance of Xitigarbha Emperor, Lin Sun was lost in thought for a moment. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I suddenly remembered something from the past." As Lin Sun spoke, he told she some of what he saw when he entered the Xitigarbha temple. After listening, she thought for a moment and said, "It is normal for a character like Xitigarbha Emperor to have thousands of incarnations." "Then do you know why every Xitigarbha temple in the territory controlled by the Hidden Land realm enshrines the 9 odd beast-shaped deity statues?" Lin Sun asked softly, his dark eyes deep. Without waiting for she to ask, Lin Sun answered, "To plunder the power of will of the Great Path." She's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had also noticed the seriousness of the problem. In the Dark World, the Hidden Land realm had been here for countless years. There were countless cities in the territory it controlled, and in each city, there was a Xitigarbha temple. If it was to collect the power of the Great Path, after countless years of accumulation, how much power of the Great Path had been accumulated in the Hidden Land realm? What was the purpose of collecting so much power of the Great Path? The power of the Great Path is divided into 2 types. One is to make a great wish on one's own path, to verify the great path of the heavens, to open up a new path, or to create an unprecedented method. Such power of the great path cannot be plundered by others. She said slowly, "The power of the great path is the power of the great path." With the faith of all living beings, one can continuously receive the blessing of the power of all living beings. On the path of the great path, one can wield infinite power and even create a golden body of merit, immortal and eternal. In my opinion, the power of the great path collected by the Hidden Land realm is probably to create a golden body of merit for a powerful person. When one has a golden body of merit, he is like a god that all living beings believe in. As long as all living beings continue to exist, the person they believe in will be immortal and eternal. After hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but be surprised. This was the first time he had heard about a golden body of merit and a god of faith. It sounds like a mysterious cultivation method, but in the eyes of a real emperor ancestor, this path of becoming a god with the power of the great path is a crooked one. She explained. Since ancient times, there had only been 2 ways for an emperor ancestor to break through one's own realm and seek higher cultivation. One was to go to the Nirvana world and seek a new power of the great path. The other was to collect the power of the great path and use the power of faith to seek a transformation of one's own cultivation, so that one could cross the threshold of the emperor ancestor realm. But the second method had a huge drawback. If one used the power of the great path to break through, they would be restrained by all living beings. This also meant that even if one's own cultivation broke through to the emperor ancestor realm and underwent a new transformation, becoming a god in the hearts of all living beings, controlling incredible power, immortal and eternal. But at the same time, the path of the Tao would stop here. All living beings would continue to exist, but the path of the Tao would never be able to break through. At this point, Xi's voice turned cold. The reason this Tao path is evil is because anyone who borrows the wishes of all living beings to break through will usually use their own will to replace the will of all living beings. They use their own likes and dislikes to replace the likes and dislikes of all living beings. The life and death of all living beings are decided by a single thought. Isn't this no different from enslaving all living beings? Lin Sun was shocked. She said, the most terrifying thing is that going against a person who possesses the golden body of virtue is equivalent to going against all living beings. You will be condemned by all and spat on by all. Even if you die, you will leave behind an eternal infamy in the annals of history and be ridiculed for generations to come. And if you kill such a god, it's the same as killing the heart of all beings. That's why I said that this is an evil path. After hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. He felt a chill in his heart. He had indeed never heard of such a path of cultivation before. If the Hidden Land realm collected the wishes of all living beings in order to become a god through faith, it could be imagined that once such a god really appeared, it would be simply chilling. However, you don't have to worry too much. This evil path is not so easy to walk. If there is a slight mistake, the power of all living beings will backfire and lead to the disaster of death, she said. At least as far as I know, there are tens of thousands of Daos in the world, and each has its own way of cultivation. Only this evil path will be destroyed once it appears. After all living beings in the world, including countless cultivators, do not want their will and preferences to be controlled by others. They want to be enslaved and have no control over their own life and death. Lin Sun nodded. He vaguely understood why the Hidden Land realm dared to collect the wishes of all living beings so blatantly. First, it was because this was the dark world where order did not exist. Second, it was because the existence of the wishes of all living beings had many magical uses. Most of the cultivators in the world even used the wishes of all living beings when they were in the Saint realm. For example, the Great Way Lawless Bell once accumulated an astonishing amount of the wishes of all living beings. The seal of all living beings, controlled by Lin Sun's yellow Taoist body, was also a kind of control of the wishes of all living beings. Under such circumstances, probably no one in the world would believe that the Hidden Land realm dared to set foot on this evil path, risking universal condemnation. If the Hidden Land realm is not eliminated, it will be a disaster in the end. Lin Sun's voice was calm. Since a long time ago, he had an instinctive resistance and rejection to the Hidden Land realm. Until now, his hatred and hostility had grown. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and pressed. An entrance emerged at the feet of the faceless Buddha statue on the altar. A rain of light poured down. If one wanted to enter, it was like entering from the feet of the faceless Buddha statue. It was like crawling and worshipping. She snorted coldly and waved his hand. Dazzling Taoist light swept out. Amidst the rumbling, the faceless Buddha statue that had stood there for an unknown number of years instantly turned into powder and vanished into thin air. She and Lin Sun then entered the entrance. At the end of the entrance was the Hidden Land realm. It was a secret realm that was like a pure land of Buddha. Auspicious clouds floated in the sky, and between the mountains and rivers, holy black Buddha light flowed. Ancient and solemn temples and buildings could be seen everywhere. Bursts of Sanskrit were ethereal in the void, and there seemed to be wisps of mysterious Zen rhymes flowing in the air. As soon as Lin Sun and she appeared, they were besieged from all directions. Kill! Release these two heretics! The roar was like a thunderclap, full of majesty. Figures rushed over like a tide. Every one of them was wearing a black monk robe. Their eyes were indifferent, and their bodies were surrounded by black Buddha light. They either held alms bowls, monk staffs, rulers, or horsetail whisks. Some took out green lamps, Buddhist seals, sutras, wooden fish, or performed secret techniques of Buddhism. They were like angry Vajras or Buddhas who could destroy the world. Hundreds and thousands of them attacked at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. All of a sudden, the world fell into chaos. Treasure light flowed, and thousands of Buddhas appeared. But how could such a scene be a threat to Lin Sun and she? There was no need for she to make a move. Lin Sun's tall figure suddenly stretched out. Countless dazzling Taishan sword chi swept in all directions like a storm. Boom, 8 million sword chi swept across the 9 levels of heaven. In an instant, the land in all directions seemed to have been crushed. Countless descendants of the hidden land realm were instantly crushed by the brilliant sword chi. A thick rain of blood poured down, drowning the area. She was surrounded by the rain of light, looking ethereal and holy in this bloody world. The hidden land realm is really cruel to send these people below the emperor realm to die. Lin Sun looked into the distance and said, the people of the hidden land realm are said to be fearless of death. Maybe, this is their tradition. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another earth-shattering battle cry in the distance. Countless monks dressed in black monk robes with indifferent and resolute expressions came whistling over from afar like rolling black clouds. They were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. That bloody scene of slaughter from before was extraordinarily terrifying. If it was any other ordinary cultivator, then that cultivator would probably not dare to come here at all after finding out about the danger. But the descendants of the hidden land realm turned a blind eye to it. They came in groups as if they did not care about life and death. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that they have long been aware of our arrival. But they are so stupid to do this. Aren't they worried that we will kill all their descendants? Look, she said. As she spoke, he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. Then, he plucked strands of obscure wish energy from the dense blood mist that permeated the surroundings. Lin Sun understood in an instant. It's not that they are not afraid of death. It's that their will and mind have long been enslaved by the power of will. That's right. There is no lack of people who are not afraid of death in this world. However, it is impossible for everyone in a sect to not be afraid of death, she said. After the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's descendants that you killed died, the wish power attached to them fused with this secret realm world and was absorbed and refined. This also means that the more Xitigarbha's descendants we kill, the more wish power this world will absorb. Lin Sun could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Did the hidden land realm deliberately send these descendants to their deaths? Kill. As Lin Sun spoke, the countless black-robed monks had already swarmed over. No one was afraid of death. Let's go to the hidden land realm's lair and kill the hollow-wind Buddhist emperor. Lin Sun did not care about these minor characters at all. He immediately made up his mind and moved through the void with Shi. With their strength, they were unstoppable along the way. They charged out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a towering sacred mountain stood. It seemed to be bathed in the darkness of the eternal night, emitting a surging black Buddhist light. At the peak of the sacred mountain, there was an altar-like altar. Looking down from the sky, the altar looked like a closed eye. The bronze lamps were like ribbons, circling the peak of the mountain. The Buddhist lamps burned, scattering bursts of light. At this moment, a group of figures stood on the altar. Regardless of their age, they all gave off the terrifying aura of the martial emperor realm. The leader was a tall, skinny man with a cold appearance. He held a string of black prayer beads in his hand, and his eyes were filled with a frightening indifference. Hollow-Wind Buddhist Emperor, the Hidden Land Realm's sect master, was also a dominating figure in the Dark World. The figures behind him were the martial emperor elders of the Hidden Land Realm. When Hollow-Wind Buddhist Emperor saw Lin Sun and Shi approaching from afar, he did not panic. The martial emperors beside him were the same. Everyone's expression and aura were extremely indifferent. If I don't go to hell, who will? At this moment of life and death, if we can kill this heretic, Lin Daoyuan, it will be a great merit, Hollow-Wind Buddhist Emperor said. Void Wind Buddha the Arch spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. The black Buddha light was like the curtain of the eternal night, covering the sky. At the peak of the sacred mountain, Void Wind Buddha Emperor and his people stood solemnly and calmly. There was no panic, no noise, not even a trace of emotion. In the distance, Lin Sun and Shi stopped. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other and couldn't help but be shocked. Such an atmosphere was indeed very strange. It was as if they were waiting to meet their deaths. Just you? If I remember correctly, there should be an old thing in the Emperor Ancestor realm who is still alive, right? Lin Sun's voice was indifferent, but it resounded through the sky. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked calm and disdainful. It doesn't matter anymore. Void Wind Buddha Emperor looked at Lin Sun. Lin Daoyuan, aren't you curious why you were regarded as a heretic by the Hidden Land realm a long time ago? Lin Sun's eyes flashed. Is it because of the Dharma scripture created by Holy Monk Duji and the Black Phoenix Divine Empress? Void Wind Buddha Emperor shook his head. Martial Uncle Duji is brilliant. He spent his entire life and finally created an unprecedented scripture. Although he betrayed the Hidden Land realm, it has nothing to do with you being regarded as a heretic. Then why? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Void Wind Buddha the Arch laughed. Even though it was a smile, it was filled with indifference. Because you are the greatest calamity in this world. No matter where you go on your path of Tao, you will cause a huge disaster. If I don't get rid of you, the starry sky ancient path will lead to unimaginable destruction in the future because of you. Lin Sun sneered. How do you know? A strange glow surged within the Void Wind Buddha Emperor's eyes. No matter if it's the omnidirectional Tao battles of the primeval times or the Tao battles of the emperors of the primeval times, they're all related to you. Besides that, you should be aware of the reason why the forbidden energy of order that covers the starry sky appeared, right? Lin Sun frowned and sneered. I have only cultivated for a little over 100 years. Don't you think it's shameless to blame everything that happened in the Antiquity Age and the Primitive Age on me? Void Wind Buddha Emperor said expressionlessly, you're not the only one who has awakened the devouring abyss talent. However, you're the only one who has inherited the heaven-accessing secret land left by the master of Tongtian. This is the root of the disaster. Although your mother, Luo Qingxuan, and your uncle, Luo Qinghe, are both descendants of the sky-reaching lord and have awakened the devouring abyss talent, they have not been recognized by the heaven-accessing secret area. If it wasn't for that, do you think an immortal clan like the Luo clan would spend countless years sealing this starry sky ancient path? Void Wind Buddha Emperor said as he stared at Lin Sun, whether you admit it or not, it's because of your existence that the starry sky is facing all kinds of disasters. Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent, and his state of mind was not disturbed at all. He said, everyone says that the Buddhists are all eloquent and unparalleled in debating. Today, I finally see it. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Void Wind Buddha the Arch actually blamed all the calamities that had happened since ancient times on Jiangyi. This was completely insane and slandering Jiangyi. I'm just stating a fact. Void Wind Buddha the Arch was still very calm. Whether it's the 9th elder of the Luo clan called Nameless Supreme Emperor or the 6th elder of the Luo clan called Heavenly Emperor, sure, they're all here to capture you, a disaster. Lin Sun felt that this old bald donkey was too good at talking nonsense. He could forcefully put all kinds of messy karma on him. It was simply ridiculous. Why don't you say that the Nirvana Luo clan is the biggest disaster that has caused so many disasters in the starry sky? Lin Sun said coldly. His heart was already boiling with killing intent. The reason the Hidden Land realm regarded him as a heretic was so ridiculous and strange. Anyone who knew would probably be angry. Void Wind Buddha Thearch's attitude was solemn. If it weren't for you, the people of the Nirvana Luo clan would not have come to the starry sky at all. Alright, I finally understand. You're probably used to being dogs of the Nirvana Luo clan all these years. Your words are all about protecting your master. It's understandable. Lin Sun could not be bothered to listen anymore. Xi's voice was cold from the side. This old thing is buying time. Let's finish this quickly. Kill them first, then find the Nirvana Emperor ancestor. The Nirvana Emperor ancestor was the only emperor ancestor left in the Hidden Land realm, but he had not appeared next to Void Wind Buddha the Arch. This was very unusual. Alright. Lin Sun nodded. Heretic, are you going to? Void Wind Buddha the Arch opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Swish, she had already made his move. A light of order appeared in his palm and turned into a battle spear. He raised his hand and waved it. A blinding sharpness tore through the sky and slashed forward. Do it. Void Wind Buddha Thearch's pupils shrank. He took out a string of black prayer beads in his hand. With a buzz, it attracted the Forbidden Order power that filled the sky. Obviously, this black prayer bead was the same as the guiding ruler in the hands of Emperor Yu Zhong of the Divine Reflection sect. It could borrow the Forbidden Order power that covered the starry sky. Unfortunately, even Emperor Yu Zhong wasn't Xi's match when he borrowed this power. let alone void-wind Buddha the Arch, who was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. In an instant, the sound of an explosion reverberated in the sky. As the Reign of Order light collided, void-wind Buddha Thearka's body was sent flying. Blood flowed from his orifices. The divine mountain that towered into the sky was slashed in half and collapsed with a rumble. This was still because it was protected by the energy of restrictions, otherwise, the mountain would have definitely been leveled to the ground. Stop them! As soon as he steadied himself, void-wind Buddha the Arch turned and teleported into the distance. As expected, there is a trap. I will go and kill this person. You deal with these people. Xi's eyes were cold. He lifted his battle spear and rushed forward. Boom, the group of emperors rushed out, disregarding their lives. They tried to stop Xi in a frenzy. They either took out their emperor weapons or used their ultimate techniques. There were 16 of them. Their cultivations ranged from the 3rd to the 8th level of the emperor realm. When they attacked together, their power was terrifying. This was destined to be futile. Xi waved his battle spear. Pft, pft, pft. The 3 emperors blocking Xi's way were like pieces of paper. They were killed on the spot. Their bodies and spiritual souls were crushed into powder. He defeated his enemies with one strike and left unfettered. But this didn't deter the other emperors from the Hidden Land realm. They really didn't fear death and continued to chase. But how could Lin Sun let them do as they wished? Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled. Billions of rays of light flowed and whistled out, crushing the void. Its power was immeasurable. In an instant, one of the emperors was crushed into a pool of blood. He died in the void. Kill! Lin Sun's clothes fluttered in the wind. His power was overwhelming. The abyssal Dao sword shot out with a clang. It created a shocking rainbow in the void and slashed forward. Alone, he attacked the group of emperors. The emperors from the Hidden Land realm didn't feel the slightest fear. It was as if they didn't have any emotions. They activated their treasures and attacked Lin Sun fearlessly. Boom, the world was in complete chaos. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and everything was destroyed. Lin Sun rushed across the field alone with great momentum. Every time the abyssal sword cauldron roared, it would crush a wave of attacks. It was unbreakable, indestructible, and invulnerable to all kinds of magic. As the abyssal Dao sword attacked, there were emperors dying from time to time. The bright red rain of blood was like a steaming torrent, drowning the collapsing world. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the emperors in the field were killed on the spot. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be terrified and tremble. After all, those were Emperor Realm figures one after another. But now, Lin Sun had killed them all by himself. Lin Sun was already used to this. Over the years, the number of emperors who had died in his hands was too many to count. He was untouched and unharmed. He didn't even look at the bloody mess on the battlefield. His figure turned into a dazzling stream of light and moved across the void. Void-wind Buddha Emperor's sudden retreat not only made Xi feel that something was wrong, but it also made Lin Sun's heart tremble. He didn't dare to hesitate. Not long after, a black Buddha shrine appeared in Lin Sun's divine sense. This black Buddha shrine was extremely tall. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the depths of the clouds. It was completely black, and it was unknown what kind of divine material it was made of. The surroundings of the Buddha shrine were surging with the power of will of all living beings. It was like a vast ocean that flowed into the Buddha shrine. The Buddha shrine enshrined a statue that was thousands of feet tall. It sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with 3 heads and 6 arms. It didn't have a face, but there was a closed eye in the middle of its forehead. The statue was shrouded in misty darkness. It was like a god from the darkness, exuding a mighty aura that overlooked the heavens. The power of will of all living beings that flowed in like an ocean was absorbed by this faceless Buddha statue. This scene was extremely strange. However, Lin Sun only took a glance before shifting his gaze. He was in awe. Not far from the Black Buddha shrine, she was fighting an incomparably huge ferocious beast. The battle was extremely intense, and it threw the mountains and rivers into chaos. Upon closer inspection, the ferocious beast had the head of a lion or tiger, the mouth of a crocodile, the eyes of a python, the ears of a cow or horse, the scales of a fish or snake, the feet of a phoenix, the horns of a cow or deer, the beard of a dragon, and the tail of a dog. This was the 9 odd beasts that Lin Sun had seen before, the ones that were enshrined in every Xianxia temple. However, this was not a god statue but a living 9 odd beasts. Its figure was extremely enormous, and the roar it emanated was like the thunderclap of the grand Tao that rumbled through the 9 heavens. Its body emanated a black Buddhist glow that seemed like the order of the grand Tao, and it shot violently towards the surroundings. It seemed as if it intended to overturn the sky and trample it beneath its feet. Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked by its might. With Shi's battle prowess, he could easily kill an emperor ancestor. Now that he controlled the power of order, his battle prowess was already different from before. Even so, the 9 odd ferocious beasts managed to block all of Shi's attacks. Lin Daoyuan, you're too late. Suddenly, the Void Wind Buddha Emperor's voice resounded. He stood before the towering black Buddha shrine with an indifferent gaze. Do you see that? That's the divine beast, hidden hibernation, condensed from the power of will of all living beings. My hidden land realm's supreme elder, Emperor Ancestor Nirvana, sacrificed his life and cultivation to awaken hidden hibernation. However, as long as I can eliminate you 2 heretics today, all the sacrifices were worth it. Hidden hibernation. The 9 unearthly divine beasts were formed from the wishes of all living beings. They were only awakened after sacrificing the life and cultivation of an emperor ancestor. Lin Sun couldn't help but shiver at such an unfathomable method. The Nirvana Emperor ancestor seems to have perished, but his spirit has already merged with the hidden hibernation divine beast. Isn't this a rebirth? This is what he's been seeking to break through to the Emperor Ancestor realm. Void Wind Buddha Emperor murmured in the distance, a rare hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Lin Sun, hurry up and destroy that black Buddha shrine. Otherwise, even if I kill this beast, its power will be absorbed by the Xianxia Emperor statue. It's very likely that he'll be able to form a golden body of merit and come back to life from the eternal nirvana. Shi's voice shook Lin Sun. So the faceless Buddha statue really was the image of the founder of the Hidden Land realm. The Hidden Land realm had been collecting the wishes of all living beings for countless years to help the Xianxia Emperor form a golden body of merit and become a god in the nirvana. Lin Sun moved across the void almost immediately and flew toward the black Buddha shrine in the distance. Suppress. Void Wind Buddha Emperor raised his hand, and the black prayer beads rose into the air, drawing on the forbidden power of order to attack Lin Sun. In front of Lin Sun, the abyssal sword cauldron glowed and emitted a magnificent orderly aura that clashed with the opponent. Rumbled the prayer beads and the sword cauldron collided like 2 kinds of order power fighting, producing a destructive torrent of power. You also control the power of order? Void Wind Buddha Thearka's eyes narrowed as if he was surprised. His cold and indifferent expression turned serious. Previously, he thought that Shi's existence had played a crucial role in Lin Sun being able to destroy the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Otherwise, it would have been wishful thinking for a 4th-level Emperor Juing to destroy the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. But now, Void Wind Buddha Emperor suddenly realized that he had overestimated Shi and underestimated Lin Sun's combat power. Kill. Without hesitation, Void Wind Buddha Emperor attacked Lin Sun with all his might. Boom, phantoms of Buddhas floated around him. Some were sitting in the 9 heavens, some were smiling while holding flowers, some were glaring angrily, and some had their backs to all living beings. Void Wind Buddha Thearka's aura also rose to the extreme. He was like the ruler of a pure land of Buddha, controlling the supreme Buddha Dharma and guiding the forbidden order. It was extremely terrifying. Crossing adversity is the guide, and those who refuse to come to their senses will be doomed. He chanted, and the forbidden power of order in the sky turned into divine chains, wrapping around the string of black Buddhas and shrouding them. Everywhere they passed, the void space collapsed and exploded. That kind of power was boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun collided head-on with the sword cauldron. The Taoist sword roared furiously, and the sword chi swept out with boundless brilliance. Faintly, there seemed to be a phoenix cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth. This was the power of the orderly phoenix flame, and it was being released to the extreme at this moment. Boom, the 2 fought fiercely, and in an instant they had clashed hundreds of times. The sky darkened, the sun and the moon lost their light, and there was a terrifying scene of collapse and destruction everywhere. This made Void Wind Buddha Emperor's expression become more and more solemn. He never thought that even after controlling the forbidden power of order and exhausting all his cultivation to kill, he still couldn't do anything to Lin Sun, a fourth-level emperor realm Juing emperor. At the same time, Lin Sun couldn't help but frown. If it wasn't for the forbidden power of order, a character like Void Wind Buddha Emperor wouldn't be able to stop his killing. Open! Lin Sun shouted, and his cultivation ran to the extreme. His body was boiling like an abyss, and there was a terrifying momentum that could swallow the heavens and earth. He controlled the abyssal Taoist sword and performed no return to the extreme. Void Wind Buddha Emperor's pupils shrank. He sensed the terror of the sword and was about to resist with all his strength. A vast expanse of white light and shadow was suddenly released in front of Lin Sun, making the whole world still for a moment. Puff, there was a muffled groan. Void Wind Buddha Emperor raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were in a trance, and he said bitterly, "The legendary second stage of the Devouring Abyss talent really exists." Before he finished speaking, a line of blood spread from the top of his head along the bridge of his nose, lips, chin, throat, and chest. Then, his body split into two halves and split in the void. Before the fresh blood could pour out, it turned into ashes inch by inch and drifted away. Bang! The string of black Buddha beads fell to the ground, stirring up smoke and dust. They cracked and scattered on the ground, losing all their light and spirituality. Lin Sun took a deep breath and rushed straight to the black Buddha shrine in the distance without looking. Roar! The hidden hibernation beast, who was fighting fiercely with Shi, let out a deafening roar. It was as if it was greatly provoked and wanted to stop Lin Sun. How could she let it do as it wished? He attacked with all his strength. A spear of order splashed out an overwhelming rain of light, suppressing the hidden hibernation beast. For a moment, the hidden hibernation beast roared furiously, but it couldn't get away. Lin Sun had already arrived in front of the Black Buddha shrine. He glanced at the statue of Xianxia Emperor, took a deep breath, and activated the sword cauldron. Boom! The sword cauldron engulfed the sky with a monstrous divine brilliance. The abyssal Taoist sword hummed, accumulating unprecedented power. However, at this moment, a strange scene occurred. In the Black Buddha shrine, the tightly closed eye on the forehead of the faceless Buddha statue suddenly opened at this moment. It was like a blazing sun had suddenly appeared in the night sky, releasing boundless light that covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! In an instant, Lin Sun felt a stabbing pain in his soul. His figure swayed, as if he had fallen into a boundless world of darkness. In this boundless world, there was a faceless Buddha. Its figure was like a pillar supporting the sky, holding up a part of the sky. Even the starry sky could not cover it. It was too majestic and vast, like the Lord of the universe, guarding the heavens. It was immortal and indestructible, eternal and boundless. The eye on its forehead was like the sun, illuminating the heavens alone. Compared to it, everything in the world was as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Anyone who saw it would be completely awed and in awe. They could only kneel on the ground and worship devoutly. After the initial shock, Lin Sun's state of mind was as deep as an abyss. The light of the emperor dispelled all the shock and influence. His pupils shrank. Looking at the faceless Buddha sitting in the heavens, he said indifferently, "If my guess is right, this should be an illusory world formed by the will of all living beings. The soul can see it and the mind can feel it, but it's just an illusion after all. My young friend, your state of mind is always illuminated by the Emperor's light. It's really rare and precious." A voice rang out, like the sound of Sanskrit, which went straight to the heart. "If you convert to me, you will be able to prove eternity and enjoy infinite freedom in the future." Every word was full of peace and mercy. When Lin Sun heard it, his state of mind was in turmoil. For a moment, he was about to be subdued and submit completely. But it was only for a moment. As Lin Sun ran his cultivation, his state of mind was like a rock, suppressing all the waves, and all the thoughts in his body returned to calmness and calmness. For countless years, you have used this bewitching method to manipulate the will of all living beings for your own use, so that those disciples in the hidden land realm are firmly controlled and driven by you, right? Lin Sun showed a sneer. If it were an ordinary emperor, maybe their state of mind would be occupied by you and completely enslaved. But for me, it's not worth mentioning at all. His black eyes were clear, his figure was tall and straight, and his mind was clear and pure. He became calmer and calmer. After a short period of silence, countless figures suddenly surged out from this dark world. They were densely packed, and they spread out ceaselessly. 100,000. 1,000,000. 10,000,000. Among these figures, there were ordinary people of the secular world, men and women, old and young, rich and poor, nobles, generals and ministers, and all kinds of people. There were also cultivators whose cultivation ranged from the lower 5 realms to the king realm, the saint realm, the quasi-emperor realm, and the emperor realm. In the end, the heavens above and below were filled with figures. They filled the surrounding void, numbering in the tens of billions. As soon as these figures appeared, they knelt down, kowtowed devoutly, and chanted, "The land illuminated by Xianxia, the eternal kingdom of the emperor." The neat and uniform voice resounded through the whole world, shocking people. Do you see that? These are the living beings who have pledged their allegiance to me. Their will is my will, and their life and death is my life and death. You might have the power to kill me, but if I die, these living beings will perish with me. The voice sounded again, grand and ethereal. This means that you can slaughter billions of living beings in this world with a single thought. Lin Daoyuan. I'm afraid you can't bear such a bloody crime at all. Swish, countless living beings looked at Lin Sun in unison. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed suddenly. The living beings in front of him must be the owners of the will of all living beings, collected by the hidden land realm for countless years. Each of them was a living being in this world. There were hundreds of millions of them, which was unimaginably huge. Even if Lin Sun had fought for many years and slaughtered countless enemies, he was afraid that he could not compare to the living beings in front of him. Collect the will of all living beings to build the golden body of merit. In this way, you can replace the will of all living beings with your own will and enslave them. This method may let you come back to life from nirvana, or it may let you take a step beyond the emperor ancestor realm. Lin Sun sighed, and his eyes were calm. Unfortunately, it's just a crooked way after all. The grand voice sounded again, those who refuse to realize their mistakes are heretics, and all living beings in this world will not forgive you. As soon as the voice died away, the hundreds of millions of living beings in the whole world all stood up and rushed to Lin Sun without hesitation as if they were staring at their enemies. Boom, this world was in turmoil. Hundreds of millions of living beings went to battle together. That scene could make anyone desperate, as if they were the enemy of the whole world. I only know that you haven't really built the golden body of merit. Lin Sun said calmly and walked forward. His body was flowing with ethereal Taoist light, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He was calm and composed, looking at the overwhelming living beings as if they were nothing. Just like that, he walked toward the faceless Buddha that guarded the heavens. Along the way, the crowd was surging from all directions, like an endless dark ocean, trying to drown and devour a small duckweed like him walking against the current. The duckweed would rise and fall with the stormy waves and even be submerged. But Lin Sun was not a duckweed. He went straight ahead. People were surging in all directions. The power of all living beings was like a raging wave, but it couldn't even touch his clothes. After all, this was an illusory world created by the power of all living beings. And the Emperor Xianxia, who was in charge of the heavens in the distance, didn't really build the golden body of merit after all. It was destined that he couldn't come back to life from nirvana. Otherwise, why would he use such an illusory world to deal with Lin Sun? It was just a joke. In the void of the heavens, the towering Emperor Xianxia seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He let out a long sigh, stretched out an arm, and slapped Lin Sun. Boom, the arm was like a heavenly pillar in the void. When the big hand slapped down, the sun, the moon, and the stars all seemed insignificant. Looking from a distance, it was like the hand of God coming to the world. Lin Sun didn't stop. A bright saber light condensed in the void, and suddenly turned into a long 1,500 meters long, slashing out against the sky. My heart like a saber can cut the sun, the moon, the ghosts, and the gods. In a flash, the big hand was cut down by the saber light, turning into an illusory rain of light and dissipating. If you kill me, all living beings will die because of you. The loud voice roared, shaking the heavens and deafening the deaf. Lin Sun raised his head, and the sarcasm on his face became more and more intense. When the false is true, the true is false. If you don't come back to life, how can you fight with me? Buzz, with a move of his mind, he rushed up to the sky. This was an illusory world created by the will of all living beings, so he should fight against it with his own will. And the will of the great way that Lin Sun set up even triggered a strange and terrible catastrophe. Then, in this dark world, there was a sudden burst of light, and Lin Sun's figure had an incredible change in this light. When my Tao is proved, eternity is my crown, crowning my head. Immortality is my clothes, covering my body. Fortune is my boots, stepping on my feet. My heart is the heart of heaven. My Tao is the great way. The great wish that he had said in the past was like a brand integrated into his life. At this moment, it turned into a substantial power, appearing from Lin Sun. The world was bright, and the darkness seemed to be dispelled. Lin Sun's figure turned into the most dazzling light. He stood towering above the heavens, his figure mighty and imposing. The sun, moon, and stars surrounded him, tens of thousands of Daos descended, and a myriad of immortal divine radiance coiled around him. Everyone was shocked and stopped what they were doing. Extremely far away, the Xitigarbha imperial monarch that resided loftily in the heavens seemed as if he'd seen a ghost, and he cried out involuntarily. What sort of grand Tao wish energy is this? How? However, Lin Sun didn't pay any attention to him at all. He looked down at all the living beings and said, "We creatures don't kneel to the sky, nor do we kneel to the ground. We don't fear demons or deities. If our heads are cut off, we will die. If our knees are broken, we will never be able to stand up again." Every single word he spoke was like the sonorous tune of the grand Tao that resounded through the universe, and it caused the figures of all living beings to tremble. Especially those cultivators. Struggle and dazed expressions appeared in their eyes. Xitigarbha sensed that something was amiss and shouted, "I have protected all of you until now. My will is the will of the heavens. If you dare to betray me, you will be abandoned by the world and sink into oblivion for all eternity." His voice shook the heavens, causing the bodies of billions of living beings to tremble. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Most of them have converted to the Xitigarbha gate, but not willingly. As long as they resist it, the grand Tao wish energy of all living beings will collapse on its own. Then, how can you, Xitigarbha imperial monarch, control all living beings? Talk about the eternity, rebirth from nirvana?" As he spoke, Lin Sun stretched out his body and raised his hand. The light of the grand Tao shot through the heavens and enveloped all living beings. "I, Lin Dao Yuan, am here to give you a chance to make a decision. If you don't want to convert to the Xitigarbha gate, enter this bottle now." The grand Tao wish energy rumbled. It condensed into the shape of the infinity bottle and floated in the heavens. "Who dares?" Xitigarbha imperial monarch was completely enraged. However, the figures of countless cultivators flashed out from amidst the myriad of living beings, and they didn't hesitate to charge into the infinite bottle. With someone taking the lead, the others followed one after another. For a moment, the billions of living beings swarmed towards the infinity bottle like a great river. "I'll kill you all." The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva roared as he brandished his 3 heads and 6 arms, forming seals, punching out, and slapping out with his palms. "Lin Dao Yuan, you're the one who forced this. They're dying because of you." Lin Sun waved his hand. Boom, endless light surged and turned into the shape of a sword cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it chopped off the 6 arms of Xitigarbha imperial monarch. Following that, Xitigarbha imperial monarch's figure showed signs of collapsing. Lin Sun watched quietly. As she said, the grand Tao wish energy of all living beings was an evil path. Success or failure was shackled by this power. As the grand Tao wish energy of all living beings flowed into the infinity bottle, Xitigarbha imperial monarch was destined to die, let alone come back to life from nirvana. Lin Dao Yuan. Xitigarbha imperial monarch's towering figure that held up the heavens finally disappeared. On the verge of death, he let out a roar filled with hatred and unwillingness. Like a curse from ancient times, every word was filled with monstrous hatred. Lin Sun's heart remained calm from beginning to end. Boom, the dark world in front of him also collapsed and was annihilated. Lin Sun's vision changed. His mind and consciousness returned to his body, and he still saw the hidden land realm. However, the towering black Buddhist shrines began to crack and collapse at this moment. The faceless Buddha statue that was enshrined in the black Buddhist shrines also cracked like a spider's web. Accompanied by bursts of rumbling sounds, it collapsed on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. The grand Tao wish energy of all living beings surged between heaven and earth like a tide. It was the faith of billions of living beings accumulated by the hidden land realm for countless years. However, with the collapse and death of Xitigarbha imperial monarch statue, the enormous grand Tao wish energy of all living beings had become ownerless. Buzz, Lin Sun took out the sword cauldron. Suddenly, the grand Tao wish energy of all living beings poured into it like a tide. When I destroy the hidden land realm, I will set you free. Lin Sun's eyes were clear. For any cultivator in the world, this grand Tao wish energy of all living beings was definitely a treasure that they dreamed of. It was enough to make martial emperors drool. However, Lin Sun had never intended to use the grand Tao wish energy of all living beings to cultivate. Naturally, he did not care too much about it. When Lin Sun put away the sword cauldron, a terrifying roar suddenly rang out. He turned around suddenly. Far away, she pierced through the huge body of the hidden hibernation divine beast, which looked like one of the 9 odd beasts, and exploded. On the other hand, Xi's figure was sent flying. His figure staggered and shook violently in the void. It seemed like he was going to fall. Lin Sun's heart tightened. He immediately moved horizontally and reached out to grab Xi's slender waist, holding her in his arms. Xi's delicate body suddenly tensed up. She instinctively waved her hand to hit him. However, when she saw that it was Lin Sun, her fair hand stopped an inch away from Lin Sun's face. Let go. She was embarrassed and annoyed, which was rare. In the past, she was as cold as snow, graceful and ethereal like a fairy from heaven. She was surrounded by a dreamy rain of light, making it impossible for people to see her face clearly. Even so, she was still so beautiful that no one would have any thoughts of blasphemy. But now, she was actually embarrassed and annoyed, which was rare. This was the first time Lin Sun had seen this since he was young. He could not help but be stunned. However, he could not care less about this. He said, "Senior, don't move. Your injuries are quite serious this time." Xi's chest was stained with blood, and there was a bloody claw wound on her shoulder. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Strangely, there were wisps of forbidden power growing near the wound. They were constantly eroding Xi's snow-white skin that was as delicate as white jade. This was just a superficial wound. Lin Sun noticed that Xi's aura was showing signs of disorder. It was obvious that she had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. This made Lin Sun narrow his eyes. Only then did he realize that the power of the hidden land beast was far more terrifying than he had imagined. When Lin Sun's gaze focused on his injuries, she felt very uncomfortable, as though there were ants crawling all over his body. This was the first time in her life that a man had hugged her like this. Even though Lin Sun was concerned about her injuries, she was unable to adapt to this strange feeling. She was just about to struggle when Lin Sun carried her and landed on the ground. He said seriously, "Senior, let me help you treat your wounds first." She was just about to refuse when she heard a ripping sound. Lin Sun had already torn apart the lapel at her shoulder, and a lustrous and soft shoulder that was like beautiful jade was revealed. Her exquisite collarbone was graceful, and it made the bloody claw wound on her shoulder seem even more eye-catching. She felt ashamed and furious. If not for her injuries being too severe and her strength being exhausted, she would have wanted to hang this little fellow whom she had watched grow up and give him a beating. However, when she saw Lin Sun's serious and even nervous expression, she could not bear to do so. She thought to herself, "He's just concerned about my injuries and has no intention of offending me." It's pardonable. Just as Xi's emotions were drifting, Lin Sun had already started to clean her wounds gently and carefully. "Senior, you can only rely on yourself to resolve the damage caused by the taboo order energy." As he spoke, Lin Sun began to bandage her wounds. She gave a muffled grunt. However, the next moment, her starry eyes suddenly widened as she shouted, "Stop." However, Lin Sun looked like he was going to clean the blood-stained clothes on her chest. This made Xi's entire body tense up as if her hair was standing on end. Lin Sun was startled and withdrew his hands in embarrassment. He quickly explained, "I almost forgot. Senior, you, Before Lin Sun could finish, she gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words, "Get out of the way." Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He had been too concerned earlier and did not notice the difference between men and women. He had no intention of taking advantage of her. However, it was clear that she had misunderstood and seemed very angry. Lin Sun wisely turned around and walked into the distance. "Senior, please treat your wounds first. I'll go and check out the battlefield. After all, this is the Hidden Land realm." As he spoke, he walked further and further away. After watching Lin Sun disappear from her sight, she snorted coldly and retracted her gaze. This kid. Did he not take my warning to heart? P.S. Unexpected situation. Today's update, tomorrow's update. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. A day later. The news of the destruction of the Hidden Land realm caused a huge commotion once again. The entire dark world trembled because of it. First, they destroyed the divine miracle ancient sect, then the Hidden Land realm. The 2 dark giants had dominated the dark world for countless years, but now, in less than a month, they had collapsed and disappeared from the world. This was undoubtedly unbelievable. The dark world structure since ancient times had been completely overturned today. Shock, fear, reverence, fear, trance. All sorts of emotions erupted like a torrent, filling every corner of the dark world. This was indeed no different from a change in the world. The title of Dao Yuan Emperor was like a legend that cut through the darkness and overturned the structure of a world. It was deeply imprinted in the hearts of countless living beings. Since ancient times, there have been many great emperors, but only Dao Yuan Emperor became an emperor at the peak. He crushed the 2 dark giants and experienced the power of the dark world. From today onwards, the Dao Yuan Emperor will reign supreme in the dark world. Even after thousands of years, the name of the Dao Yuan Emperor will be remembered for eternity and will shake the world for generations to come. All kinds of exclamations and shocked voices reverberated in the dark world. In such an atmosphere, in the territory originally controlled by the Hidden Land realm, countless cities and Ksitigarbha temples were eradicated one by one, coupled with the territory controlled by the divine miracle ancient sect that had been overturned earlier. The structure of the entire dark world had changed. However, what puzzled countless people was that under such a situation, the Copper Sparrow Tower did not take the opportunity to expand its territory. On the contrary, whether it was the divine miracle ancient sect or the forces and territories left behind by the Hidden Land realm, they had all fallen into a state of turmoil. This seemed very abnormal. However, some experienced people could still see through the mystery at a glance. Shirtiandi and the Copper Sparrow Tower Master, who had disappeared from the Kunlun ruins, were still unknown. Under such circumstances, the Copper Sparrow Tower had to continue lying low. Otherwise, if Shirtiandi returned to the Starry Sky ancient path and found out about the destruction of the Hidden Land realm and the divine miracle ancient sect, the Copper Sparrow Tower would definitely suffer a great calamity. However, even though the Copper Sparrow Tower did not expand and occupy the territory that originally belonged to the Hidden Land realm and the divine miracle ancient sect. However, in the current dark world, no one dared to touch these territories, with the Dao Yuan the Arch around. Who in the dark world would dare to touch the spoils of war that originally belonged to the Dao Yuan the Arch? If they dared to do so, they would definitely be courting death. 10 days later. Hidden Land Realm. Lin Sun, Shi, Goldie, Qing Ying, and a group of Bronze Sparrow Tower elders gathered together. Pavilion Master, after these 2 battles, you've already fully deserving of being the #1 overlord of the darkness. Under your control, my Copper Sparrow Pavilion will definitely welcome an unprecedented golden age. An old man said excitedly. Yes, in today's dark world, the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunshine ancient sect have all been uprooted. There's no possibility for them to rise again. In the future, our Bronze Sparrow Tower will be the leader of the dark world, and the Tower Master will follow your lead. The other old man of the Bronze Sparrow Pavilion spoke as well. Their expressions were more or less filled with shock and emotion. Even they didn't expect that in just 1 month, Lin Sun not only changed the difficult and dangerous situation of the Bronze Sparrow Tower, but also swept across the dark world and suppressed the 2 dark giants. This was simply a miracle. Lin Sun swept his gaze across everyone and said, although the Hidden Land realm and the Divine Sunshine ancient sect have been destroyed, Heavenly Emperor sure is still there. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. Everyone was stunned, and the atmosphere became much quieter. Lin Sun continued, however, there's no need to worry. I'll head to the Kunlun ruins very soon to investigate the specific situation. After I leave, I'll have to leave the matters of the Bronze Sparrow Tower to you. As he spoke, he looked at Qingying. Don't worry, young master. The current dark world no longer has any power that can threaten our Bronze Sparrow Tower, Qingying said seriously with a gentle and clear voice. However, she could not help but feel a trace of disappointment in her heart. Young master had only returned for less than a month, and he was about to embark on a journey again. She wondered when he would return from the Kunlun ruins. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was calculating. This time, destroying the hidden land realm had also obtained a tremendous amount of wealth that had been accumulated for countless years. It was even more than the wealth he had obtained from the Divine Sunshine ancient sect. Lin Sun kept some that were beneficial to his future cultivation, and the rest were left to the Bronze Sparrow Tower to take care of. In fact, to the current Lin Sun, unless it was an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth, it was difficult for ordinary treasures to enter his eyes. Perhaps in the eyes of other emperor stage figures, some treasures were priceless and were enough to make them go crazy, but to him, they were nothing. The only thing that made Lin Sun feel a little guilty was that ever since he helped she heal his injuries that day, the latter had a cold look on his face as if he was really angry. However, Lin Sun could not help but feel a little depressed. At that time, he really wanted to help she heal his injuries. In fact, she's injuries were indeed very serious this time. His body had been infected by a taboo order energy, and it had yet to be expelled. This made Lin Sun a little depressed, but also a little worried. As for Goldie, not being able to participate in the action of suppressing and destroying the hidden land realm made it full of complaints. The resentment in its eyes made Lin Sun feel frightened. 2 days later, Lin Sun and Goldie left the dark world without the outside world noticing. Swoosh, the vast universe arc shuttled through the vast starry sky. Lin Sun sat casually at the bow of the ark, holding a wine gourd as he pondered. The location of the Kunlun ruins was very easy to find. This was not a secret on the ancient path in the starry sky. There were records about the entrance of the Kunlun ruins in the Bronze Sparrow Tower. However, it was very difficult to enter the Kunlun ruins. In the past, every once in a while, the phenomenon of the flying celestial river would appear near the entrance of the Kunlun ruins. One could enter along the flying celestial river. However, without the flying celestial river, it was almost impossible for even an emperor stage cultivator to enter. The reason was that the entrance of the Kunlun ruins was covered in an extremely special order energy. It was the origin energy that belonged to the Kunlun ruins. My sword cauldron has refined the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun and an origin relic of the treasure refining mother cauldron. Perhaps I can try to communicate with the order energy of the Kunlun ruins. If it really doesn't work, I'll use the power of the order phoenix flames to forcefully barge in. While Lin Sun was deep in thought, Big Yellow's voice suddenly sounded. Look, that's the abandoned planet region. A long time ago. Probably in the primordial times, all the great emperors who entered the starry sky ancient path from the ancient desolation region would choose to enter the abandoned planet region. Big Yellow pointed into the distance. The starry sky was vast. In the vast void in the distance, a star region appeared. From afar, it gave off a chaotic, collapsed, and desolate aura. You should have heard of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance, right? It was established by a group of the most dazzling emperor stage cultivators. A long time ago, the emperors of the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance occupied the abandoned planet region. When Big Yellow said that, Lin Sun suddenly came to a realization. Ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance, wasn't that the Battle Alliance created by the Golden Cicada Young Man, Chen Lin Kong, Taishan Sword Emperor, and Battle Emperor Wu Yang? Back then, in the mulberry forest of the slaughtering battlefield, the Golden Cicada Young Man had brought Zhao Yuanji and his wife, the blood-colored moth Fei Lan, and a group of terrifying creatures to the ancient path of the starry sky for the sake of going to the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. Later, as Lin Sun experienced more and more things, he gradually learned some secrets about the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance. A long time ago, after the emperors of the ancient Desolation Realm entered the ancient path of the starry sky, they established the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance in order to resist other forces in the starry sky. In the Archean era, the ancient Wasteland Battle Alliance shone brilliantly. There was Tai Xin, known as the number 1 sword emperor in the Archean era, Xianxia Buddha Lord, whose dharma shook the heavens, and battle emperor Wu Yang, who traveled the world with the way of slaughter. Later, Tai Xian and the other first-generation cultivators of the ancient wasteland battle alliance crossed the starry sky and went to the other side, leaving behind many legends about them. When the 10 great Dao battles broke out, the nameless emperor covered the sky with the forbidden power of order and arrived at the ancient Desolation realm. In order to defend the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, the cultivators of the ancient wasteland battle alliance fought to the death. For example, the ancestor of the Children of Hell, the Dark Blood Underworld Emperor, shone in the defense of the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass and became famous overnight. However, as the 10 great Dao battles ended and the heavens entered the Archean era, the cultivators of the ancient wasteland battle alliance could only hide in the abandoned planet region. The reason was that the nameless emperor was the ruler of the starry sky and controlled the power of order. He saw the ancient wasteland battle alliance as a great threat and wanted to eliminate it. The abandoned planet region was one of the few special areas in the starry sky that couldn't be covered by the forbidden power of order. When he met Zhao Yuanji and his wife in the true dragon world, they told Lin Sun that after the nameless emperor was killed a few years ago, some cultivators of the ancient wasteland battle alliance who had been hiding in the abandoned planet region also took the opportunity to cross the void and go to the other side of the starry sky. However, some of the emperors didn't leave and were still in the abandoned planet region. At that time, Zhao Yuanji especially reminded Lin Sun that the Golden Crow, the emperor of the Golden Crow clan, hated Lin Sun's guts and would take revenge sooner or later, so Lin Sun had to be careful. Big Yellow, do you know the Golden Crow, the emperor? Lin Sun suddenly asked. Big Yellow was dazed and said, you mean the old Golden Crow? Although I haven't seen him before, I've heard some rumors about him. The Golden Crow, the emperor, was a founding member of the ancient wasteland battle alliance. He was a cold-blooded and ruthless peerless hero who had killed countless people. He had already become an emperor in the Archean era. When the Cultivation War of the Emperors broke out in the Archean era, the Golden Crow, the emperor, showed his power of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. According to Big Yellow, if the old Golden Crow was still alive, it was very likely that he had already touched the mystery of the Emperor Ancestor realm. As for whether he had entered the Ancestor realm, it was hard to say. After understanding this, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed and he made a decision. He said, let's go to the abandoned planet region. I'd like to see how powerful the old Golden Crow is now. Abandoned star region. Lin Sun put away the vast universe arc and walked across Zhou with Big Yellow towards this barren and dilapidated star region. Not long after they left, an old voice sounded, Taoism pure, please stop here. This is where the ancient wasteland war alliance is located. Non-cultivators of the ancient wasteland territory are not allowed to enter. Lin Sun spread out his divine awareness and immediately saw a gray-robed man sitting on the top of a mountain on a distant star. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were cold. I'm from the ancient wasteland territory, Lin Sun said casually. Boom, a terrifying consciousness rushed out of the gray-robed man like a tide, rising into the starry sky and shrouding Lin Sun. But before it could get close, it was silently dissolved by the aura around Lin Sun. The gray-robed man's pupils shrank as he realized the danger. He got up from the top of the mountain and said solemnly, I hope you can forgive me for my offense just now. But where do you come from and what are you doing here? Lin Sun said, my name is Lin Daoyuan, and I'm looking for the Golden Crow Emperor. Daoyuan Emperor? The gray-robed man was dumbfounded and gasped. Only now did he realize who Lin Sun was. A few years ago, the Nirvana heaven came to an end, and Lin Daoyuan became the first person to become an emperor in 100,000 years, who didn't know such a legendary figure on the starry ancient path. Immediately, the gray-robed man showed a strange expression, Taoism pure, are you looking for the Golden Crow Emperor? Lin Sun nodded. The gray-robed man was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, you may not know this, but shortly after the nameless Supreme Emperor was defeated, the Golden Crow Emperor was suppressed. Now no one can see him. Lin Sun was not surprised. Zhao Yuanji and his wife had already told him that when the Golden Cicada young man and Chen Lin Kong went to the other side of the starry sky, the Golden Cicada young man had personally suppressed the Golden Crow Emperor, who had just come out of seclusion, for 100 years. Lin Sun asked, I just want to know where he is suppressed now. I hope you can tell me. The gray-robed man hesitated for a moment, then said, when our ancient wasteland battle alliance was first established, there was an unwritten rule. No matter who comes to seek revenge, they will be regarded as the enemy of our ancient wasteland battle alliance. Fellow, everyone in the ancient wasteland battle alliance knows about the personal grudge between you and the Golden Crow monster. I can't help you with this matter. Furthermore, if you were to force your way through, be it me or the others hiding in this star domain, we would all do our best to stop you. I respect the rules of the ancient wasteland battle alliance, but if I don't see that old monster Golden Crow this time, wouldn't I have wasted my trip? I hope you can make an exception. Lin Sun cupped his hands. The gray-robed man smiled bitterly. Dao Yuan Emperor, you are making things difficult for us. Forgive me for not being able to agree. Then we can only force our way through. Big Yellow said loudly, in any case, as long as we don't kill people, we won't offend the ancient wasteland battle alliance. I just don't know if the experts who are still here can stop them. The gray-robed man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, an ethereal and calm voice sounded from the depths of the abandoned star domain. I have long heard of your name, Dao Yuan Emperor. If I can fight with you one by one today, even if I lose, it will be a wonderful thing. However, I have to remind you that since ancient times, even the nameless Supreme Emperor has not been able to break through this place. If you think you are completely confident, you can give it a try. With that, the voice disappeared with air. Who is this person? Lin Sun asked. The current leader of the ancient wasteland battle alliance, Ancestor Li Tsong. There was a hint of awe in the gray-robed man's voice. Lin Sun nodded and said, in that case, I'll do as you say. The gray-robed man was stunned. Do you really want to break through? Lin Sun smiled and walked forward. Big Yellow followed him step by step. Dao Yuan Emperor, don't blame me for being ruthless, the gray-robed man said. With a clang, a dazzling golden halberd swept out from behind him. Up. Holding the golden halberd, he tore the sky apart and rushed into Zhou Su. It was fierce and wild, like a golden thunderbolt, whistling through the starry sky. Step back. Lin Sun flicked his fingers casually. In the deafening roar, golden light splashed and the wind and clouds were disturbed. As for the gray-robed man, he left just as quickly as he had arrived. He was directly blasted away and fell heavily onto the mountain peak where he had been standing just a moment ago. Bang, when he stood still, the mountain collapsed and smoke and dust filled the air. It could be imagined how powerful Lin Sun's flick was. The gray-robed man's expression was uncertain. After a while, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder you are the first peerless emperor in 100,000 years. When he looked up again, Lin Sun's figure had already crossed the starry sky and disappeared in the depths. The ancient wasteland battle alliance is not so easy to break through. Dao Yuan Emperor. I'd like to see if you can get what you want. The gray-robed man murmured. The abandoned star region was very large, including countless stars, and there were many worlds and floating continents. However, no matter where, there was a bleak, dilapidated, and desolate scene. Not long after Lin Sun moved forward, rays of divine light like flowing light swept over from a floating continent in the distance. In the end, it turned into a tall middle-aged man with an ancient sword on his back. His temples were gray and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Gu Ditong, 6th level Emperor Realm, Sword Cultivator. Please enlighten me, Dao Yuan Emperor. The middle-aged man with a sword looked resolute and his eyes were sharp. He was calm and composed. Lin Sun noticed that such a sword emperor called himself a sword cultivator. This was not a humble title, but a kind of dedicated attitude towards sword cultivation. Please. Lin Sun raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Clang, the ancient sword on Gu Ditong's back was unsheathed, and the sound of the sword resounded through Zhou Su. The unparalleled sword edge turned with his wrist and chopped down. The silent void was like a piece of paper that had been torn apart, forming a straight crack. Around the crack was a violent, destructive torrent. The power of the sword showed the demeanor of a great emperor. There was a burst of exclamation in the dark. In the face of this sword, Lin Sun pulled out the void with his right hand, as if drawing a sword. A 9-inch sword edge suddenly appeared in the void. At this moment, the dark void seemed to be illuminated, and the light chilled the starry sky. When the sword light dissipated, Gu Ditong let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. His eyes couldn't help but shrink, the sword-drawing art of sky-slaying swordsman. Lin Sun cupped his hands, thank you. Gu Ditong had a complicated look in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, Dao Yuan Emperor's attainments in sword cultivation are unprecedented. You old guys should think twice, or you will be humiliated. Clang, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Lin Sun smiled and continued to move forward. Along the way, he put his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard, watching the flowers and admiring the rain, calm and composed. Let me do it. I can't weaken the power of our ancient wasteland war alliance. A soft sigh sounded. In a distant world, a majestic figure wrapped in dazzling divine light stepped on the void and rushed over. With every step he took, the starry sky trembled. Tens of thousands of stars rustled and rippled like the void. The power of this figure rose steadily with each step he took. Looking closely, it was actually a woman. She was wearing a scarlet armor, and her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing a beautiful face. She held a long rod in her hand that was shining with silver light. Her cold body revealed a terrifying domineering aura. She was like a valkyrie galloping through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's been 80,000 years. I finally see the Star Martial Emperor fight again. She is still so powerful, so domineering, and so beautiful. The Star Martial Emperor is at the peak of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. She has been fighting all her life and is decisive in killing. Although she is not a man, she is better than a man. This Dao Yuan Emperor is only at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. I'm afraid he is going to be in trouble. There was a burst of whispers in the dark. At this moment, the woman called the Star Martial Emperor had already rushed to this starry sky. Her power covered the sky and the earth, oppressing the nearby stars to wail and explode. It was extremely terrifying. Take out your Emperor weapon. The Star Martial Emperor spoke. His eyes were like thunder and lightning, tearing the sky and locking on Lin Sun. It's enough to fight barehanded. Lin Sun said indifferently. Such a reaction stunned the old monsters who were secretly watching this battle. They seemed to be unable to believe that this boy was so arrogant. They didn't know Lin Sun's achievements in the dark world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big reaction. I won't show mercy. The Star Martial Emperor waved the long rod in his hand. Boom, the endless light turned into a tidal torrent that overturned the void. It was fierce, domineering, and extremely fierce. It seemed that the strike of the rod would smash the starry sky. Seeing this, Lin Sun stretched his body and punched forward. Every move he made was filled with the light of the Tao, showing a kind of ancient, boundless, simple, and pure charm. Boom, the fist and the rod collided, stirring up thousands of torrents of light. The killing momentum of the Star Martial Emperor was forcibly blocked. The old monsters in the dark changed their expressions. They restrained their contempt and focused on the battle. For them, it was also the first time they saw the demeanor of Juyin the Great. But no one had thought that Lin Sun, a 4th-level Juyin the Great, could be so strong. Kill. The Star Martial Emperor also realized that Lin Sun was not simple. He rushed forward and swung his long rod, rolling up thousands of torrents of the Great Way and displaying all kinds of destructive visions. It was unimaginably powerful. At least in Lin Sun's view, Yu Kuan-zi, the headmaster of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, was slightly inferior to the Star Martial Emperor. Unfortunately, all this could not threaten Lin Sun at all. As the battle broke out, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows in a flash. All the attacks of the Star Martial Emperor were easily resolved by Lin Sun. From beginning to end, he could not hurt the Star Martial Emperor at all. This made the old monsters in the dark tremble again. Was this the power of the Juyin the Great? Wasn't it too heaven-defying? Just when everyone's mind was in turmoil, the Star Martial Emperor suddenly retreated, her beautiful and cold face changing. In the end, she sighed, I'm not as good as you. I will lose if we fight again. Thank you. She put away the long rod and cupped her hands to Lin Sun. How could she not understand that if Lin Sun used the Emperor weapon, she would have been defeated long ago? The reason why she could fight until now must be that the Star Martial Emperor had been patient. P.S. Send 2 consecutive chapters first, and there will be more at night. End of chapter 2332. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.